Also, they say that shaykhing kindness or a mistake. You can also explain what Shani meant to say, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is chayiv. It's a special halacha by murder. It says by David HaMelech, he sent Uriah to the front line, and Nasser HaNavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder, the Plishtim murdered him. Also, Iraq's prepared for the Yaman through the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayiv at all, because Uriah was a murder of the Malchus. He used the lashon of Adoni, not to the king. In front of the king, he said Adoni, my master, it's somebody else. So for that alone, he's chayiv Misa, so David HaMelech is potter for killing Uriah. Another shot is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you're chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? You should. So what does Hill say? Obviously not. Hill would say you're chayiv not for murder. You're chayiv for something else. You're chayiv for Ramata murder. Shammai says no. When you get up to Shemayim, you're going to be you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong Aved. Gemara tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, if somebody sends a messenger to do an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the Averas of the Torah, like Shabbos and results, but not in Avera, like Arayus and Chayla. Because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beisila, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be released. This is a sugya of Shliach Nasa Meaning. And an agent who brings Kedushin to be Mekadosh a woman, could he flip into an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kedushin. Yes, this malva was paid back by who? By myself. Could a Shliach become an aid? This is another sheet of the Beisila that says no, that a Shliach could become an aid. Bottom line is, we pass him Shliach Nasa. We know that Beisila, we always pass him with Beisila. So either way you cut it, you're going to have to say that Beisila holds Shliach Nasa, and he says Shliach Nasa, and Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Beisila ever, also holds Shliach Nasa. Make your Abdin, the same halacha applies to Kedushin, that Shliach becomes an aid, and the same halacha would apply and Mamonis by a loiv and a malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuas Hases. And that is, in addition to the regular shvur, when a person admits to a partial claim, he has to make a shvur. Even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a Shvuas Hases. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if he would say that he gave back to the loiva will invoke the Shvuas Hases. Now, a person doesn't want to make a shvur. He might be a ganav, but he never wants to make a shvur. He'll always say that he gave it to the malva, and the malva cannot invoke the Shvuas Hases. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. Derech Hagav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of 10 beginning in custom. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvur. The store owner and the employees make a shvur, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvur, and at the end of the day, the loiva would have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a naira amurasa, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a kana, and even a naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage, naira amurasa. So Chacham holds she could receive a get, in addition to her father receiving a get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive a get. Rishokish takes that a step further and says, just like we say that she can receive a get, she can also receive a kedushin, because kedushin and kedushin are the same. Whatever you do by get, you do by kedushin. Whatever you do by kedushin, you do by get. According to Rabbi Yochanan, there's a distinction between Yikon and kedushin. That by kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the kedushin. Why? Because this kedushin takes her out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the kedushin. Another halacha in the Gemara, but any girl who's that young, who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's mishal chal ba'ina chazeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father is able to prevent it from coming back, that's considered mishal chal ba'ina chazeres, and it does work. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day.
They had a psychiatry at Vanderbilt. He's fucking amazing. He's got me chemically dialed in. I sleep 8 hours. I'm up. I don't take naps. I walk. I feel great. He's done it all. He's fucking amazing. All right? But before I got properly medicated, I was a fucking nut and a complete asshole.
How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minute Down. So in the middle of a machlokes, the halacha is a get that if your father has a young daughter, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she could also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday. What about kedushin? First Lakish says kedushin and gerushin are the same, just like she receives the get, she receives the kedushin. The other says the different. What if she's engaged? She received kedushin, her father received kedushin, and then the husband or the cousin dies without children. So she becomes a yavama. She falls to yibum to the other brother. Goes one of the brothers and he wants to give her a ring that's called maimer because it only is effective with the rabbanon by yavama. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a naira, she's 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different than tradition? Because midaraisa, she's a skuka. Skuka means there's a bond, she's attached to the yavam somewhat. The yavam is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds by a get, he argues on Chacham, like we said before. He argues on Chacham that the girl cannot receive a get. Over here, he'll admit that the girl could receive a minor because she's already speaking. Some say that according to Chacham, a naira doesn't need the das of a father by minor because we consider minor something that could be done even forcefully by father. Why? Because Rabbi holds that to be done forcefully, he compares minor to the regular active of yibum. Just like yibum doesn't need the consent of the yibum to be done by father, so too the active kedushin, even though it goes to the rabbanon, still be done by father. Chacham say on the other hand, that no, the act of minor is like a regular act of kedushin in a regular woman. And for that, the woman needs her consent. So too minor. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on Daf Vav. You see, this machlokes, not on Vav, but it's very similar to Vav. And just going back to the original machlokes, if a person takes 5 collaterals from 5 different people, and he swears, now typically if he swore to one person who is found to be a liar, as being an asham, or maybe he swears to all 5, he lies to them. Is it considered one shvuah or 5? It's not like according to Shimon. In order for it to be considered 5 different shvuahs, he has to say the word shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha. That's it. And according to Rabbi, as long as you say shvuah all at the end, according to Hanakama, you can say shvuah in the beginning. I also now understand. A person tells a woman, I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit, and I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit. So they're not mitzvah. The value of the two of them, and I'm trying because he said a lashon, kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The word tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds of Rabbi Yehuda, which we mentioned, holds that a girl cannot receive kedushin by herself. Only the father can receive kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ish Mekadesh, Pitoi Naira. So it's mashma from our Mishnah that only the Ish, only the father can be Mekadesh, not the daughter. At the end of the day, the Gemara tells us that Allah is a good love. How do we know this? Because Ravin came out of the Bismarck and he said, in the Bismarck, everybody passed away to the Bismarck, and the Shlokish stood up there and he screamed like a crane. He was screaming, the Yatz of the Haisi, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, when it comes to Kedushin, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the daughter. The Lord goes on to tell us that when it comes to get, a Nara A girl who's 12 years old with Simanim is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, will be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like we have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. It must be she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shniyah, because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shniyah. You need das to make a shniyah. We have a sugya that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became Kadeshus on her own. So the Gemara tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this condition, but she also needs something called niyam. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept the condition. So if she didn't accept the condition, why does she have to be niyam? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the condition. The answer is because this act of niyam shows that it's not a real condition. It's only the Rabbanim. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, it was a get. L'oraisa. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody could marry her. In fact, no one can marry her, because perhaps the first girl is not Mekudeshes, and the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be Mekudeshes, so she doesn't mean it, and therefore people will be careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shidduch. This is a shidduch. In other words, then we could say that the father agreed to it. We spoke about it, we discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't need a get, and doesn't need a museum. It's a big fat zero. And either decided to call that no shidduch, or some say even Ula is talking about even in the case of a shidduch. This is that we found that she got engaged to herself, according to Ula, we must be talking about a yisayr l'chayah. In other words, she's already married once. Then, because she's married, she leaves her father's domain completely. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. This that we find that a father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? Must be talking about that he sold her as an almana, and the master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she's already married. The boy side, have a wonderful day.
He's sitting in the position, and something happened if the light got a little lower. And he's fucking saying shit to her with his face red, right? He's like, fuck you. This is my house. Don't you ever talk to me like this. This is my fucking house. You like this cocoa? She's my guest, and she's talking to me like this. This is my vodka.
Kiddushin Dafner, hey, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Box. We're talking about a case where a katana accepted Kiddushin from the chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately, this chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall yibum. So the halacha is that she is required to do chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then midiraisa she falls yibum, even though it's only erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only listening to Rabbanan, and if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say the yavam, everybody knows that the condition is good condition. And we'll explain. Because if this yavam goes ahead and gives this kana, the original kana, gives her a ring, that's called maimon. It's condition only to Rabbanan, and because we require that she gives her a get for that maimon, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married midiraisa, why did they have to give her a get? And it's possible it's midiraisa if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection, because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore we require her to do niyam. That niyam shows that there's a problem there. Niyam is only the Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and he can't be married to the sister, so you know what? Maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all, and therefore she's the Ishish, and nobody will marry her. According to Ravina, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. By a daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Tavla Mesa can't do Mila Mesa Ireland. But a boy is always in the diet. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, gives her a bundle of vegetables in Kaddish, according to everybody, it's not a tradition. That's a bizarre. And if he's Kaddish in a marketplace, it's a bizarre. The Gemara tells us a story. There was a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who was a kind of, to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was Nevater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was Mekadesh. So Rava says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the Kedusha is not there. Rabbi says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, She'eris Yisrael Yasu Ava. The Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kiddushin and Nisun. If the father agreed to the Kiddushin, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get inherited. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat, meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she eats truma, if she marries a kite, because when the rice says she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps, you have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to Rabuna, you don't eat. He doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. Other Maggid says no, he should eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kedushin, the first part, was against the father's word? And he's here, he's watching it. Rav Huna says the opposite. Now Rav Huna says she couldn't, because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafker his chos. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. So in the back of my mind, I'm like, wow, it's two girls. They work for the same guy. It's some girl shit. About a month later, I find them. They're on a trip back from the fucking minutes. Kiddushin Daf Menvav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Where Tana got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she could not renege. According to Rav, she could. We want to thought maybe you could bring her right from the class. The halacha is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So this is similar to our case, because over here we don't have the father's will, we're doing it, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. It's a right to right. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we always learned in Pedro, but we're talking about people that the man didn't have das for Kedushin. You don't want to marry it. And even if you say that it was the Shem Kedushin, it would be necessary to do another Kedushin, more you know, to do another Kedushin, because you didn't have the father's consent to do it. And now we're in a brand new Mishnah If a person uses a lashon, he says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, this actually before a zoo, and then she eats the date, and then there's another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good producer. We have machlokes. What exactly is this? According to Rabbi Shmuel from the beginning, where a person says a double lashon, "Iskachli bezu," "Iskachli bezu." He breaks it up very strongly with those words, "Iskachli, Iskachli." And the chiddush is, even though she's eating something, but she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no kedushin with less than a shavar. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of it. He doesn't say Iskachli, but rather he says Iskachli bezu, bezu. And all of the states together. There's a shavar pruta, then there's a kedusha. And the kedusha is that if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here the Gemara says, you see a number of things. First of all, you see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see it doesn't work unless there's a full fruit at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. Yeah. In addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta. So a guy forgives this woman $1 million. He gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta. Her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kedusha. What if the kedusha is nachal? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her. Does she have to pay them back? Yes. Because if it was matana, it would be a good kedusha. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister and says, I read the Kedushas, he gives her money. Now, everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what does he try to do it? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a picadon. You want her to watch it and figure it. He doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift, she doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny lashon, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because he's concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget, that he's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without the mafresh challah. And it's tevel. It's also the rice to eat it. Another side is no kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael will make a mistake. Yisrael thinks that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. So you used to take from flour, you could take from flour, but the truth is no. Rashis Arisei Sefer. Flour is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things one goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of trumas and meisers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? You see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice of chayiv and trumas and meisers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is potter and trumas and meisers the rice. Or if you say you should take truma, even though you took truma, you should go ahead and take truma again, like as if you took truma from a non-perforated pot. Perforated, it's different. A pot is different, the Gemara says, because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's a one that's high, one that's high. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy, he's not going to want to take truma from it. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say, Yachzav is neutron, you should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice of the first truma is a good truma, Rabbi sides have a wonderful day. And also a beautiful Yom Tov.
In 92, I played the hip-hop comedy stop. Steve Harvey's, Rashawn McDonald's, all black, and comedy club at a hotel. Okay, and I was sitting back there with these crazy ass, like, I met this guy and he goes, yeah, my name's Willie D. Alright, he's Willie D from the Ghetto Boys, okay? And then this little ass midget walks over Bushwick Bill, okay? And he's a gangster, okay? I mean, Bushwick Bill was no bullshit. He had knives on him and shit. That little motherfucker cut your balls off. That was eye level to him. Okay? No. With codeine syrup. Codeine. If we listen to fucking slow records,
yo, what up, baby? How you living, S5? What's good with you?
How you doing?
Living the dream, dog. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
Little birdie told me.
Oh, okay.
A little birdie.
Okay.
Birdie on that tree. Bird on that tree told me about you.
Hey, can I tell you something? You should be nice to people and not rude, you fuck. What is this bullshit? Get me out of this. Get out of here.
Shabbos Daf Kuf Nun Beis. We're continuing with the Psukim in Koheles that describe a person as he gets older. Says the pasuk that when a person gets older, his flanks, his ribs, his legs, everything deteriorates. His teeth stop grinding. His eyesight gets worse.
How you doing? You're doing good.
Masechta Shabbos Daf Beis. Amazing. We finished Masechta Brachos, and now we're going to take this journey 156 days of Shabbos. The Torah says it's usher to do Malach on Shabbos, and that includes 39 melachos, avos, primary isur. For that we have subcategories of secondary isur. When the Mishnah Daf Ayin Gimel describes all 39 melachos, the last final melacha is the melacha that our Mishnah, which Masechta Shabbos begins with, the melacha of Eitzah, to carry from one domain to another, to transfer an object from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. Rishus HaRabim is a public domain, a street that is 16 amos wide, and many people go by there every day. Rishus HaYachid is a private domain, property that's surrounded by walls that are at least 10 tefachim high. The property has to be a certain size, 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Transferring from one property to the other is also. In order to be over that Isser, you have to accomplish two things. You have to do an Akira and a Hanacha. You have to lift that object up and place it down in another domain. When the Torah says Chaitzah, it's referring to going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. But when we go from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, that's called Hachnasa. Although our Mishnah describes both of those cases as a Yitziyah. The Mishnah starts off saying, Yitziyas HaShabbos, Shtayim, they are 2, which equal 4. When a person stands inside or outside, it's 2 that equals 4 for a total of 8. Meaning, the Mishnah starts off with a person that the Mishnah describes ani, not necessarily poor. It's just a character to describe him, so we don't confuse him with the person standing inside called the balabais. Person outside, the ani, lifts up an object. He does an akira, and he places that object from Rosh Rabbi, he places it into Rosh Hashanah. The hanacha over there is chayv in the rice. The second case regarding this ani that's standing outside in Rosh Hashanah is he lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah and brings it to himself in Rosh Hashanah. He did an akira and a hanacha, but in the opposite direction as the first case, both of them are chayv. The corresponding cases, which is only chayv in the rabban, not in the raisa, are case number 5 and 8 on this list, and that is when an ani does hachnasa. When the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah and he extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, but rather than doing hanacha in Rosh Hashanah, he lets the balabais do the hanacha. Now it's two people that did one malacha, therefore in the right, they are patur, and the rabban they are chayv. The 8th cases where the ani lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, but rather than transferring it into Rosh Hashanah, the balabais sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, and he does the transferring and the hanacha in Rosh Hashanah. The next two cases in the Reisha, case number 3 and 4, talk about a man who's standing in Rosh Hashanah. We call him the balabais. He does haitzah, lifting up an object from Rosh Hashanah and placing it in Rosh Hashanah. That's also in Atari because he did a akira and a hanacha. And case number 4 is where he sticks his hand out into Rosh Hashanah, grabs an object and brings it into Rosh Hashanah. Also in the right side, did akira and hanacha, and that's called hachnasa. The corresponding two cases in this list in the Mishnah are case number 6 and 7, where the balabais lifts up an object in Rosh Hashanah, and the ani extends his arm into Rosh Hashanah, and the balabais places the object into the ani's arm, not doing hanacha because the hanacha didn't take place in Rosh Hashanah. All the balabais did was akira. The ani finishes it off doing the hanacha. It's two people did a malacha, shnaim shalasuha, turim. They're both patim in the raisa, v'chayim the rabbanan. And finally, the 8th case is where, the 7th case, the balabais lifted up the object rather than waiting for the ani to extend his hand into the rishus hayachid. He extends his hand into the rishus rabbin and places it into the ani's hand. Rather, the ani takes it out of his hand and does the hanacha in rishus rabbin. So here again, we have a case where two people did two malachas, akira and hanacha, and they are patim in the raisa, chayav mid the rabbanon. Those are the 8 cases in the Mishnah. The Gemara brings a Mishnah in Masechta Shavuos that's very similar, that says 2 which are 4, and brings a number of cases. One of them is a shvuah. Somebody takes an oath. The Torah describes it as in the future. He says he's not going to eat or he is going to eat. That's 2. We add the arises as well, the past. I didn't eat or I did eat. The other case is tumah. Midarais in the pasuk talks about when a person forgets that he is tameh and walks into the Beis Hamikdash knowing it's a Beis Hamikdash, forgetting that he's tameh, has to bring a carbon out of the earth. Or he forgot that he's tameh and he keeps touching. The other 2 cases that we add to that is when he forgets that it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize it's the Beis Hamikdash. He didn't realize that he's eating touching. Negaim is when somebody has a white spot on his skin. The Torah talks about a se'es and a beheres. One looks like snow, the other looks like wool, and we add 2 more deraises. One looks like lime, and the other one looks like the membrane of an egg. But when the Mishnah in Shavuos describes Shabbos, it only talks about 2 which are 4, rather 4 that are 8 like in our Mishnah. Why? Rav Papa attempts to make a pshat, says that our Mishnah is the Hilchos Shabbos, talking about the Shabbos. And therefore, it talks about things that are also patur, not just those. Whereas in Masechta Shavuos, it talks about only Yisroel. And we have to realize, like we explained in the beginning, that Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, is considered in our Mishnah a Yitzia, because you see that our Mishnah starts off using the word Yitzia and goes on to describe immediately Hachnasa, going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. And the Mishnah in Gimel, describing the last of the Lametes Malachas, talks about going from one Rishus to another Rishus, and doesn't differentiate whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is the Yitzia, or whether you're going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, which is Hachnasa. It calls them both a Yitzia. Finally, Rabbi says, when our Mishnah talks about Shtayim Shem Arba, Shtayim is referring to the domains. There are 2 domains in the Raisa, Yachal and Rishus Rabbi. Shehein Arba, which can cause 4 Isurim of Hitzah. And our Mishnah includes 4 additional Hitzahs, which are only Asur with Rabbanan. Have a wonderful day.
That's what North Korea is listening to right now. Oh shit. It's a church. What's happening now, motherfuckers? Uncle Joey, the Christ killer, my main motherfucker, Felipe Esparza. What's up, fool? AKA back, American Dream. High those bones. Here we go.
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I apologize that we fell behind on videos because of Purim and the seam that we had in Shushan Purim. Be'ezer Hashem, by tomorrow we'll be all caught up. According to Shmuel, anytime it says in our Masechta that a person that does a malacha that has action to it, he's pater, it means pater avol asur. With the Rabbanan, it is asur. Besides 3 cases that a person took action and it's completely mutter even with the Rabbanan. And that is, if person A traps a deer in a room and he stands by the door, he's chayiv midaraisa. Person B comes and keeps him company for a minute, and then person A disappears. Person B is completely pater because he didn't add anything to the trapping. In a case where a person traps a snake because he's worried that the non-poisonous snake will bite him and cause him pain, he's completely pater and mutter because he's not doing it to catch a snake, he's doing it to prevent himself harm. And the third case is, if a person removes pus from within a zit, he's completely pater and mutter because he's not trying to make a hole in his body, he's trying just to remove and relieve the pain. Our Mishnah in the ratio where a person extends his hand and he's just passive, and somebody puts an object from one domain to another domain, into his hand, it's pater and mutter. But the reason why it's not brought down in Shmuel's case is because he didn't take any action. He's passive, he's just standing there. In our Mishnah, we have 8 cases. The first 4 cases are cases where people are chayiv midaraisa on the Isra of Hitzah, and that is because they accomplished 2 things. They did an akira and a hana. They uprooted an object in one domain and placed it in another domain. The 4 cases in the Seifa, it was a combination of 2 people, one did an akira, one did a hana. Now, if you look at it, it's 8 cases, but in fact we have 16 cases because we're talking about 16 different individuals. And in some cases, one individual did an akira, the other individual did a hanacha, and it's 2 different cases, 2 different isurim. Why doesn't the Mishnah count them as 16 cases? Well, the first 4 cases you can't count as 8 cases because the second individual is completely pater and mutter. He's not doing anything, just standing like a statue, holding out his hand. So we're not going to count those 4 cases as 8 people. But what about in the Seifa that the 4 cases are 2 individuals? One is doing an akira, that should be 1 halacha, and one is doing an hanacha, and that should be a 2nd halacha. We should count those 4 cases as 8 cases. The answer is because the Mishnah is only counting cases that can lead us to the Raisa that you would have to bring in part. The only person that can get to that case of the Raisa is the person that starts the malacha. The person that does the akira, he could also do hanacha. But the person that does the hanacha can never get to the Raisa because he didn't do the beginning of the case. He only did the end where you have to do an akira and hanacha in order to have the Raisa. Even though 2 people did one malacha, there's no reason to have them bring a korban because the pasuk says, one person who does the entire malacha brings a korban. 2 people that do a malacha are. Rab asked Rabbi, what's the halacha if a person doesn't lift up the object, rather his friend puts it on his shoulder and he starts walking? Says Rabbi, walking is considered an akira. You lift up your feet and you move outside. However, a hand is not considered an akira. Why? Because the hand never moved. The hand is part of the body. It's moving, but the body never moved anymore. Says Rabbi, who is Rab's uncle, Rab, didn't I tell you many times, don't ask Rabbi questions in another masechta where he's not holding. You might embarrass him. What if he doesn't know the answer? And he might say something wrong. You're lucky that Rabbi is a gadol and he knows everywhere. And in fact, he said exactly like it says in the best. Says Rabbi, you see from the fact that if an ani, a person standing with Rishus Rabbi and extends his hand into Rishus Hayachid, and somebody removes the object from his hand, we don't view that removal of the object from his hand as if he removed it from Rishus Rabbi. Although the person's body is in Rishus Rabbi, but his hand is somewhere else. On the flip side, if somebody standing in Rishus Hayachid extends his hand to Rishus Rabbi, and somebody removes an object from his hand, we don't view it as if he removed it from Rishus Rabbi, even though his hand is an extension of his body. But asks Abaya, maybe we should view that hand You're right. The hand is not a Rosh Hashanah. It's not a Rosh Hashanah. It doesn't go by the body, and it doesn't go where it's at. It's something in between. Rabbi should view it as the Rabbanan Carmel. In other words, it should be a penalty for somebody that extends his hand out into another domain. He should not let it be able to bring his hand back into the original domain as a penalty. The Gemara brings a contradiction from two branches and makes 6 shatim. How we could explain the contradiction? One branch says that if you extend your hand into another domain, you're allowed to retrieve your hand and bring it back into the house. The other branch says that if you take your hand from Rosh Hashanah and put it into Rosh Rabbi, you're not allowed to retrieve your hand. So this is Gemara number 1, maybe. The branches argue whether or not your hand is considered a carmelist, just like a bias question. If it's considered a carmelist, I can understand that you're not allowed to bring your hand back in, because you're not allowed to bring one domain into another. Another shot is everybody agrees that the hand is a carmelist. But we all know that above 10 tefachim in Rosh Hashanah is not considered Rosh Hashanah at all. It's a Makom Tur. So one branch is talking about that he extended his hand over 10 tefachim. Therefore, he's allowed to bring his hand back in, because it's not going from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Under 10 tefachim, you're not allowed to bring your hand back. Another shot is, no, everybody's talking about, both branches are talking about the low 10 tefachim. And the question is, one Bryce is talking about that he extended his hand before Shabbos on Friday. Therefore, he's allowed to bring it back in. Says Gemara, well, you could say a reverse logic. If a person extends his hand before Shabbos, perhaps he shouldn't be allowed to bring his hand back. Why? Because even if he would bring his hand back in on Shabbos, he wouldn't be over his Raisa. Even if he put the object that's holding his hand down in Rosh Hashanah, he wouldn't be over his Raisa. Why? Because he started that hero on Friday. In order to be over his Raisa, you have to do a hero and a knock on Shabbos. Whereas if he extended his hand on Shabbos, then he put the object down after he got tired, let's say. There was around, then he'd be over there, right? So maybe in that case, we are lenient with him and say he's allowed to bring his hand back in. So, well, if that's the case, you're using that logic, then the question that we're going to have tomorrow, in a situation where a person puts bread in an oven on Shabbos, it takes a couple of minutes for the bread to bake, and he realizes that if they're going to stone him if the bread bakes, is he allowed to remove it on Shabbos? Now, removing bread on Shabbos, Rabbi, is an issue of Rabbanan. Do we allow him to do issue of Rabbanan to save his life? According to what you just told me, you're allowed to. Rabbanan didn't say that a person should lose his life because of this in the Rabbanan. So Gemara goes into that. Who we say that kind of story? Another explanation to explain the contradiction in the prices is one price that says you're allowed to bring your hand back is talking about if you did it by accident. The price that says that you can't bring your hand back out is talking about you did it amazing. Another shot is all of them are talking about you did it. The question is, do we penalize somebody for doing a shagig? Because he might lie in the case that he did mezid. Anytime somebody does mezid, they'll say, well, I can bring my hand back in because I was a shagig. And finally, the Gemara says everybody might agree that we don't penalize somebody shagig up to mezid. So what's the question? The question is, in a case where a person extended his hand and put the object in his friend's chutzner, that's when it's us. But if the person brings it back into his own chutzner, that's when it's mutter because he didn't accomplish anything. He didn't remove something from his domain. Whatever he tried to do, it went right back to where it was, and therefore, that is mutter. Have a wonderful day.
I stopped doing cocaine in 2009. I wanted a 5-day binge. Really? So even 2 years after me? Yeah, 2 years after me. After my really 2008, 2009. Wow. When did you meet Lisa? I met Lisa in 2006, but when I met her, I was already off.
Shabbos Daf Dalet. Rabbi has an amazing question. A person takes a piece of dough, and in order to bake the dough, he puts it in the side of the oven, like they bake today, lafas. Now it takes a few minutes for the dough to bake. Once it bakes, then and only then will it be chayav into the rights of baking. Is he permitted to remove the dough in order not to be over Issa the rights? But by removing the dough, he's over at Issa the Rabbanon called the deal. And the question is, in order to prevent him from being chayav, Karban Chatas, can we allow him to be over Issa the Rabbanon? Now, a Karban Chatas comes only for a shagig, and a shagig is only if a person is unaware of what he's doing from the beginning of his act until the end of that. So how is it possible that he had an awareness and he came to and he understands that he's doing an Isser and therefore he wants to remove the dough? It has to be that we're not talking about him, we're talking about his friend. His friend wants to save him from Machatas. But that's also very problematic. Because in Oyrim La'adam Chatei, we don't tell a friend You perform a minor avera in order so that your friend is not over a major avera of a chatos. Therefore, the Gemara explains, we must be talking about that we don't want this person to be over an isser mazid. He did it on purpose. The only issue is that Rabbi Barakaya, in his question, he uses the language of a chatos, which means shayim. So we have to amend that and say he didn't mean chatos, he meant mazid. In fact, there's a brisa that says in the first, so that a person is allowed to be over the issue of the idea of removing the dough from the oven, which is the issue of butter, in order not to be over the issue of the rice of skila. The Gemara brings the Mishnah, which says that if a person is standing in the Rishus Rabbi and extends his hand, he takes an object, does an akir in Rishus Rabbi, and places it in another person's hand in Rishus Hayachid. Hanacha in Rishus Hayachid. He's chayiv deraisa hoitzah. He did akir and hanacha. The question that the Gemara addresses right now is why is the hand of the person standing in Rishus Hayachid enough for the ani to be chayiv? A hand is not 4 tefachim. And in order for a person to be chayav hanacha, he has to place an object on an area that's larger than 4 by 4 tefachim. The Gemara makes 7 attempts to explain this, and the Gemara in the Maskana, the last shot, 7th shot is, and that's what we go with. This Rabbi explains that a hand of a person is considered 4 tefachim. You're right; it's not physically 4, but it says if it's 4 tefachim, it's like 4. But before we get to that answer, let's go through the different answers. Answer number 1 is that it goes according to Rabbi Akiva, who holds that you don't need 4 tefachim. As Rabbi Akiva holds in a case where a person throws an object from a Rishus Hayachid, a private domain, to another private domain, but it travels over a public domain. So Rabbi Akiva is chayav for Eitzah. It's as if it landed in the public domain. How could it land in the public domain? It traveled right over. The answer is because he holds of a concept called Skuta Tenishun Kadami. We consider it as if it landed in the Rishus Rabbi. In slow motion, as it's passing over Rishus Rabbi, it landed for a millisecond in Rishus Rabbi, and then it continued traveling to Rishus Rabbi. And therefore, he's Gemara pushes that logic off. He says that you see from Rabbi Akiva that he only holds Shkuta Mishun Chadamia when it comes to landing, but not taking off. Because if you would be chayiv for taking off also, Rabbi Akiva should say, you should be chayiv twice. Once for taking off in Rishus Hayachid and landing in Rishus Rabbi, and then again, it must take off from Rishus Rabbi in order to continue to Rishus Hayachid and be chayiv again. You see, people hold that for landing you don't need 4 tefachim, but for taking off you do need 4 tefachim. Therefore, Rabbi Akiva does not fit into our mission. As the Gemara is describing this concept of Rabbi Akiva, the Gemara brings Rabbi. At the beginning had a suffix, what the machlokes was, and at the end says this part. But just to point out, the Rabbi brings something called a question. We learn Zrika from Moshe. In other words, in the Midbar, the Levim would pass beams from one wagon to another wagon, which is one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid, because these wagons had walls that were 10 tefachim high, and the wagons were larger than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. But as they were passing the beams from one wagon to the other, they were going across a Rishus Rabbi. In between them was a Rishus Rabbi. So therefore, it's usher to pass an object from one Rishus Hayachid to another Rishus Hayachid if you're going above the Rishus Rabbi. And the question is, do we learn throwing from passing? The Rabbi went through that question, but at the end he decided to repeat a hold. The low 10 tefachim, he said, the Gemara makes another attempt. Perhaps it goes according to the Shita, our Mishnah, that says that if placing an object in somebody's hand, that's considered 4 tefachim. Why? Because it goes like Rabbi. Rabbi holds that if you throw an object in Rishus Rabbi and it lands on a branch, even if the branch is very small, you're chayav. The Gemara says, well, don't prove anything from that case, because the branch is actually 4 tefachim. Why? Even though you're looking at it and it's less than 4 tefachim. Because the trunk of the tree is more than 4 tefachim, and the branch is attached to the trunk, so it's as if the branch is 4 tefachim. So perhaps there's another Rebbe. Rebbe says in a case where a person throws an object from one Rishus Rabbi to another Rishus Rabbi, like you see in the picture, from one highway to another highway, traveling over a private domain. Rebbe holds the concept of as it's traveling over the private domain, it landed in the private domain, halachically. But he adds another. He says, you are in fact chayav twice. It travels from Rosh Hashanah and passes over Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. And then there's halacha as if it took off again from Rosh Hashanah and landed again in Rosh Hashanah. So what happened was you had a hachnasa from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Then you had a hayitzah from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah. Therefore you're chayav twice. And the Gemara pushes this attempt as well. It says, only in that case does Rabbi say you're chayav because in Rosh Hashanah we're talking about Rosh Hashanah. It has a ceiling. And if you have a ceiling, it's as if the whole Rosh Hashanah was full to the top. And therefore, it landed somewhere, anywhere it lands, it has 4 fucking to land. But you can't say the same logic in Rosh Hashanah because Rosh Hashanah should not have a ceiling. Because in the desert, they didn't have a ceiling when they were doing the Mishnah. So every Rosh Hashanah does not have a ceiling. And therefore, it doesn't fit into our Mishnah. And for the rest of the attempts of how to explain a person's hand that doesn't have 4 tefachim, how does it work? That we'll see Be'ez Hashem on Daf Hey. Have a wonderful day.
Right in front of each other. Hermaphrodites, one of the funniest things ever was that night in Bethesda. Yeah, because while they came in, guys, if I'm dying this any other way, I was so ashamed of myself. But there was nothing I could do. It was done. I was holding these
Shabbos Daf Hey. Yes, you heard right. We are holding today in Daf Zayin, but I'd like to go back to Daf Hey. One of the biggest concepts that we have in Daf Yomi is, if you miss a daf, don't try to make it up. Jump ahead and do the daf. Try to doing. You fall behind the few daf, and it might happen in our situation today with Corona. You might not be a regular cheer. Don't give up. Just start where everybody else is. Write it down, and when you have the opportunity, come back and do the daf. So Daf Hey, the Gemara is discussing the concept of yad. The Mishnah, where there's a poor person in Shirab who brings an item into Rosh Hashanah and then places it in the hand of the Balabais, the person standing in the Shirab. Then Akira and then Hana. Why is he chayav? The hand of the Balabais is not 4 tefachim or 4 tefachim. And the Gemara makes many attempts until it finally comes to conclusion. The Gemara's first attempt on that page, we have Allah to take a ball and you throw it to the catcher, and he catches it in his mitt. You are chayav because you did the akira by throwing it, and the hanacha, the catching of the catcher, that's your hanacha. You see from here that even though the mitt is less than 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim, you are chayav. Says Gemara, you're right. That's a great raya for hanacha. But where does it say that the akira, if you pick up an item from the Balabais' hand and you bring it into Sarabim, you're also chayav? It doesn't say anywhere that the akira could be from a place that's less than 4 by 4. In addition, how do you know that the catcher's mitt is not 4 by 4? So Rabbi Abba has another attempt. Perhaps we're talking about basket. When you put the item in the Balabais' hand, it's referring to a basket, and you have to read it as basket, not hand. Well, that would be very difficult. Because if Yossi Bergida says if a person has a basketball hoop in Rosh Hashanah, and he has a basket on top, and you throw a ball into the basket, it's as if you threw it into Rosh Hashanah. You see a basket to Rosh by itself. The Gemara has another attempt. Perhaps this hand that the Mishnah is referring to is referring to a hand that's really close to the ground. It's within 3 tefachim of the ground, and then you can invoke the concept of love of your hand is like by the ground. And the ground is obviously 4 tefachim. The issue with that is, but it says the Mishnah that he's standing up. How does his hand reach the floor? Well, perhaps he's leaning over. Perhaps he's in a pit, and his hand is by the surface of the pit. Maybe we're talking about a dwarf. Says Rabbi, that doesn't make sense. The Mishnah is talking about all these interesting cases. Therefore, Rabbi comes up with a final question. A person's hand is considered halachically 4 by 4. So going back to that case that we said, a guy throws a ball into a catcher's mitt, he's chayav. If the catcher gets up and moves towards the pitcher, then the pitcher is palter because it's shnayim shasu. All the pitcher did was the akira, but the hanacha is not where he wanted it to land. Somebody else got involved there and made a different hanacha, and therefore we both did this malacha and they both did their eyes. Ask the unbelievable question. What happens, and I saw a video of this being done actually, if a person takes a ball and throws it, let's say tosses a football, and he runs really quickly and catches his own throw. In a way, he's acting like two different individuals, and perhaps he should be punished. Or maybe no. He is creating two different malachas into one person, and therefore he should be chayav. The Gemara actually remains in faith. If a person puts his hand in his friend's backyard and grabs water, and then you put it back, he's chayav. And the chiddush is that water that's laying on top of water is still considered as if it's laying there, because all water is one. But if you have, let's say, a floating walnut, that's not part of the water, and that's not a hanafa, that's not its resting place, and therefore you're not chayav. A person who received rain as it was raining in his hand, that's not considered as if he did an akira, because what's the difference if his friend put the item in his hand and we said that's not considered an akira? Or it came from the sky, that's not considered an akira. What if he pushes the water with his hand? That's also not considered an akira because it didn't come from a 4x4 place. Now if, let's say there's a roof on a slant, so it sort of slows down the descent, but that's not considered a stopping. Whereas if it's an item like a Megillah that will roll down the roof and it came to a stop, that's considered as if it's not. But water that continues to move, that's not its resting place. The Gemara says, what about a walnut inside a small little boat, a kli, a vessel that's on the water? Do we view the walnut as if it's in its resting place in the vessel? Or perhaps because the vessel is still on the water and it's moving, they are both not considered in their resting place, and the Gemara remains in the case. If you have oil that floats on top of wine, and somebody who's coming, full yayin, who went to the mikvah, but he's waiting for the evening, and we're discussing food, touches the oil, as if he touched the bottom wine as well, so it's liquid that's above liquid. Or perhaps we view each liquid as an individual entity. The oil is by itself, and the wine is by itself. So according to Rabbi and the Rui, they're both connected, and if you touch one, you touch them both, and both are coming. And according to the Tanakama, no, they are not connected. If somebody has food on him, like on a knapsack, and he keeps on going back and forth, he's not chayav until he makes a short stop. One kind of stop, it has to be a stop that he stops to rest. But if it's stopped just to readjust the load, that's not considered a stop. That's not considered a stop. And the reverse is true. You can use that same logic, but there's another one. A person is chayav if he walks into surrounding 4 hours. What happens if he's walking 2 hours and he stops to readjust his load? Since it's not considered a real stop, so then when he continues and he gets to 4 hours, he'll be chayav. Because what happened was he walked 4 complete hours. The fact that he stopped in the middle is not considered a stop. But if he stopped to rest, then he's not chayav for walking Daled Amos in Jerusalem because he didn't do it in one shot. The stop was a real stop. And the same thing Rabbi says in the name of Gershon, that the person lifts up a chayfer, he lifts up an item, and his intent was to put it somewhere in his hand. And then he walked outside, then he never did an akira, because in order to be over an akira, in itself, you have to have intent to lift it up in order to take it outside. But over here, his intent was to lift it up and put it on the shelf. Therefore, he's not chayav. Have a wonderful, safe day.
And I go, so you fucking kidding me? Felipe, you know me. It was one of the top 10 cocaines I ever bought on the road in 30 years. That's how good that Nazi coke was. It was yellow as fuck. That Nazi coke at 4 in the morning, that shit took me to
Shabbos Davo. Yomar brings an interesting case. A person who walks with an object from Rishus HaYachid to the Rishus Rabbin, but he travels through a Carmelis. Carmelis is not a Deraisa, it's a Rishus Midrabanan. It's not a Rishus HaYachid and not a Rishus Rabbin. The question is, do we view this person as if he made a stopover in Carmelis, and he wouldn't be chayav at all because in order to be chayav you have to go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus Rabbin? Or perhaps we don't view his walking by the Carmelis as a stopover, we ignore it completely. According to Ben Azai, he's potter, and according to Chachamim, he's chayav. Now it's very easy to understand Ben Azai. Ben Azai holds the Mahalech Toimid. A person who's walking, it's as if he's standing still. every time he puts his foot down on the ground for a millisecond, that millisecond he's in a standing position. Therefore, this person is spotted because he walked from Rishus HaYachid, stopped completely in the Carmelis, and then continued on his journey to Rishus Rabbi. Since he stopped in the Carmelis, that causes him to be spotted. The Gemara says we need to understand Chacham. Where do Chacham see that if a person makes a stopover, even though Chacham hold Mahalach Lav Koyman, it's not considered as if he stood still. Where else do we see in Shas that if a person walks through a Carmelis that he's chayav? The Gemara makes 2 attempts before its final 3rd attempt to resolve it. Perhaps it's as if a person walked more than 4 hours with an object in his hand. Now, a person is not chayav until he places the object down and just around. A person walked 4 hours and then continues walking. He's not chayav until he places it down. So all the long that he's walking until he places it down, he was putter. So you see that even though he walked to a place that he was putter, he's chayav at the end. So that's not a good right. Because had he chosen to put the object down at any given time, at that moment he would be chayav. Whereas if he's walking through a Carmelis and he decides to place it down in the Carmelis, at that point he would be putter. No comparison. Okay, so we have another case. What if a person walked exactly 4 hours? If he decided to place the object down at Amma number 2 or 3, etc., he would be putter completely. Because in order to be chayav, you have to walk 4 hours. So here's a case where a person walked through a place that he is putter. Nevertheless, he's chayav at the end. So that's not a good example. Because other people that would place their objects in Amma number 2 and 3, etc., would be chayav. Because for them, that is more than 4 hours. Only this individual is putter. So the actual place is a makom chiyuv for the whole entire world besides this person. Not a good example. But what is a good example is if a person walks through Sidei Rishus Rabbi. For example, if a person's fence falls down into Rishus Rabbi, if Rishus HaYachid fence falls into Rishus Rabbi, he is chayav as if he went from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus Rabbi. Now, that fence that's in Rishus Rabbi is considered a Carmelis. I'm looking through exactly how it shows. So here you have a case where a person walked from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus Rabbi, and is chayav even though he passed by the Carmelis, and that's where Chachamim got their halacha. The Gemara brings a very long brayso and goes through every single step of the brayso and takes about 4 daf to explain this brayso completely. We're going to go through it step by step. Very simple brayso describing the 4 rishuyos, the 4 domains. This is Rishus HaYachid, the private domain, Rishus Rabbi, the public domain, a Carmelis, which doesn't have the different categories and statuses of Rishus HaYachid and Rishus Rabbi. And then you have makom chiyuv. It's completely putter. You can put an object in there, take it out, and you're not chayav. Rishus HaYachid is any place that's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim wide, with mechitzos, with walls that are 10 tefachim high, even if it's underground, in the ground, even if it's on top of a wall. Rishus Rabbi is a place that's 16 amas wide, and it's a highway, or it's a large marketplace where people do their business. There's a lot of people, and it's 16 amas wide. Now, if a person goes from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus Rabbi, by accident, he's chayav a chadis. You go by Mezid, you chayav charis, and if there's Eidim and Asra, you chayav shkila. Why does the Christ have to tell us that the charis, you chayav yisrael? It's in the pasuk that we do a malacha on Shabbos, you chayav charis, you chayav shkila. The answer is because Rabbi Yochanan says that one who commits 39 of his malachos is chayav 39 chatas. You can't be chayav more, even if you told us. You can be chayav up to 39, but you're chayav 39. There's a Megillah start. There's a Megillah. In those days, they didn't write down the Torah Shabbat. If somebody had this very Chodesh Dika Shita, he was a Das Yachid, he was the only person that said so. In order not to forget his Shita, they would write it down in a Megillah and they would put it away. They found the Megillah starting with Isi ben Ruda that says, he's one out of the 39 malachas that do not chayav skila. So, Rabbi is going to tell us, guess what? That one is not the malacha of itself. So you are chayav skila and chayav. And that's why the Rabbi tells us to be chayav skila. If there are multiple yards, hatzeros, that belong to different people, communal yards, or a mavoi she'enim mefulah, meaning streets that are not cut off, they go through and through. If they made, streets that are enim mefulah, mefulah means they go through and through. Enim mefulah means that it's a dead end. So you can make an Eruv there. If you make an Eruv, it's mutter to carry. If you don't make an Eruv, it's us to carry. If somebody stands on the skufa, skufa is a threshold. It's a mokum tour. He can take an object from Rosh Hashanah, or he can take an object from Rosh Hashanah to the skufa, but he cannot be the middleman. He can't take an object from Rosh Hashanah and place it in Rosh Hashanah and vice versa. If he does, if three people do so, they are all potter, but it's possible. Acherim say that the skufa, this threshold, it depends. If the door to the house is open, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the house is closed, then it acts as a Rosh Hashanah. If there's a house on either side, a person owns a house on either side of Rosh Hashanah, and he wants to make the Rosh Hashanah his own private domain, could he do so? According to Rabbi, he could. He simply puts a beam from side to side on both sides of the houses, so the area between the two houses is considered Rosh Hashanah. Or he puts a lechi, a standing beam, a vertical beam, on each side of his house, the corner of one house, two corners, they act as walls. I'm saying you can't take a public domain and make it into a private domain. That's impossible. What's the condition? Why does the Rabbi use a lashon that just a yachid gemura? What's this lashon? Gemura says the Gemara, come home. Even if a person throws an object from his rabbi into this area that a person put a lechi in a chayra, he's not chayav from going to even the chumrah we don't say so. The lashon of if there's a highway or a public plaza, this is a Rosh Hashanah. Why does the Rabbi use such a strong lashon? To exclude a case of the union. The union is an L-shaped wall that's an amma by an amma. You put four of these L-shaped walls in the middle of the Rosh Hashanah, and you have a well in the middle. And they act as a Rosh Hashanah. People could bring their pails and draw water and give water to their animals when they're early red. Even if people are walking through it, there's a lot of Rabbi going through it, it's still considered a Rishus Hayach. In the time of Matan Torah, when Klal was in the Midbar, the desert is considered a Rishus Rabbi. But nowadays, it's not considered a Rishus Rabbi. It's a wonderful day.
I still talk. I talked to Don. Yeah, good weed too, though. Yeah, he has tremendous weed. Good weed. I talked to Don Sleazy 3 days ago. I talked to him about every 3 weeks about the wolf, or the lab, the wolf is selling.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We're continuing with the brisa that describes the four domains, the four rishuyos, Rosh Hashanah, Rosh Hashanah, Carmelis, and Mokum. While describing a Carmelis, the brisa brings an example of a bika. Bika is a valley, a large field. So we're saying that a bika is a Carmelis, but on the other hand, the Mishnah tells us that a bika is considered Rosh Hashanah 3 out of 4 times. And the other time it's considered Rosh Hashanah. In other words, in the summer, we consider Rosh Hashanah if somebody carries from a bika, which is around the. And in the winter, if somebody carries from the Tzchayim. And when it comes to Tumah, a bika is considered Rosh Hashanah, but in the summer, it's considered Rosh Hashanah. What does that mean? Tumah has a special halacha that if you have a suffix Tumah, you have a doubt whether this thing is coming, you are coming, you look at where you are. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are tahar. If you're Rosh Hashanah, you are coming. And why is that? Because we learn from a Saita. Saita, a woman who's secluded with another man, there are no other people there. So if it's in Rosh Hashanah, there are people, and therefore you are tahar. So in this case, only in this case, in the summer, there are some people that go off the beach path and they go into the field, and therefore it's not considered Rosh Hashanah. For Tumah, it's rather considered Rosh Hashanah. The question remains though, we're calling this bika Rosh Hashanah, sometimes it's Rosh Hashanah, but never do we call a bika a Carmelis. But why does the Brisa call a bika Carmelis? The Gemara brings 2 answers. Ula says, in fact, it is a Carmelis. Just regarding Tumah, there's Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah. And that's why we call it Rosh Hashanah versus Rosh Hashanah. But halachically, it's actually a Carmelis. Rav Ashi doesn't like that answer because it says specifically it's Rosh Hashanah. It says Rav Ashi because we're discussing a specific case of a very large field that's enclosed with a fence. And that creates Rosh Hashanah, the Iraisa. However, in the Rabbanan, you're not allowed to walk in that Rosh Hashanah 4 hours because it's very similar to a Rosh Hashanah. While describing this Carmelis, there's 3 cases plus a Carmelis. In other words, the Brisa says, Yam, sea, a bika, a valley, istavanis, benches, big Carmelis, but we are describing Carmelis. So what is this extra word that Carmelis come to tell us? A special case of Keren Zavas Rosh Hashanah. there are houses lined up on the Rosh Hashanah, and one of the houses is set back. Now, people could actually go from the Rosh Hashanah into that setback, but they don't. They don't like using that. Therefore, that area is not considered Rosh Hashanah, but rather it's considered a Carmelis. The evidence says, in those days, in the middle of the highway, they would have a pillar, and people would hang their goods on it to sell. Says Rabbi, the area of these amudim, these pillars, is considered a Carmelis. It's difficult to maneuver between them. You could, but you don't. Says Rabbi Yehuda, the benches that are in front of these pillars, they are considered Carmelis, meaning that the beams are not a Carmelis, because you could maneuver if you want to, but you cannot drive over a bench. But the other who says that the pillars are Carmelis, certainly he would agree that the benches are Carmelis. The Gemara discusses the case where a person takes a sticky object, like a wet fig, or silly putty, whatever it is, and he throws it 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah, and it lands on a wall. He is chayiv because he transferred an object 4 amas. Now, if it lands on top of the wall, on top of the smoking food, you have like a stone in the middle of Rosh Hashanah. How do we view any object in the middle of Rosh Hashanah? Could it cancel the Rosh Hashanah? Says the Gemara, if the stone is 3 tvachim by 3 tvachim, and 3 tvachim high, then it becomes a makom tur. And if fig lands on top of this object, the stone, then he's puzzled. If it lands on the side of the object, of the stone, then it's chayiv, because it's considered as if it landed in Rosh Hashanah. Whereas if it landed on top, it landed in a makom tur, and he's puzzled. Now, what about thorns that are less than 3 tvachim? People don't like to step on thorns. Does it cancel out Rosh Hashanah? It's machlokes in the Gemara. What about waste? No one wants to step on dog waste. So the Gemara is considered by most as a makom tur. However, Rav Ashi says you can't start canceling out Rosh Hashanah when you feel like it. Say this item is cancels it, this doesn't, and therefore he says anything that's less than 3 tvachim high is bottled to the Rosh Hashanah, is part of Rosh Hashanah, and it doesn't cancel, doesn't become a makom tur. The Gemara says when Chachamim invented the concept called Carmelis, they took the best halacha from Rosh Hashanah and the most kula halacha from Rosh Hashanah, and they brought in the Carmelis. And they said, just like in Rosh Hashanah, there's a special halacha that in order to be Rosh Hashanah, you have to be at least 4 tvachim. So too, a Carmelis must be at least 4 tvachim. Anything less than 4 tvachim is still considered a makom tur. And just like in Rosh Hashanah, it only extends in Rosh Hashanah up to 10 tvachim. Anything above 10 tvachim is a makom tur. So too in a Carmelis, anything above 10 tvachim is a makom tur. However, Rosh Hashanah, you know, can extend all the way to the sky. You have a giant pole. At the top of that pole, it could be 100 tvachim. It will still be considered Rosh Hashanah. The Gemara brings an interesting case. A person has a house. Some might call it a dog house. Very short, only 3 feet tall, let's say, less than 10 tvachim. But the exterior walls actually are 10 tvachim because if you count the roof and everything, you have 10 tvachim. Inside that house, everything is a Carmelis. Above the house, it's all Rosh Hashanah because you have 4 by 4 tvachim, and you have lower walls, and you use a concept called good asik mechitzah. The walls on the side extend halachically upwards and create a wall that is 10 tvachim tall. Now, what happened if that person decided he would like to use the house, and he'd like to dig down into the ground and create more than 10 tvachim height in the center of the house? But the side of the house, the side of the room, is less than 10 tvachim. Says the Gemara, the entire house turns into Rosh Hashanah because of the concept called Chayrei Rosh Hashanah. The holes in Rosh Hashanah are like Rosh Hashanah. The shelves that are in the walls of Rosh Hashanah have a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. So anything that's less than 10 tvachim is considered a shelf, and therefore has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. What about shelves in Rosh Hashanah? You build a wall to separate Rosh Hashanah and Rosh Hashanah, and there's a shelf in the wall. So what halacha does that have? According to Abaya, it's considered a Rosh Hashanah. Why? Because people benefit from it. They like to use that shelf. According to Rava, it's not like Rosh Hashanah. And Rava asks Abaya, didn't we just say before that Rosh Hashanah, when there's a setback to a house that's considered a Carmelis and not a Rosh Hashanah? Says Abaya, in that case, no one likes to use that setback. But shelves, everybody wants to use a shelf, and therefore it has a halacha of Rosh Hashanah. Now, going back to that case where somebody threw a sticky object on a wall, we're talking about a case where there's no hole in the wall. Because if there's holes in the wall, then even if you threw it above 10 tefachim, it should be considered Rosh Hashanah. And if you might tell me, well, it's not considered Rosh Hashanah because it doesn't have 4x4 at that hole. Well, there's a concept called Chagit. When we go according to Rabbi, the mayor says that anytime you have a hole that's less than 4x4, I halachically carve out a 4x4 area. Have a wonderful day.
You knew everybody there, man. Because I remember that one night when I stood up for 5 days over there, I called you up and said, you know anybody? And you could call up some guy named Jenkins. I'm not Jenkins, some other guy, man, some real comedian. And then I think I looked up that guy talking about that had all the drugs. And there was some little Mexican dude. Real nice guy, man. But gangster dealer.
Shabbos Davches, Achim Echol Beis Yisrael. We're in very trying times. There are many of us that are in quarantine or self-imposed quarantine. I want to give you chizuk. Have bitachon, learn a little bit more, dive in a little bit stronger. In retrospect, let's think, why is this happening and what can we do to become better? If you are in quarantine and looking for a shir, we are still live streaming 7:15 a.m. from Israel, and then it goes to YouTube, WhatsApp, all that, or at any time, and on our app at 8mindaf.com. The Gemara says an amazing concept. If you take an entire Rishus, take a Rishus HaYosef and transfer it into Rishus Rabbi, how do you do so? You need an object that's 4x4 tefachim by 10 tefachim high. The best example would be if I take a basket, a converse. Now, a basket is typically round, and this Rishus is 4x4 square. How do I get a 4x4 square into a round basket? Well, the Gemara is very simple math. If I have a 1x1 square, the diagonal is 1.4 according to Gemara math. Very simple math. So if I have a 4x4 square, the diagonal is 5.6. In order to get a 4x4 square into a circle, I need a diameter of 5.6, which is the diagonal of my square. So my basket needs to be 5.6, or Rabbi says, let's make it 6 tefachim to be certain that you have the right sheet. If I have a 6 tefachim basket by 10 tefachim, now my basket is in Rishus HaYosef. Says Rabbi, I don't need 6 tefachim. Because once you have a basket that's 10 tefachim, automatically it's more than 10 tefachim. Because you have something called kruyas. You have these little pieces of unwoven straw or whatever that sticks on the top. And it goes above my 10 tefachim to Makom Ptur. And once it's in the Makom Ptur, then my whole basket is considered in the Makom Ptur. And I am. What if I take a basket that's 7.5 tefachim, flip it over, and bring it within 2.9 tefachim of the ground? Now I could say lava. Anything within 3 tefachim extends my mechitzos, extends the walls in my basket all the way down, and now my basket is slightly above 10 tefachim. Once it's above 10 tefachim, once again it's in the Makom Ptur, and I am. But let's say the basket was exactly 7 tefachim. I have to go a little bit less than 3 tefachim in order to get lava. Now my basket is slightly less than 10 tefachim, and it doesn't work. Rav Ashi says, even if I flip my basket over, I can't extend my mechitzos anymore. Why? Because a basket is not meant to be flipped over. The usage of a basket is when it's flipped upright and I can store things in it. Therefore, there's no lava. Now, what if this basket that's upright is 2.5 tefachim away from the ground? I still don't say lava to extend the walls because there aren't any walls that are visible. All I see is a flat bottom. The other is, if I take an object and I throw it 4 amos from Rishus Rabbi, I'm chayiv if it lands in the Rishus Rabbi. What if I have a little bump in the road that's less than 3 tefachim? That's all part of the Rishus Rabbi. There's less than 3 tefachim, people step up. What if it's 4, 5, 6, up to 9 tefachim? That's a Makom Ptur, because people don't step on it and people don't use it for anything. But anything above 9 tefachim, people use to readjust their load, and therefore it becomes part of Rishus Rabbi. What if I have a hole in the ground that's exactly 9 tefachim? According to Rabbi, just like I say, a being that's 9 tefachim is considered part of Rishus Rabbi. So to a hole in the ground is considered part of Rishus Rabbi. Rabbi says no. A hole in the ground is hardly used. It's very difficult to use, and therefore it's not considered part of Rishus Rabbi. And I'll prove it to you. There's a mission that says later on in that book, that if there's a stream of water that goes through the Rishus Rabbi, and somebody throws an object into that stream of water, and that stream of water is less than 10 tefachim, it's considered as if I threw it into the Rishus Rabbi. Because people walk through it. The question is, why does the Mishnah repeat itself twice? Well, the first part I explained easily. The part that talks about the water because some people use it in the summer to cool themselves off. And I think in the winter it's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. That's why it repeats itself the second time. It said that even in the winter, when people do go into the water to clean themselves off, perhaps in the summer they don't. And therefore it says, but why does it say Rosh Hashanah? It says, Rabbi, I'll tell you. It tells the concept that when you walk, when people don't really like to walk through the water, it's still considered walking, it's still considered Rosh Hashanah. But usage idea, but use on the ground, that's not considered part of Rosh Hashanah. That was the Gemara brings the concept of Eruv. We know Eruv Tchumim. If I want to walk 2,000 amas outside of the city limit, I place a meal consisting of a bread and an egg, and I say, okay, that's where I am residing on Shabbos, even though I'm not there. So I walk towards my bread 2,000 amas, and from the bread I get another 2,000 amas. Says the Rabbi, so what happens if a person puts that meal in a pit? Now we must say the pit is less than 10 tefachim, because if it's more than 10 tefachim, then it's Rosh Hashanah. And he, in his mind, thought he's going to reside in Rosh Hashanah. So his meal is not where he's residing. Therefore, it's less than 10 tefachim. But it's a question of Rabbi, because you see, to use a pit, people use holes in the ground. It's considered hard usage, yet it's part of Rosh Hashanah. Says Rabbi, no, we're not talking about Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a karmos. The reason why it says Rosh Hashanah can exclude Rosh Hashanah because in Eruvin you either have Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah. But he happens to be in the time. Another very interesting character the Gemara says is that in fact the man himself is in Rosh Hashanah. His Eruv is in a karmos. When you ask if it's in two different domains, then he can't really use it. The answer is yes, because since a karmos is only is the Rabbanan. It's considered a shvus. A shvus is a Isur Rabbanan. Isur Rabbanan doesn't apply during Ben Hashmashis. And since during Ben Hashmashis he had his Eruv in place, so that wasn't an Isur for him to go fetch it. So he was considered as if he resided in the Karmos. What happens if you have an object? Let's take an object, and it's in Rosh Hashanah. And he takes it and he goes like this, and he flips it over. Now, if you see this point is stationary. It never moves when he flips it. The Gemara says he was never over on an akira. He never lifted it up. And in fact, he took the object and he rolled it in Rosh Hashanah. Then he's high. If he dragged it in Rosh Hashanah, he's high. Because he moved the entire object while he's dragging it. When he rolled it also, the entire object moved. Whereas if he just lifted it up on its point, it never moved. When the Brisa discusses in his skufa, the threshold, Brisa says, the Brisa is discussing a threshold that's a makam. It's less than 4 tefachim wide. And therefore, if somebody's standing on the skufa, he can reach into a Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone, or he can reach to the Rosh Hashanah and grab something from someone. But he cannot act as the middleman and bring something from the Rosh Hashanah all the way into Rosh Hashanah. The Gemara asks, what's the difference? Rabbi says if somebody carries something above his head in Rosh Hashanah, and above his head is above 10 tefachim, and above 10 tefachim is a makam tur. Yet this person, if he travels 4 hours and he places it down, he's tired. The answer is because he never rested, he never stopped. But when a person takes an object and places it on in his skufa, he stops in a makam tur. Then he goes from the skufa to Rosh Hashanah or vice versa. So he made that stop, and therefore he's not chayiv for going directly to Rabbi, stay safe, be healthy, and have a wonderful day.
He scared me. That shit scared me. I can't handle that now. Where was he 20 years ago? I would have moved it. Yeah. I would have just fucking stayed. There was fucking broads. There was fucking drinking. There was a bartender. It was like 1988. So we walked on the rooftop. $12 to get in, or you can drink from 3 to fucking 7. It was the same thing. People all over the place.
Shabbos Daf Test. Please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can watch the full 45-minute shir. The end of the Brisa tells us, Acherim Oimrim. Acherim is usually Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir says that in the skufa can serve as a Rosh Hashanah and as a Rosh Hashanah, depending if the door to the Mavoi is open, then it's a Rosh Hashanah. If the door to the Mavoi is shut closed, then the skufa, the threshold, is part of the Rosh Hashanah. Now we need to understand, what are we dealing with over here? What kind of skufa? We learned the concept of Kaira and Lechi, that is, you have either a vertical beam or a horizontal beam on top that make a distinction and tell us this is the end of the Mavoi, from here on out is Rosh Hashanah. Be careful. If this Lechi, standing up, is on the inner part of the skufa closer to the Rosh Hashanah, how can you use these skufa, even if the door is open? And then you're going to tell me that the skufa is less than 4 tefachim, and therefore I can use the walls of the actual Mavoi as a sign, as a lechi. That's not true. In order to use the rest of the skufa, the Rabbi says I need an additional lechi on the outside of the skufa. So being that usually the lechi is on the inside, what are we dealing with? Says Rabbi, I'll tell you what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a kaira, not a lechi. There's actually a horizontal beam on top of the door. Now, that beam is only a second floor. If the door to the Mavi is open, then it serves the entire Mavi, and we could view this beam as 4 tefachim. Once we view the beam as 4 tefachim, there's a new concept called Tikra Yared B'Saisa. The actual roof comes downwards. The edge of that board, we view it as coming down and creating a new mechitza. And therefore, I can use the skufa that's underneath that terrace. Rashi says, we're not talking about a mother, we're talking about a house. The threshold to home. And on top of the threshold, there are 2 beams that are distant from each other, less than 3 tefachim. Less than 3 tefachim always tells me I can use lava to combine the 2. The 2 of those beams combined, the red and the blue, are 4 tefachim. Once I have 4 tefachim, I can use the concept of and therefore I can use the entire skufa because I have an outer wall and the inner walls, and now the skufa is completely surrounded by walls. There's one trick. There's a door situated in between the 2 pillars. When that door is closed, it causes separation between the pillars where I cannot use lava. And if I can't use lava, then the pillar is less than 4 tefachim, and if it's less than 4 tefachim, I can't see the session. Once I swing the door open, the 2 pillars combine with each other, there are 4 tefachim. That's what Rabbi says. Sometimes I use the kaira, I use the skufa as a Rosh Hashanah, and I can use it. And sometimes it's like the Rabbi, and I cannot use the skufa. We're going into a new sugya. The final brisa though says one other. That if the skufa is 4 by 4 tefachim, 10 tefachim high, it's its own rishus. Like Rabbi said, that even if you put a Rosh Hashanah within a Rosh Hashanah, you create a beam in Rosh Hashanah, you cannot use it to readjust your load, because you might come to readjust your load in the Rosh Hashanah and forget. Says the Mishnah, we're going now to the Tesla base, brand new Mishnah, brand new Sukkah. We're not even dealing with Shabbos. We're talking about a weekday. What things are you not permitted to do before you daven mincha? The Mishnah is referring to mincha gedolah. That is a half an hour after midday. Let's call it 12:30. We're talking about choice manuals. So divide the day into 12 perfect hours, not hours. You're not allowed to get a haircut. What kind of haircut, according to one shop? A very extensive haircut. The haircut of the Kohen Gadol, which means the bottom of one hair touches the top of another. It takes many hours, so you might forget that. You're not allowed to go into the bathhouse. We're talking about a very long bath with the schwitz and the sauna and all the good stuff. You're not allowed to have a big meal, like a wedding. You're not allowed to go into your factory of bursiki where you can't hide, or something similar to that, because you might come to forget about mincha. And you're not allowed to start it entire. Now, before mincha kana, which is 6.5 hours into the day, Shulchan Levi says, even for one, you're not allowed to taste anything. If you start the meal, you must stop immediately. Now, another pshat the Gemara brings is a Rabbi. We're not talking about big meals. We're talking about a regular meal. We're talking about a regular bath, a regular meal. But each thing has a practice. A regular haircut will worry with concerns that in the middle of your haircut, the barber's scissors will break, and therefore you'll forget to daven mincha. You won't be able to daven. When it comes to the bathhouse, perhaps you'll faint. You'll forget to daven mincha. When it comes to the bursity, you'll find out that you had such a loss that you'll be too sorry, you'll be too pain to daven mincha. And when it comes to a small meal, you might get involved in the meal and bring more food, and then forget to daven mincha. When it comes to the Torah, perhaps you'll find some other reason, some other logic, and it will cause you to forget it. Once the Kriya Shema, since Kriya Shema is the Raisa, you have to stop right away. Shemona Esrei, you should accomplish and do the 2 things. Let's say eat your meal. And then Shemona Esrei, once you start, you don't have to stop. So what does it mean once you start? The Gemara says when it comes to a haircut, it means that you put the apron on. You don't even have to touch it. When it comes to a meal, it means you either wash your hands in Eretz Yisrael or you undid your belt in Bava. When it comes to the bathhouse, it means once you remove one article of clothing, the first article, then that means you started. When it comes to the Torah, it depends. If there were no other din Torahs that day, the Gemara on Daf Yud Amud Aleph says it means once the judges put on their cloak. But if they're already wearing their cloak, it means once the Bali din, they start saying their argument. Rabbi says in Bavel, where the minhag was to strap on a tight belt and undo it for the meal, it depends. If you hold that Meir was Rishus, it's not obligatory, then once you open your belt, we don't force you to daven Meir. But if it's obligatory, if it's obligatory, then we tell you you must daven Meir. Now, what's the difference between Meir and Mincha? Mincha, we said that once you open your belt, you don't have to daven Mincha. There's two answers in the Gemara. Either Mincha time is not a time to get drunk. People don't get drunk in the afternoon. Usually they get drunk at night. So at night, it's more of a concern you forget Meir. Or the shot is that a person doesn't have that much time to daven Mincha compared to Meir. It's only 5.5 hours. So a person is always concerned they'll forget, and therefore we are not concerned they'll forget. But by Meir, people procrastinate and say, wait, I have the whole night, and they'll come to forget, and therefore we tell them, daven right now, have a wonderful day.
Listen, you played at places that were legitimately, you played at some places that people want to try to tell me. Don't forget Bugsy that tore some wrongs. He's on Big Addicts, $150 Wednesday night. $150 to that.
Shabbos Daf Yud. How are you supposed to look and what are you supposed to wear when you daven? Says the Gemara, you claim the crest of the Yom Yisrael. When you daven to Hashem, wear the clothing that you wear in front of the king. In other words, if your belt is undone, make sure you tighten your belt. The Mishnah says you should not wear pajamas, don't wear boots. Maybe nowadays don't wear traps. Rabbi Bar Huna had special shoes that he wore for davening. Rabbi would take off his cloak, the one that made him important, so important in front of the Baruch. Took that off, and then he would clasp his hands as so, like a eved, like a slave in front of a master. Rav Kahana did both. Listen to this lashon of the Gemara. When there's pain in the world, and I myself can't remember a period of time where there was that much pain in so many countries, like today. 156 countries, from Iran, the United States, to Israel, all over the world is pain. So when there's pain in the world, Rabbi would remove his important cloth. Rav Kahana would remove his important cloth and he'd clasp his hand. But when he's shalom in the world, Rav Kahana would put on his cloak, put on his talus, and claim the crest of the Kodesh. Rabbi absorbed Rav Amnuna davening a very long davening. And he said, what are you doing? Torah is the most important. You should be learning Torah. It's brings you to the world to come. Tefillah is for this world. What are you davening for, says Rashi? And we're davening today. For health, for parnasa, for shalom. But that's only Chai Yishar, that's for this world. Rav Nun himself told you right, prayer is more important, but once you daven, matfil you continue davening. The Yiri was talking and learning with Rav Zera, and he was in a rush to get to davening, so Rav Zera pulled out a beautiful pasuk. It says in the pasuk, Meisur Osman Shmai Torah. You want to take your ear away from listening to Torah? What's going to happen? Then your tefillah ends up an abomination. It's no good. The Gemara now discusses the importance of being a dayan and doing a din Torah. Machlok is how much you should do every day. Rabbi and Rabasi, they would make noise on the door, telling people, come, do din Torah by us. In other words, the din Torah is more important than Torah itself. The Chizan and Rabbi, the Gemara says, they were doing din Torah all day long to the point where they became very weak. It says, repeat to them, you learn the wrong Shanda. It says that when Rabbeinu stood on Klal Yisrael, doesn't mean that he necessarily did Torah from day to night. What it means is the one who does it in Torah, it's that important as if he's a partner with HaKadosh Baruch Hu in Ma'aseh Bereshis, which over there it says those words in a Boiker Adar. Another sheet in the Gemara is that a dayan should do his Torah all the way to the 6th hour of the day, to midday. The Gemara uses a lashon that the dayanim, they are dealing with the Gura of Torah, whereas other people are drinking and getting drunk with wine. The Gemara tells us a list. The Ludim, the cannibals, they need to eat all the time, to the point where they eat huge. So they eat by sunrise, the first hour of the day. Listing the robbers who are up all night to take a quick nap, they need to eat in the second hour. Yorshim, the trust fund babies, They don't have to worry about parnasa. They eat in the third hour of the day. All other people eat on the fourth hour of the day. The fifth hour of the day is for the workers, and the sixth hour of the day, they push it all the way to the sixth hour. But if you eat after that, it's like throwing a stone into a barrel of wine. It looks like there's more wine, but there's no more wine. Unless, of course, you eat hashakos, you eat the morning meal, then even if you eat after the sixth hour, then the food will be beneficial. The bathhouses in those days had 3 rooms. You had the bath itself, where people stood there unclothed. You have the middle room, where people ran out to get dressed, so some people are dressed and some people aren't. And they have the front room, where most all the people are dressed. In the first room, you could say Kriya Shema and Shemana Esrei, you could say Shalom Aleichem to your friend, and you could even put on tefillin. In the second room, you could say Shalom Aleichem, but there's no Kriya Shema and tefillah. You don't have to remove your tefillin, but you're not allowed to put on tefillin. Third room, there's no Shalom Aleichem, there's no Kriya Shema, obviously. There's no Kriya Shema and tefillah, and you must remove your tefillin. Now, the reason why you can't say Shalom Aleichem is because Baruch Hu's name is Shalom, as the Pasuk says Hashem Shalom. But the word Ne'eman, faithful, that's not Hashem's name. Hashem is faithful, but that's not his name, so you're allowed to mention that in the Beis HaMikdash. If a person designated a bathhouse, it was never used as a bathhouse, you're allowed to daven inside the bathhouse. But if a person designates a bathroom without using it, that the Gemara had to suffer. Once you use the bathroom or the bathhouse, even if you clean it out completely, it's awesome to daven in both. The Gemara brings 4 different sayings from Rabbi Bar Machasi. If a person gives a present to his friend, he must notify him that he's about to give a present in order that the friend shouldn't be embarrassed. You see how the Baruch Hu gave a beautiful present. Because Baruch says, I have a beautiful present, Shabbos, and I want you, Moshe Rabbeinu, to tell him the Sechar of Shabbos. In other words, the Baruch Hu notified the recipients of the present what the present was. If you were to give a piece of bread to a child, make sure you notify his mother so that there's peace and harmony between people. How do you do so? Not recommended to do so today, but you paint his face with some glue, with some oil. If you're concerned about witchcraft, so then sprinkle his head with whatever item you gave him. You gave him some bread, sprinkle some crumbs on his head. The present that's eventually going to be known who gave it to you. Like when a Baruch Hu gave below Moshe Rabbeinu's forehead, he didn't tell Moshe Rabbeinu they gave it to him, but someone from Klal Yisrael actually went up to Moshe Rabbeinu and said, hey, your forehead is glowing. And Moshe Rabbeinu realized right away it was glowing. Shabbos, that the Sechar wasn't going to be known, so his Baruch had to notify Klal Yisrael. What Chizda said the Gemara had Matis Kuna had Israel Chaim Keva that a Chaim gets, and he said, I will give this, I'll distribute this to someone who will give me a Torah from Rabbi. Comes along Rabbi Machasi, and he said, I love what he just said. You give the present to your friend, get notified. Chizda, beautiful. Here it is. It says, Rabbi Machasi, you love these Torah? He says, of course. He says, Rabbi Machasi, you're like a person who wears this fine garment, only he enjoys it, only he likes it. You are so used to Rab's Torah, you love it. Who said this? Rab. So Chizda was very impressed. He said, really? That's what Rab said. I like the second saying of Rab more than the first one. I wish I had more madness to kahuna to do. Another saying that Rabbi Machasi said is, don't treat one son differently than the other. Don't give him more Yerusha. Don't give him more presents. Look what happened to Yosef and Tzaddik Yaakov. He gave him nothing, this little garment, and it ended up that he had to go to Mitzrayim and the whole Gulf. And one other halacha he said, if you're choosing a city, pick a newer city, because the time of a city accumulate. Look, his David says, let's run away, like it says, to Mitzvah, to Tzoyar, which is younger than Zdaim. Zdaim was 52 years old, and Tzoyar was 51, and the Prophet says, Imalta, no. One last thing, Zdaim sat in peace for 26 years, whereas it was on the turmoil for 26 years, had a wonderful day.
Every day I had to make off $50 somewhere. That would add it up for 30 days. You know, I needed to make $50 because my rent was $295 at the time. I put a garage, $5 a month to live in Browntown. But they took me to the referral house. A little one studio, bro, right next to a Salvadorian guy.
Shabbos Daf Yud Aleph. Yesterday we had 4 sayings from Rabbi Machasi, and today we have 5. The first one is, Always make sure that your shul is the tallest building in the city, because otherwise it causes the city to be destroyed. That does not include towers and forts which are not built for living. Rav Ashi was the Rosh Hashiva in Mechasi said, I saved the city from being destroyed because of the same. I never allowed anybody to build above the shul. The city was later destroyed, but for different reasons. If a person, says Rav Mechasi, has a choice to be a servant, he should go in the following order. First, he should serve a Yishmaeli. If that doesn't work out, go for a Roman. If that doesn't work out, go for a Chabar or a Parsi or Iranian. If that doesn't work out, only then serve a Talmid Chacham. Because if you upset a Talmid Chacham, the consequences can be disastrous. Worse than a Talmid Chacham is a Yasem Almana, a widow or an orphan who HaKadosh Baruch Hu is very close to and listens to their crying. Another saying, says Rabbi Mechasi, the worst disease is the disease of the intestines. The worst short-term pain is that of the heart. An ache, the worst one is the headache. And the worst thing that a person can have is a bad life. Rabbi says, and the Rishonim explain what this one means. Rabbi Mechasi says, if all the oceans were ink, and all the heavens were paper, and all the reeds and wood in the world were pens, and all the people were writers, they wouldn't be able to write down all that is going on in the king's heart, because he has so much to deal with that it's impossible to write down. And some are trying to explain it means that you should never judge a government because there's so much going on. You should die for the government, etc. Rabbi Mechasi says, if a person has a very bad dream, there's nothing like a good fast to get rid of that dream. Just like fire destroys linen, a fast destroys a bad dream. In fact, Gemara says you should fast immediately, don't push it off, even if that means the fast on Shabbos, which typically you're not allowed to do. Gemara tells us Yeshua went to visit Rashi, and they brought out in front of him the best veal possible, Igla Tilka, and he refused to eat it. He said, I'm fasting today. They said, well, you could always push off a fast. You mashlam it, do it on a different day. He said, not a Tainus Chalam. Tainus Chalam you have to do today, even if it means to fast on Shabbos. We had in the Mishnah, if a person started taking a haircut and went to the bathhouse or he started his meal, he doesn't have to stop to say Shemona Esrei for Mincha. But Kriya Shema he doesn't have to stop for. And then the Mishnah finishes off, so he doesn't have to stop for Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? We already said that one. Says the Gemara, we're talking about somebody who's learning Torah. You don't stop learning Torah to daven. And that is if you are a by your fight, or wrestling with somebody whose job it is to learn Torah, and he never stops learning, and he doesn't stop for davening Shemona Esrei. But he does have to stop for Kriya Shema, which is the Eraisa. The only time they don't stop for Kriya Shema is when they're debating whether or not to add another month to the year, a Hebrew Shema. The Mishnah says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin. Just like a writer should not walk out with a pen a half an hour before Shabbos, because he might come to forget that it's Shabbos, and he'll walk Daladam, so he'll bring his pen or his pen from the Shayach to the Shayach. There's a Mishnah in Eruvin that says that a person should not stand in one domain and drink from another domain from a cup. He shouldn't stand in Shayach, lean over to Shayach and drink, or vice versa, because you might bring the cup back into the other Rishos, you'll be over and it's up. And then the Mishnah finishes off, the Chaim Big Gas, and the same halach applies to a wine press. Abaye learns that a wine press is a caramelist. In other words, we discussed already Rishos HaYachid and Rishos Rabbah, and now we're talking about a third Rishos, which is the Rishos Midrabanan, like a sea, a valley, a smaller street, not 16 hours. The Mishnah is telling us, don't stand in a caramelist and bend over in Rishos HaYachid, or vice versa, and drink. Rabbi says no. That would consist of Xera L'Xera, and we don't do Xera L'Xera. It's a double safeguard, meaning a caramelist is a safeguard that you might carry just around you. So that's one safeguard. Now I'm telling the person, don't carry something before Shabbos because you might carry it on Shabbos. That's a double safeguard. We don't do that. So what is the Mishnah talking about? Meiser. Before I drink wine, I have to take 10% and give it away to Meiser. That's only if the wine is a finished product. But if he drinks it from the wine press directly, his whole body is in the wine press, then it's a non-finished product, it doesn't have to take Meiser. That's what the Mishnah is saying. We have a similar Mishnah that says Rameir holds that if you dilute wine, it doesn't matter if it's with cold water or hot water, and you drink it casually, meaning it's a Shkia Sarai. You're leaning over into the wine press. Rosh Hashanah, most of your body's in the wine press. You don't have to take it. The Blazer Tzaddik says no. Once you dilute the wine, that's the finished product. You have to take meiser. The Chacham make a compromise. They say it depends. If it's diluted with cold water, I can always pour it back into the wine press, so it's an unfinished product. I don't have to take meiser. But if I use hot water, then I can't put it back in the wine press. It'll spoil the rest of the wine. Then I must take meiser. There's a brisa that says that a person should not take a pin and put it in his clothing and walk outside before Shabbos. Unlike our Mishnah, that we can't prove exactly what it's talking about, maybe he's holding it in his hand, and to walk with a pin in your hand would be a deraisa. Putting a pin in your clothing is only the Rabbanah. So here it says there's a gzeira. Don't put the pin in your clothing, that's one gzeira, and walking with that is only the Rabbanah. And the second gzeira is, you might forget. So tomorrow we must say, in order to explain Rabbi, who says there is no gzeira in gzeira, it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that holds that a professional, a tailor, since it is the way for him to walk out with the pin in his clothing, then that's not considered a gzeira anymore. Now we're down to one gzeira. Similar to what we have in the Brisa. It says that a tailor should not walk out with a pin in his clothing, nor should a carpenter walk out with a pencil or a piece of wood in his ear, or a money changer. They used to walk around with money in their ear to show people that they're money changers. And if he does so, he's putter, but it's awesome. That would go according to Rabbi. Buddha says that a professional person, that's his profession, he is chayav. It's only everybody else who is putter. And there's a contradiction in the brises. One brisa says that a zav that has emissions, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional emissions. It's also for him to walk out like on Shabbos, because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, patur, aval asur. It's asur, no more than that. The other brisa says not only is it asur, but it's chai v'chatas. Perhaps we can reconcile the brises and say, the brisa that says that it's asur goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. This particular person, it is his way to wear a pouch. And therefore for him, it's also considered the derech to wear it. The other brisa goes according to Rabbi that says, since most people don't wear pouches, it's patur. Says Abaya. Even Rabbi agrees that it has to be that no one wears it like this. Where if some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, Rabbi will agree that it's asur. Baraya, if somebody drills a hole, that a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, you think this guy is patur? Of course not. Therefore, Rabbi says we're talking about one brisa, a zav only saw two sightings, and in order for him to be a zav gomer, he has to see three sightings. So for him, it's necessary to wear the pouch. That's why he's chayav. The second brisa is talking about that he already had three re'iyos, and it's that day. So therefore, the pouch doesn't really accomplish anything, and that's why he is patur. The fact that the pouch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of a tzarech, and therefore he is patur. Have a wonderful day.
They don't like special from unknowns, you know. I am unknown. I think my special from, you know, the top comedians. So I was very surprised when they said they wanted to buy it, and they didn't want to change anything of it, you know, and they wanted to be a HBO behind it, 100%. And they got me a bunch of press, and it'll be on
Shabbos Dafik Bey is continuing with the contradiction we had yesterday in the brises. One brisa says that a zav who walks out with his pouch is only over Issa Rabbanon. The other brisa says he's over Issa Rice, and if he didn't b'shogeg, he's chayav v'chatas. The Masforas Gemara says it's dependent on the famous machlokes of Rabbi Yehuda and Shimon. A melacha she'in tzrich l'gufa, a melacha that you don't need to do the actual melacha. You want the outcome. For instance, if a person digs a hole in Shabbos, he's over Issa Rice. But if he wants only the sand, he doesn't want the hole, so according to Rabbi Shimon, his patur, according to Rabbi Yehuda, is chayav. In our case, since the zav doesn't want the pouch, doesn't want to walk with it, doesn't want to get dirty, therefore according to Rabbi Yehuda, it'd still be chayav. According to Shimon, it would be patur. Halacha is that one is allowed to walk outside with tefillin before Shabbos. We're not concerned that he'll forget and go into another rishus on Shabbos. Chavachomer from the tzitz of a kohen gadol. The kohen gadol's tzitz only has one mention of a kohen gadol's name. Nevertheless, he has an obligation to constantly feel his tzitz and make sure that still on him so tefillin that have the name of his baruch many times. The person constantly has to check the tefillin and make sure they're still on his head. And we're not concerned that he'll forget that it's Shabbos and walk out. Shemo Yishkach B'Yetzi. A person has to check his pockets before Shabbos to make sure he has nothing in them, because perhaps he'll walk outside with something in his pocket. The Gemara says, Hilchos HaRabbasim L'Shabbos, or like we say, Hilchos HaRabsim L'Shabbos. This is a very important halacha when it comes to Hilchos Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that a person should not remove lice, and the Gemara explains it means to the candlelight. Just like one is not allowed to read in front of the candlelight because he might have just looked, so too he shouldn't remove lice. Shmuel adds, and he says that in certain situations a person is not allowed to pick his clothing from within his wife's clothing, because they're so similar. In those days, men would wear skirts. Well, it depends. If he's a guy that doesn't really work, so his skirts are different, they are wider, they're different than his wife. Or if they're young women, they have wider skirts, so it's easier to differentiate. Older women, they have narrower skirts, harder to differentiate, also to them out. The Gemara teaches us proper etiquette. It's also to remove lice in public if it gross other people out. The same will apply to causing one to vomit in public. The question is, are you allowed to kill a louse in Shabbos? According to the Ksilo, the incredible halacha, they say you're allowed to kill a louse in Shabbos. And according to the Shammai, you're not. These are one of the Gemaras very difficult to understand. They still say that anything that's not part of the Rabbi, it is created through the sweat of a human, you're allowed to kill. And there are those who explain that it's so small that it's hard to see the Kriya of a Rabbi, and therefore it's allowed to kill on Shabbos. The Gemara goes on to say that Rabbi Shol would just take the louse and toss it. You wouldn't even squeeze it. But the Tanakama says you let it squeeze it and not kill it. By squeezing it, you cause it to get weak. And Rabbi would kill it in water. Rav Nachman would go a step further. And he tells daughters, I want to hear my enemy die. I want to hear them pop. I want to hear that sound of death. Some explain because he wants to show that he's not being over into their rights by killing. You're actually his enemy, and that's why you're allowed to kill him. Unlike the popular song by Shammai holds, you're not allowed to do a shidduch on Shabbos. You're not allowed to teach a kinuk l'lamdei sefer on Shabbos. You're not allowed to send your kid to the tutor or to teach him a protection. Because it says in the pasuk, you're not allowed to do your personal needs, and these are your personal needs. In addition, says Bishamai, you're not allowed to be Mevakot or Nikum Avelim because you'll cause the other person pain. You're still saying no. When it comes to mitzvah, that's not your own personal need. So all these things, shidduchim, teaching your kid a profession, that's all part of the mitzvah. It's not considered chatzach. You're allowed to be B'Cholim and Nikum. What do you tell a sick person on Shabbos before we must? Tanakama says the famous Shabbos in Yeriza. Do not scream and cry and be in pain on Shabbos. You're full for the love. The healing is coming soon. Remeir would say, you could, Shabbos itself could cause the healing if you are not in pain on Shabbos. Shevna Ish Yerushalayim would say, when you walk in, you'd say Shalom. But when you would leave, you'd say, Shabbos, and then you would add the words, his Rachmanis is much. You should say b'shalom, and you should sit in peace. The Jesse says, anytime you mention the sick, you have to mention all of the sick of fighting strength. Put him, insert him within that, and therefore you'd say, Hamakim Mirachim al-Plecha. Hashem should have Rachmanis on you, the Sod Sha'ar Chayla Yisrael, within all the other sick of fighting strength. Rabbi Lazar would sometimes say his saying in Lashon HaKodesh and sometimes in Aramaic. He would say, Hamakim Yifag D'Chal L'Shalom, or he would say in Aramaic, Rachmani Yadchimino L'Shalom, Hashem should remember you in peace. And the question is, Malachim don't understand Aramaic, so how are they going to bring the people up to HaKadosh Baruch? And the answer is that HaKadosh Baruch was down here below, together with the sick. As the pasuk says, HaKadosh Baruch is there. He supports the sick and he feeds the sick. And therefore, since it goes right there, right above the sick person's head, it's also to sit on a sick person's bed or to sit next to him, rather he has to sit in fear with his talus and sit opposite of him. Now, when the Mishnah tells us you should not read to the light of a candle, we don't differentiate. Even if the candle is 10 stories high, it's still usher to read. Yet, if you read with another person and you're reading the same exact material, then it's worth it to read the light of a candle because the other person will remind you not to adjust it. If you're reading in front of a large bonfire where people sit at a distance and they're worried about the fire catching on, then it's also to read, even if you're reading the same material. Rabbi says, an important person who never readjusts the wick even during the weekdays, he's allowed to read by the candle on Shabbos because he won't readjust it. The Gemara asked a question from Shmuel ben Elisha. He said, I'm not worried about adjusting the flame on Shabbos. And he sat down and he read, and in fact, he really adjusted the flame on Shabbos, and he wrote down in his notebook, when the Beis Hamikdash is rebuilt, I owe a nice carbon copy. So the Gemara tells us that Shmuel ben Elisha, when it came to Torah, he acted like a simple person. He would adjust the wicks himself. He wouldn't ask his servant to do so. The Gemara has a contradiction. On the one hand, it says that his servant is allowed to look at his dishes to the light of a candle and he would not worry it will readjust it. On the other hand, it says that a servant should not do so. One answer is that the price that says you're allowed to check the dishes to the light of the candle because we're talking about a servant who's not a permanent servant. A permanent servant is so worried about losing his job that he'll readjust the flame on Shabbos. Another answer is we're talking about a permanent servant in both breasts. Just one breast is talking about olive oil, we're worried he might readjust it. And the other breast is talking about neft or seed, where we're not worried because it smells so bad that he won't readjust it. Rav says halacha is that a servant who's not permanent can check with olive oil. Don't tell people this halacha. We don't say this halacha in public. And Rabbi says you do tell people this halacha in public. Have a wonderful day.
How do you know? Because I'm telling you, I fucking know. Listen, Felipe, you weren't outside the room. He was calling me. He was so happy. That's the guy. How did you know? That's the guy. Joey reminds me of my brother. Yes, Joey reminds me of my fucking brother. That's the guy. That's the guy, Joey. He was so happy. And you know what? It was a
Shabbos Daf Gimel. We're hunkered down here in quarantine or Ramat Bet Shemesh, but nothing's going to stop us. We have Torah. The Mishnah tells us that about Torah who has to lay in the following morning. We'll walk over to the children that are reading from the Torah to the candlelight and peek inside. The pshat is that he's only looking for a Rashi prophet at the beginning of the parent, and that will remind them and make it easier the following day. What about the children themselves? How are they reading from the Torah to the candlelight? The answer is either they are only reading Rashi prophet as well, or since the Rabbi is standing over them, they'll be aware they won't readjust the flame. When Nisim Dayan says on the side of the Gemara, he says a beautiful pshat. Children, they'd rather the flame go out. They don't want to readjust. They want to run home. The Mishnah tells us that a zav should not eat a meal with his zava wife because he might come to an avera. The Mishnah doesn't say anything about a person whose car should not eat with his wife who's tmeya because that we don't have to make it zera. People are very makbid on tuma and tahara. Another halacha, a person who's a zav partner, a person who's makbid to eat food with tahara, he should not eat together with a zav who's amaretz. Rabbi says the pshat is because the amaretz might feed him food that fruits and mice weren't taken from him. Rabbi says the pshat is because we're concerned that later on when this zav becomes far, the amaretz might feed him food that's coming. We know the answer to this question. The Gemara asks, a husband and wife, if the wife is a nida, can they be in the same bed, fully clothed? The answer is no. Why? Because the Torah tells us in the Pasuk talks about an Eish Sish, and right afterwards a nida. And we say just like an Eish Sish, you cannot be in the same bed with her even though you're both clothed. Rashi says why? Because he says it's just logic. So two, a nida is also. The Gemara says perhaps we should bring a raya from the fact that we still say it's possible to eat chicken when on the same table there's cheese. Chicken and cheese is only the Rabbanan, nevertheless they say it's also. The other reason is because it's only one person. There's nobody there to remind you. Whereas with your wife, she'll remind you. Perhaps you can bring a raya from two people that are eating on the same table. If they don't know each other, you're allowed to eat even meat, milk. If they do know each other, it's awesome. So here's a case of two people that know each other to remind each other. The answer is it's different. In our case, since they're both wearing clothing, that's a hecker, that's something different. and perhaps it's different than you would be like. What about our Mishnah? We learned a Zav and a Zava should not be able to eat a meal together. And the answer is, there is no heker though. Yes, it's two people, but there's nothing different about them. B'das, he's mechulk on his whole thing. He says the only Issa D'Oraisa is Gilui Arayis, Tashmish. Everything else, especially if you're wearing clothing, is not even an Issa D'Rabbanan. The Gemara tells us that when Ula came back from learning from the Beis HaMedrash, he would kiss his sisters on their chest, and some say on their hand. But Ula himself is mechulk on himself, because Ula holds, just like we say the famous saying, you tell a Nazir, Leich, Leich, Amri L'Nazira, Sachar, Sachar, person who has to abstain from alcohol, from wine, from grapes, you tell him, don't go through the vineyard, go all the way around, because you might come to do an Isser. So too, when it comes, Arai is the concept of Harchaka. The Gemara tells us an amazing story. Hanan Dev Eliyahu was once a Talmud who was a tremendous Talmud Chacham. He learned all day Mishnah, Torah, and his Mishamish Talmud Chacham, yet he died at a very early age. His wife was very upset. She took his tefillin and ran around the Beis HaMedrash, and she asked, it says the pasuk, Yu oirach yamech, yu chayecha. Torah is your life. It gives you longevity. Why did my husband die? And nobody knew the answer until the Eliyahu told her, let me ask you, how does he treat you when you're in Nida? She said, Chas v'shalom, he doesn't even touch my small finger. But how does he treat you in your Shiva Nekiyim, the second 7 days? And he said, oh, he eats with me and drinks with me, and we sleep b'kiruv basar. He said, if so, he didn't do our chaka. It's a good thing he died. He deserved to die. I just points out that in those days, perhaps, after 7 days of Nida, a woman would go to the mikvah once, and then do Shiva Nekiyim and go to the mikvah a second time. And he held that since she was tired, I mean, they're right, she's tired, it's only Chomer D'Rabbanan, it's okay. The Gemara says, Rav Dini says, they had a very large bed, and there wasn't any cure of basar. And Rav Yisrael answered that what's going on, that she was wearing pants, sort of pants, so there's no cure of basar on the bottom half. We learned in the Mishnah that a person is not allowed to blouse his clothing or read a sefer the candlelight. And it says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hanani ben Chizkiah ben Goroim said in the attic. What happened was, the Talmidim of Bishami got together, the Talmidim of Yisrael got together, there were more Talmidim of Bishami than Yisrael, and they won. And they made 18 zeros, and those are two 18 zeros. Who's this Hananiah ben Chizkiah? He wrote a brisa called Megillas Tainas that goes through the calamities of Klal Yisrael, the xeris, the terrible nisim, the terrible tragedies that happened in Klal Yisrael, and then the nisim, the gula that happened to Klal Yisrael. And Rav Shimon says we could also write a sefer like that, but there's so many tsaras and gullahs that Klal Yisrael went through that we're not going to write. Or the pshat is, the Gemara says that a shaita, a crazy person, can feel pain. He doesn't know that something is wrong. We don't know all the good that a Baruch Hu does for us. Or the Gemara says, a person who's alive, who has dead flesh, you can run a knife through it and you won't feel anything. By the way, the Gemara says, a dead person feels, and he feels just like a worm that goes into his flesh is like a needle into a live person. Hananiah also saved for us, saved for Yecheskel. Without him, Chacham wanted to destroy Yecheskel. There's too many contradictions, and he gave him 300 barrels of oil, and he sat in his attic, and he rectified all the contradictions that are unsafe for Yecheskel. The Gemara continues, and we're going to learn in great detail what the rest of the 18 Xeris are. Have a wonderful day. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'll see you tomorrow, Bezrat.
Listen, let me tell you something, man. When I saw your thing playing on HBO, my heart stopped completely. I'm gonna tell you something. I wanted you on the show. I called you and I said, "What night do you want to go on?"
Shabbos Daf Yudalet. We're discussing the 18 halachas that Bishami and Basil agreed upon. 9 of them have to do with Psulei Truma. That's exactly what we're going to be discussing today. It's very relevant to the current events today. When you understand Corona, you can have a better appreciation for Truma and Tahara. How you have to distance yourself from the Truma, how spit could be Natana you, etc. Paisei truma means you designate food for cutting truma. If one of the main deraisa touches the fruit, you have to burn the fruit. Chachamim instituted another 9 things that could passel the truma. Passel, lashon of psul, means the truma becomes also to eat, but it doesn't have power to become of something else. It's possible. It stops right there. What are these 9 things? Well, yesterday we discussed 10. The Gemara in our daf removes one. Somebody that went to the mikvah and is waiting for shkia to become completely tahor. That is the rice. If he touches fruit, truma, it becomes puzzle. So we remove that guy from the list. We start off with 2. Somebody that eats a rishon l'tumah. Rishon l'tumah means the way it works with tumah. Tumah, you have an avat tumah. Let's say if it touches a fruit, it goes down 1 level. It becomes a rishon. If that fruit touches something, it can go down another level, a sheni. If a sheni touches something, it could possibly go down, not always, to a shlishi. And if a shlishi touches something, it could possibly go down, depending on what it is, to a rabbi. It always goes down 1 level. So if a human being eats a rishon, the tumah, if he touches it, nothing happens. If he eats it, ingests it, he himself, according to Yeshua, becomes a sheni. It goes down 1 level. Here's a big question, according to Yeshua. If he eats a sheni, rather than going down 1 level, he remains a sheni. Now this can't go according to Eliezer, who says you are what you eat. So if you eat a rishon, you remain a rishon. If you eat a sheni, you remain a sheni. If you eat a shlishi, you remain a shlishi. Ever since it goes, according to Yeshua. Says Rabbi, a person eats a rishon or a sheni, and then he touches truma. The Rabbanon, he makes that truma puzzle, and you have to burn it. That's a big chiddush. You have to burn the truma. It's like a deraisa. Why is it? Why do they institute that? We were worried, Chacham said, that maybe he'll eat something that's coming, and it'll be, let's say, hot in his mouth, and he'll try to rinse it down with wine of truma. Only wine is what we're discussing of truma. That's the only thing that you have to take truma from, and you can possibly ingest wine. And you're not allowed to do that, because now you're making the wine that's truma tummy. So they instituted every time a person eats something that's tummy, even a rishon or a sheni, and then he goes out and touches truma and makes the truma. The third thing on the list is, and it's the same kind of zera, somebody drinks something that's coming, a liquid that's coming. And why is it? Because perhaps he'll drink something that's coming, and then he'll put something in his mouth that's truma. So why do I have to say it? Isn't it the same as 1 and 2? No. Most of the time when people eat something that's hot, they'll try to wash it down with some cold liquid. But most of the time, rarely ever do people drink something and then they try to stuff something in their mouth. So that's a big thing. The 4th thing on the list is, let's say somebody went to the mikvah and he was a fully young, he has to wait until the night, and then he rinsed himself off, he took a bath, or he poured water on himself, he becomes hungry. Why is that? Because what happened was, people used to go to the mikvah and the water was very dirty. So they rinsed themselves off with clean mine sugar. And eventually, people started thinking that the way they became tahor was from the clean water. They didn't realize it was the mikvah. So in order to prevent that, from people not going to the mikvah, just pouring water on themselves, instead, pour water on yourself, you become tahor. And in order to make sure that this zera holds, they instituted another zera, and that's number 5 on the list. But even a completely tahor person that clean mine sugar and pour in him, he becomes tahor. Otherwise, the first zera would fall apart. And the 6th thing on the list are all Sefer Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. All parties that they themselves are coming, that if they touch truma, the truma becomes possible. And why is that? Because people would hide the truma right next to the Sefer Torah. They said, the Sefer Torah is Kaddish, the truma is Kaddish, let's keep them together. Mice would come to eat the food, and by doing so, they would destroy the Sefer Torah and Nevi'im and Ksuvim. If you have hands that weren't washed, they are tummy in the common truma. Why? Because your diamond's going to use. Your hands touch all over your body. It's like corona. They keep on touching things. And people might touch truma and get disgusted by the truma after you touch a certain part of your body. So the institute is, if you don't wash your hands, truma becomes possible. Rabbi Karnov says, hands that touch the sefer, they pass away. The Rebbe says that if you touch a sefer with your bare hands, you would be buried naked, meaning without that mitzvah that you were dealing with. So let's say you were learning from the Sefer Torah, and you touch the Sefer Torah, so all your learning that you did with that Sefer Torah flies away and get that mitzvah.
to check me into the hotel because I had no
And what came first? The chronological order is, says the Gemara, first they made a gzera on hands that touches the feather, and only afterwards they made a gzera on regular hands that they are coming, because if it was vice versa, then there's no need to make a gzera on hands that touches the feather. They're already coming because regular hands are coming. Number 8 on the list is food that coming from liquid. The gzera is because you might have liquid that touched a sheret, which is common with the Raisa, and it also that everything that touches even hands, which is the Rabbanan, is also common. Number 9 are vessels, kelim, that became common through liquids that touch the sheret, because with the Raisa, the liquids of a zav, the spit of a zav, is common with the Raisa. We said that the liquids that touch the sheret are common. The Gemara says that Shlomo HaMelech is the first one to institute the concept of washing your hands before touching. Later on, Hillel and Shammai instituted the concept you have to wash your hands for truma, but nobody accepted it. They struggled to accept it until the Talmidim, Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel came along, and they instituted the Gzera, and then they even said, Hillel and Shammai originally said that it's so strong the Gzera that you have to burn the truma, which typically you don't do. You typically do toilet, you let it stay in there and go to waste. The Gemara tells us that there's a part, there's Zugais. The first Zug was Yosef ben Yoezer Shpreda and Yosef ben Yoezer Shushalayim, and they instituted a number of Gzeras. One of them was that dirt from other nations is Mekama, because the other nations weren't careful and didn't mark the graves, and the dead are coming to the Rabbanan. So they said that the dirt is also coming. And they said that even glassware is Mekama, and so too not which we're going to go into. Shimon Shedach said that up until that day, the ksuba of a woman was put aside. It doesn't say, here's a ksuba in this vessel. They didn't get really mad at her and say, take your ksuba and go, because you had nothing to lose. It was already designated. Shimon Shedach said, no, a woman could go after any of the husband's money anywhere. She could go after his business, whatever she wants. So therefore, a man will think twice before he divorces her. And finally, Shmuel tells us that Hillel and Shammai only argued about 3 things in entire chapter, whereas the Talmid and Beis Hillel and Shammai argued on many things, including every one of the 18 takanas. The second have a wonderful story.
I was selling souvenirs, bro. Super fun. Souvenirs. Get your programs, parents, Dodger Koala. Right now, after this special HBO, tell me what the biggest comics in the world is started right here. Who knows? He knows where this comedy first developed. It was like me going to
Shabbos Daf Shesvav, we're discussing the 18 machlokes between the Shammai and Beis Hillel, that the halacha is like the Shammai. Even though they still argued with the Shammai with every single one, once they passed in halacha like the Shammai, the following day Beis Hillel agreed that they were right, the Shammai was right. There are 300 machlokes in between the Shammai and Beis Hillel, but there are only 3 machlokes in between the Rabbi, Hillel, and Shammai themselves. The first one is, how much dough does one have to make in order to be chayiv in a first challah? According to Hillel, it's 2 kav. According to Shammai, 1 kav. They were machmer even in a lesser amount. And according to Chachamim, it's 1.5 kav. Torah says, bring challah on a oimer, which is asiris ha'efa. It's 1/10 of an ephah. An ephah is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 43 eggs. How do you remember that? Challah, ches, lamed, hey, 43. That's 18 kav. 18 kav is 432 eggs. A tenth of that is 2 kav. How is a tenth of 18 2 kav? Well, because we're going millibags. In other words, in Gemara math, you get the final number. 2 plus 18 is 20. 10% of that is 2. Chachamim say, well, let's talk about Beis Hillel and Shammai for a second. They both agree it's 2 kav. The Shammai say that the 2 kav is for 2 meals. So we're just dealing with 1 meal. 1 meal is 1 kav, and 2 kavs on 1 kav. Chachamim say we don't go back. We go milagav. Do 10% of 18, which is 1.8. In addition to that, we're not talking about the shiurim of the Nidron, we're talking about the shiurim of the Yisraelim, and they took 6 and made it 5. Later on, when they took again 6 and made it 5 and Shiurim, the shiur changed again. And Rabbi Yossi said you have to add a little bit more because the eggs were larger in the desert than they are now, and he added another 5%. Second machlokes is mikvah. A mikvah needs 40 saw of rainwater. Let's say you're trying to fill up a mikvah with rainwater, and then you decide, that's not on purpose by the way, you decide to put in a little extra water from the sink, it makes the mikvah possible. But how much water do you need to introduce? According to Hillel, it's a hin. Use the word hin like his Rabbi, which means 12 lugim. According to Shammai, it's 36 lugim. And here's an amazing thing. Chachamim paskin like two weavers that live next to Shara Rashi points out. Weavers is the lowest profession possible. One cannot be a king or a kohen gadol if he's a weaver. And the worst neighborhood in the world is Shara Ashwa. Yet, he's asking like these two weavers that testified in the name of Shemai V'Atalion that is 3 loaves. Why? Because they learned Torah. And the third machlokes is regarding the woman who sees dam. Any food that she touches becomes tummy. Dam takes time to emerge. Once it leaves the womb, she's tummy. Yet Shammai says she's only metama from here on out. Even though she touched food 10 seconds ago, and it's impossible for dam not to be metama. No, Dayim Shatim from here on out. Hillel say that it's from the last time that she saw dam. In other words, from the last time she did a bika, could be months ago. Everything in between is every food she touched. And Chachamim come along and say dependent. It's me'es lays 24 hours. But if she did a bika less than 24 hours, then we go to the bika. Whatever is less, the bika or me'es lays. There's seemingly a fourth machlokes. And that is, if a person brings a carbon hayantif, is he allowed to do smicha or not? Can he lean on the head with all his might? According to Hillel, yes. According to Shammai, no. The reason why it's not included in this, we only have 3 machlokes, not 4, is because this is a very old machlokes. This is actually the first machlokes applied. And Shammai and Hillel just repeated the machlokes. There's another machlokes. Somebody who picks his grapes for wine, and some of the grapes leak wine or grape juice. Is that considered mashkin, a liquid, to make the grapes susceptible to tumah or not? According to Shammai, yes. According to Hillel, not. But since Hillel later on agreed to Shammai, this is not considered a machlokes. The Gemara just tells us there was 3 stages when it comes to dirt that comes from chutzlar. As we mentioned the other day, dirt that comes from chutzlar, since the goyim don't mark the grapes, it's possible that in the dirt there's fragments of bone and therefore it's tama. So there's 3 stages. Yosef and Yoezer, Yosef and Yochanan, the first zug, they made the first stage. And they said that if that dirt touches truma, you cannot eat the truma. You don't have to burn it, but you can't eat it. It's called kaiba. And the ear space, they didn't do any kind of xera at all. They cannot say that they said you have to burn it, because the only thing that was burnt right away is something that was true that was touched, and somebody that had hands that weren't clean. Later on, the Rabbanim of Shemaim Shana, meaning 80 years before the Korban Habayis, they added, and they said that the ear space is also koilim. It also has tumah. You don't have to burn it, but it's tummy, you can eat the tumah. Later on in Usha, one of the 6 zeros that they made in Usha was that the dirt from this earth that touches tumah, you must burn the tumah. But the ear space remained the same, just tumah. Rabbi said that 180 years before the Korban Habayis Sheni, the Romans came in, they started to conquer. And 80 years beforehand, that's when the Rabbanan of Husha, the Rabbanan of 80, which they called, they said the Tumah, and they said what we said before. And the goods are also on glass. 40 years before the Korban, the Sanhedrin moved from Lishkas Hagazes to Hanuyas, and they stopped doing capital punishment. The way it went, it was 4 generations, 100 years before Korban Habayis. It went Hillel, Shimon, and then Reb Gamliel, and Reb Shimon. In Usha, there was 6 sfeitos. We have Beis HaPras, that means, according to Rashi, if there's a grave that's in a field and we don't know where the grave is, so any truma that touches that field has to be burned. As we discussed, the second thing is the dirt from Chutzlaretz. The third thing is clothing of an Amoritz that his wife neither might have sat on them, and it was with time of the measures. If you find it clean the street, you have to assume it's tummy, somebody's tummy touched it. If you touch fruit, to spittle, you have to assume that it came from a zav, and you have to burn the truma. And finally, may red light. Rabbi Yossi says that you burn this truma in Rishus HaYachid, even if you're not sure that you touched it, even though it's a speka. Let's say it came, you're not sure if If it came from a chutzlaris, you're not sure if there's a bone in there, and you're not sure if you touch it. Double sveikis. Since it's in Rosh Hashanah, you burn it. Chacham say in Rosh Hashanah, you don't eat it, you don't burn it. And in Rosh Hashanah, it's tahar because Safek Tum Rosh Hashanah is tahar. Now, why did they make a gzera on glassware? Because glassware is created from sand, and sand is similar to what we create earthenware from. If so, how can you put glass in a mikvah and be mitayr? The answer is you can't. The only time you put glass in a mikvah is if it has a hole in it and you fill the hole with lead. Now we're looking at a kli that's made out of lead. Like Rabbi says, anytime you have a maimed, something that makes the kli function, over here it is the lead, then the whole kli turns into lead, and therefore that's the only time you put such a glass in the mikvah. Have a wonderful day.
To find the best candidates, no, you don't. Do me a favor. Go to ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. Number 2, garlic.com. The best supplements, period. From shrimp to export, alpha brain, M-Force protein. You can't fucking go wrong.
Shabbos Daf Zayin. We're discussing glassware and how in some ways it's similar to earthenware, and how in some ways it's similar to metalware when it comes to Tumah. There are 5 differences between metalware and earthenware. The first one is Shute Kli Cheres. If the Kli Cheres is flat and the metalware is flat, Kli Cheres is not Mikabel Tumah, metalware is Mikabel Tumah. In this case, glass is similar to Cheres, to earthenware. Second thing is that earthenware is not Mikabel Tumah from the outside. If you touch a shirt, it's the outside of the Kli, it's not Mikabel Tumah, whereas metalware is Mikabel Tumah. In that, glass is similar to metal. And we're going to discuss why that is. Third halacha is that if earthenware or metalware have a hole in a tamei kli, that makes the tumah go away. What happens if we repair the hole? If it's earthenware, the tumah does not come back. If it's metalware, the tumah comes back. And by glass, the tumah does not come back like earthenware. Fourth halacha is tefillah. If you take a kli that's tamei and you put it in the mikvah, if it's earthenware, it does not become tar. If it's metalware, it does become tar. When it comes to glass, it does not become tar. And finally, the fifth halacha, the amazing concept of avir, the ear space of a earthenware kli is mikabel tumah. So if you put a sheret without touching the kli into the ear space of the kli, the earthenware becomes tamei, whereas metal does not become tamei. Another halacha, once a kli is tamei, you put a fruit that's tar into the ear space of the earthenware kli, that fruit becomes tamei, whereas in metal, it does not become tamei. Glass is like metal. It does not become tamei through the ear space. Now, why is it that glass is mitama migabel? It's mitama if you touch something from the outside. If glass is similar to earthenware, it should not be mitama migabel. The answer is because glass is similar to metalware in the fact that if glass breaks, you can melt it back and make a new glass, just like you do to metal. You melt the metal and make a new kli. So in some ways, glass is similar to metal. Now, why is it that if you repair a hole in glass, it does not become tamei? That is like earthenware. Shouldn't be similar to metalware. And the answer is because the concept of repairing and recapturing tumah is d'Rabbanan. And the whole idea that a glassware is tamei is d'Rabbanan. That's 2 d'Rabbanan. That doesn't go. We don't do 2 d'Rabbanan on one item. Now, why is it that glassware, if it's flat, is not mikabel tumah, just like earthenware is not mikabel tumah if it's flat? And the answer is because Chachamim wanted to make a distinction and show people that glassware is d'Rabbanan. And therefore, if glassware touches truma, do not burn the truma. Just let it hang as is, let it destroy itself, but you don't go with your hands and burn it. There are only 6 things that you burn, like we discussed yesterday, such as dirt that comes from chutzlaret, that we burn truma, even though it's d'Rabbanan. Rav Ashi says, glassware, in fact, is exactly like earthenware. Besides one thing, besides the fact that glassware becomes tamei if you touch the outside of it. Why is that? Because glass is see-through. So the outside has the same halacha as the inside. And just like the inside is mikabel tumah, so too, the outside. New sugya, midoraisa, metalware is mikabel tumah. That's a mafurish apostle. Shimon Meshach came along and said that metalware, if it has a hole, midoraisa becomes tar. But if you repair the hole, Shimon Meshach said, it recaptures the original tumah and remains tamei. There's a story with Shimon Meshach's sister, who was Yanai Melech's wife. She made a big feast for her son, and during the feast, all the dishes became tamei tumas meis. Perhaps somebody died at the meal, and they all became tamei through oil. Instead of waiting 7 days for all the vessels to become tar and go through the whole process of sprinkling them on the 3rd day and on the 7th day with mechatos, she had a great idea. She punched holes through every single one of the vessels and sent them to a professional to repair. Says the Shem Yishach, that's a no-no. People are going to forget the whole concept of sprinkling the mechatos on the vessels. So he instituted a takana that even if you repair a kli, it recaptures the tumah. Now, what if Shem Yishach said at that time that all tumas, even tumah sheretz, for instance, and you repair the kli, the tumah is recaptured? We don't have the idea that people might forget about mechatos. There is no mechatos on tumah sheretz. 2 answers. Abaye says because perhaps we're concerned that people won't poke a large enough hole in the kli instead of it being the size of a pomegranate to do less than a pomegranate. Rabbi says that we're concerned because even if you put a kli in a mikvah and it's tar, you still have to wait until nightfall. Whereas if you poke a hole in a kli and then you repair it, you can use it immediately. So people might come to think that if you put a kli in the mikvah, you don't have to wait till the night. You can use it immediately. So Shimon Shela was misaken that no, if you repair a kli, it's not even tar. What's the difference between Abaye and Rabbi? In a case where a person broke the kli completely, flanned it out, and started from new. In that case, nobody's going to confuse that and say, oh, you don't have to go to the mikvah, you don't have to wait until nightfall after you go to the mikvah. Because people see you're dealing with a brand new kli. But people might think that you don't need a full shear of a pomegranate to make it. When we're discussing the 18 halachas, that the halachas like Bishamai versus Beisila, so we discussed so far the 9 that have to do with Psulei Truma, and 2 in the Mishnah where you shouldn't read the candlelighting, you shouldn't be lousy holding the candle. And now the Gemara continues with number 12, and that is the concept that a mikvah needs to have 40 sa of rainwater. And yesterday we discussed you have 3 of mayim shuruvim, drawn water, before you get to the 40, and you introduce those mayim shuruvim to the rainwater, it passes the rainwater. Now we're discussing what constitutes mayim shuruvim. Machlekes Bisham Yisrael, if a person takes any type of vessel, a very large vessel, a very small vessel, in other words, vessels that are not mekabel tumah at all because they're so large, they're so small, or they're made out of material that's not mekabel tumah, such as mud. So you put it under a downspout to catch water. You do it on purpose. You want to catch the water, even if it didn't rain immediately. But you see that there are clouds in the sky, and you think it's going to rain, but it didn't rain immediately. You went to work and you came back, and then it rained. According to everybody, that's considered mayim shuvim, and that makes mikvah possible. If there are no clouds in the sky, everybody agrees that's not considered mayim shuvim because you have to have das. You have to think, I want to capture the water. So where is the machlokes? In a situation where there were clouds in the sky, but those clouds went away, and new clouds came. According to Bishamai, since I had the proper machshava, you're right, it's on the wrong cloud, but my machshava remains, and therefore this water is mayim shuvim. According to Beisila, it's not considered mayim shuvim, and the halacha is like Bishamai because they counted how many people there were, and there were more Bishamai than Beisila. Halacha is like Bishamai. The Beisila says no, that's not one of the 18. In fact, the halacha is like Beisila. What is one of the 18? The fact that all Kusi girls, even 1 day old, are considered nida. Why? Because Kusim don't believe that a girl under the age of a gdoila can become a nida. So we cannot trust the Kusim, and therefore they instituted that all Kusim are nidas. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos David Zayin. If a person were to take any vessel, any kli, and hold it over a dead body, that kli becomes tameh as oil. But that kli doesn't have to have a shear; it could be the size of a pin. However, if you want something in the room to become tameh because of oil, in other words, anything under the same ceiling as the dead person is tameh, the ceiling must be at least a tefach wide midoras. As one of the 18 halachas that we pass on like Bishamai, according to Rabbi, is the halacha that the ceiling does not need to be a full tefach if you're holding onto the ceiling. In other words, a mardeya, a goat, trod an animal with. The shear in the time of the Gemara was exactly a third of a tefach wide. The diameter was a third of a tefach. That means the circumference was a full tefach. Since people might confuse the circumference with the diameter, therefore they instituted that if a person is holding on to the mardea rather than making him tamei until the evening, because the mardea was over the dead body is avia v'satuma, the mardea becomes the avatuma once the blessed, and the person holding on to it becomes a rishon. A rishon was the mikveh that same day. But people might get confused and they'll say, wait, even a full-fledged 7-day tamei only has to go to the mikveh that same day. There is no such thing as 7 days. Therefore, they instituted tumah, whereas it's supposed to be for 1 day, they made it for 7 days. The Targum says, I'll curse my sons if this halacha is true. It's impossible. This is a mistake. What happened was once a farmer that he was walking with his goat on his shoulder. He was touching it, yes, but he went over his mouth over a grave, and that in return made him a rishon. But he thought that he's tamei for 7 days. It was a mistake. There's no reason to institute a hakana. Nobody's going to get confused and mistake a circumference with the diameter. So according to a tarfin that doesn't hold that this is one of the 18 hakanas, we have to institute another one. So he's going to hold, like we said the other day, b'nois kusim. B'nois kusim is the 18th one. That all daughters of kusim, even if they all have tumas nida. There's another halacha that they instituted that day, one of the 18. That's haboitzer legas. If you harvest grapes, wine, and some of the grapes, they ooze out grape juice. That grape juice is enough to be considered extra tumah. Now the grapes can become a tumah because, say, Beis Shammai, we're concerned that perhaps he'll harvest them in a waterproof container and he'll try to save that juice. Since he wants that juice, it's as if he had intent to use that juice. Gemara tells us that day that Shammai convinced Hillel, who happened to be the Nasi, and they forced him into agreeing to their halacha. It was like the day Klal Yisrael with the Chet HaEgel. They should have listened to Aaron and Hur, but they didn't. Over here, Klal Yisrael should have listened to Hillel, who's the Nasi. Yet they embarrassed him, they put him like a student, and they forced him to agree to their halacha. Another one of the 18 halachas, the Gemara says in the name of Tavi Rishba, Tavi the hunter, he says in the name of Shmuel, that if you take truma, that's tamei, you give it to the kohen, and the kohen, instead of burning it, he takes it and he cleanses it. He won't gain anything because the truma that comes out will have a halacha of tamei truma. Why is that? We're concerned that instead of him burning it, he's going to keep it. Now he would be allowed to l'oraisa plant it. We're concerned that he might use it the wrong way, and therefore we said burn it right now and don't wait to plant it. Another one of the 18 halachas where the side like the Shammai is if a person is walking Erev Shabbos with his wallet and all of a sudden becomes Shabbos. Midaraisa, he's allowed to walk less than 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah and stop. Walk another less than 4 amas and stop. And do so until he reaches home. But we're concerned that he might take more than 4 amas and it'll be over the Midaraisa. So what we say is, give it to a guy, let the guy carry it. Usually you're not allowed to do so, but it's better to give it to the guy than to walk 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah. Another one of the 18 halachas says that the geyser on pas akum, on the bread of a guy, on the oil of a guy, the wine of a guy, and the daughter of a guy. In other words, is an isur yichud for guy. All of these 4 halachas are considered one. According to Rabbi Yossi, had yesterday, who doesn't hold that one of the halachas is catching rainwater in a kli and creating mayim shuvim. So we say that b'nois kusim is one of the 18. We're still missing one. B'nois kusim we count as one of the 18. If he counts b'nois kusim as one of the 18 and not shuvim, how does he get to 18? Gemara tells us there's a gzeira on all non-Jewish boys that they have halacha of hamei zav. Although a guy can never become a zav, but they instituted that goyim have halacha of zav. We don't want our children playing with their children chashash of mishkav zav. Now, according to a mayor, he must say that the 2 halachas of food that becomes coming through liquid and vessels that become coming through liquid, one of them, those are 2 out of the 9 halachas that we learned in Psula Truma, they are considered one, and like this Mayor has a total of 18 halachas. And now we are done with the sugya of Tumah, and we're starting a brand new sugya. Says the Mishnah, and we're dealing with shvisas kelim. That is the concept that you're not allowed to have your property do malacha on Shabbos according to Beis Shammai. And therefore, let's say you take your ink and let it soak before Shabbos. That's a malacha on Shabbos that would be also the Raisa, malachas lisha, kneading. And so too, to soak your different karshim and different vegetables. That would be kneading. According to Shammai, if you want to do so, you have to make sure that the malacha is over before Shabbos begins. According to Basil, it's not a problem. As long as you put it in 1 minute before Shabbos, that's okay. According to Shammai, you cannot set out a trap before Shabbos unless you have enough time for the animal to be caught. According to Basil, you can't. You're not allowed to put in wool until enough before Shabbos. That's a libun. That's also the Raisa, making the wool white, unless you have enough time to finish before Shabbos. And finally, the Mishnah says, you're not allowed to sell something to a guy before Shabbos unless he has enough time to get to his house. You're not allowed to load him up before Shabbos, according to Shabbos. Still, as long as you have enough time for 1 minute before sundown, that's enough. You don't have to finish the malach. According to Shammai, you're not allowed to give your clothing to the cleaner before Shabbos unless he has enough time. According to Basil, you can't. Shimon Gamliel says, Shimon Gamliel was a descendant of Hillel. He's in Hillel, he says his father used to give white clothing, which takes a long time to launder, 3 days before Shabbos. One halacha that everybody agrees upon is that a malacha that you're allowed to do on Shabbos. In other words, you're not over isur deraisa on Shabbos, such as putting a weight on your grapes because the grapes are already crushed, but you want to hasten, you want to make the juice come out quicker, so you put a big stone on them, a kaira, a beam. That you're allowed to do according to Shammai before Shabbos, even if you don't have enough time, because if you do so on Shabbos, you're not over or deraisa. Have a wonderful day.
There's 2 roofs in this little dressing area. Front and private roof in the back. It's just Sam and a hooker, I guess. He's frustrated. He can't get what he wants out of the flower. And then finally it clumps up and he gets out of there and there's no pile. And he goes, heard you killed him, cowboy.
Shabbos Daf Yuches, we discussed in the Mishnah that according to Shammai, you're not allowed to take ink and soak it in water before Shabbos unless the process is done before Shabbos. Obviously, Shammai hold the only thing that's also to do before Shabbos is something that's also to do on Shabbos. Now, soaking ink doesn't involve any hand movements. You don't have to knead the ink. Therefore, the Gemara assumes that this goes according to Rabbi. Rabbi holds that the Isra of Lisha, kneading on Shabbos, applies even if you just introduce water to flour without kneading it with your hands. Even if you introduce water to ashes. According to Rabbi Yossi, Lisha is when you do it with your hands. You knead the dough. You take the water and the flour and you knead it with your hands. So our mission doesn't go according to Rabbi Yossi. The Gemara says, no, perhaps, even if Yossi would admit, in an object, in an item that doesn't require kneading, such as ink and such as ashes, you don't have to knead it. Just introducing the water is enough. So why does Rabbi Yossi say that you have to knead ashes? The answer is perhaps he never said ashes. He said offer. And we're reading it afer. You could confuse the two. The Gemara tells us there are other halachas of things that you can do before Shabbos. You're allowed to make a ditch to bring water from a water source to your field, even though it will continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put fragrance under your clothing before Shabbos, even though it will continue on Shabbos. You're allowed to put sulfur under your silverware in order to create some coloring for the silverware, even though it will continue into Shabbos. What you're not allowed to do is put wheat in a watermill. There are 2 reasons given. According to Rabbi, because a watermill makes a lot of noise, and that's not nice for Shabbos. That's a design for Shabbos. People will hear a machine working on Shabbos. Another reason the Gemara gives, according to Rabbi Yosef, there's a concept called Shvisas Kelim. You have to have your utensils rest on Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Yosef, even Beis Hillel agreed to the concept of Shvisas Kelim. So then why isn't the Mishnah of Beis Hillel saying you're allowed to put flax in an oven, you're allowed to do all these things? Because all those things, the machine wasn't moving. The oven doesn't move. There are no moving parts. You put fragrance under the clothing, it's in a vessel, but the vessel's not moving. What about trapping on Shabbos? Where they still say you're allowed to have a situation where you traps an animal on Shabbos. We must say that we're talking about traps that don't move, like a hook for a fish. or like a kurkuri, like a certain basket that's shaped in a way that the fish goes in and gets trapped, but the basket doesn't move. That's what Beisil allows on Shabbos. According to Ravasi, the concept of Shvisas Kelim is only according to Beis Shammai. And Beis Shammai hold in our Mishnah, even if the vessel doesn't move, like an oven, like a vat for dyeing wool. But we need to explain, how do Beis Shammai allow one to light a candle, which will last into Shabbos? How do Beis Shammai allow to make food, which cooks over Shabbos? Or make beer, which takes 8 days? Even though the vessel is not moving, you need Shvisas Kelim. We must say, says the Gemara, that in all those cases, the person is mafkir his candle, he's mafkir his barrel, he's mafkir his spit, whatever it is that is mutter, the pot, he is mafkir. The Gemara tells us that it's usher to put beans that take a very long time to cook. It's usher to put them on the fire before Shabbos. And if you do so, it's usher for you to eat them until the amount of time that it takes you to cook. So if it takes you 12 hours to cook beans, you have to wait 12 hours after Motzei Shabbos in order to eat these beans. The same would apply for cooking up a very large amount of hot water. You could say that this is also even according to Beisil, because of a new concept called Shema Yichata. The problem is you might stoke the coals, you might stir the coals on Shabbos. Now when it comes to the fragrance and sulfur, there is no problem of Shema Yichata, because if you stir the coals, you'll create smoke, which will ruin what you're trying to do. What about flax in the oven? Also no problem, because if you open up the door to the oven, you'll ruin your flax. That's the concept of the ear will ruin it, and therefore there's no chiyuv. What about dyeing wool? Dyeing wool, we do have an issue of Shema Yichata might stoke the coals. So there's a way to get out of it if you remove the pot from the fire, from the flame. But there's another issue. Even if you remove the pot from the flame, there's a problem of hagasa. You might stir the pot. The way to get over that problem is if you seal the pot with cement or something else. Now, this halacha of not being allowed to put beans, that's only beans. But meat, you are allowed to put meat onto the oven before Shabbos. We're not concerned that since you're not able to eat it, you are not going to stir the coals, you'll forget about it, and you'll leave it. And the same will apply if you have food that's completely cooked, so you're allowed to put it right before Shabbos. The only thing you're not allowed to do is if it's semi-cooked. Semi-cooked food, you're not allowed to put on before Shabbos, unless you introduce the semi-cooked food a piece of raw meat. Then you won't touch that pot for a while, and we don't have an issue of Shema Yichata. There are two reasons that we said that help us with chitui, with stirring coals. One is if there's air that ruins the coal, or ruins whatever food you're doing or any malach you're doing. And the other is if you seal the oven, you seal the pot, then you don't have a problem of Shema Yichata. So if you have both of those reasons together, let's say you have a young goat that introducing air to the cooking is terrible for you, and you seal the oven according to everybody, that's not an issue. What if you have one out of the two reasons? According to one lashon, that's exactly the flag between Rav Ashi and Yirmiyah Medifti. According to Rav Ashi, it's mutter, and according to Yirmiyah Medifti, it's also. What if you don't have any of the reasons? Both reasons don't exist. According to a second lashon, that's where the flag of Rav Ashi and Yirmiyah Medifti exist. Rav Ashi says it's mutter to put food in an oven because you're not going to come to do chitui b'kefal, you're not going to stir the coals because the door to the oven will be your reminder. However, Rav Ashi admits that if it's on directly on the coals, then that's a concern that you might stir the coals. Beis Shammai say in the Mishnah, and adding to the Mishnah, the Gemara brings that you're not allowed to lend something to Goy, you're not allowed to sell something to Goy, you're not allowed to give a Goy a present if the Goy won't make it to his own home before Shabbos. It will look as if he's doing something for you. Amir la'akam, he's your shliach. We still say, as long as he could get to the house that's next to the wall of the city, in other words, he has a place where to place his items, that's okay. And what Kiva says, what they still mean to say is, as long as you can leave your house, from that point on, it's mutter. In Yana D'Yayim, Beis Shammai hold that your chiyuv to be mevar chametz, to destroy chametz, exists even if you sell it to somebody else. Even if you sell to a guy, you have to make sure that the guy eats the chametz. Amazing. If you know for a fact a guy won't consume the chametz, you're not allowed to sell it to him. They still say no. As long as you can eat the chametz, you could sell the chametz. And Rabbi Yehuda, who holds like Rabbi Shammai, that you can't sell chametz to goy as long as you know that he's not going to consume it. He says that's only 30 days before Pesach. But more than 30 days before Pesach, I'm not concerned. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Yutes permitted to feed your own dog on Shabbos, and you're allowed to give a poor non-Jew food enough for a meal. We're not concerned that they might take the food out of your shus, out of your domain, and it'll look as if you're doing your shlichus, and you don't have to prevent it. You're allowed to rent your kalim, your different tools to a non-Jew on Wednesday, Thursday. You're not allowed to do so on Friday because it looks as if you're renting it to him specifically for Shabbos. Sending something with a guy, sending a letter is much different than sending anything else. Because a letter, as the Mishnah Berurah explains, has the writing of the Jew, and everybody can tell it's coming from a Jew. Therefore, there's the following halachas. If you're sending it on Wednesday, Thursday, it seems like for most Rishonim, that's mutter. Although Rabbi Yossi HaKohen, or some say it was Rabbi Yossi HaChassid, was machmar himself and he never sent a letter in the hands of a non-Jew, even on Sunday, Monday. If you stipulate a fee, and now the non-Jew is acting on his own terms, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to send it even on Erev Shabbos. According to Shammai, you're not. Now, on Erev Shabbos, if there's no fee stipulation, and there's no dayar. Dayar means the mayor of the city, but it really means that the receiver of the letter has a permanent address, where the guy will most likely find the receiver and won't have to travel any further distance. If you don't have those two reasons, then it's usher to send a letter Erev Shabbos. However, if in a case where there is dayar, the person does have a permanent address. Now, you didn't stipulate the fee. According to Beis Shammai, it's okay as long as the messenger, the guy, could reach his destination. And according to Beis Hillel, he doesn't need to reach his destination. As long as he reaches the first house by the city wall, that's okay, because he can put it down there, and if he decides to go on his own any further, that's on his own terms. The halacha is, one should not embark a ship 3 days before Shabbos. There are 5 reasons given. Mishnah Berurah brings them down in Reish Mutes. 2 of them are brought here. Places says because it's similar to swimming, and Rabbi Nachman says because it takes 3 days to overcome seasickness, it's not proper to go to Shabbos while one is sick. But for Dvar Mitzvah, it's mutter to embark the ship even less than 3 days before Shabbos. According to Rabbi, you must go over to the captain of the ship and stipulate with him and say, I'm only embarking the ship on condition that you stop on Shabbos. And the captain says okay, and of course he laughs at the guy and doesn't stop, and that's okay as well. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel says you don't have to go through the whole stipulation process. It's good without talking to the captain of the ship. A very short trip that you know you're going to reach your destination before Shabbos, you're allowed to embark the ship even on Erev Shabbos. You're not allowed to make a siege on a city less than 3 days before Shabbos, but if you start, you're allowed to continue. Shammai says the reason is it says in the pasuk, Ad Ridta, until you decimate your enemy. That means even on Shabbos. There was once a launderer who wanted to charge Rabbi the same amount of money for colored laundry like for white laundry. He says, Rabbi, I know what tricks you're up to. I learned. Rabbi Shimon said that his father never gave white laundry the launderer less than 3 days before Shabbos. In other words, it's much more difficult to do white laundry than colored laundry, and therefore the price should not be the same. Rabbi says before you give your laundry, the launderer always measure it before and measure when it comes back in case he decided to shrink your clothing or stretch your clothing. We learned that Beis Shammai hold that you're not allowed to start a process before Shabbos in something that's also in the right to do on Shabbos. Therefore, when Beis Shammai say it's mutter to crush your grapes on Shabbos, to put heavy loads on them, the heavy beams and stones on your grapes and olives on Shabbos, before Shabbos, that is because on Shabbos it's not an Issa D'Oraisa. Who does that go according to? The Gemara brings two shivas. You can either go according to Rabbi Shmuel, who holds that once you start the process of crushing non-mature grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva argues that's problematic because the Rebbe says that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel both agree that since it's missing crushing, it's also to do on Shabbos. So there's another shita. The Gemara brings the Amoira Rebbe Elazar says in the name of the Tana Rebbe Elazar that once you start crushing a honeycomb and the honey starts oozing out, you're allowed to continue the process of Shabbos and benefit from the honey, and we're not concerned about speed on Shabbos. That would be the same as in our Mishnah that you're allowed to, once you start crushing the grapes before Shabbos, you're allowed to continue on Shabbos. Although it's slightly problematic because honey starts out as a salad and ends up as a salad. They're both foods, whereas grapes are a salad and you make them into a liquid. However, that's not such a problem because Rabbi Elazar himself is brought down in a brisa saying this exact same halacha as he said by honey. He says it regarding grapes as well. Yosef Hanina says the halacha is like Rabbi Shmuel that says you're allowed to put a heavy beam or a stone on grapes and olives that are not completely ripe, and on garlic. There's a famous machlokes in Masechta Shabbos. In Yesh Muktzah or Ein Muktzah. Rabbi Shimon holds Ein Muktzah, meaning you don't have to be so stringent on the Hilchos Muktzah in certain regard. And Rabbi Yehuda says Yesh Muktzah. Rav Paskins like Rabbi Yehuda, there is Muktzah, you have to be more stringent. And Shmuel Paskins like Shmuel, you don't have to be stringent. Gemara brings here 4 nafkaminas. One case is if you have these reeds that you use in your olive press. The olive press doesn't work on Shabbos, so these reeds are muktzah according to Rav, and they're not muktzah according to Shmuel. If you set aside olive oil for your worker, it's his salary, so according to Rav, the olive oil becomes muktzah, according to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. A tart for your merchandise on your boat, according to Rav, the tart is muktzah, according to Shmuel, it's not muktzah. You're allowed to shech an animal on Shabbos, on Yom Tov. What if the animal was designated for milk, for eggs, for plowing, or even fruit? You have dates that are designated for commerce, for commercial use. So you set it aside before Shabbos. According to Rav, they are muktzah. You're not allowed to change your mind and try to shove this animal or use these dates on Yom Tov. Why? Since you set them aside and you didn't have the mind to use them when Shabbos came in, you're not allowed to use it for the rest of the Shabbos. There was a Talmud that decided to paskin the halacha like Reb Shimon, even though the halacha is like Reb Shimon. He paskin like Reb Shimon, and they put him in chayrim. Why? Because the story happened in a city where Rav was the Rav, and therefore they put him in. This is machlokes, and 2 Talmidim decided to paskin on their own. In what way do you save food from a fire when you're in a place that has an eruv tzatzeres? One paskin that you have to take you can take as many meals as you want as long as you put into one vessel, and the other one said you can take as many vessels as you want full of food as long as they fit into one vessel. And then tomorrow we're going to discuss the Mishnah of Ein Tzoylin Basar Batzel Beitza. Have a wonderful day.
Eventually, I started coming out on the weekends. Used to, used to the land and Jeff, Lisa, Jeff, and then we'd go do, probably 3 cities in 3 days. And it was just you and Jeff.
Shabbos Daf Chav, we learned in the Mishnah that Erev Shabbos, one is not permitted to roast meat, eggs, onions, unless you're able to roast it before Shabbos. What does that mean? K'machal ben Brusoy, it's a shear, according to Rashi, it means a third done, according to the Rambam, 50% done. Once we're talking about K'machal ben Brusoy, there's a few kulas. Number 1, once the food reaches K'machal ben Brusoy, according to Rashi, it's a third done, there's no more issue of Bishul Akum. So the guy could take on the cooking from that point. According to Chananya, there's no Isser Shehiyah. Once your food reaches a third done, you can leave it on the flame when Shabbos comes in, and we're not worried about Shehiyah, even though you don't have roof of Tuma, you didn't remove the coals, and you didn't sprinkle the coals with ashes. You learned in the Mishnah you don't put bread into the oven before Shabbos, unless Karmu Panel has a nice color. According to Tanakh, it means the outside of the bread. According to Lezer, it means not only the outside, but also the part that lays on the oven. As we learned yesterday, a young goat, if you introduce air, oxygen, into the oven, will ruin the meat. So therefore, we're not concerned you're going to open up the oven door and stoke the coals. Yet, when it comes to carbon pesach, we say that you are allowed to put a carbon pesach on a spit into the oven because you are part of a group. And the group is going to remind each other not to stoke the coals. But what happens to the reason that oxygen is not good for the meat? The answer is because carbon pesach is a whole goat. It's not cut up into pieces. It's also. So therefore, the air and the oxygen doesn't cause any harm, and it would be a concern. But because you have other people there, it's not a concern. Learned in the Mishnah that in Beis HaMikdash there was a fire to warm the Kohanim's feet. You're allowed to start the fire right before Shabbos, even though you don't have most of the wood burning. But outside of Beis HaMikdash, that's not allowed. What is the reason? So one reason given by Rav Huna is because it says that there's no isser to light the fire on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash. The Gemara has a bomb kasher Rav Huna. Rav Chizda says is because Kohanim's reason, beautiful Rashi, the Kohanim are all b'nei Torah, and they're very careful with the mitzvahs, and we're not concerned. And the pasuk is referring to Hakar Sevar and Chalavim that you're allowed to burn. They're allowed to burn on Shabbos on this bed. So outside of the Beis Hamikdash, the shear is that it has to grab most of the wood. What does that mean? According to Rav, it means most of the pieces of wood. Every piece of wood, you have to have a majority of that piece on fire. And according to Shmuel, it just means that it caught on enough. They don't have to bring small pieces of wood to create a flame. Now, we have a great raya for Shmuel because it says by the menorah that you have to light the wick enough that the flame should go by itself. In other words, that it doesn't have any help from the outside. If you're lighting one piece of wood, so according to Rav, it has to be that the fire catches on most of the circumference. Another shot is most of the actual piece of wood, the thickness of the wood, the flame has to go through the wood. So Rabbi says, if so, let's do both. Most of the thickness and the circumference. Yoyakim burnt Megillah Seichel, and it says in the pasuk ve'es ha'ach the fun of Mevares. Rav says that means an araba tree, and Shmuel says that they were together. It's the lashon of achla. So we have a three-way machlokes here. Reads that our individuals, they don't need right. They're easy to catch flame, and if they're in a bundle, they need that most of the majority of it should light up. But this is the exact opposite. That if they're individuals, they need the right, and when they're together, since they're together, it's easier for them to catch on flames. And Rav Kana says, like Rav Huna in this case. When it comes to pips, so Rav Huna says the same thing by Kanim, that when they're together in a vessel, in a basket, they need roiv, because this is the exact opposite. And Rav Kahana in this case says these are things that don't need roiv, majority fire. We're talking about zephet, which is pitch, card, gofros is sulfur, vina, cheese, revav is grease, hash, straw, and gvava is stubble. Rabbi Yochanan says that the trees of Babel don't need. And what is that? Rabbi Yochanan says, as we're going to see later on, it's a branch of a cedar tree that's dry and thin, and it has like a woolly substance that can catch flame. But it doesn't mean that it's cut into small pieces, because Ula says that even a Shabbos candle, you have to light it and make sure that's lit, the majority of it, and therefore small pieces doesn't help. Rami Barabba says this is referring to Zaza. Zaza is moss. And with that, we finish the first parak of Masechta Shabbos, a tremendous mazel tov. Hagan Aloch Yitzias HaShabbos. Now we're going to start parak Bamemedin. You cannot light with the wick of lech, which is, like we just discussed, the wool that is found in a cedar tree. And you can't light with chaysin. According to Rav Yosef, it's the small pieces of flax. According to Abaya, it's flax that wasn't combed. And the Lebi Kala. So Shmuel asked them, Yami asked them, what is it? They told him it's kucha. It's a woolly substance. Cesaros, something like that. Rabbi Zero says it's pushkira. It's a very inferior type of silk that comes from a silkworm. They call it flaw silk. Robin says no, it's a good grade of silk. It says in the Mishnah, looks to the Sa'idon, which means achrina, which is like the woolly substance from a willow tree. And Robin showed Abaya. Abaya says, that tree, a willow tree? Yeah, no, but he pulled it apart and he showed him, look, there's a substance, like almost like a wool in there that catches on fire. It says, Shavra, which is nettle grass. They braid it and they make wicks out of it. That's not referring to algae, but rather it's referring to the moss. Now, some people added hair and wool, but our Tana says that hair and wool are not added because wool actually shrinks and hair burns. Now, from here on out are the oils that you're not light with. You can't light with tar, which is pitch, and shava is wax. But if you make a candle out of the wax, since this is in the category of oils, but not the category of wicks, so you're allowed to, you're permitted to use, as we do today, make a candle out of wax. Have a wonderful day.
And I went in there as a feature. I worked the first week and they really liked me. Then the second week, somebody dropped out. They kept me. The first time I was there, I went for 3 weeks straight. That's still in the game. Something happened. I think he works locally. Never knew. I go back there again.
Shabbos Daf Chof Aleph. Rather listen to the Mishnah, different wicks that are also to use on Shabbos. These wicks are only also to make a candle out of them. If you use it to make a bonfire or for heat, it's mutter. You can't use shemen kick. 3 opinions. Shmuel says it's the name of a bird. Yusuf says it's cottonseed. And Rish Lakish says this is the kikoyan. Kick is kikoyan of yaina, the leaf that protected yaina. From all these 3 things, you cannot make oil. The isser of using wicks on Shabbos is because these wicks flicker and you might fix it. This is to use the oils in the Mishnah because these oils are not very absorbed into the wick. And again, you come to fix it. Now, if you added olive oil and now it works well, it's still also because you might forget to use the olive oil. Rav Shimon Gamliel says the whole list of wicks that are also to use, if you use them for flotation devices, the mutter. The only time it's also is if you use it to be a wick and use it for the actual flame. Says Rabbi, melted fat and melted fish innards are also to use. Now, if you add oil, it's mutter to use. The reason is because now they are absorbed well in the wick. However, by themselves, they're also because you might not melt them. But we don't make a double tier. We don't say, well, with olive oil, you might not use the olive oil and you might not melt them. That's 2 tiers, and we don't do that. All wicks that are also to use for Shabbos are also to use with the Mikdash because it says in the Pasuk, "Lahalis there's coming." It has to be a flame that goes by itself without any help. Anyways, the Mikdash, they made the wicks out of the belt of the kohen, and the belt was made out of wool. How did they do so? The answer is because it's only on Simchas Beis Shoeva where the mitzvah is not midoraisa. However, there is a brayso that says that they made wicks for the menorah, which isn't midoraisa, out of the leftover clothing of the kohen. And the answer is over there it was only from the kohenes, which was made out of linen. And from here on out, in the next 3 daf of classroom, we're going to be discussing Hanukkah. This is the sugi of Hanukkah of the whole Shas. 3-way machlokes. Ravuna says all the oils that you're not permitted to use on Shabbos, you're not permitted to use on Hanukkah, in the weekday, and on Shabbos. The reason is because on the weekdays we have a concept called kafsa zokukla. If the flame of the menorah is extinguished within the shear of time, let's say you have to light the candle for a half hour. During that half hour is extinguished, you must relight it. So we're concerned that perhaps he won't light it on purpose. He'll use inferior product and he won't relight it. On Shabbos, we have another reason. And that is because since you are permitted to use the light, you might read to the light, and then you'll come, Shemayata, you'll fix the candle. Rav Chisda says, in the weekday, you could use that oil, because kafsa ain't something. You don't have to relight it. But on Shabbos, we still have the concern that you might fix the candle because you are permitted to read to its light. And Rav says, You're allowed to use it for weekdays and for Shabbos, all these oils that are possible. Because Kafsa ain't up. We're not concerned that he might be Kosher, that he might not relight it, because he doesn't have to relight it. And on Shabbos, it's also to use the candlelight, and therefore we're not concerned of Shemayati. Abaya heard this pshat from Rabbi Yirmiyah, and he didn't accept it. But later on, he heard this pshat in the name from Rabbi in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, and he accepted it, and he felt bad. He said, "I wish I would have heard this when I was younger, because when he was younger, there's a concept called Yagasa, prayer that you learn when you're young sticks." The mitzvah of Ner Chanukah is from Shkia until the Talmudaim leave the marketplace. Talmudaim are people that sell firewood, and they stay in the marketplace last, and therefore that is Rechiel. In other words, if you didn't light your candles, you have all the way up until they leave to light. Or another pshat is, how much oil should one put in his menorah? Enough to last from Shkia until these people leave the marketplace. There are 3 levels of Mahadran in Ner Chanukah. The basic level is 1 candle every single night for all the people in the house. That's all you need. On the 8th night of Hanukkah, 1 candle is enough for everyone. The next level is Mahadran, and it's 1 candle, but for every person in the house. And the 3rd level is, according to the Shammai, the Balabais, according to some Rishonim, the place in the Rambam, is this in addition to every single person in the house, or it's only the Balabais? Shammai say, you start out with 8, and on the 2nd day you go down to 7, and on the 6th day you go down to 6. Still say you start with 1 and you build up 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 2 svaras in the Gemara for Bishamai and 2 for Beisil. The Gemara says, according to Bishamai, you light as many candles as you have left in Hanukkah. So on the 2nd day you have 7 days left, you light 7 candles. And the second pshat in Bishamai is because on Sukkot they started out with 13 cows they would bring for Karbanis, 13 cows the first day of Sukkot. The second day was 12. So to Hanukkah you go down. Beisil as far as says that you light as many candles as days that went by. So on the 2nd day of Hanukkah, it's 2 days that went by, you light 2 candles. Another pshat of Beisil is Malam B'Kodesh, you always go up in Dusha, so you start with 1 and you go up to 2, etc. If your house is open to a front yard, and that front yard is open to the Rosh Hashanah, you light by your front door, outside of your front door, in your chutzner, or by your house, by the door. If you live on the 2nd floor, you should light by the window, facing your Rosh Hashanah. If it's a time of Sakana where you're not allowed to light outside, you're yot to the mitzvah lighting inside on your table, says Rabbi, provided you make a hecker that this is your Ner Chanukah and not your lamp for regular usage. Now, if you have a bonfire at home, then you don't have to make a hecker. Obviously, that small little candle that you lit is for Chanukah, unless you're an Adam Chashuk who never uses a bonfire. The Gemara tells us on the 25th day of Kislev, we make 8 days of Chanukah, which you don't do a hesped at a levaya, and you don't fast. What happened was the Yevon went into the Heichal, and they were metama all the oil, and then when the Chashmonaim beat them, they found only 1 Pachshem with the seal of the Kohen Gadol, which should have only lasted for 1 day, but lasted for 8 days, and therefore Chachamim made Chanukah where you say Halal and you give Shevach B'Yidot HaKadosh Baruch. The halacha is, if you cause a spark and that spark makes a fire, you are chayav. If you have a camel loaded with cotton and the cotton goes into a store and catches on fire and your camel creates a fire, that's your responsibility and you are chayav. If it caught on fire outside of the store owner put his fire outside of the store, that's the store owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi Yehuda, on Chanukah, since you have a mitzvah to light outside, then it's not the store owner's responsibility, it's the camel owner's responsibility. Says Rabbi Yehuda. From here you see that the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah is from between 3 tvachim from the ground. It shouldn't be lower than 3, but not higher than 10. Otherwise, we would tell the store owner to light his candles above 10 tvachim so candles could go by. Says the Gemara, that's not a good raya. Perhaps you could be yaitza above 10, but we don't tell the store owner to do so because it's a tircha and you might not want to do it. Have a wonderful day.
And then I came back at the end and did a story that I've been telling for years. That always killed. I said, that fucking Taylor just set them up. It was like this tequila might have set the fucking start. I have no idea what's going on.
Shabbos Daf Chof Beis, Rabbi Tanchum says that just like you're not allowed to build a sukkah that's over 20 amas and you can't have a mavoi across Bima Kaira above 20 amas, so too you cannot light your menorah above 20 amas. Another famous saying that Reb Tanchum says, when the Shvatim threw Yosef HaTzadik into the pit, the pasuk says, "Habor reik ein boi mayim." It's empty and it doesn't have water, which is a double language. The Gemara says, yes, it didn't have water, but it had snakes and scorpions. Rabbi says that when you light the menorah, make sure that you put the menorah one tefach within the doorway, not further away, because people might confuse and they won't realize that you are the one that placed it there. Rav Acha says you put the menorah on the right side of the door. Rav Shmuel says you put it on the left side of the door. Like this, you have the mezuzah on the right and the menorah on the left. Rav Yosef says you have to treat the menorah with respect. Even a very simple task as counting money should not be done by the light of the menorah. Where do we see this from? From Kisui Hadam. You're obligated to cover the blood of a chaya and a bird after you shecht it, not a behema. And you should do so with your hand, the hand that shechted the animal, rather than with your foot. Kicking dirt is a bezai. Rav Yosef, Rabbi Shua ben Levi asked, how do we know that you cannot benefit from sukkah decorations? Let's say you hung a fruit, you can't eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Avram, as we would say in our days, Rabbeinu Shalaylam, the master of Avram. It's a Mefurish Braisa that you can't use sukkah decorations. Chanukah is not. Rather, the Mekar of this halacha is from Kisui Hadam, and we learn Sukkah and Chanukah from Kisui Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rav and Shmuel argue, the halacha is like Rav and Yisur. But the following three halachas, Abayi's Rebbe, Rabbi Bar Nachmani, paskin like Shmuel Lekula. And that is, that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle to another. You're permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another beged. And the halacha is like Reb Shimon, according to Shmuel, the greater, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create a furrow in the ground, as long as you're not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a ner l'ner, lighting one wick from the other? One man Omar says this is a design of the mitzvah. You should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other man says it's akhushi mitzvah. You're taking away from the original mitzvah. It looks as if you're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between these two shatim? In a case where you go directly from wick to wick, in that case there is no B'zayim mitzvah because you're going directly to another wick rather than going to a mundane thing like a match. However, there's still akhushi mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first wick. Now, the Gemara asks a question from Meiser Sheni. If a person has a lot of fruit, which he needs to bring to Yerushalayim to eat because it's Meiser Sheni, he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. The coin becomes kadosh. Now, I want to take that coin that's kadosh and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for Meiser Sheni. I want to do a mitzvah with it, but right now I'm doing a mundane task. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do so. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's usher because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the second coin is not adequate? It doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you weighing it the first time, you're using a Kaddish coin to do a mundane thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very slim. The Gemara tells us that the 40 years that Klal Yisrael was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created light for Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it doesn't make any sense that we're lighting a menorah to help HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so to speak. We benefit from his light, but he doesn't need our light. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Shechina, is shayr on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends if the menorah is facing east and west, then the second candle coming into the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one man Omar, then the center one, the Emtsai, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. We must explain that the way it worked, it was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of bizui mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold akushe mitzvah, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rav Yeshua says, if a cheresh shaita v'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles halachically, if they lit it, are you yaitse if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka isa mitzvah, that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yaitse the mitzvah. But if you hold the hanacha isa mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yaitse. So therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yaitse. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yaitse? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yaitse is because other people don't see the pursuing misa. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? The halacha is he's not yaitse. But why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. The Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. Second raya is, from the fact that we say, B'tzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah, you see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say B'tzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is lahadlik. Now the Gemara says, since we prove that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore if a cheresh shaliv katan light it, you are not yaitse even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yaitse with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be yaitse to your husband, because afhein hayu b'is haneis. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree tibal lehegma tchila against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
Great job, yeah. Who wouldn't? You know, and I do these shows for nothing. I don't even give my $35 or whatever it was. I don't collect it. But so you know, those are the shows I do way more shows for nothing than I do for money. And so it's, you know, the touring schedule now is still 110.
Shabbos Daf Chav Gimel. A guest must light Ner Chanukah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be soymech on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because afhein hayu b'is haneis. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other xeris against them. Therefore, a wife could be mighty a husband. Rabbi Shimon Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soot. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soot, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soot, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a blackthorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rabbi, the first night of Chanukah we make 3 brachas. Lahadik ner Chanukah, sha'asa nisim laveseinu, and shechiyanu. On the second night of Chanukah, we don't say shechiyanu. But on all nights of Chanukah, you say sha'asa nisim laveseinu, because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neris Chanukah, you're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance, you say a bracha just for seeing it. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. But you say Sha'asa Nisim Laviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say Shechianu, but on the second night, all you say is Sha'asa Nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs derabanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say Vitzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. The Gemara explains because it says in the Torah, Lo Sasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a da'iraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'al avicha v'yegetcha, zikinecha v'yomer lach. The zikain, the Chachamim will tell you, and you must listen. When it comes to Gemai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amaretz. You're not sure whether or not he performed Trumas and Maestros. He separated Trumas and Maestros. Chachamim are mechayev you to be mafresh Truma and Maestros. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's a Rabbanan. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this Gemai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an erev chatzeros, as an erev tafshilin, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma and Maestros unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaya, because it's a suffix the Rabbanan. The Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amaretz was mafresh Trumas and Maestros, whereas by Chanukah it's a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amaretz do perform Trumas and Maestros. It's a chumrah. And on a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. So Avuna says that a house that has two front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that two separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light Ner Chanukah. Therefore, all you need to do is light one candle. However, if you have doors on two sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light two candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about you? In the Torah, by Peyah. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. And you must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given Peyah. And they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you could give it whenever you want, you'll wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, the Torah says, you have a chiyuv to take payah, and we don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end, and like this, you won't come to lie.
Your asset didn't necessarily change, but the paycheck changes. Like in every other
A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishnah Berurah says even if it's one long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then it'll be one large flame, and one large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's puzzle for Nero's Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine, rather than making Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah if you only have money for one? Since the one you do more frequently comes first. Says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah comes first because Pirsumei Nisa, to publicize the Nes that Hakadosh Baruch Hu did for us, comes before Tediros. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Chanukah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candle lighting. And Taisus points out that it wasn't just him, it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, you'll have 2 children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, he had Hidi bar Oven and Chia bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. Then the following story is that Rav Chizda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candle lighting. And in that story, only one of the 2 parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chizek promised her a son Talmid Chacham, and she had Rosh Hashanah. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. You're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, it says in the pasuk, we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night. Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint and she tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came Eliyahu and told her, too early is also not good, because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rabbi says if a person loves Talmid Chachamim, he'll have sons Talmid Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmid Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's a Talmid Chacham. And if he fears Talmid Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmid Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmid Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmid Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemayata. Rav Chizek says we're not concerned that Shemayata. The concern is that it might be Erev Yontif will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn kachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yontif. Have a wonderful day.
They still make carbons crystal green.
I remember that.
Oh my God, that's terrible. No, don't be pissed. It's gonna be a good time.
No, I gotta do a set.
Oh yeah, they still make it. I think it's a dessert one. I think there might have been alcohol in it. How much alcohol? Let's find out.
Shabbos Daf Chof Dalet. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today. We had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us, 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei, because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. By Moed. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim. The whole concept of Chanukah is the Rabbana. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, he should insert it by the Dal part of Birkas Hamazon, by Moed, and not when you insert Yalav Yaveh, which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim is a bracha that we should rebuild Yerushalayim, and we should have the Beis Hamikdash, we should be able to bring Karbanos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav Yaveh. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh, you say Yalav Yaveh in benching. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Iraisa. Rosh Chodesh is the Iraisa. Rav Chanina says, no, we don't say Yalav Yaveh, since there's no Isser to do Melacha. You let him work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav, because there's a brayso that Rabbi Shai says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. There's the category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed, that you bring a korban musaf, and there are days, like fast days, that you don't bring a korban musaf. The days that you bring a korban musaf, says Rabbi Shai in the brayso, you say Yalav Yaveh in Birkas Hamazon, and that's exactly what Rav says. In addition to that, you say Yalav Yaveh in Shemona Esrei by Ritzei, and if you forget to say Yalav Yaveh, you repeat Shemona Esrei, and it's the first day of the night. And there's no Kiddush, you don't take a Kiddush cup and make Kiddush on Rosh Chodesh Chol Hamoed. The days of a fasting, on Sheni v'Chamishi, that we fast for rain, or the Mamados, and that is, there were people that were Yisraelim that were designated from Klal Yisrael to represent the entire Klal Yisrael when they brought Karbanos of the Tzibur. Half of them, or part of them, went to the Beis Hamikdash, and part of them remained behind and fasted Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and they said psukim, and they davened that the Karban should work for Klal Yisrael. That's my mother. Those days, we say Anenu. When does the Gemara say Anenu? In all Shemona Esrei, Shachris Mincha. Rashi brings the Ga'idim that we only say Anenu in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in our Shemona Esrei. Perhaps a person will have an oinus and he'll eat by mistake, and it'll be a lie. However, Tosfos points out that the Shliach Tzibur should say Anenu in Shachris, because it's impossible that from the entire Tzibur there won't be at least one person who's fasting a complete fast. Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda hold that you don't say Ala Nisim by Musaf on Shabbos and Rosh Chodesh on Chanukah.
Oh my God.
Since Hanukkah is not the cause for Musaf, there is no Musaf for Hanukkah. The other shita is that you do say Al Anisim because all the other Shemoneh Esreis have Al Anisim in them, and we don't want to make Musaf different from the other Shemoneh Esreis. The Raya for Rav is from a very similar place. Yontif that falls out on Shabbos, we don't mention Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha. In those days, Rashi says they would say Haftarah by Mincha until the Hasidim came and they did away with that minhag. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah because of Yontif. Even though Yontif itself invokes Haftarah sometimes, but not today. So that's a good raya. What's not a good raya is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos, you don't mention, and that's what we do today. We don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachas of Shabbos. And the reason is, the Gemara says this is not a good raya because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. The Gemara says that Allah is like Yom Lady. Another similar case. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Ne'ilah, we mention Shabbos. Even though we never have a Ne'ilah on Shabbos, the whole Ne'ilah is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Chanukah, Al Anisim. Now, on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we do mention Rosh Chodesh in Haftarah, but as Tosfos points out, and halachas like Tosfos, we don't. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha Shabbos, but Leil Shabbos, Friday night, is different. Friday night, when the Shliach Tzibur says Chazar Shashat, Me'in Sheva, and it's Yontif, we don't mention Yontif. Why is it? Because the whole reason you do Chazar Shashat by Ma'ariv of Shabbos is because of Sakana. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about somebody coming late to shul, and we'll have to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the Mezikim will get him. So they prolonged the Ma'ariv. On a weekday, people didn't go to shul in those days. So because it's a Sakana, we said Chazar Shashat, but it's only because it's a Sakana, there's no reason to mention like in the Mishnah, there are two shitas that say the same exact thing, that you should not light from chayla, from fat, whether it's cooked or uncooked. One of the shitas, though, is different. One of those shitas hold that if you add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, it's actually mutter to use. Says the Mishnah, you don't use shemen sreifa on Yom Tov. As we explained yesterday, shemen sreifa is truma oil that became tummy, and you must burn it. You have to burn it. You cannot burn it on Yom Tov, as we had the other day. Now, shemen sreifa, the reason why you can't do it is because you cannot burn that oil on Yom Tov. Even though you have a concept of asay, the asay of burning the oil should push off the loisas of you should not make a fire on Yom Tov, which is not for food. There's three reasons given. Either because it says ad boiker twice, and the second time comes to tell us for the second morning you have to wait to burn it until Kalamai. Rabbi says, or Rabbi says, oilas Shabbos b'Shabbat. You bring the oila on Shabbos. You don't bring the oila of the weekday on Shabbos or on Yom Tov. So certainly, if you cannot bring the oila on Yom Tov, so certainly you cannot bring oil that's possible. And Rabbi says, "Who levada yosel we learn from the pasuk. Who you cannot make machshirim, you can't make knives on Yom Tov. Levada, you cannot make a bris milah for a child that's not on his 8th day. If it's 9th, 10th day, it's already pushed off. You don't make a bris milah, even though there's a kavachamer that you should be able to. So if you cannot do a bris milah, we learn from here that anything that's pushed off, you push it off until after Yom Tov, including this one. And Rav Ashi says, even though we have an essay that should push off a lois assay, but Yom Tov is actually an assay and a lois assay. And one assay does not push off an assay and a lois assay. Have a wonderful day.
Feeling you get from just walking on stage and, they just want to bestow fucking love on you, with applause, and I keep my job, so I'm still gonna beat you fuck up. I'm coming there to take a swing at your face, and that I will do, but it's just amazing because I don't know when they're, retired, they'll let me know. Maybe they keep listening, as long as they keep listening.
Shabbos Daf Chofei. Rav says, just like there's a chiyuv for you to burn kachim that became tamei. Let's say you have meat from a carbon that became tamei, you must burn it. So too you have a chiyuv to burn truma that became tamei. Rashi explains, there's two reasons. Truma is very similar to kachim. And second of all, because of the color. We don't want you to, by mistake, use the truma that's tamei. But there's a very big difference between the two. Kachim, when you burn, you cannot benefit from them. Truma, when you burn it, the kohen can benefit from its light, from its heat. But how do we know this? The Gemara gives us three reasons. By Truma it says, Mishmeres Trumoisai, plural. The safekeeping of my Trumois, meaning Truma number one is Truma that's tar, Truma two is Truma that's tamei, and we can benefit, the kohen can benefit through using the fire and the light, the heat and the light. Rabbi Yochanan says that it says by Meiser Sheni. Meiser Sheni, which Yisrael could eat in Yerushalayim, on the 4th and 7th year, there's a chiyuv to be mevared, to destroy it. And when he destroys it, he says a vidu. He says the famous pasuk, "V'lo yi'arti mimenu b'tamei." I didn't destroy it when I was tamei or when the Meiser Sheni was tamei. Where's Medayah? Only Meiser Sheni you cannot benefit while you burn it, but there's something else that you could benefit. And it could be one of two things. It could be either kachim or truma. So why do I pick truma as the lighter one and say you could benefit from truma? Since kachim has 6 things that make it chomer, whereas truma only has 4. So it makes more sense to say kachim I cannot benefit. What are these 6 things and what are the 4? By kachim we have pigul. If a kohen thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas, shchita, kabbalah, hulachas, and he's going to consume this animal, this carbon, outside of its allotted time. In other words, there's a carbon that he can eat for day and night. He thinks to himself, I'm going to eat it in 2 weeks from now. And he eats it then, he's chayiv carbon. Noisar, if he leaves over from his carbon, past the allotted time, chayiv. The fact that it's called a carbon, very interesting. Just the name is a chumrah. Me'ilah, if somebody benefits from kachim, he has to pay back the principal plus a 5th. Kares, if somebody eats kachim when he's tamei, he gets kares, meaning Hashem will take away from his life and his children's life. 2 things. And kachim is usher to a person that's an unnamed, a person who lost a beloved one that day. Whereas truma, there's only 4 things. Somebody eats truma he's chayiv misa b'dei shomayim. It doesn't have the kares part where it kills his kids. Chomesh, he has to pay a 5th. You cannot redeem truma, whereas you could redeem kachim. Let's say the carbon becomes a balmum, you can redeem it. And truma is always also to Yisrael, whereas kachim, there are times that Yisrael could participate in this carbon if it's a shlamim, tayt, etc. Carbon, kachim cows. Another reason the Gemara gives that kachim is more chomer than truma, because kachim has kares, which is the 2 things. Kills his children as well, whereas Mitzvah Shemayim is only him. But not my Yitzchak says. When it comes to being mafresh truma, the Torah tells us don't use truma that's tamei and try to get away with using it to alleviate the chiyuv that you have on your truma that's tar. Don't use tamei for tar. And the Torah tells us titein loy. Give something to the kohen that he can benefit from it. Loy. Not that he should heat it up and use its light, but that he actually can consume it. But from here the Gemara infers that you could use, you shouldn't give it to the kohen, but if he already has it, the kohen could use it for his own benefit and use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting a Shabbos candle, to have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say, it's a chayva, he calls it, but it's a mitzvah, and we say bracha. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rabbi, is only for Rishos, it's not obligatory. Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. And in fact, he proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had tchelis in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem Tzvachos. A Malach. And the Gemara adds that his Talmidim were embarrassed from him, and they would tuck the corners of their beged, of their clothing inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shatnas? There's no concern because we hold like Beis Hillel. There's machlek Beis Hillel Mishamai. You put tzitzis of tchelis, which are samer, they're woven together with the beged of linen. We hold like Beis Hillel that you can't. But the Talmidim of Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi were concerned of a ksus laila. At night, you cannot wear tzitzis. You can't wear shatnez. And you might leave that beged on, you might wear shatnez at night. It says that Yirmiyah Hanavi said, "Batiznaf mishalom nafshi noshisi toiva." He was complaining that he lost his hope. He doesn't have hope. He doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. Noshisi toiva, I forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi, he's missing Ner Shabbos. He doesn't have life. Noshisi toiva, according to Rabbi, means I don't have a bathhouse. Rabbi Nafka says I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says I don't have a made bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for a Talmid Chacham. I was just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're in quarantine, but we have, based on Merchants, I hope, we have a shower, we have great wives, we have light, Ner Shabbos. We're doing great. Ezu Asher, who's considered wealthy? Reb Meir says somebody who appreciates his wealth. Reb Tarfon says if a person has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, and 100 slaves, has way too much, that's an Asher. Reb Akiva says a person who has a good wife, Isha Noah b'Maisa, she has good midos. Reb Yossi says someone who has a bathroom in close proximity to his table, meaning he has good hygiene, he has good health, have a wonderful day.
I just wanted to focus on going up there and get whatever they pay for the ticket. I want to make that money's
Shabbos Daf Chavav. I hope you're all staying safe and healthy. And let's daven one for another. You're not permitted to use sari, which is balsam oil, for Ner Shabbos. Since it smells so wonderful, one might come to remove some of the oil and try to use it somewhere else. And that is an Isra of Mechaba. He's causing the flame to extinguish earlier than it was supposed to. And another reason is because balsam oil is very flammable, and it might burn the house down. The Gemara tells us one of the craziest stories in Shas. There was a mother-in-law who hated her daughter-in-law so much so that she convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good, she tells her. So she sprayed it on herself. Then she tells the daughter-in-law, "Hey, I need this candle. Could you please light the candle?" And she went up in flames. When Huzar done, the Torah tells us that he sent all of Klal Yisrael to Golos, besides the Karmim and the Yoigvim. Karmim, says Rabbi Yosef, are those who know how to harvest afar simon. And they were able to harvest it from Ein Gedi all the way to Ramasa. Yoigvim are those who know how to trap the chilazon, the snail that makes tchelas, from Sulam Sur till Chayva. We cannot use white neft, even in the weekdays, because it's so flammable, it's dangerous, and certainly not on Shabbos. We can't use oil that's tevel. In other words, from fruit that you didn't remove trumas and maestros. You can't use it not on the weekday and certainly not on Shabbos. How do we know this? Because the pasuk says mishmeres trumoisai, as we had yesterday. Trumoisai is plural. Two trumas, tar truma and tamei truma. And just like in tar truma, you can't use any of the fruit until you mafresh the truma. If it's tevel, it's also. So too, if the truma is tamei, tevel is also also. There are some who are more machmer than our Mishnah. Reb Shimon Elazar says you cannot use sari, as we had before, which is balsam oil. Reb Shmuel says you can't use any oil that comes out of a tree. Reb Shmuel ben Bragi says only that oil that comes from fruit. And Tarfon says you can only use Shemin Zayis. Says Reb Yochanan ben Nuri, he got up and he was upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil, how can they light candles on Shabbos? In Modeh, they only have nut oil. In Alexandria, they only have radish oil. In Kapoitik Yah, they only have kerosene. The halacha is everything that it says in the Mishnah is asur. Those are the only oils that are asur. The rest are mutter. But the oil of fish, according to Rashi, the innards, made from the innards of fish, according to Taisus, the oil from the eye of a fish, and itron, which is from pitch, that is mutter. From Sumchas it says, all oil that comes from the flesh of an animal, meaning from chayla, from fat, you cannot you can use the oil of a fish. Now, what is the difference between Sumchas and the Tanna Kama? They're seemingly saying the same things as the Gemara, as we had earlier. But over here it means slightly different. In other words, according to one of the two Tanoim, we don't know which one. Chaylev, fat, is mutter if you add olive oil to it. And fish innards are mutter even without adding olive oil. But according to the second Mandorma, we take it down one step. Chaylev is never mutter, even if you add olive oil. And fish innards are only mutter if you add olive oil. And then Rabbi Shimon Shazuri says, and we're not clear why and how he adds anything, he says, hakois, which is calcinate, and neft, which is kerosene, is a mutter. And now the sugya of Tumah. We're going back to the sugya of Tumah, and I'll make it very simple. When it comes to the Tumah of Negayim, first let's talk about the size of the cloth, and then we'll talk about what it's made out of. Even Shesi Veir, in other words, a string that you are about to make a cloth, and it's as long that you can make a 3x3 finger breadth cloth, that's Mikabel Tumah. Certainly, a 3x3 tfachim cloth, which is appropriate even for rich people, as a beged, as a fabric, is Mikabel Tumah. 3x3 finger breadths of a beged is a Shesi Veir. Now, the Torah says by Negayim, the word beged, and the Torah explains it's made out of tzemer upishtim, either wool or linen. So now we know that anywhere in the Torah that it says the word beged, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by sheret, by shfazera, we know in all these places the Torah is referring to tzemer or pishtim. But what about other clothing? So we know that by tzemer or pishtim, no matter what size it is, even a string or 3x3 fingers, and certainly 3x3 tvachim, is Mikabel Tumah. What about other clothing? According to Abaya, other clothing are not Mikabel Tumah at all, any size, anywhere. Everybody agrees to that. Rav Shimon Elazar, every Shmuel. But according to Rava, yes, Rav Shimon Elazar says other clothing are not Mikabel Tumah in all sizes. However, Rabbi Shmuel holds that when it's 3x3 tfachim, then other clothing, not some pishtim, in other tumais are Mikabel Tumah. Have a wonderful day.
Then their powerful technology efficiently matches the right people to your job better than anybody else. That's why ZipRecruiter is different, unlike other job sites. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Guess what? It finds them. In fact, over 80% of jobs posted on ZipRecruiter get qualified candidates in just 24 hours. That's right. No juggling emails, no calls to your office, no shoes in your door.
Shabbos Daf Chav Zayin. I hope, my friends, you're all doing well. But continuation from yesterday's sugya. According to Rabbi, in Rabbi Shimon Elazar, the Torah says by negat saras the word beged, and then explains to us tzemer upishtim. It has to be wool or linen. It doesn't matter what size that beged is. It's Mikabel Tumah, whether it's a thread, 3 fingers wide, 3 tefachim wide. They're all Mikabel Tumah. And Rabbi holds that there's a binyan we learn from Tzaras to all other tumas in the Torah that they're Mikabel Tumah when they're tzemer upishtim. But if they're not tzemer upishtim, they're not Mikabel Tumah. Elazar says, however, if other begadim are 3x3 tefachim, then they are Mikabel Tumah. Where does he get this from? So the Gemara gets it from in the pasuk of Sheret. It says, "Oy beged." For those extra words, I learned that if a beged is 3x3 tefachim, it's Mikabel Tumah, even if it's not tzemer upishtim. Abaya argues completely, says, according to everybody, other clothing is never Mikabel Tumah, even 3x3 tefachim. So what does Abaya do with the words? Oy beged? Abaya says that we don't have a flat out binyan of all tumas in the Torah. I cannot learn sherets from the Negayim, nor can I learn out Negayim from sherets. And therefore, I need a beged to tell me that a beged that's 3 fingers by 3 fingers Temer Pishtim is Mikabel Tumah by a Sheretz. Why can't I learn out Sheretz from the Goyim and the Goyim from Sheretz? Because each one has a Tumah that the other one doesn't have. A Sheretz is Mikabel Tumah B'chadasha, whereas Saras is Mikabel Tumah B'kigris, which is 9 times the size. On the flip side, Saras is Mikabel Tumah even if it's a thread, and Sheretz is not Mikabel Tumah by a thread. There's a seeming contradiction in Rabbi Yishmael himself. And Abai says, yes, in fact, it's a major contradiction. It's Mikatza Lakatza, where Abai learned to Rabbi Yishmael yesterday that no clothing, that's if it's not made out of Tzemar Pishtim, can be Mikabel Tumah at all. Over here, Rabbi Yishmael says that every clothing is Mikabel Tumah, whether it's made out of camel hair, goat hair, silk, inferior silk, it's all Mikabel Tumah. Rava says a pshat that perhaps Rabbi Yishmael is saying that there's no Tumah Sheretz in other clothing when it's 3 by 3 fingers, but it's 3 by 3 tfachim. It is Mikabel Tumah, and that would be different than what Rava said the other day. Rava took it back. Another pshat is that it wasn't Rava that said so; it's Rava's Talmud Rav Papa. Sometimes the Talmidim got confused; they weren't sure what Rav Papa was saying. What was he saying? His own Torah, or was he saying over from his Rebbe Rava? And Rav Papa says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't discussing Torah. Rabbi Shmuel was just saying the halacha that there's no shatnez on clothing that are not tzemur pishtim. The fact that the Torah tells us tzemur pishtim by shatnez, the Torah is talking about wearing it. But if you just put it on, I would think that there's shatnez, and that's why the Torah comes and says there's no shatnez even if you put it on. And the Gemara says bedusehi, it's completely wrong. The opposite. If we know that when you wear clothing, it must be Tzemur Pishtim, then certainly when you just put it on, it has to be Tzemur Pishtim. Rabbi Yitzchak says that Rabbi Shmuel wasn't talking about Tumah. Rabbi Shmuel, the second Rabbi Shmuel in the contradiction, is talking about tzitzis. And Rabbi Shmuel holds that the only garment that's chayiv b'tzitzis is a garment made out of wool. If you wear a beged made out of wool, then you have to put on tzitzis. If you wear a beged made out of cotton, you don't put on tzitzis. In fact, that's how the Mechaber paskins la'alacha, and that's why Sfardim wear a beged made out of wool with tzitzis made out of wool. Ashkenazim paskin like the Ramah, and therefore we wear cotton with wool tzitzis. Although the Mishnah Berurah says that a Yirei Shamayim should be makbid to wear wool and wool tzitzis. According to Rabbi Shmuel, we just said, he learns from Oy Beged to include all begadim for Tumah, so why don't we include from tzitzis? It says Asher Techasa, we should include all begadim for tzitzis. And the Gemara tells us that from the words Asher Techasa comes to include a blind man's clothing, is chayiv tzitzis, because other people can see it. Ureisim Oisai, though, comes to exclude something that you don't see. What don't you see? Night clothing. That no one can see at night, and therefore Suslaila is pater from tzitzis. Abai says a statement that Reb Shimon ben Elazar and Sumchos agree to the halacha that you're not allowed to use pishtan. In other words, something that's mekabel tumah for negoim for your schach. Reb Shimon ben Elazar, we said, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that pishtan, flax, even if it wasn't spun, it just came out of the oven, the process that causes it to whiten, that itself makes it possible for schach. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Meir about shasi. Shasi, Rabbi Yehuda says, only becomes possible for schach once it comes out of the kettle, and Rabbi Meir says it's like erev, that it's possible for schach immediately. The Mishnah says on Chav Zayin on the base on the bottom, anything that's a derivative of a tree, you cannot make wicks out of them. Says Rashi, for instance, cotton and hemp. And Taisus doesn't understand. It says, cotton, what's wrong with cotton? The whole point is, according to Rashi, that it doesn't carry the flame well. What better wick do we have than cotton, says Taisus. And anything that comes out of a tree, says the Mishnah, does not become Tamei Tumah soil. In other words, if there's a dead person in a room, the roof, the ceiling does not become Tamei. Unless the ceiling is made out of cotton, then the ceiling will become Tamei. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Chav Ches. Rabbi say, I hope you're all doing great. What a tremendous opportunity is right now to add Torah to our lives. If you're not part of a shir, please join us. Today we had over 200 people live watching the shir on Zoom and on YouTube. If you can't catch us live, you can catch us afterwards on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, on our app. The Gemara tells us that typically, when there's a dead person in a room, the ceiling is not Mekabel Tumah. It's attached to the ground, so if you have a ceiling made of cement, wood, etc., not Mekabel Tumah. However, if the material is identical to the Mishkan, such as flax, or the hair of a goat, or different type of hides, they are Mekabel Tumah. The Gemara learns that out from Xeris Shava. That's only the material, but it doesn't have to be done exactly like the Mishkan. The Mishkan, for instance, took the flax and they did 6 strings. It doesn't have to be with exact details, it just has to be the exact material. Even though the Mishkan was built with krushim, with wood, wood is not Mekabel Tumah. Why? Because the Torah says, krushim la Mishkan. The wood is for the Mishkan. In other words, it's not the essence of the Mishkan, it's just for the Mishkan. The essence of the Mishkan are the Urios, are the layers on top of the Mishkan. The 3 to 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is Mekabel Tumah because there's a hekish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semer upishtim, wool and flax. The middle one was the goat hair, and the upper one is elam and tachash. Now, Rabbi Lazar had a suffix. What about non-kosher hides? Leather made from non-kosher animals. Are they Mekabel Tumah ba'ayah? What was his suffix? His suffix was, did Moshe Rabbeinu use non-kosher hides to make the tachash? What was the tachash? Now, Rabbi Yosef says it's impossible because only something that's tahar can be used to build a Mishkan. So what is this tachash? The Gemara tells us if you hold like Rabbi Yosef, you must say the tachash. There's a language used there, tala ilan, which means one of the wild cats. So it has to be that it looked like a wild cat. It had beautiful coloring to it, but it wasn't made from the hide of a wild cat. Rish Lakish says that this tachash is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu. In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn, but it was kosher, not like the unicorn that we're familiar with. Just like other Marishaim, the karban, the bull that he was makriv, had a single horn, because the Torah says, mi karen. It was a one-time thing. It was nizdam lefi shah. It was necessary for that time. But after that, it was nignaz. We don't have tachash anymore. That the Gemara is still masupik whether tachash is a chaya or a behema. Because even though the animal with one horn by other Marishaim was a behema, was a bull, yet it's possible that it's a chaya because there's something called a keresh. And a keresh is a chaya. If I remember correctly, when we were learning chulin, there are some shittas that hold that a keresh is a giraffe, because there are some giraffes that have a single horn. Rabbi says, since I can make a tzad shabbat, you take 2 things. You take sheretz and saras. Both of them have a chumrah to themselves. Saras has the chumrah of shesi, it's metama even a thread. Sheretz has a chumrah that it's metama with a very small amount of kadash. But the tzad shava, the common denominator between the 2 of them is that they are mekabel tumah. In other words, if you have a non-kosher hide, let's say a tiger's hide, it will be mekabel tumah if saras develops on it, and it will be mekabel tumah if it touches a sheretz. So says Rabbi, you can take those 2 and have a common denominator and say, therefore, hide from a non-kosher animal is mekabel tumah ba'oil hameis. Comes Rabbi Mebarnish and says, no, sheretz and the goyim and saras have something in common that mace doesn't have. They both are mekabel tumah, are metama with less than a kazayis, where a mace, in order for it to be mekabel tumah, to give off tumah, but oil, it has to be at least a kazayis. Therefore, Rabbi Mebarnish says he learns the kavachomer from the Gizim. As we mentioned before, one of the layers in the Mishkan was the hair of a goat. And it's not mekabel tumah from tzaraz, as we said the other day. Tzaraz, when it comes to beged, has to be semer upishtim, not goat hair. Yet, at the same time, it's one of the materials from the Mishkan, and one of the materials in the Mishkan is mekabel tumah by Elaves. So, the hide of an animal that's tamei, which is mikabel tuma from tzaras, that's in the Torah, or mikabel tuma from tzaras, certainly it should be mikabel tuma ba'oil hameis. So now we have to understand Rabbi Yosef's statement from before. He says when it comes to meleches shamayim, it has to be from a kosher animal. What is he coming to add? So the Gemara is coming to add that the ritzuos of tefillin must be made from a kosher animal. Yes, Halacha Moshe Messina says the ritzuos have to be black, but the Halacha Moshe Messina doesn't tell us from what material. That's where Rabbi Yosef is coming to Mechadish. To tell us that the parshiyos of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal, we don't need Rabbi Yosef. Yes, it fits into Rabbi Yosef's klal, and his klal is perfect for everything, but it's not needed for all these other things. The parshiyos of tefillin, it says in the Torah, Torah Hashem beficha min amutar beficha, whatever you could eat, that's what you can make tefillin from. That the box of the tefillin has to be from kosher animal, that we know from Halacha Moshe Sinai, because you have to make a shin, and that's Halacha Moshe Sinai. So the hide has to be that has to be from a kosher animal. The fact that you have to wrap your parashiyos with the hair of a kosher animal, or sew the tefillin with kosher sinew, Halacha Moshe Sinai. That you have to make square tefillin, also Halacha Moshe Sinai. And now the Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that if you make a wick out of clothing, you fold up clothing, you make a wick out of it according to Rabbi Lezer, it's tamei. Why? Because it still remains a beged, and a beged is tamei. Says Rabbi Kiva, but when you fold it up, you take away the name beged from it, and it becomes a wick, and therefore it's no longer tamei. Says Rabbi Lezer, since this wick remains a beged, and he says a 4-step halacha, therefore, if this beged is exactly 3 by 3 fingers, and it happens to be yontif that falls out on a Friday, and we hold like hula that you must burn most of the wick. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You have to light the whole thing. But once you light it a little bit, you just broke the wick. You ruined it. And by ruining it, you cause noilad. And if you cause noilad, Rabbi Yehuda says that it becomes muktzah. So it's also for you to light this on yontif shechal b'erev Shabbos. Now, according to Rabbi Kiva, when you fold up this wick, it's no longer a kli, so you're just lighting wood, so you're not over anything. And Rabbi Yosef says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being exactly 3 by 3 fingers. I never understood what it meant. Based on this halacha, now I understand completely. Have a wonderful day.
There was this guy I met, this little Native American kid named Dean. Native American. Primo Pablo, shout out. This fool had all the Iron Maiden out. He was one of the little nerdy kids. Bro, his friend, they made all the Iron Maiden. Yeah. So I went to his house, bro, and we played every album, man. Run to the hills, yeah, all that shit. How many albums was the album? Just one.
I think just that first one, Killers, right? Because the rest of it's Bruce Dickinson.
Bruce Dickinson's first one.
Shabbos Daf Chavtes. I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos. Please keep safe and healthy. Going back to the mission that we had yesterday, Silas HaBeged Shekitla, the Loi Hivava. You take a garment, you fold it up, you make it into a wick, but you didn't singe it. Yesterday we had one shot in Machlokes Rabbi Lezer and Rabbi Kiva, why it might be tamei or tar, and why you can use it or can't use it on Shabbos. Today we have another shot. Rabbi says, the Rabbi Lezer says you cannot use this wick on Shabbos because it's unsinged. You must first make it black where the fire can catch nicely, and you won't have issues with it on Shabbos. Otherwise, we're concerned you might fix it on Shabbos. How to explain Rabbi Yosef's halacha that he heard and he wasn't sure where to apply it is a concept of 3 fingers by 3 fingers that are exactly 3 fingers by 3 fingers. Yesterday we said one shot. According to Rabbi, we have to say another shot. He's talking about truma, and it's not like this. What constitutes a beged? Is it 3 fingers by 3 fingers exactly, or 3 fingers by 3 fingers plus the hem? Says Rabbi Yosef, it's exactly, not without the hem. Rav says, we have a machlokes Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon we mentioned the other day. Somebody takes a pot on Yontif, and he burns the pot. The pot just changed from a pot to a broken pot. A broken pot is not like he was just born today on Yontif, and therefore it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Rabbi Shimon. Says Rav, it's not only a pot, it's even something like a date, where from the moment it was created, it has a pit inside. Nothing was created on Yontif. But when you open the date on Yontif, you discover the pit. That's noilad. And he takes it one more step. Not only a pit, but even, let's say, a walnut, where there's the fruit inside and the wood is on the outside, where you could visibly see the wood. Yet it's not wood until you crack open the walnuts and you extract the nut. then you're going to use the wood. So it's noilad on Yom Tov. And Rabbi Shimon says in all these cases, there is no noilad on Yom Tov, and you're allowed to use all these items. The Gemara tells us Rabbi never said this halacha before. Rabbi Yehuda heard a story. The Rabbi Chia, who was Rab's uncle, told Rab he saw him eating a pit, and he had a pit. He said, "Listen, if you threw that into the fire on Yom Tov, you'd be over on noilad." And Rab didn't answer. Gemara says, well, he didn't answer. Did he agree with his uncle or not? Gemara brings a story. Rab was eating a date on Yom Tov, and he took the pit and threw it to an animal. Now, if he held that the pit was muktzah, he wouldn't throw it to the animal. Says Gemara, wait a minute. It's possible that Rab was eating a very inferior date, and that date had fruit on the pit. It's a good quality date. When you open it up, there's no fruit on the pit. But this date was inferior, and since it had fruit on the pit is not muktzah. It's considered fruit, and therefore he allowed himself to take it and toss it to the animal. If a branch falls off a tree on Yom Tov, that's called noilad. If it falls off into your oven, how do I use it on Yom Tov? If you add more wood that's not muktzah, I can use it on Yom Tov. The same thing would apply to our case of a pot that was burnt or there was a broken pot. If I add more wood to it, I can use that pot on Yom Tov to make a fire. Now going back to the Mishnah, the case of folding up a wick, a garment and making it into a wick, according to Rabbi Eliezer, it remains tummy. Says Rabbi Amnuna, let me explain to you pshat. We're talking about a situation where there's a garment that started off as a garment. It was from the measurement of 3 fingers by 3 fingers all the way up to 3 tvachim by 3 tvachim. It was a garment, and the owner of the garment decided to make it into a shmata. He took it, and he wants to use it either to plug a hole, or to clean, or to hold a hat. Whatever the reason is, it's a shmata. If he takes it, folds it up nicely, puts it in a drawer, into a box, then he's showing that he wants it, and it's 100% according to everybody, even Rabbi Tia. If he takes it and tosses it out into the garbage, and you found it in the garbage, according to everybody, it's not tummy. It's not a beggar. Machlokes is when he takes it and hangs it up on a peg or hangs it up behind his door. Rabbi Eliezer says he still likes it, he still wants it, it remains a beggar, it remains tummy. Rabbi Kiva says he showed that he doesn't want it, it's not tummy. Says the Mishnah, brand new Mishnah, brand new sugya. We know that if you have a bowl of oil and you light a fire in Shabbos, you take some of the oil out, you're over on the chaber. You're making the fire last less. That's the chaber. What if I have an egg full of oil with a hole in the egg and it drips out into my bowl over the entire Shabbos? By me removing oil, I'm over on the same chaber because this candle is supposed to be lit for X amount of time. Because I removed the oil from the egg, now that candle lasts less. If I do so, even with something that's disgusting, let's say instead of an egg I have earthenware, most people won't use that oil, still awesome. If I do so with a bowl side by side to the other bowl, still awesome. Rabbi Yehuda says in all these cases it's good. However, if that egg is permanently affixed to the bottom bowl, let's say my klicheres is fixed, that's how I created, or later on I glued it together, then it's mutter because now I know it's one and the same, and I'm not going to remove the oil. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yehuda was in Beis Nitzah. It's the name of a place. And they gave him this egg, and he filled it up with oil, and he used it over Shabbos. So the Gemara is different because in Beis Nitzah, they were very careful. It seems like the Gemara wasn't so happy with that. The Gemara says that Rabbi ben Elazar gave Musar, he was Moicha, to Rabbi Abba. Famous machlokes, are you allowed to drag a bench on Shabbos, knowing that perhaps you might create a groove in the ground? And that's the Isser Charisha. Rabbi Shimon says it's not a problem. I don't have kavanah to do it. It's mutter. Rabbi, he was dragging a bench over a marble floor. It's impossible to make a guma, impossible to make a groove. Yet Rabbi Yisrael was Moichan. He said, listen, maybe today you won't, but tomorrow you might forget and do so. And therefore it's awesome. The Gemara tells us a 3-way machlokes Rabbi Shimon. What happens if I have a very light bench? I can lift it up easily. It's efshar. The concept of efshar. I can lift it up, but I don't want to. According to Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Shimon only said his halachah was very heavy and you can't do it otherwise. But if it's light, you have no business dragging it and perhaps creating a groove, and therefore, in that case, he says it's awesome. And we have to explain when the Mishnah talks about a kisei, the safsal, that mentions a chair, it's talking about a very heavy chair. Ula says no. The machlokes is even in a very light object like a chair, where Rabbi is going to say it's mutter, but in a very heavy bench or bed, then Rabbi Yehuda would also agree that it's mutter. So why does the Mishnah talk about a bed? It's talking about a very light bed. Rabbi Yosef says no. The machlokes is in both cases. Even if it's very heavy and light, Rabbi Shimon says mutter. Very heavy and light, Rabbi Yehuda says it's possible. Gemara asks a bomb question from a person who's selling clothing in the street. Says the Gemara, if he's just putting it on him and he's not having any benefit from it, he's not saving himself from the elements, from the heat, from the rain, it's mutter. But a tzanua, a tzaddik, should put it on a stick and not hold it. But you see, it's efshar. It's possible for him to get away from the whole problem of Shabbat. Yet we say it's mutter for him to carry it on himself. So that's a kasher Rabbi that says that in a situation of efshar, you're not allowed to do so. Have a wonderful day. Have a great Shabbos. We'll see you tomorrow.
This guy was so high on heroin, he was just playing. So now we're there jumping, give us some music. He's playing cigarettes and flicking up the chains. So we're in it about an hour now. And he's singing, and he's fucking up the words. It's like Sinatra. You went to see Sinatra in the 80s. Bro, he had no idea what the words were.
Shabbos Daf Lamed. We're starting the Mishnah on the bottom of Daf Tes. If a person extinguishes a flame because he's fearful of the Goyim or the robbers, or he has a person who's very ill, he's potter. Meaning, it's completely mutter. Our Mishnah goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that holds Melacha Shein Tzricha Legufa Asur, where Rabbi Shimon holds it's mutter. What does that mean? The best example is if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants the flame to be extinguished. In other words, it helps him burn the wick, and he wants that charcoal on the wick. That's a malacha shetzricha. He needs it. Another example is, let's say he prefers that the candle wasn't lit to begin with. A robber is coming, he doesn't want the candle to be lit. By him extinguishing it, he gains nothing. That's malacha shetzricha. Therefore, if a person extinguishes a flame because he wants to save the pot, he wants to get the oil, grab the wick, then he's chayev. On the other hand, he extinguishes a flame because he has a chayil shem b'sikon, or just in general. According to Rabbi Shimon, it will be potter because he's extinguishing it not for the sake of the extinguishing, but because he just doesn't want the flame. It's also to do, but he's potter. The Gemara tells us, if you ask for Tanakh, are you allowed to extinguish a flame if you have a chayil sheish b'sakana? And he went into a huge tangent of agadita. The next 4 dafs are full of agadita. And he started by saying, there seems to be a contradiction in Shlomo HaMelech between himself and his father. On the one hand, Shlomo HaMelech says, "V'shabech Hanis HaMesim," I have to give praise to the dead. And he says, "A live dog is better than a dead lion." Shlomo HaMelech says, "Lo yamesim yalu." The dead can't do anything. They can't praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It says Gemara 3 pshat. When a person is alive, he could learn Torah and he could do mitzvahs and he can accomplish. Once he's dead, he's over. Chafshi, he's free from mitzvahs and Torah. On the other hand, when Moshe Rabbeinu davened on Klal Yisrael by Chet HaEgel, he davened and HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't listen to him. But when he mentioned the Havais, the space of Havais, HaKadosh Baruch Hu listened to him. So you see that the dead are greater than the alive. Another pshat. If a ruler makes a decree in our days, sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. But when Moshe Rabbeinu made a decree thousands of years ago, he made decrees to learn the halachas of Yom Tov 30 days before Yom Tov. Or in benching, the first bracha of benching, he decreed. That lasts forever. A third pshat. David HaMelech asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu that he should show him a sign that Klal Yisrael should know that he was moichelim on the Aveira of Beshach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I cannot give you the sign when you're alive. I'll do it after you die. In fact, when Shlomo HaMelech did Chanukas HaBayis and he tried to bring the Aron into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, it was too wide, he couldn't fit it into the door. So he davened 24 Prakim of Tehillim and he wasn't answered. But when he mentioned his father David, then the doors became wider and Klal Yisrael realized that the Baruch Hu forgave David. But it says there, the famous passage in St. Shir Yoyim, Sushar M'Shechem. Yodai Melech HaKavod. The doors thought that Shlomo HaMelech is referring to himself, Melech HaKavod, the king. And they want to swallow him up alive. So Shlomo HaMelech says, no, Hashem eases the Gibor. I'm referring to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. David HaMelech says the Gemara, when they finished the Chanukas HaBayis after 8 days, it's a very long pasuk. And the Gemara dashes the pasuk, Vayichol Aleim. Klal went to the tents, they found their wives Betahara. And then it says, Smeichen, they had Hannah from the Zira Shechina. B'toy each and every one became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, David Avdoi. That HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave David, Yisrael Am, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu forgave Klal Yisrael for eating that Yom Kippur. They were so simply ate. In fact, he got awarded Gan Eden for eating onion cake. The Rabbi wanted three things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He wanted to know how his life is going to turn out, what year is he going to die on, and what day of the week is he going to die. HaKadosh Baruch said, I cannot tell you when you're going to die and how your life is going to play out, but I'll tell you the day of the week you're going to die. You're going to die on a Shabbos. He said, if I die on Sunday, it's better for my family. He said, no, Sunday's already if I die on Friday, he says, every day that you're alive and you yourself said into Tehillim is better than 1,000 oilas that Shlomo Melech is going to bring. So every Shabbos, David HaMelech would learn Torah, Pasuk Kum Megirsa. He wouldn't stop learning because he knew that the Malach HaMavis cannot kill him as he's learning Torah. So Malach HaMavis made a lot of noise in the backyard. David HaMelech, as he was continuing to learn, went to see what the noise was, went down the stair, and the Malach HaMavis took out the stair. He fell, and from falling, he got scared. He stopped learning for a moment. In that moment, the Malach HaMavis killed him. So Shlomo Melech sent to the Chachamim two questions. First of all, my father, the king, is lying in the sun. Can I move him on Shabbos? Second of all, can I feed the dogs? Is it mutter to feed dogs on Shabbos? He said, yes, you can give the nevela, which is typically muktzah, but since it has a purpose, you can give the corpse of an animal to a dog. On the other hand, you cannot touch the dead person unless you make a special heter. If you put a loaf of bread or a baby on the dead, then you can carry the dead agav the bread. So you see that a live dog has more importance than a dead king. Finally, the question that we asked Rabbi Tanko, he said, as a mashal, because we have a pasuk b'chai b'hem, obviously you're allowed to extinguish the flame for Chodesh Yom, but he said in the derech of Agadah, because there's women and Amaratzim, so he wanted to open their hearts to Torah, and he said, a person is like, the neshama of a person is like a candle, like Hashem's candle. So of course Hashem's candle comes before a human candle, and therefore you can extinguish the candle so that Hashem's candle can live longer. The Gemara tells us that they wanted to bury the Koheles because of the contradictions, the seemingly contradictions in Koheles. It says, but however, since Koheles starts with Torah and ends with Torah, so they decided not to. How does it start with Torah? It says, says the Gemara, a person has no purpose of working hard and toiling under the sun, but above the sun, before the sun, meaning the Torah that came before the sun, that is very important. And finally it says, the Gemara says three pshatim. First of all, the whole world was created for this individual, or he is equal to the whole world, or the whole world comes to serve this individual. But what's the contradiction in Koheles? It says, anger is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. It says, so the Gemara says that Baruch Hu, when he's upset at tzaddikim, that's a good thing. He gets rid of the averis. When he's happy with Rishayim, that's not a good thing because then he gets rid of the misses in this world. But in Olam HaEmes, Baruch Hu can be happy with tzaddikim. Bhakti Anisa Simcha is referring to Simcha Shal Mitzvah, like dancing by a wedding. What am I doing with the Simcha? Why are you so happy? When a person is happy on something that's not a mitzvah. In other words, it comes to teach us that the Shekhinah doesn't rest on a person that's sad or lazy or b'tzchayk, levity, and kalas roish, b'tzanos, or sicha, just talking, things that are important, things that are not important. Only in the Simcha Shal Mitzvah, when a person is doing a mitzvah, then the Shekhinah is Shaira. And when you want to learn Torah, it should be the Simcha. And when you want to dream nice dreams, it should be the Simcha. Elisha, who was angry, he said, bring the musicians, because there's a mitzvah to have the Shriyas HaShekhinah. One says the Rabbi should be with Simcha, but his Talmidim should be in fear. Another lesson is the Rabbi should start off with Simcha, and the Talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every shir he would start off with a Musa de Bichusa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody into the mood. They wanted to bury Mishlei, but they said, look, you wanted to bury Koheles and you saw that you were wrong. Let's look into Mishlei. It says in Mishlei, Al Tanksil, don't answer a fool, and then it says you should answer a fool. When it comes to Torah, you answer. When it comes to Dvarim Acherim, you don't answer. For instance, Chacham said that a woman is going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. There's going to be bread growing from the ground. And Talmidim laughed and they proved to them, look, you see a chicken lays an egg every day. There's a slav that gives fruit off every day, etc. And then, when the fool said to the Chachamim, your wife had an affair, you're a mamzer, so they didn't answer, but they gave him a cup of wine. Here, drink a cup of wine. And they exploded. Have a wonderful day.
If the movie would have died, I would have been in bad shape. Well, some people still hire because I would say, look, I got to call the dude on the movie. Shoot in North Hollywood. did I have to look in a hotel? No, Philip, what? Well, man, I'm mad. I said, how fucked up is God? I'm thinking about, you ever see Scarface? Yeah. Scarface was on the
Shabbos Daf Lamed Aleph, the Gemara tells us one should act with humility like Hillel, and not be kabbadonos with strictness like Shammai. There were two people that made a bet. Which one can upset Hillel? One of them took a bet for 400 zuz. He went to Hillel's house on Erev Shabbos while Hillel was in the shower, and he screamed out, Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. It's a lashon of a zoy, that's not how you talk to the Gadol Hadar. Hillel comes out, wraps himself up, and says, how can I help you, my son? And he asks him, I would like to know, why are all the Bavlim's heads round? Says Hillel, he asked me a beautiful question. I think the answer might be because the midwives, they deliver them in a certain way where it causes their head to be round. Oh! Goes back inside, and as soon as he gets back into the shower, the guy screams out again, is Hillel here? Hillel comes out, how can I help you? I'd like to know why the Talmudim's eyes are round. He says, it's a great question. It's because they live in a lot of sand, and it helps to keep the sand out. He gets back into the shower, and the guy once again screams out, Hillel! Comes out, how can I help you? Why are the Talmudim's feet so wide? He says, ooh, that's even a greater question. And the answer is because they step on mud and they need wide feet. He waits until he gets into the shower again and he calls him out and he says, listen, I have a lot of questions. Says Hillel, Shal b'ni Shal, ask me whatever you want. And he says, are you Hillel the Nasi? He says, yes, I am. He says, Rabbi, there shouldn't be anybody like you again. He says, what did I do? He says, because of you I lost 400 zuz. He says, Hillel, it's kedai to act like me, you should lose 800 zuz. Rather, the one should lose their food. The Gemara tells us 3 goyim came to Shammai and Hillel at 3 different times. One asked Hillel to become a ger, but he doesn't believe in the Torah Shabbat. Shammai was upset at him and shoot him out of there. He went to Hillel, and Hillel taught him, he made him a ger and taught him Aleph Beis. And the following day, instead of teaching him Aleph Beis Gimel, he taught him Tov, Shin, Reish, Kof, etc. He says, what's going on? Yesterday he taught me Aleph Beis Gimel Dalet. He says, well, if you trust me for that, you have to trust me for everything, and I'm telling you, there's a Torah Shabbat. Another guy came to Hillel, and this is the famous story. He came first to Shammai and said, I want to be a ger. Teach me the entire Torah while I'm standing on one foot. In other words, give it to me all in one sentence. Shammai took a stick and shoot him out of there. When he went to Hillel, Hillel was Megayer, and Hillel told him, my da'aloch sani, what you hate, don't do to your friend. Rashi explains it could be HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and it could be in Adam Chaverah. You don't want people to steal from you. You don't want people to do other sorts of Averas. Don't do it to them. And the rest of this Torah, says Hillel, is just an explanation and to explain how that all fits in that one line, 5 words. There's another guy who heard a Rabbi teaching his children, his Talmidim, about the Big Day Kahuna, and he found out that's for the Kohen Gadol. So he says, tell Shammai, I want to become a ger so I can wear the Big Day Kohen Gadol. Shammai took a stick, the Amas Apinyon, and shoot him out of there. But he went to Hillel, and Hillel was the guy, and then Hillel says, listen, you want to become a Kohen Gadol, you have to learn the halachas first. He learned the halachas, and he got to the pasuk by Azar, and he made a kavachaymer. If David HaMelech cannot be a Jew who's born as a Yisrael cannot be a Kohen Gadol, certainly I, ger, cannot be a Kohen Gadol. He went back to Shammai and said, why did you tell me the pasuk by Azar called Yumos? And he went to Hillel and he said, because of Yanava, I was Miskar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara tells us the 3 gerim got together one day and they said, because of Shammai, we almost lost out on this opportunity, but because of Hillel, we're Miskar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Gemara tells us that Shisha Sidbei Mishnah are hinted in the pasuk of V'hoya emunas itecha. Emunas is right that you have emunah, you believe that the person took meiser. Itecha is times referring to all the mayadim, so the mayad, the yom chayvim, come at a certain time. Chaysim is a lashon of Yerusha, that's nashim, comes from nashim, that's how you have a yoresh. Yeshuas is nezikin, they will salvage you from having to pay money to know the halachas of nezikin. Chachmas is seder kachim, it's chachma, and das is taharis. And that, the Gemara says, the situation of the pasuk is, Yiras Hashem here, Tzaros, but Yiras Shamayim will bring you to the Oitzar, you'll remember Torah through that. Rabbi, the famous Rabbi says, when you get up to Shamayim, the first thing they ask you is, Nosatov and Akadu Be'emunah, did you do business with integrity? And that comes from the same pasuk, Emunah. Emunah is Itecha. What's Itecha? Chavasta Itim. You set time for Torah. And then the following word is about Puruvu, and then comes to Yeshua, choice, and then when you follow the Chachma, you understand Davar to Davar, it's all about Torah. And then here's Hashem Yitzhak, and the Gemara tells us that if a person, it's a muscle, if a person says to somebody else, take this wheat, bring it up to the attic, and then he asks him, you put in the preservative, he says no, he says, so why, whatever you did wasn't good enough. In other words, you need Yirah Shamayim in order to learn Torah. You're allowed to add preservatives to the wheat and charge the person to the weight of this dirt that's a preservative, because without that, the wheat will be spoiled. Torah without your Shamayim is as if somebody gave you the key to the Eitzar HaMelech for all the jewels, but you don't have the key to get into the building. You have the key to the safe, but not to the building, so what good is it? You need Yirah Shamayim. It's another Mashal Gemara gives is somebody builds a doorway in the middle of his field and it doesn't go anywhere. What good is it? Where it says in Rabbi Lazar, they saw Rav Yaakov walking by. One of the two said, let's stand up for him because he has Yiras Chayk, he has Yirah Shamayim. The other said, he's a big Talmid Chacham. So the other said, what good is Talmid Chacham? I'm saying Yirah Shamayim. It's much stronger. The Gemara says that must have been Rabbi Lazar. Rabbi Lazar holds that the Baruch doesn't have anything in this world besides Yiras Shamayim. Going back to Gehelas, there seems to be a very puzzling passage that says, Al Tir Shahar, but don't be a big Russia, meaning you could be a small Russia. You just want to know a tremendous society. If a person doesn't have Aveira, it happens. Don't despair. Don't say, oh, I already was over on this Aveira. I was Michal Shabbos, so let me just throw away the entire type. It doesn't work like that. A person can do an Aveira and do Tshuva for that Aveira and be a great Yid. Messiah, not only are they not scared and don't think about the day of judgment, Yom HaMisa, but they live without any fear and they have no humility. Says the Gemara, it's like as if they have this chaylev on top of their kidneys that prevents them. It's not that they don't know, they know, just don't care. We learned from the Mishnah, Rabbi Yossi says that if a person extinguishes a flame to save the lamp, he's not chayav. But he extinguishes the wick, then he's chayav. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Yossi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the malacha sheintzvichol gufa. If you don't need the actual extinction of the flame, you are chayav. But he holds that if you are soiser, in order to build, you demolish something in order to build, and it's in the exact same spot, and it must be in the exact same spot, you are chayav. So extinguishing a flame is soiser. You're demolishing, you're ruining. However, it's in order for you to light it up again. And the wick is considered a spot. Even if you move a wick somewhere else, that's its spot. It doesn't matter where it is. The spot is wherever the wick is. Whereas a lamp, the lamp has to do wherever the wick is. So if you move a lamp, but it has the same wick, it didn't move a spot. But if you remove the wick, then you move the spot. So that's why in a lamp, Rabbi Yossi holds your potter. But when it comes to the wick, you're chayav. Another pshat Rabbi Yossi says is that he's extinguishing the flame because he wants to singe the wick. In other words, he wants the extinction of the flame. Therefore, it's called Mesakemana. He's fixing the wick. It's in the wick he's chayav. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
1976, and it was already creeping. 77, staying alive in Quaaludes and cocaine. 78, 79 was the first time I had some. And it was the one man decided to take it. I was in something. I said, fuck it, I did it. And I didn't, the first year I didn't blow, it didn't get me off. I thought people were lying to me like Saturday Night Live. For years,
Shabbos Daf Lamed Beis, the Mishnah tells us that there are three causes that women die during childbirth because they aren't careful, the nida, chala, and adlakas aner. The Mitzvah explains, since a woman wasn't careful with the inner body, so she gets punished with something from her inner body, childbirth. The law explains, Baruch Hu gave humans a minimum of a revi'as dam. He said you have to be careful with that revi'as dam. Chala, Baruch Hu calls it rachis, Arishim Seichem, he calls us rachis. So we have to be careful with chala. And there, the neshama of a person is considered a candle, and we have to be careful with that candle. Look at that. The Gemara gives us 5 mishalim, 5 parables. There are sayings that people say. People say when a bull falls to the ground, go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation of danger, it's more likely that additional danger will occur to that person. So when a woman is giving birth, it's a time of danger for them. Second thing people say, if you're going to beat your slave, you wait until it accumulates and then you just let it all out. So too by a woman, you're punishing her for the chet of chava. So once you're punishing, you add to it. Third saying is, let the drum fall on his own. The fourth saying is, if you have a shepherd who's crippled and can't catch its goat, he waits by the doorway to the barn and then he catches the goat. And finally, if we're in a situation where things are going well and people are giving out food, everybody's friend. But when the situation is not that good, there's not a lot of food going around, people aren't friends, the situation isn't good for a woman, she's giving birth, she's in pain, then things go wrong. But how do we check men? We check men when they are in a situation of danger, when they go on a bridge, on a rickety bridge, or anything similar to that. The Gemara tells us the Rav wouldn't go on a boat that had a guy on it, because perhaps that guy deserves death, and the boat will go down and he'll die because of the guy. Shmuel was the exact opposite. He made sure there was a guy on the boat because Baruch Hu doesn't punish two nations at the same time. Rabbi Yanai would check the boat to see that there are holes. He didn't want to be Samech Hananais, because if you are Samech Hananais, there's a concept called Menakim Tzuyosef. Baruch Hu uses your Schusim to pay for those Nisim, and that's not a good thing. Rabbi Zera wouldn't walk below palm trees during high winds for fear that the branches would fall on him. Rabbi Yitzchak says, and this is a big insight in life, don't wait until the tzara happens, don't wait until a person is sick. Daven that a person should not become sick, because once they become sick, it's harder for the refuah to come, then you have to use a lot of sfusim. As it says in the pasuk, people hanoifel mimenu, the person himself, mimenu, you need his sfusim. Another drush the Gemara gives us from that pasuk, people hanoifel, the person who falls had already fallen. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows from day one, from Sheshis Mei Bereshis, exactly what's going to happen. And the only difference is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides who is going to cause the harm. In other words, the person who causes the death is a bad guy. The person who causes good is a good guy. But death is going to happen. If a person knows he's about to die, he should say vidu. Just like a person who's taken out the death because he's over on Israel that there's a fear of Misa Bezdin, he says vidu. So to a person who knows he's going to die. If a person goes into a place where there's danger, like the marketplace, there are a lot of fights. So that's similar as to imagine to himself that's as if a cop, a police officer grabbed him. Once he feels a headache coming, it's as if they're already handcuffs, he's in chains. And once he has to lay down in bed, he's that sick that he has to go into bed. That's bad news. That's as if he's going to be judged in a life and death matter. And if he has a really good lawyer, meaning he has good sfusim, he'll be safe. If a person has 999 malachim that sing bad about it, there's one malach, echad mini elef, 1 out of 1,000, he'll be saved. The Gemara says, there's another man that says 1 out of 1,000,000. In other words, 1 out of 1,000 malachim, 999 reasons that one malach are against him, and he has one reason for him, it's 1 in 1,000,000, that will be matzah. Rabbi says, the women die when they are younger. Rabbi says, because they do laundry on Shabbos, they wash the dirty diapers on Shabbos. And some say because they are not careful and they use a lotion of design instead of saying Aron Kodesh, they say plaza. As Rabbi Shmuel would say, Amaratzim die because they call Aron Kodesh Arno, which is a plaza, and they'll call a shul, a base am, just a regular folk house. Rabbi says there are 3 bedikos, meaning there are 3 checkpoints that a woman goes through to see if she's chayv misa. Nida, chala, alogas anah. Some say there are 3 debet, there are 3 blues. In other words, there are 3 causes to make her die earlier, chala, nida, and alogas anah. Shimon Gamliel says that hilchos hegdish and meiser, trumas and meisers are the gufei Torah. That is the center of the Torah, and we give a certain nemanos. We believe Amaretz that he took trumas and meisers midaraisa. Although midarabanan there's a concept called mai, we don't trust him, and we trust Amaretz that he wasn't magdish this object, and therefore we could use that object. Rabbi Nosson says that because of the aveira of not fulfilling a neder, a monetary obligation, let's say tzedakah or any neder, a person's wife will die, Rabbi says his own children will die. Now, Rabbi said that his own children will die. Rabbi himself said, but once he heard that his Rabbi said children, he took it back. If a person's children die because the person is not careful in mezuzah, or it's because he's not careful in Bidul Torah, and the machlokes is based on the question: could you learn a pasuk, one pasuk back, or even two pasuk back? Because the pasuk says, "The man you be mecha." If you want to live longer, what the pasuk right before is Chsafta, mezuzah. It's talking about mezuzah. Two psukim before that is talking about mathematics. Says, "B'neichem, teach Torah to your children." You go all the way back and say, even Torah and mezuzah or just mezuzah. The machlokes remain in review though. If it's mezuzah or tzitzis that causes a child to die, the Shlomo says that someone who's careful with the mitzvah tzitzis, lots of love, will have 2,800 slaves. It's 10 per nation. There's 70 nations on each corner. That's 700 times 4 corners. Rabbi Nechemi says, because of sinas chinam, there's a midah can a person will fight with his wife, will lose his children, his wife will miscarry. And a person who is not careful with challah won't see a bracha with his oil and his wine, and will plant, and other people will eat from it. And a person who is not careful with truma meiser, there won't be any rain, and he won't have any profit, and he'll run after parnasa, and he won't achieve it. And Shmuel says, if you're not careful in the summer, in other words, truma meiser, he'll be punished in the winter. But if a person does truma meiser, he'll have a lot of bracha, like the pasuk says, and we learn, until your lips are numb from saying die. Have a wonderful day.
That different from Craig. It's hot roller, right? Bro, this fucking stupid white people. Wasted my fucking time. Wasted my fucking time. Okay? And Timmy, as a kid, this is the podcast. Timmy Hardaway. Timmy Hamilton. And this black dude, a friend of mine came up to me like, Brian, you got good coat.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Gimel. The Gemara gives us 6 categories of different averos and what the different punishments for those averos are. Starting off with gezel, stealing, the locusts will come and devour the entire crop. If there's no crop, people get really hungry quickly. They'll end up chas v'shalom eating their own children. The pasuk says, the fat cows. It says, Rabbi, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop. And this causes their husbands to go into debt and not have enough money, and they'll have to steal in order to pay their credit card bills. The avera of Inutin, meaning if you are a judge and you have the judgment and you don't give it over to the Baldin, you torture him a little bit, or a corrupt judgment, or Kilkul Adin means you don't look into the case deep enough, perhaps you'll find a heter or something for the guy, and you don't, or for the avera of Bidul Torah, all these, there's chera, this sword, this war, and the enemy comes and takes the booty, there'll be famine, you'll eat, you won't be satiated, and you'll buy bread by the way. For the avera of Shua, Shav, and Sheker, meaning you swear falsely you did something in the past or you're going to do something in the future, or you say that right now it's night when everybody knows it's day. In the pasuk it says the word chilul by Shmuel. It also says chilul by chilul Shabbos and by chilul Hashem. So all 3 are the same in terms of the punishment. There'll be wild beasts that'll come and eat the livestock, there'll be less people, and therefore the roads will be desolate. Because of the avera of Ritzicha, of murder, Baruch Hu was machris the Beis Hamikdash, and the Shechina was removed from Klal Yisrael. For the avera of Gilai Reis, Avodah Zarah, and not keeping Shemitah and Yovel, there'll be dollars to the world, and we will leave our country, and others will take over. For the avera of Nivul Peh, the lashon of the Gemara is this tzaros, rabbis, zeros, kashos, terrible decrees, terrible tzaros, and the young bachurim will die, the orphans and the widows will cry out to Hashem, and you won't answer them. Everybody knows why a Kal gets married, but if you talk about it, even if you're supposed to live 70 years in peace, HaKadosh Baruch Hu flips it over. It's not only the person talking, it's the person that hears and doesn't make a macha, also gets punished. They deepen the Gehenna for both of these people. If a person sets aside time to do an Avera, what will happen is he'll have welts and wounds on his body, and he'll even have this disease called hidrokai. Hidrokai comes in 3 varieties. One of them causes the skin to be puffed up and tough, and that comes for arayos. That's usually when the Gemara says aveira, it's referring to arayos. When a person is in starvation mode, then it swells, and when it comes from kisho, from sorcery, then a person gets skinny. Shmuel HaKatan had it broken, and he was worried that people will be chayshish that it's because of he was over the arayos. So Kadosh Baruch Hu healed him right away. Abaya had it broken, and Rabbi said on Abaya, I know that Nachmani, otherwise known as Abaya, he fasts a lot, and therefore he has it broken. Rabbi himself, who knew how to get out of it broken, the reason why he got it broken is because he didn't relieve himself in the bathroom when he had Talmidim. He was a oinus because of the Talmidim. If a person has sinoskinum, you can tell that if he has jaundice, he has yellow, that is because of sinoskinum. If a person has gases ruach, the simon for that is that it becomes poor. The simon for a person that talks lashon hara is askara, is the restriction of the esophagus when he can't breathe anymore. So Rabbi Yossi says askara comes because a person eats tevel without giving trumas and maizros. When Chacham went into Keren B'Yavna, so Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yossi, and Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai were sitting there, and they asked them, why is it that askara starts from the intestines and works its way up the throat? Rabbi Yehuda is Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom. He starts answering every place, as the Gemara is going to describe later on. And he said, even though the kidneys give the advice and the heart understands, and the tongue articulates, but it's the mouth that finishes it off. And that's why it finishes off by the mouth. Rabbi Yossi says because people eat tevel, and Rabbi Yochai says because of a bittul Torah. But women who are not mevatel Torah, why do they get asra? Because they're mevatel their husbands. Goyim are not mevatel Torah, they are mevatel Jews. What about young children? Says the Gemara, because they're mevatel their father. Says Rashi, when they come to ask their fathers for candy while the father is learning, that's their aveira, and that's why they get punished. When kids that are learning in school don't have the time to bother the father. Why is it? Because when the dar has tzaddikim, the tzaddikim take the brunt of the aveiros of the dar. When there are no tzaddikim, then it's the children that take the aveira of the dar. Why was Rabbi Yehuda the Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom, as you mentioned before? Because he sat with Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yochai, and Rabbi Yehuda said that we have to give praise to the Romans because they made us marketplaces and bridges and bathhouses. Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rabbi Bar Yochai didn't like it. He said the reason why they make marketplaces is to put zaynis in there. The mechatzais is just for themselves, and the bridges are to collect tolls. There was a person by the name of Yehuda Megerim, which Rashi is supposed to say that he was a chashuv person, he's a Tana. And he said it over to his friends, and eventually traveled from his friends all the way to the Romans. And the Romans put Rabbi Yehuda Reish HaMedarim B'Chol Makom because he gave praise to the Romans. Because Rabbi Yossi didn't make a macha, they threw him to Tzipayri, and they wanted to kill Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. The famous story of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai took flight, he ran to the Beis HaMedrash where his wife would bring him bread and water. But then he said if they torture his wife, she might give up where he's at. So he ran to the cave, and it was a nace, that a carob tree, which usually takes 70 years to bear fruit, it bared fruit, it actually grew there, that's nace number one, and it bared fruit, and there was a spring of water there. Rabbi Bar Yochai and his son, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, were both there, and they went into the mud, they took off their clothes in order to save their clothing, they put their clothing on for davening only. After the Caesar died, Eliyahu came and he notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. They came out of the cave and they saw people plowing the field and they couldn't believe their eyes. How could people waste their time with mundane things like earning a living and not spending their time with Chaya Olam, learning Torah? And they started burning everybody that they saw. And the Baskel came down and said, what are you trying to do? You're trying to destroy our world, my world. Get back into the cave. So they went back into the cave and they made a calculation. They said if a person could only be in Gehenna, Russia, for 12 months, we shouldn't be in our cave for more than an additional 12 months. And they went out, and as they were coming out, the Baskel said, yes, you could come out. Wherever Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Shimon destroyed, Rabbi Shimon would fix. And Rabbi Shimon told his son Rabbi Elazar, what are you so worried that there's not enough Torah in the world? Between me and you, we have all the Torah the world needs. Let it go. And on Erev Shabbos they saw Ahu Saba. Many times it says where it says Ahu Saba means Eliyahu Navi. They saw an older person carrying 2 bundles of Hadassah. And they said, what are you doing with this? He said, I need it for Shabbos. But why 2? He said, 1 for Zachar and 1 for Shamar. And here's the concept of lighting 2 candles for Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar. And he said, Kama Chavivim Yisrael, look how beautiful Klal Yisrael is, or the mitzvahs, Kama Chavivim, the mitzvahs, and calm down, Rabbi Bar Yochai. It says Rabbi Pinchas Bayar, who's either his father-in-law or son-in-law, his mechutan, he said he couldn't believe, he gave him a massage, and he couldn't believe the welts, the scars that he had on his body from the mud. And he started crying, and a tear went into the cut, to the wound, and it caused Reb Shimon Bar Yochai to be uncomfortable and scream. And when Pinchas Meir said, I cannot believe that I see like this, and Reb Shimon Bar Yochai told him the opposite. It's because you see me like this, because of what I went through, I became who I became, Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. And the Gemara just tells us that before they went into the cave, Reb Shimon Bar Yochai would ask Reb Pinchas Meir questions, and Reb Pinchas Meir would answer him 12 answers. But after he came out of the cave, Reb Pinchas Meir would ask Reb Shimon Bar Yochai a question, and Reb Shimon Bar Yochai would answer him 24 questions, 24 answers. Have a wonderful day.
I just took out everything I had given to me. Just took out a fucking bolt. And I've been driving home with the coke rock in my hand with the fucking. I say that joke on stage. I joke through the garage. I grab it 3/4 round in my hand. Just driving home with the air conditioner on lightly. And the fumes in my face, tremendous. And I said to him, how do I get home?
Shabbos Daf Lamed Dalet. Due to Erev Pesach and Pesach Chol Hamoed, we're falling slightly behind on the 8-minute daf. We're doing everything we can in order to record and edit. Today, Be'ez Hashem, we're going to do Daf Lamed Dalet, and hopefully Daf Lamed Ches, and the same thing for tomorrow, we'll try to do 2 daf. The Gemara tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to Shechem, the Torah says he was shalom, meaning he was healed from his limp, even though he spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esav. He didn't have any monetary loss, and even though he's traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back to the community, and he created a new coin for Shechem. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai as well, when he came out of the cave, he wanted to give back to the community. And he found out there was a certain path that they had a suffix whether there were bodies buried there, and they wouldn't walk on that path. And it caused him a lot of aggravation to go all the way around. There was an older person who told him that back in the day, Ben Zakkai took turmusim, a certain type of bean, and he cut them, even though they were truma, even though Ben Zakkai was a kohen, he wasn't concerned about the truma there. In other words, that place was not a cemetery, and therefore halachically he could exhume bodies. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, although he never exhumed the bodies, but he did the same thing. He imitated that act. He took turmusim and he spun them around, and by nace, the bodies would rise up and soften the dirt. And anywhere the dirt was soft, he marked it off as a place where a kohen can walk. Anywhere where the dirt remained hard was a place a kohen could walk. That Saba, that older person that told him about Ben Zakkai, made fun of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai. He said Reb Shimon Bar Yochai was Matayr of Beis HaKfaros, the graveyard. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai took offense. He said, how can you talk to me like that? Even a Zaina treats her friend with respect. She'll do her hair, even though they're in competition. A Talmid Chacham should certainly treat another Talmid Chacham with respect. He looked at him and he killed him. And then he saw Yehuda ben Gerib, the one who caused the whole story, which caused him to go into a cave. According to Rashi and Taisus, he's a Talmid Chacham. He looked at him and he turned into a pile of bones. The Mishnah says that Erev Shabbos, a person should walk into his house and ask his family, did you take Meiser? The Gemara says he must say it in Chusa, you should say calmly. If you want people to listen, you don't yell and you don't dictate. You talk calmly. Rav Sheshes says this is common sense. The other thing the Mishnah says, he asks them, did you make it Eruv Techumen? That is, you place a meal somewhere, and from that place, it's as if you're playing a shvisa, as if you are dwelling there on Shabbos, and you're allowed to walk from that spot on another 2,000 amos. According to one shita, Erev Techumen is L'Oraisa. Even if you don't hold Erev Techumen is L'Oraisa, at least it has a smachta in the Torah, there's a mekarfer in the Torah. And finally he asks them, Hadiku, he tells them, Hadiku is in there, like the Shabbos scandals for Shalom Bayis. Beina Shmashos, which the Gemara is going to describe what it is exactly. Time we don't know if it's day or night. It could be day and night. It could be the day before. It could be Friday. It could be Shabbos. Therefore, we don't remove meiser from the fruit. That is a certain hevel fruit that you must take meiser because you are fixing the fruit. You also can't remove tumah from a kli by immersing it in the mikvah, and you certainly shouldn't light a candle because if it's already Shabbos, you're over issa deraisa. However, you're allowed to take meiser from the mai. That's fruit that you buy from an amaretz. That it's only a chumrah derabara that you have to take another time meiser. And you're allowed to do eruv chatzeres, which is not in the Torah. Eruv chatzeres where two people, let's say, share a common yard, so they participate in a meal, and it's as if they both own that yard together and they can carry their own shots. And you could bury and hide a hot dish. It's not considered mevashel. The Gemara says that the same person, a person does two acts, and we treat Ben Hashmashas as 2 different days. How? For instance, a person makes an Eruv for his friend. Now, an Eruv must be done before Shabbos, and it must be during Shabbos as well. It has to be at least a moment into Shabbos. He made the Eruv on Friday, and during Ben Hashmashas, the dog came and ate the Eruv. No more Eruv. We say the Eruv lasted into Shabbos because Ben Hashmashas is considered Shabbos. On the flip side, that same person made an Eruv. He started it on Ben Hashmashas, but the Eruv must be on Friday. So we say, no, Ben Hashmashas is considered Friday. And it goes into nighttime, and then a dog ate it. So here we say Ben Hashmashas is Friday, and Ben Hashmashas is Shabbos. Which one is it? We say it's both. Ben Hashmashas is a suffix, and since this is Eruv D'Rabbanan, we say this is okay. Rabbi says, you cannot bury your pot with material that doesn't add any heat on Shabbos, because you might find that your pot is not hot enough, so you might light the fire. But Ben Hashmashas, it's okay. Like the Mishnah says, you're allowed to do so in Ben Hashmashas, because Ben Hashmashas, the Derech Klal, usually people have really hot pots going into Shabbos. Now, on Friday, it's also to hide something with a material that adds heat to it. You're concerned that you might use ashes that have coals, and you might come to stoke the coals. Now, as we said before, Ben Hashmashas is suffix day, suffix night, suffix 2 days. The Gemara says in the Shita of Rabbi Yehuda, 2 shitas. According to everybody, if the horizon is dark and the top of the sky is dark, that's 100% night. If the top of the horizon is red and the bottom is dark, according to everybody, that's Ben Hashmashas. But if the horizon is red and the top is red, that's where the machlokes is. That time to be completely red and then to go to the bottom horizon dark and only the top red, that's a difference of 1.5 minutes. How good did Anko? That's the whole machlokes. Rabbi Nechemiah says that Ben Hashmashas lasts from Shkia until it takes a person to walk a half a mil, which is approximately 9 minutes. Yossi says Ben Hashmashas is terrifying like the blink of an eye, and nobody knows when that exactly occurs. Now, when it comes to a Zav is someone who sees an emission. It's not Keri, it's a special emission called Ziva. It comes from a disease. If he sees one emission, he has Allah of a Keri, he goes to the mikveh that day, becomes Torah at night. If he sees 2 emissions, he becomes a Zav. He has to wait 7 days of Tahara, not seeing any emissions. If he sees 3 emissions, he becomes a Zav that has to bring a carbon. Now, the 3 emissions by a Zav should happen on the same day, as long as there's a break between the emissions, or in consecutive days. But if there's a day in between with no emission, then the 3 emissions don't combine to make him a Zav that requires a carbon. Says the Gemara, very interesting. What happens to a Zav who sees 1 emission Ben Hashmashas Sunday night, and then he sees another emission Monday night Ben Hashmashas? Well, it's possible that Ben Hashmashas is only Sunday, and Ben Hashmashas is Tuesday. Therefore, he's not a real Zav that saw 3 consecutive Riyos, because the middle day he didn't see a Riyah. It's also possible that Ben Hashmashas is both Sunday, Monday, and the second Ben Hashmashas is Monday and Tuesday, and therefore it is consecutive, and therefore he has to bring a carbon. Therefore, this person has to be machmer and bring a carbon, and he's tameh, and he should wait 7 days. The same will take effect if a person only saw 1 Riyah Ben Hashmashas. Perhaps he saw that 1 Riyah, which lasted from Sunday into Monday, and he's also a Zav. He doesn't have to bring a carbon, but he's a Zav that has to wait 7 days. A wonderful day.
I stopped doing coke. Like the weekend that Marilyn died, and I was in Jersey. I had my own hotel room in Seacrest. I couldn't wait to go back there because my buddy was getting $60 right off the phone. And he kept telling me, when you come back, just go over and get to the hotel, bring it right to the hotel. And I would get to the hotel and it didn't feel right.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Ches. They asked Rabbi Barabba, what's the halacha if somebody forgets a pot of food on top of a kira from before Shabbos into Shabbos, and in the kira there are coals? It's Eino Gufo Ktuma. He answered them very vaguely. He quotes a Mishnah in Trumos that says that if a person cooks on Shabbos, depends. If it's on purpose, he cannot eat the food. If it's by accident, he could eat the food. And in our case, Rabbi Barabba says that a person forgot. There's no difference between accident and on purpose. Now, what did he mean? Are both mutter or both usur? In fact, it's a machlokes. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef said he meant that both shagig and mezid are mutter to eat. Why is mezid when you leave it on the fire different than mezid when you cook on Shabbos, because mezid by cooking on Shabbos you're taking action. You're cooking with your hands. Leaving it on a flame, you didn't do anything. You just didn't remove it. The only issue is that there's a brisa that differentiates between shogig and mezid. It says mezid, if you leave it on purpose, it's also for you to eat. That would be a major question on Rabbi reviews. But Nachman Bar Yitzchak, on the other hand, says that what Rabbi meant is that both shogig and mezid are usur to eat if you left it on the flame before Shabbos into Shabbos. Why is that? Because we're concerned that people will be tricky and they'll say, "Oh, I forgot the food on the flame," when in fact they didn't forget. So they said even when it's by accident, also to eat. The problem is from that brisa that says that by accident you are allowed to eat. And the answer is, there were two periods of time. The Chachamim made a gzeira and they said, since people are tricky, it's usur to eat food that was left on the flame. And the brisa that says you're allowed to eat food when it was by accident was before that gzeira. We need to understand yesterday's daf Lamed Zayin. There's a machlokes between Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda how to explain Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Meir, Beis Hillel hold you can do shihiyah, you can leave a pot from before Shabbos into Shabbos only with hot water. Now we're saying, according to Rabbi Meir, it's even a tavshel, even cooked food. We need to explain that on the Lamed Zayin we're talking about lichatchila. If somebody comes to ask a rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell him only hot water. But if he went ahead and he didn't, so without asking the rabbi, they'll allow him to eat even a tavshel like on today's day. Now what about Rabbi Yehuda? Rabbi Yehuda says in Beis Hillel, you can do shihiyah even in a tavshel. And today we're saying that Rabbi Yehuda holds, according to Beis Hillel, only hot water. We need to explain that on Daf Lamed Zayin we're talking about rufa tuma, when somebody removed the coals. There are no coals. So therefore, if there are no coals, we'll allow him to eat even cooked food. Today we said, we're talking about there are coals in the queue. Since there are coals, only hot water and not cooked food. The Gemara has a suffix. What if a person went ahead and didn't listen to Chachamim and was over and he did shihiyah? Do we penalize him and not allow him to eat the food? The Gemara wants to bring a raya from Rabbi Yossi. He said that somebody had water that was left on from before Shabbos into Shabbos. He said you're allowed to use it. Whereas somebody had shriveled eggs, really cooked eggs, and he said you're not allowed to have it. So you see that shihiyah is awesome. Perhaps what he meant to say is next week will be awesome. In other words, don't do this again. Since you did it already, you are allowed to eat it. Gemara says that Rav Sheshes holds that according to Beis Hillel, we're going to the sugya of chazar, putting the pot back on the flame. According to Beis Hillel, say you're allowed to do chazar, you're allowed to put the pot back on the flame. It's even on Shabbos morning, where it's not, you can't see from his action that he wants to put it back. Friday night, if somebody takes the chult off the flame, for instance, we know that he's going to put it back on, he needs it for the next day. But Shabbos morning is different. Perhaps he doesn't want to put it back. Nevertheless, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to put it back on the flame. Comes Rabbi Tadai and says, I need to qualify that. That's only if he continuously holds it in his hand. But once he puts it on the ground, it's also to put it back on the flame. Says Rabbi Yochanan, I disagree. Even if you put the pot on the ground, you can put it back on the flame. And there's a machlokes what Abai says. According to one lashon, Abai says you need two conditions. You need to be holding it in your hand, and you need to think in your mind that you're going to put it back on the flame. If you're missing any one of those two conditions, let's say you think in your mind you're going to put it back on the flame, but you put it on the floor, you cannot put it back on. Let's say you're holding it in your hands, but you never thought that you want to put it back on the flame, you cannot put it back on. Another lashon in Abai is that Abai said it's one or the other. Either you're thinking in your mind, in other words, I can put it on the floor, but I thought in my mind the entire time I'm going to put it back on the flame, you can put it back on the flame. Or, even without thinking, as long as I'm holding it in my hands, I can put it back on the flame. Gemara remains in a suffix, in a teiku, these following questions. What happens if he didn't put it on the floor? The Gemara mentions floor. What if he put it on a table, on a bed? What if he hung it on a stick? Is that considered as if he's holding it in his hand? Another question the Gemara asks, what happens if he takes something off the flame and he pours it into another pot? Does that restart the whole thing and say that you're not allowed to put the pot back on the flame or not? Take it. The Mishnah talks about a tanur. Until now we're talking about a kira that has two flames. A tanur is narrow on the top, and therefore it traps the heat in a lot more than a kira. It's much hotter. The Mishnah says Whereas a kira, if you use kashu bava, straw, and the bottom of the straw, that's nothing. It's not a problem. You could put a pot on top. When it comes to a tanner, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same halacha as real fuel. Rabbi Yosef says that with a tanner, I could place food up against the wall of the tanner. I can't put the food inside the tanner or on top, but I can put it on the side. Rabbi argues and says tanner is so extreme, the heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even put the food on the side of the tanner. And in fact, there's a brayso that says exactly what Rabbi says, that it's also to be soimed on the tanner. A kubach. It's in between a kira and a tanner. It's just like a kira, but only has one flame that's large enough for one pot. So it's hotter than a kira, it retains the heat more than a kira, but less than a tanner. And therefore, if you use straw as the fuel, you're allowed to put a pot on top and inside. If you use the real fuel, like wood, or the leftover olives, their pits, it's also fuel. Halacha is always in tumah. If you take a kli and you break it, it becomes tar. So if you have a kira that's split in half to its length, it becomes tar because now you just ruined both of the burners. But if you split it to its width, you just created two burners instead of one large kira, and therefore it remains tar. Whereas a kubach only has one burner. So regardless of what direction you break it, you just ruin that burner, and therefore it becomes tar. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, but always one of those places that the guy has like he's shit. He'll fuck with you a little bit. I did that show and that very nice to me on NBC. The show you can't. But then after this creepy show, 18 Wheels of Justice on TNT, when you were 18 Wheels of Justice.
Shabbos Daf Lamed Tes, the Mishnah tells us that it's also to cook an egg, even though it won't be completely cooked, by putting it by the side of a very hot pot. If one does so on Shabbos, he's over Issa rice and he's chai the chatas. Similarly, to the case of somebody that takes very old herring or tuna, and some people just eat it by rinsing it off. If he rinses it off, it's considered a gemar malacha, even though it's not completely cooked. That's the way they cook it. So too with this egg, even though most people won't eat a semi-raw egg, but some people will, and therefore it's considered that you cook the egg on Shabbos and you're chayav. Any salty food, salty fish, that you soaked it in hot water before Shabbos, you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because ein bishul achar bishul. You cannot cook food that's already cooked before Shabbos. And to rinse it off is also mutter. But it would be usher to soak it in hot water if you didn't do so Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered bishul. Mishnah says it's usher to take an egg and put it on a very hot piece of clothing, and Rabbi Yossi says it's mutter. So the Gemara qualifies this. If you cook in the sun, according to everybody, that's mutter, because that's not the derech bishul, that's not how people cook. Nobody's going to confuse this with cooking on top of a flame. If you cook it on the tolda of fire, meaning you take a hot cloth, you put it by the fire, you heat it up by the fire, and you cook on that cloth, according to everybody, that's usher b'deraisa. It's a tolda of fire. The whole machlokes is the tolda of the sun. Now, the cooking in the sun, we said, is under the mutter. But if you take clothing and you warm it up in the sun, it's machlokes, because perhaps people get confused and say, if that piece of clothing was warmed up in the sun, you're allowed to cook. To confuse it with clothing that was warmed up by the fire. So Chachamim say, make a gzeira. Yossi says, there's no gzeira. Yossi agrees that it's also to bury food in hot sand and cook through the sand. Why is sand different? This is machlokes. According to Rabbi Yossi is concerned that you might come and bury it in remets, in ashes with coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that if you bury it in sand, you might dig deeper, and your chayfer guma, you'll be digging on Shabbos, and that's Issa D'Oraisa. What's the difference between the two svaras? What if you bury it in very soft sand, like beach sand? There's no digging really, and according to the shita that it's about digging, you don't have a concern here. According to the Rabbi, we're not talking about sand. We're talking about something very soft like ashes. You put the egg down and it just buries itself. That's how soft it is. The Brisa says you let to boil an egg on a rooftop because most rooftops don't have sand. That is, if it did have sand, according to Rabbi Yosef, it would be a problem of perhaps you're going to be digging a hole on Shabbos. The Mishnah tells us there's a story in Tveria where people took a pipe of cold water and they heated up the cold water by putting the cold water into the hot springs of Tveria. And Chacham said that's also L'chayra, that's a raya to Chachamim that say that a tolda of the sun. You might understand that how did the hot springs become hot? Through the sun. You see that a tolda of the sun is also. Says Rabbi said no. The water of Tveria, the hot springs of Tveria are a tolda of fire because the water heats up by going right past the opening of Gehenna. It's a real fire and no raya from the Mishnah. Chizah says, since Chachamim said in the Mishnah that Chamei Tveria is Aser, we learn from this that Hatmana, the Dava Moisev Hevel, hiding, burying food in an object that creates more heat, additional heat all the time, like the springs, the hot springs of Tveria, is also even if you put it in there before Shabbos. Ula argues. Ula says that the hot springs of Tveria are mutter. Says, Rav Nachman, what are you talking about? Even the people of Tveria broke their pipes. In other words, they took it back and they don't do so anymore. When it comes to washing yourself, bathing yourself in Shabbos, it goes like this. If you are washing your face, hands, and feet, according to Beis Hillel, you're allowed to do so even with water that was heated up. And according to Beis Shammai, you heated up the water for food, then you're allowed to add a little bit on Yantif for washing yourself, hands, feet, and face. According to everybody, if you take a bath with the water, a real rechitza, it's also to bathe yourself even if the water was heated up before Shabbos. Machlokes is, we have a three-way machlokes. If you're allowed to shower with water, not bathe, shower with water that was heated up before Shabbos. So we have the two extremes. You have Reb Meir that says you're not allowed to shower yourself even with cold water on Shabbos. You have Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower even with hot water on Shabbos. And you have Reb Yehuda that makes a compromise. He says hot water is aser, cold water is mutter, and the halacha is like Reb Yehuda. Our Mishnah must be talking about like Reb Shimon, because you can make a dig in the Mishnah, since the Mishnah says that it's aser to use this water. It says if you heat it up on Shabbos, and it's also to bathe yourself with this water, meaning that if the water was heated up before Shabbos, it would be mutter to use hot water on Shabbos. That could only go like Reb Shimon that says you're allowed to shower yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. The whole machlokes is water that comes, they take from the ground. But if you have the water in a vessel, according to everybody, that's also because people might come to say, they'll think that you heated up the water on Shabbos. Now, halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda. Typically, we have a rule. The Rabbi says, anytime you have a three-way machlokes and one man Omar is a compromise, you go like that man Omar. However, it's possible that rule is only in the Mishnah. And our three-way machlokes was in a brisa. Nevertheless, the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, like the compromise, since we heard so specifically. The only time we don't have this rule that if you have a three-way machlokes, you go like the compromise is like the sugi we had earlier in our Masechta with kuli matloni guys. A person takes clothing and he declares it to be a shmata. Rabbi Kiva took the middle position. Nevertheless, the halacha is not like Rabbi Kiva because Rabbi Kiva was the Talmud of the other two, Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Lazar. And later on in life, he also took it back and he admitted that the halacha is like Rabbi Yeshua. Have a wonderful day.
The chick who gave me 18 years of justice. So I already had a relationship with her. She had already booked me, so she was happy. For Rodney, I went there and read for Rodney. Rodney goes, bro, you made me laugh. He goes, bro, you read for days that I have off just to go to the set. What's it called?
Shabbos Daf Mem. There are two versions in Rav. Rav says that if you heat up water before Shabbos, you're permitted to bathe in that water, provided that you only bathe one limb at a time. The fact that there are two brises that seem to contradict that, they say the only way you can bathe yourself is if you wash your face, hands, and feet. Seems like any other limb would be also. Rabbi will explain that the Bryce is just telling us how to do it. Just like you wash your face by itself, your hand by itself, so too each limb must be washed individually. The other version of Rabbi is Rabbi. The way to use hot water that was heated before Shabbos is to bathe your entire body besides one limb. You must leave one limb out. The problem is those two brises seem to contradict Rabbi, because these brises say the only way to bathe yourself is Hana the other Raglav, face, hands, and feet, not your entire body minus one limb. And that's a good kasha. Rav Yosef asked Abaya, who was brought up by Rabbi Manachmeni, he said, the Rabbi, in fact, use Rab's shita that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your entire body, minus one limb? Says Abaya, I never saw, I don't know. But the question is, why did Rav Yosef ask Abaya? It's obvious that Rabbi always did exactly what Rav said, besides three things. He had it in the beginning of the Sefta, that you're not allowed to take tzitzis from one beggar to the other. Rav says you can. Rav says you can light a ner Chanukah, one from the other. Rabbi says you can. And Rav paskin like Reb Shimon Begreira that you're allowed to drag a bench, provided that you don't know for sure that you're going to make a groove. Rabbi says I don't hold it. But in everything else, he did exactly like Rav. The answer is because this is a kula. Perhaps in kulas, Rabbi didn't act like Rav. To say that you're allowed to bathe yourself, your whole body, minus one limb, that's a kula. In fact, the halach is not like Rav. The halach is like Shmuel, who says that the only thing you're allowed to do on Shabbos is bathe your face, hands, and feet. The Furush Bryce is just like Shmuel that says, even if you bathe each limb individually, that's awesome. You can only do Hanav, Yodav, V'Raglav. If you have a bathhouse that they plugged up the holes that let the steam out, or another pshat is that let the heat out of the heaters before Shabbos. In other words, you trap the steam in the bathhouse, but it's not providing additional steam throughout Shabbos. So when Matzah Shabbos comes along, you're allowed to use the bathhouse. You don't have to wait the amount of time it takes to heat up the water. If you're only using the steam, the zayah, the sauna part, that you can do even on Shabbos itself and on Yom Tov itself. In fact, there's a story in Bnei Brak, Rabbi Akiva, the famous, like you said in the Agadah, Rabbi Akiva and Elazar ben Azariah, they sat in the steam house on Yom Tov, and they even took a shower with hot water, according to Rashi, but they made sure that that hot water was covered with wood. Chacham say you don't need to cover the hot water with wood. Now, the Gemara tells us there are actually 4 steps in the Gzeira that says that you're not allowed to bathe yourself with hot water on Shabbos. The first step was that it was mutter to bathe yourself with hot water that was heated up before Shabbos. But then the Balanim, the people in charge of the mikvahs, they started lying and started doing shtick, and they would heat up on Shabbos. Some say, Yerushalmi explains, they added extra clothes before Shabbos, but there's a problem of chitui. So he said, you know what? No more bathing in hot water, but you're allowed to use the steam. The Avaryonim came along, the people that are Oiva Averis, and they started lying. They said, we're using the steam, but in fact they were bathing. So they said, you know what? You're not allowed to use steam, but you're allowed to use Chamei Tefera, any natural hot spring you're allowed to use. Then came along the third Gzeira. People were lying. They said, hey, I just came from the Chamei Tefera, when in fact they were coming from the bathhouse. So they said, Chamei Tefera is also awesome, but you're allowed to use cold water. But they realized, Chachamim, that people cannot be oimed, they can't stand the Gzeiros, they weren't able to accept the Gzeira. So they said, Chamei Tefera is mutter, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to a natural hot spring. You're not allowed to use the steam, you're not allowed to use the Zeira. And you see from here that a person who's over on a derabana, on this Gzeira, is considered an Avaryon. You're allowed to call him out in public and call him an Avaryon. The Gemara tells us you're allowed to walk through a bathhouse that's very wide and large, because we're not concerned people are going to think that you bathe there and you're not going to benefit from it. But if it's a smaller one, like in a small far in a village, it's inevitable that if you walk through it, that you won't benefit from the steam, and therefore it's awesome. You're allowed to heat up your own body and then pour cold water on it. But to do the reverse, pour cold water on your body, then heat yourself up in front of a fire, that's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot towel and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach. But you're not allowed to take a small pot with hot water Number one, if it spills out, it's a very big danger, and that's also to do in the weekday as well. But there's an additional problem, that if water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in hot water. The Tanakh says that you're permitted to take cold water on Shabbos and warm it up, make it lukewarm. It's also to heat it up to the point where it's yatsi ledes, where your hand takes it back, or better yet, the Gemara describes it as amount of hot water or the heat that could burn a baby's stomach. That's a universal stage. As the Mishnah says, it's 40 degrees Celsius, which is about 104 Fahrenheit, and Shlomo Zalman Auerbach says 46 degrees Celsius, which is about 114.8 Fahrenheit. That you're not allowed to do. Now, what about oil? Now, Tanakh doesn't mention oil. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef say that according to Tanakh, it's 100% mutter. There's no such thing as cooking oil. Therefore, even if you bring it up to Yatzir Ledes, mutter. Rabbi Yosef takes it to the other extreme. It's 100% usher. Even to warm up oil, that's the way you mavashal. That's people use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also usher. Mar brings another two shittas Tanaim in oil. According to Rabbi Yehuda, to warm it up to a point that Yatzir Ledes is usher, to warm it up to a point of lukewarm, that's mutter because that's not how you cook with it. Shimon Gamliel says that is the way to cook with it, to make it warm. Therefore, you can only put it on your hand and put your hand in front of a fire. But what is the difference between Shimon Gamliel and Rabbi Yitzchak? They're saying the same thing, basically. You're not allowed to warm up oil, even lukewarm. The answer is because according to Rabbi Yitzchak, it's also to warm it up lukewarm, even with a shinoi, even kalach with the side of your hand. But according to Shimon Gamliel, that is mutter. La halacha, there's no difference between oil and water. Both of them, if it's yatzir ledes, it's also to warm up, and if it's not yatzir ledes, it's mutter. The Gemara does is Rabbi Yitzchak bar Avdimi went into the bathhouse. He was following Rabbi, and he said, "I want to take a flask of oil and put it in the Chamei Tveria, the bathhouse of Chamei Tveria, and warm it up." And Rabbi said, "You're not allowed to do that. You could take kli sheni, water that's into another kli, fill up another kli, and then you put it into that." So the Gemara says, first of all, you learn three things from it. You learn that you could cook oil, like the shita that says oil is cookable. Second of all, you see that if you take water out of the Chamei Tveria and you make it into kli sheni, that does not cook. And second of all, you see that just warming up oil, that's also considered cooking. Now, how did Rabbi tell him these halachas? He was in a bathhouse. You're not allowed to even think in Torah in the bathhouse. The answer is, to prevent somebody from doing it, you're allowed to, like we see, that a Talmud went behind Rameir into the bathhouse and he wanted to mop the floor for him, and Rameir said that is usher, that's a shui gumas, that's considered boina, because he wanted to prevent him from doing it in Isser. Have a wonderful day.
Like open mics at the broker, Barris and that fucking is, and they called comedy wars on Tuesday night. My heart almost got to stop. My heart almost stopped. They came up to me. That's fucking embarrassing. In 1999, I went with Ruben Quintana and Luke Torres to do a show at MIT.
Shabbos Daf Memal, the Gemara tells us three stories with Reb Zera. Two of them had to do with Reb Zera and Reb Avo. First one is Reb Zera saw Reb Avo swimming in his own private pool in the backyard. It was full of Chamei Tveria, which we said that you're allowed to use on Shabbos. He says, I'm not sure though if Reb Avo had his feet on the ground or he's floating. Floating in the river would be usher because of the Chavesh Shayatin. Concerned that you might make a life preserver. But in your own backyard, if the Gemara says it has Gidudei, it has straight walls, which resemble a swimming pool, they're different than a river, which goes in a gradual incline. So it's obvious that that's mutter. Or another Shine Rashi Gidudei, it has a lift, it looks like a swimming pool. It doesn't resemble a river. The different time, Rav Zera saw Reb Avo covering his privates. He says, I'm not sure if he's touching himself or not. The Gemara says, touching is also. That is the Avera of the Dor HaMabul, as Rashi explains. However, Rabbi explains there are circumstances you're allowed to touch. Kibaleshes. Releshes is if a person has his mind on something else. For instance, the soldiers, Beleshes, the soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers, and they're not in a time of war, we have to be concerned that they made your wine yain nesach if the barrel is open. If they are enemy soldiers, the only thing they have on their mind is to save their own life. They don't think about making somebody else's wine yain nesach. So there's no concern. So too over here. If Bavo was walking on the bank of the river, he was concerned that he might fall into the river. Therefore, his mind was somewhere else. He didn't have a concern that he might come to Hirur. The third story about Reb Zera is Reb Zera tried to avoid Rabbi Yehuda, who held that it's usher to make aliyah from Chutz La'aretz to Israel, as the pasuk says. You should remain in Chutz La'aretz until I redeem you. Zera says no. That pasuk is talking about Klei Sharetz. He was worried that if he bumps into Rabbi Yehuda would make a gzera on him and say, "You must stay here in Chutz La'aretz." He said, "Let me hear one last prayer from Rabbi Yehuda," and he finds Rabbi Yehuda in the Beis HaMerchat. Beis HaMerchat, Tzina, talking and learning. So Rabbi Yehuda gave a speech in medicine, different good advice for one's body. And he started talking in Lashon Kodesh to show that when you're trying to say mundane things, you're allowed to talk in Lashon Kodesh, even in the Beis HaMerchat. And he said, tells his Gabbai, get me my comb, get me my shampoo, my Nesser. Then he tells the guys, open up your mouths when you're in the Beis HaMerchat and inhale the steam, because the steam will cause the bad sweat to leave the body. And this is the halacha that Rav Zera was very impressed with. Not a halacha, but advice. He said, if I came just for this, it was worth it. Drink from the dirty, he doesn't say dirty, but drink from the water of the merchat. And what's the reason the Gemara says? It's similar to somebody trying to heat up an oven, and he heats from the outside of the oven instead of from the inside as well. You want the benefits of the Beis HaMerchat, you have to make sure that the body's hot from the inside, and you do so by drinking hot water. If you don't have hot water, drink from the merchat itself. Other things that the Brisa says, that if you wash yourself with hot water, make sure that you rinse yourself off with cold, similar to iron. You cook it, you bake it in hot, and then you harden it in cold water. If you bathe yourself and you don't anoint yourself with oil, it's similar to a barrel that the water can't penetrate. You want the benefits of the merchats, you need to let it penetrate with oil. Different halachas about eating. If you eat and you don't drink, that's like losing blood, and that's where the intestinal disease starts from. If you eat and you don't walk for amos, then your food starts decaying in the body, and that's where a person gets bad breath from. If a person needs to go to relieve himself, needs to go to the bathroom, and he eats on a stomach like that, it's similar to trying to start a fire in an oven with ashes that already did their purpose. You don't put food on top of an cover. And this is the beginning of the cause of just bodily odor. Says the Mishnah, there's a vessel called a muliyah, and that is, it contains water in the outside, and you put coals on the outside. If one removed the coals, he did rufa. Therefore, this vessel is not adding any heat to the water. You're permitted to drink from this vessel on Shabbos. There's another vessel called antichi. One shot in the Gemara is that it's like this kira oven that we discussed, but it has a compartment for water. It would have this compartment in order to ensure that the kira doesn't explode, similar to what we have in a car today. You put some water to cool off the engine. That water is moisef hevel. Since this kira is on 6 days a week, it adds, the coals are so hot and the walls are so hot, it adds heat to the water. And therefore it's also to drink on Shabbos. Another pshat is, it's a double layer, double-decker dud, similar to the muliyah. Just one layer is the coals, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds hevel to the water. Also to drink on Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, and according to Rabbi Bar Mas, the pshat of the Mishnah is that if you have a small pot that you removed all the water from it and it's still hot, you shouldn't put a small amount of water into it, because that would cook the water. If you put a large amount of water, because that just makes the water warm, and that's okay. According to Reb Shimon, we say that is mutter. Therefore, even though this water causes the pot to harden, since you don't have intent to harden it, your intent was just to warm up the water, we all like Reb Shimon that it's a mutter. As long as it's not a psikration, in other words, it's definitely going to happen. We don't know that's definitely going to happen, therefore it's mutter. According to Abayit Pshat is, you didn't remove the water. You removed this kettle from the stove. And now to add a small amount of water is also because you're boiling up the water. To add a larger amount of water is mutter because it's just going to create lukewarm water. However, if there's no water left in that pot, any amount of water to be added to that pot would be also, because we hold like Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'ein miskaven is also. Rav says this whole halacha, these halachas are only when you put the amount of water needed and not being tzarif. In other words, in order to harden the kli, you have to fill up the kli all the way to the top, says Rashi. So this would be mutter if you put less than that amount. Shmuel argues, says, even if you fill the kli all the way to the top, it's still mutter. Now, typically, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. In another halach, in a malacha shein tzrich legufa, as we discussed, if you have a piece of wood that's a cold, glowing red, and you're concerned that somebody might step on it, it's also to extinguish it. Even though it's malacha shein tzrich legufa, you don't need that piece of wood as a coal. You just don't want the fire. It's not a creative act. Reb Shimon says it's mutter, and Shmuel holds that it's asur. So you see, Shmuel doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. So Gemara says yes. In Melacha Shein Tzrich Legufa, he doesn't hold like Reb Shimon. But Dav Shein Miskaven, he does hold like Reb Shimon. And therefore, the Gemara finishes off by saying that if you see thorn, or let's say an hour like a piece of glass in the Rosh Hashanah, with the Rabbanan, you're not allowed to walk less than 4 amas, stop, and walk again less than 4 amas. That's the Rabbanan. But since this is a danger, you're allowed to do so. And in a Carmelis, where the whole Isser, the whole idea is only the Rabbanan, you're allowed to walk all the way to the garbage can and throw it out, even though it's a lot more than 4 amas. Have a wonderful day.
Shout out to Keith Stubbs. I think so. I don't know when they put you next to the old club. They used to put you next to Olive Garden. Yeah, it's the busiest Valley Garden in the country. I can't wait to get the Cavatelli. Whatever the fuck they call it.
Shabbos Daf Mem Beis. The Shammai say that the bottom water always wins. So therefore, it's also to pour on Shabbos cold water into hot water, because that would be cooking the cold water. But pouring hot water into cold water, that's mutter, because you're not cooking the cold water. But they still say it doesn't make a difference. Even pouring cold water into hot water is mutter. A bath is a kli rishon. It's heated directly from the flame. And therefore, cold water into hot water is also, and hot water into cold water is mutter. Shimon ben Asya says, and Allah is like him, that even hot water into cold water is also asur. But there was a havamina that Shimon ben Asya wasn't talking about a bath, he was talking about a cup. And what he's saying is that in a cup, there's no machlokes between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai. Even Beis Hillel admit that you cannot pour even hot water into cold water. Abaye says that a seifel, which is a wash basin, even though it's for washing, you need really hot water, it doesn't have halacha like an empatya of a bath that is a kli rishon. It's in fact a kli sheni. Since it's a kli sheni never cooks. Even if you have it at Yatzei Ledis, even if you have the temperature of 104 degrees like the Chazon Ish, or 114.8 degrees like Rosh Hashanah Oyerbach, it can't cook. And therefore, I could pour cold water into the bottom, hot water, and it won't cook it, and that's the mutter. Rava wasn't makbid when it came to Kisheni. He said he could pour cold into hot, and he has a raya from the Brisa. The Brisa says, Ma'ara Kitam, you could pour from a flask of cold water directly into Kisheni hot water. Says the Mishnah, if one removes a large pan or pot from a flame, so they are now kli rishon removed from the flame, you're not allowed to put spices into that dish because you'd be cooking the spices. Spices cook in a kli rishon. However, once you take out of that dish and you put it into a bowl or into a serving dish, now it became a kli sheni, and you could add spices. It doesn't cook it. Rabbi Yehuda is more making. He says spices don't cook typically in a kli rishon. The only way a spice could cook in a kli rishon is if you have vinegar or fish brine, which are very sharp, and they cause it to cook. Rabbi says that salt is not in the category of a spice. So there are two explanations. Either he is saying that salt is much more sensitive than spices. It will cook even in a kli sheni. And Rabbi Nachman says no. Salt is like bull's meat. It's very tough. It takes a very long time to cook. So Rabbi Nachman argues on that. Or Rabbi Nachman agrees to Rabbi in the second lashon. And that's why Teza says the halacha is like the second lashon. That salt is very tough to cook, and it won't even cook in a kli rishon. It takes a long time for it to cook, like bull's meat. The Mishnah says that one is not allowed to bring a kli on Shabbos to catch oil that's dripping out of a candle, because that oil is muktzah ben hashmashos, and by it falling into a vessel on Shabbos, it makes that vessel muktzah. and now you're being mevata klima echana. You're taking a kli out of service for that Shabbos, and that's awesome. But you're allowed to put that kli there under the candle before Shabbos, as long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos. The Gemara says something similar when it comes to a chicken's egg. You're not allowed to take a kli and put it below the chicken to catch the egg on Shabbos, because you've been mevata the kli on Shabbos. You're not allowed to use the kli anymore. However, you're allowed to, if the chicken already laid the egg, you're allowed to take a kli and cover the egg that people won't crush it. Gemara says, though, the only time you're allowed to do that, if it's hatzola mitzuya. It's a common way to save the egg. Typically, a chicken will lay an egg in a heap of trash, so you're allowed to save it on a heap of trash. But if a chicken laid it on an incline, and you want to make sure it doesn't roll down the incline, that's not a hatzola mitzuya. You're not allowed to save it like that. So the Gemara brings a lot of questions from different mishnayos. And basically, we would have to say on these questions that they're considered hatzola mitzuya. For instance, the Gemara asks, the halacha is that if a barrel breaks and it's full of wine, tevel, that you didn't do trumas or maishus on, you're allowed to save it on Shabbos by putting another kli, another barrel underneath. But a barrel typically doesn't break. You have to say that it's talking about hatzola mitzuya, that it's a barrel that does typically break by using a brand new barrel. Brand new barrels are sensitive, they break. Another mission that we have later on in Masechta is that you're allowed to take a kli to catch sparks that come out of a candle. So we must say that the sparks are hatzola mitzuya. It's common for things to have sparks. Have a wonderful day.
The worst case scenario, bail out. I know he's a little fucked up, needs stars, needs animals. And put a jack in the box. But 55, that's not. That's $180. It's all pricey. You out with your girlfriend, lift a rock. And if she doesn't want to hamburger, walk 30 yards, and you go to
Shabbos Daf Mem Gimel, we're trying to catch up and make up the lost daf that we had over Pesach. This is from 4 days ago. Daf Mem Gimel. We had the sheet of Rav Chizda that you're permitted to cover an egg to protect it, but you're not permitted to put a kli under the egg to catch it. What's the difference? Rav Yosef says because you're canceling a kli. You can no longer use this kli once the egg touches it, it's smoked. But when you cover an egg, you can uncover it whenever you want. So Gemara brings all the brises and mishnayos that we had the other day. Starting with, if you have a barrel full of tevel, full of wine and oil that you never took trumas and maishus from, and it breaks, you got to take another vessel to catch the oil and the wine. But that vessel should be muktzah because wine that's tevel, l'chayr, is muktzah. Says Gemara, it's not muktzah because if somebody was over and took trumas and maishus on Shabbos, he'd be yaitzik. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah Daf Mem Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks? But you must say because the sparks have no mamashis, not visible, so the kli never becomes muktzah. We learned that you're allowed to take a bench to support a broken beam in the ceiling. Again, we must say that the bench is not in there completely. You can remove it easily. What about the fact that you're allowed to take a bucket to catch the rain that's coming off the roof? Rain, that is not muktzah that you could drink. There's a halacha that you're allowed to take a basket in order to help the young chickens to go back into the chicken coop. Says the Gemara, you're allowed to move that basket unless those chicks were on the basket during Ben HaShemashos. Where then we say, Migid is Katsoy. Ben HaShemashos, it's Katsoy the Kuliyayim. Rabbi Yitzchak argues with Rav Chizda, and he says, not only is it usher to catch an egg on Shabbos, but it's also usher to cover and protect an egg on Shabbos. Why? Because he holds that you're not allowed to move any kli on Shabbos if it's for the tzorech, for the use of an item that's muktzah. But what about all these brises and mishnayos that we just mentioned? You're allowed to move a bench that's not muktzah to hold up a beam that's broken, but the beam that's broken is muktzah. You're allowed to take a basket that's not muktzah for chickens that are muktzah. We must say in all those cases that he started out carrying the bench and the basket and the bowl and all those other things with a heter. It was with tzarech mekayma. He had to pick up the bench because he needed it for the place. He needed the spot that the bench was sitting on. Once he was holding it in his hand, we allow him to continue and support the beam. We allow him to continue and put the basket down for the chips. More asked a question from an egg that was born on Shabbos. It says you're not allowed to cover a vessel with it. And a very interesting halacha. You're not allowed to support your bed. There are people that would support beds with eggs. If you carry a lot of force, a lot of pounding, you're not allowed to do so. However, you're allowed to protect the egg that was born on Shabbos. Again, we must say, you're protecting with a kli that you started carrying it with a heter of the tzarif mikayim. It says, you're allowed to take a machzelis, or reed, and put it on top of small stones, but the small stones are muktzah. We're talking about stones that are not muktzah, stones that they use instead of toilet paper. What about the fact that they take a machzelis and cover bricks from a building site? We're talking about that the building is already done, the construction is over, and now he's using those bricks for a heter. The not muktzah, he's using them kaluna. What about the fact that it says you're allowed to cover a beehive with a machzelis? You're allowed to cover a beehive, but you have to make sure, and you're covering it, you want to protect it from the rain and from the sun. You more understood that it's probably talking about the winter and the summer. Provided that you leave space for the bees to escape, you don't want to trap them, you don't want to be over unsafe. If there's honey in the beehive, then the beehive is not muktzah. You're eating from the honey. If it's in the winter, where there's no honey, you have to say that he left over 2 hives to sustain the bees over the winter. And he thought to himself that he's going to eat from that honey, and therefore it's not muktzah. Or another shot is that we're not talking about the winter or the summer. We're talking about in Nisan and Tishrei when there's rain and sun and honey. So therefore the beehive is not muktzah. All this is going according to Rabbi Yehuda, who holds there is a concept of muktzah. According to Rabbi Shimon, the beehive wouldn't be muktzah. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, davar she'em iskaven is also. In other words, if you cover the beehive and you trap the bees in there by mistake, you're over. We must say he left a nice gap in there so the bees can escape. Rav Huna also agrees with this concept of Rav Yosef that if you're not allowed to carry a kli that's mutter, that's not mutter, for something that is mutter. And he says this in another halacha completely. He says by a mace, you have a corpse, you're not allowed to cover the corpse from the sun, unless you're covering the mace because of people that are alive. So how do you do it? 2 people sit on either side of the mace, and they become really hot from sitting on the floor. So they bring benches. They sit on the benches and they're really hot from the sun. So they bring reed, they bring oil, and they hold it over the mace. Then they lift up the benches to make it a little higher, and then they walk away, and the mace remains protected from the sun. If a dead person is laying in the sun, what do? It's going to be the Zayin mace. The first eitzah is to use kikar v'tina, to use any item that's not muktzah, a baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not muktzah, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person, and then you can move the baby and the loaf of bread, and then derech agav, you happen to be moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead person from bed to bed until you get to the place that you need to get to. That's tiltum and atzad. He holds that's not considered carrying. Rav holds that is considered carrying, therefore that is also. What if there's a fire? If you have a kikar and peanut, that's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a Manda Omer that says that you're allowed to save the dead person because the person is Baal al Mesa. He's going to be so concerned about the dead person, he'll be over on the Iraisa of extinguishing the flame. So we rather him just do tiltum in the Rabbanan and not be over. And the halacha is like Yehuda ben Lakish that says you're allowed to do so. Rabbi Shimon says, the final halacha today, if you have leftover oil, and we're going to see this later on, if you have leftover oil in a lamp that was extinguished, according to Rabbi Shimon, he doesn't hold you it's Katzoy Neshmoshes, it's Katzoy Neshmoshes, and therefore that oil is mutter on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day.
Lee just has bad luck with food. Yeah, that's why we got him a fucking
10 minutes living.
I'm doing great with that.
Shabbos Daf Mem Dalet, the Mishnah tells us that both the Tanakama review the whole of the concept called Muktzah Machmas Miyos. Something that's disgusting, for instance, a lamp that has oil residue and ash residue, it's disgusting. And therefore, people don't touch it, and you're not allowed to move it on Shabbos. Brand new in the box, it's not disgusting. So you're allowed to move it on Shabbos. Rabbi Shimon doesn't subscribe to the concept called Muktzah Machmas Miyos, and therefore, he allows you to move this lamp on Shabbos. However, if this lamp has an existing flame right now, then he says that it's usher to move. Rashi explains the Havamin of the Gemara later on, because I'm concerned that you might come to extinguish the flame. The Maskon of the Gemara later on is that it becomes a basis l'davar also. It supports a flame. The flame is muktzah, so the bottom part, the lamp, is also muktzah. Rameir doesn't either hold of muktzah machmas miyos, but he holds with the concept called muktzah machmas isur. Since a flame is asur, therefore, migui diskatzoi ben hashmashos diskatzoi l'chuliyom. We have the concept. Since it becomes muktzah during ben hashmashos, it's lit. So even if it extinguishes later on, that isur remains throughout the whole Shabbos, since it was muktzah for that moment of ben hashmashos. What about a very large vessel, a cup, a container that contains a lot of oil that can last for the entire Shabbos? According to Ula, even if there's no flame on it right now, it's muktzah according to Rabbi Yehuda, because the concept migdal is katzoi ben hashmashos, it's katzoi l'kol yom, but according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. The issue is the wording doesn't fit so well. It says avol. A small candle is also avol. Even a big one is. It should say small, large. There's no difference according to Rabbi Yehuda. Why does it say avol? Mar Zutra prefers to say that it goes according to Rabbi Shimon. A small candle is not muktzah. Avol, but a larger candle that contains oil for the entire Shabbos is muktzah. Typically, Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of the concept but in this case, since there's enough oil to last for the entire Shabbos, in his mind, he forgot about it. He doesn't want to use it. He thinks that it's going to last the whole Shabbos, so he set it aside. So even Rabbi Shimon agrees in this case. It remains muktzah even if there's no flame right now, according to Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Lazar, the son of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, holds like his father, Rabbi Shimon, in two things: that there's no muktzah machmas mios, and there's no muktzah machmas isur. But he argues on his father in one thing. His father holds that while the candle is lit, you cannot benefit from the oil. He holds you could benefit from the oil if it drips out, and it's not in a way that will cause the flame to diminish. If it doesn't cause any kibui, then he says you're allowed to use the oil. Zer says that if you have a metal candelabra, which doesn't absorb oil and ashes, so it's not moles, it's not disgusting. According to everybody, if you lit it ben hashmashos, Reb Meir and Reb Yehuda both agree because it's katzoi ben hashmashos, it's katzoi l'kul. But if it's not lit during ben hashmashos, according to them, it's mutter to be metaltal. Mar talks about a bed, similar to a table. One wants to put money on a bed. So Mar says as follows: if a person designates this bed and says specifically, "I want this bed to put money on it," all on his head. But in addition to having it in his head, he had condition number 2, that he actually put the money physically on the bed. Even though he removed it before Shabbos, the bed remains muktzah. It's a bed that's meant for money. Money is muktzah machmas gufay, and Taisus points out it's even asur to move. So it's a gufay mekayma, typically, muktzah klish malachti l'isr, it's a hammer. You can move if you need it to sit down on its spot, or you need to use the hammer to open up, to crack open up a coconut or whatever. But money doesn't have any other use other than to use it in a store. And therefore, even if you need its space or you want to use the actual money, it's muktzah machmas gufa. Now, if a person either designated the bed for money but didn't put the money on it, or he put the money on it and didn't designate it, then it's not muktzah. However, if he didn't designate it, but he had money on the bed during ben hashmashos, then the bed remains muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. Even if a child removed the money, it remains muktzah. We're a very interesting halacha. If you have a candle, you have a lamp, even if you lit a candle on it before Shabbos, but you didn't designate it, it's not muktzah. You have to designate it and light the candle in order for it to be muktzah. Gemara's question is from Muchni. Muchni is a wheel from a wagon. We'll go into all the halachas, but the question from that sugya is, you see that if there's money in the wheel before Shabbos, during ben hashmashos, and you remove the money, you could move the wagon. Why do we say that if the money was on the bed and you remove the money, you cannot move the bed? And the answer is because Muchni goes according to Reb Shimon. And what we're talking about goes according to Rav, goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what is a Muchni? Muchni is a wheel that's attached to a wagon. If the wheel detaches from the wagon, then we view the wheel as an independent vessel, kli, and it has no connection to the wagon. And therefore, if Tumah, let's say, goes under the wheel, it doesn't transfer to the wagon. If Tumah goes under the wagon, it doesn't transfer to the wheel. Although they're touching, but Tumah doesn't transfer from one kli to another unless they're one. And since they're independent of each other, it doesn't transfer. Another halacha, If a wagon or any kli is larger than 40 sa, it's not mekabel tumah. How do I measure this? According to Beis Hillel, you measure if from the outside it can displace 40 sa of water. So when you do so, you put it, let's say, in a swimming pool to see if it can displace 40 sa of water. You cannot count the wheels as part of the 40 sa because the wheels, since they detach, are not part of the wagon. Another halacha is that if you have a tool on the wagon and it is mild, it creates a tent over, let's say, a basic farce over a caver. If there's a wheel there and the wheel is not part of the wagon, it cannot save that tool from tumah. And if there's money, that's the halacha that the Gemara brings as a question. If there's money in the wheel, because the wheel has a base kibble, it's a kli. If the money's still there, and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos. But if the wheel is part of the wagon, you could move the wheel because you're moving the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon. We see, as we mentioned before, that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda. There's another halacha that Rav goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, which is actually the kula. And that is that if you have a lamp, Erev Shabbos, you're allowed to hang it on a tree. And we're not concerned that you might climb up the tree on Shabbos because you know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire Shabbos. According to Rav, however, on Yom Tov, you're not allowed to hang it on a tree because a lamp is not muktzah, and we're concerned you're going to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Mem Hey. Rab holds like Rabbi Yehuda and Muktzah, and therefore a candle that's extinguished on Shabbos remains Muktzah for the rest of the Shabbos. However, he made a dispensation when it comes to Chanukah in the times of the Chabarim. Chabarim were people that didn't allow candles lit. Therefore, if somebody wanted to light the menorah and was scared that the Chabarim will catch him, after Beresh Moshe, when it's already Shabbos and the candles go out, you can take the menorah back into your house. The Shas Chak is a special halacha. The famous saying goes, "Kedayu Rabbi Shimon lismoi olav Shas Chak." When it comes to an emergency like Chabarim, then we can rely on the sheet of Rabbi Shimon that there's no muktzah. Shmuel holds in Rabbi Shimon that the only foods that become muktzah are raisins and groigros, figs that are set out to dry, because they have two conditions. And in order for something to become muktzah, according to Rabbi Shimon, you need two conditions. D'chiyah b'yadayim, putting something aside with your hand, saying, I don't want to use this anymore, and that it's not roy lachila, you can't eat it any longer. Raisins, once you take grapes and put them in the sun, you can no longer eat it for the time being. And by putting it in the sun, you're sending it off to the side. Rabbi Yochanan says, when it comes to muktzah, there's an additional muktzah called muktzah machmas mitzvah, which Rabbi Shimon subscribes to. And that is, if you light a candle for Shabbos, and that's a mitzvah, that candle becomes muktzah for the time being. Therefore, let's say a sukkah, the walls of the sukkah, the schach, even the decorations become muktzah because they were set aside for the mitzvah for 7 days. They're muktzah throughout the entire Chalamayit, according to Rabbi Shimon. Unless somebody made a specific night and said, I want to use the wood, I want to use these decorations. What if somebody planted kernels, or you put an egg under a chicken, so you set it aside? Well, it doesn't have the conditions we need, and it's not muktzah mitzvah, so according to Rabbi Shimon, they are not muktzah. Going back to sukkah wood, if you have a sukkah that's standing during other Yom Tovim, like Pesach and Shavuos, you're not allowed to take wood off the sukkah. That soiser that's breaking the sukkah. What if the sukkah fell down on Shavuos? You're also not allowed to use that wood according to Rabbi Yehuda because it remains muktzah. But according to Rabbi Shimon, it's not muktzah. Once it breaks, it falls down, and you anticipated it, it's not muktzah. On sukkahs, even according to Rabbi Shimon, it's muktzah, unless you made it at night. There's a brayso that says that there are other fruits, such as peaches and quinces, that you put aside on the roof and you let them dry, and they're muktzah. That must be going according to Rabbi Yehuda. But what's the chiddush? The chiddush is even though they're foods and you're eating from them, Nevertheless, by putting them on the roof, you receive das from it, you don't want to have anything to do with it, and therefore they remain muktzah, according to Rabbi Yehuda. Rebbe's son, Elazar, asked Rebbe, what does Reb Shimon hold when it comes to Batzili Tamar? These are dates that will never ripen. From the fact that he asked Rebbe the question about Reb Shimon, that means, the Gemara understood, that Rebbe subscribes to Reb Shimon's shita of muktzah. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask his father, what does Reb Shimon hold about Batzili? But he told him, even though Batzili Tamarim are not edible, but he never pushed it aside with his hand. So he has one out of the two conditions, and therefore they are not muktzah, according to Reb Shimon. Nevertheless, the Gemara asks a question. There's a mission that tells us that on Yom Tov you're allowed to shech an animal that's yours. But if it's yours and it's in the midbar, and what that means exactly is machlokes, whether it comes back after when it starts raining, in other words, it's away for a half a year. According to Rebbe, it never comes back. The point is, that kind of animal you cannot shech on Yom Tov, because you never had it in mind that you're going to have that animal. You're not allowed to give it to drink so that the skin comes off easier. You see, the Rebbe holds a muktzah. The Rebbe is the one that says that the animal doesn't come back at all, and therefore it's muktzah. So the Gemara gives three options. Either Rebbe holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but this particular animal is like raisins. It has two conditions. First of all, you pushed it aside, you said, I don't want to see you anymore for a year. And second of all, it's very difficult to catch and capture. So it has two conditions, and therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that this midbar animal is muktzah. Second answer is that Rebbe never said that he holds like Reb Shimon. He was just answering what Reb Shimon would hold. In fact, Rebbe holds like Rabbi Yehuda in muktzah, and he was answering his son what Reb Shimon would hold in muktzah. Another pshat is that Rebbe was talking in the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. In other words, he holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah. But don't you Chachamim agree that if an animal comes back every half a year, that it should be considered a domesticated animal and put shech on Yom Tov? And he said, no, we don't agree to that. Rabbi Bar Chana said that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Reb Shimon in muktzah, but there's no muktzah. Why did Rabbi Yochanan say that a chicken coop is muktzah? You must say that it's talking about a very specific case, that the chicken coop had an egg, and in the egg was a chick. And therefore, this egg is not royal achilas kela, because a dog won't eat an egg peel. And it's not royal for a human. You have a dead chicken there, we can't eat it, it's straight. Nor would it go eat. Therefore, Reb Shimon does hold a muktzah machas gufa. Something like money, stones, have absolutely no other use to them. And this egg with the chicken side has absolutely no other use. And therefore, even Reb Shimon agrees that's muktzah. And why didn't he just say that there's an egg there that was born on Shabbos? And Reb Shimon holds that it's noilad and it's muktzah. Because there is a shita that holds, Menachem Yitzchak holds, that Reb Shimon doesn't hold of a noilad on Shabbos. In other words, since you anticipate the birth of this egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Menachem Yitzchak. And to say that there's a dead chick there without an egg, there's a mandama that holds in Reb Shimon that you could use that dead chick and could feed it to your animals on Shabbos, as long as you knew about it beforehand. In other words, there's one mandama that says in Reb Shimon that if the chick was healthy and it died on Shabbos, Reb Shimon holds it's muktzah, because I never thought about it. I was Messiah Das. Another mandama that says that it's muktzah. Rabbi Yitzchak and Rabbi Yosef holds that Rabbi Yochanan said that the halacha is like Rabbi Yehuda, that there is muktzah. Now, why did he have to say so? There was a story that you could learn from, and you know from that story that Rabbi Yochanan held it like Rabbi Yehuda that there's muktzah. A menorah, a large candelabra, fell on Ravasi. Ravasi didn't move it. Maybe he walked away from it and it fell by itself, but he didn't move it because he held of muktzah. And his Rebbe is Rabbi Yochanan. So you see from here that Rabbi Yochanan holds a muktzah. So the Gemara on today's daf says perhaps the reason why he didn't move it is because there's a new muktzah called Kavei HaMakar. It has a very specific spot, similar to muktzah machmas kisar and kiss. If you have something really expensive, you don't want to use it, you designate an area for it. And therefore, this candelabra had a designated area, and that's why it was muktzah, not because of the muktzah of Rabbi Yehuda. Have a wonderful day.
It's like that. Hell, that fucking monster. I went deep into the murky water. Deep. It's November 6th. It's election week. I gotta drink the day. There you go.
Shabbos Daf Minvav. How's everybody doing? I hope you're staying safe and healthy. We finished off yesterday saying there's a story where a menorah fell on Ravasi and he refused to move with his hand. He said it was muktzah. What kind of muktzah? So we try to say perhaps it's called a muktzah of kviyas makkah. Since it's a large item, has a designated spot, you don't move from that spot, it's muktzah. Says Gemara, but what do we do about kilas chasanim? It's a tent that you build over a bed. The top is narrower than a tefach, so we don't have a problem of building the oil on Shabbos. We let it put it together on Shabbos and take it apart on Shabbos. But how can you touch it? It's muktzah, kviyas makkah. You see that there is no muktzah called kviyas makkah. So then why did Ravasi move the menorah? The answer is because if it was a menorah that came apart and you could put back together, then certainly that would be muktzah. But we're dealing with a menorah that just looks as if it could come apart. So they made a gzeira on such a menorah because of a menorah that could come apart. And if it's a really small menorah that can come apart, machlokes. Rabbi says, even though it usually doesn't come apart, you have to be goyzer on a small menorah. And Rish Lakish says, since it doesn't come apart, nobody's going to confuse it with a menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it gzeira. He said that Rabbi Yochanan holds, like Rabbi Yehuda in Muktzah, that there is Muktzah. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan always paskins like the Stam Mishnah, like an anonymous Mishnah. And the Mishnah of Muchni that we had the other day, the wheel that detaches from the wagon, one of the halachas we learned is that if there was money, even ben hashmashos, inside the wheel, and the money was removed, you could move it on Shabbos. That goes according to Reb Shimon. So on the one hand, the Stam Mishnah is Reb Shimon, but Reb Yochanan paskins like Reb Yehuda. Says Reb Zera, we must learn, even though it's a doichel, that the Mishnah is talking about that there's no money during ben hashmashos, and that's why you can move the wheel on Shabbos. But if there was money during ben hashmashos, in fact, the wheel would be muktzah, like Rabbi Yehuda that says Migid Skatzoi Ben Hashmashos, it's Skatzoi L'Kuli Yom. Yeshua Levi said that Rabbi said a very cryptic statement. He said that a menorah is like a ner of Reb Shimon. Menorah is Reb Shimon ben ner, meaning it could be two meanings. Either there was one psak halacha or two. Either the psak halacha was that a menorah is not muktzah, like Reb Shimon says that a candle that was lit and it was extinguished on Shabbos, the candle is no longer muktzah. In other words, a menorah is muktzah. Or he said two statements. A menorah is asur. A candle is muktzah. The Gemara remains in a tape. The Gemara tells us that Reb Malkiah, and at a different time, Reb Yossi Glila, both acted like Reb Shimon. That there was no muktzah in front of the Rabbeim, and both the Rabbeim were making on this. On the other hand, Reb Avo, even though he himself held like Reb Shimon, but when he was in front of Rabbi Yochanan, out of respect for Rabbi Yochanan, he acted like Rabbi Yehuda that there is muktzah. Machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda says that if you have an earthenware lamp that's full of oil, it doesn't get disgusting, and therefore it's not muktzah, you're allowed to be metallic. But if it has neft, kerosene, so it is muktzah. Now, we're not talking about muktzah machmas mius, because Rabbi Shimon doesn't hold of muktzah machmas mius. What we're discussing is since there's no other use for this candle because it's disgusting. Therefore, it's like a stone that has no other use, and it's muktzah. In other words, muktzah machmas gufa. Rabbi and Rav Yosef both hold that you're allowed to carry, you're allowed to be a metaltal, a lamp that was used with neft. So the Gemara tells us an amazing story. Ravia went to visit Rabbi. He had a lot of mud on his shoes, and they sat him down. He said, "Sit down on his bed," and he put his shoe on the bed and put a lot of mud on the bed. And this upset Rabbi. And Rabbi decided he's going to torture Ravia with questions to punish him. Some server has a beautiful pshat. You should look into it. And he asked him, why is it that Rabbi and Rav Yosef both say that a lamp that was used with neft, with kerosene, is not muktzah? So he told him, because you could use that lamp for another usage. You could cover another kli with it. He said, wait a minute. What about all stones in the world? They're very muktzah, but you could use them to cover kalim. Says Rabbi, no, there's a big difference. This lamp has a name of a kli on it, where a stone is not a kli. And I'll prove it to you from a Mishnah. The halacha is that a woman is not allowed to walk out on Shabbos with beautiful jewelry. She might show it to her friends. But in her own chutzner, she's allowed to move it. Why? Because Ula explains it has a name of a kli. So anything that has a name of a kli is not muktzah. Says Reb Nachman Bar Yitzchak, Biruch Rachmanu, Baruch Hashem, that Rabbi wasn't successful in embarrassing Rabbi Avi. The halacha is that if a person has a firstborn animal, cow, sheep, he goes to the kohen, and the kohen brings it to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it befalls a mum, and the kohen could shecht it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, it says to do what he wants. What if he finds the mum on Yom Tov? It's muktzah according to Rabbi Shimon. Question: why is this bechar different than oil that's left over in a lamp that Rabbi Shimon says is not muktzah? Says why is a big difference? Oil that's left in a lamp, when he lights the lamp, he knows that he might have leftover oil, so he thinks about that oil and he wants it. So that's why it's not muktzah. But an animal, a bechar, there's 3 reasons why he's not even thinking about it. First of all, who says that this animal will have a mum? And even if it has a mum, who says it will be a mum kavua, a permanent mum? And even if it's a permanent mum, who says he'll find a rabbi that'll tell him that it's a good mum and he can shecht it? What about a woman who makes a neder on Shabbos? Could be mefer or matter the neder. What if her husband doesn't agree? Says the Gemara, because when a woman makes a neder, she's doing it al das her husband. And what about a man? How could you be made for his neder on Shabbos? What if he doesn't find a rabbi? Because he doesn't need a rabbi. He can just find 3 simple people to be matter his neder. In the Mishnah it says, we learned that according to Rabbi Shimon, if the fire is still lit, even Rabbi Shimon says it's muktzah. Why? The answer is because it becomes a basis l'davar hasul. The lamp supports the flame, which is muktzah. The pshat is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rashi explained in the Mishnah, we are concerned perhaps he will extinguish the flame by mistake. Because Rabbi Shimon holds the darshanim miskaven mutter. If you don't think about it, that's not your intent, then you're not chayav. In other words, if a person drags a bench, he's trying to bring it from point A to point B, but by doing so, he creates a groove in the ground, he's potter. And don't say that there's an afkamina between the deraisa and the rabbana. Extinguishing a flame is deraisa, and moving a bench, making a groove in the ground is not the derech to do so. So it's only the rabbanon. Perhaps that's why it's mutter. But in deraisa, Rabbi Shimon saying it's awesome, because we have the case that we had last week or so. If a person is peddling his goods, his clothing, and their shatnas, says Rabbi Shimon, he's allowed to wear shatnas if he's not mechaven to be over to wear the clothing. If he's not being protected by the elements from the sun and the rain, it's mutter. So you see that even in the rice of shatnas, as long as you don't have kavana, Rabbi Shimon says it's mutter. Having a wonderful day.
Did it pay? Well, it wasn't that it didn't pay. It wasn't our scene. It wasn't our scene. See, in those days, I was taking 12, 15, 12 minutes about to be able to the hours. 4 nights a week. So I had something at 12:30. So I'm going to do shit in my house at 9 o'clock at night. Fucking sleeping. What's going on? I went down here, bro. There's something down here. $30. $30. You get there on E. You know what I'm saying? You got there on E. And you know we were going to score in the one place as soon as I walk in. My fucking burrito was waiting. I can't order burrito. They'll line it up, but how Felipe took care of me in that room. All I had to do was walk in, and sometimes it was to go. So I basically waited on the manager. He was you, Joey, with my outdoor burrito. Joey, como está? I would go down there with a group 10 men.
Shabbos Daf Zion, up until now we learned about basis l'davar hasul, a support to something that's usher like a flame. The support is muktzah. What about if you are supporting something that's usher together with something that's mutter? Basis l'davar usher v'hamutter. For instance, you're permitted to carry your son who's carrying a stone. He's carrying 2 things, mutter and usher. So the isser comes because of the heter. Same thing, if you have a basket that has fruit, but also carries a stone, that's mutter. Rabbi Zera asked Ravasi, so then why is it that Rabbi said that it's mutter to carry a machta, a pan, that has leftover incense, the ashes of incense? The incense is muktzah. The Gemara uses a pasuk from Daniel, Ishtoimeim kishol chadam. Ravasi was in shock for a moment. And then he answered, he said, perhaps there's some leftover incense that's actually not muktzah, and that's why it's basis l'davar ha'asur v'hamutter. Well, Rabbi didn't like it. Rabbi was very wealthy, and a small amount of incense was insignificant to Rabbi. And we learned, when it comes to tumah, a wealthy person doesn't consider a beged of an ani, a 3x3 beged, or any beged made with different type of yarn or whatever. It's not considered a beged for an usher. So that's not considered non-muktzah item for Rebbe. Therefore, Abaye prefers to say that we're talking about a grafshal ray, a disgusting vessel that usually contains excrements, human waste. And there's a special halacha that since it's disgusting, you're allowed to move it and take it out of your room, out of the house. Rabbi says it's not, there's no comparison. A grafshal ray is an open kli, whereas this machta has a net on top. Grafshal ray is disgusting. Ashes of incense is not disgusting. Therefore, Rava learns that these ashes are not muktzah because they serve a purpose. You could cover spittle, you could cover excrement. So what is the chiddush? The chiddush is that in addition to these ashes, there was something that was muktzah, there was some unburnt wood. So again, it's a basis l'davar, hamutter, ashes, va'asr, the wood. And the chiddush is you're allowed to move it. The Brisa says that both Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, there is muktzah, isn't muktzah. They both agree that if you have leftover wick floating in the oil, that's considered muktzah. But if you have a basis l'davar, also mutter, it should be mutter. Says the Gemara we're talking about in Galil. Their wicks were worth a lot of money for them. And therefore, the wick, which is davar asur, overcomes the oil, which is davar mutter. Taisa says, and it's very interesting, Taisa says that Galil, they had so much oil that the oil was worthless. Talking about today, that the oil prices dropped to a 20-year low. The Gemara talks about a mita shel tarsiyim. This is a bed that comes apart. You're allowed to put together on Shabbos. Rabbi Shmuel says it's a issur d'oraisa, you're chayav achatos. Why? Says Rashi, you're maktiv achatos. You're finishing off the binyan. And in fact, there's a brisa that says just like them. It says that if you take the final part of a menorah and you put it in, or you take a round horn and you put it together, it's difficult to put together, you're chayav achatos. If you have like an extension stick to paint, or one of those sticks that comes together, or a simple horn, that's patur aval asur. Now, Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna, they argue, and then they say it's completely mutter to put together a bed on Shabbos. In fact, there's a brisa that says if you have bed platforms or the bed legs or an arrow rest, you shouldn't put it back on Shabbos, and if you do, you're patur aval asur. And if you put it in forcefully, you're chayav achatos. And this is how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Huna hold. He says not only is it not patur aval asur, it's mutter. You can put together these things, and so Rava paskin la halacha. If you have one of these traveling beds, you let it take it apart and put it back together on Shabbos. We learned in the Mishnah that if you have a lamp and the lamp is spewing out sparks, you're allowed to put a bowl underneath to catch the sparks. And it's not considered mevatel kli mechani that you're canceling this kli now for Shabbos with the sparks. They're invisible. So you're allowed to move the kli afterwards. However, that's if you put a kli without any liquid, but you're not allowed to add liquid to the kli even before Shabbos. Because if it was on Shabbos itself and you took this kli and you brought it closer to the sparks, you would be extinguishing the sparks on Shabbos. Therefore, the guys are not to put water even on Erev Shabbos. And with that, we finish Perek Kira, and we're starting Perek Lamed Paimesh. We learned the issur of burying, insulating your pot on Shabbos, your pot of food. It's also to insulate with something that's moisef hevel, something that adds heat. So the Mishnah goes through the list. There's a list of things that give off a lot of heat. So much so that it doesn't matter if they are dry or moist. They add a lot of heat, such as leftover olives, the olive pits. They decompose. Manure, as we know, gives off a lot of heat. Salt, lime, calcium, and sand. And there are some that only add heat when they are moist and not when they are dry, and those are straw, grape skins, anything soft like a soft cotton, some soft wool, and grasses. Gemara does this halacha. If you have a box that's not moist of hevel, doesn't have heat, and you have food inside, you matkin on Shabbos. It's also to put that box on top of decomposing olives. And that would be like halacha l'maisa today. You're not allowed to take a chum pad and cover it with a blanket, and the blanket is not Meisik Hevel, but underneath you have a plata that adds Hevel. The top is not Meisik Hevel, but the bottom is Meisik Hevel, and that's why it's awesome. And Mara says you can't bring a raya from this halacha that our mission is talking about olives, because it's possible that we're talking about any kind of atmana, even burying in sesame seeds. This halacha that the hevel goes upwards is regarding talking about olives, but in general, it would be also to be matmin in anything. Have a wonderful day.
Not the one that's married to McGraw. Our Faith Hill, that bitch is in her own planet. But the other blonde one up there, and she had a dress on national TV. That was Richard Logan. They look good under the dress. She looked beautiful. They were saying kind of stuff that was a little.
Shabbos Daf Memches. How's everybody doing? The Gemara tells us that it's permitted to take two urns and place them one on top of another when they both contain hot water. The top one is not a tmana. You're not burying the top one. You're just trying to prevent heat loss from the top one. However, when the servant in Reish Galusa's house put a cold cup of water on top of an urn, then Rabbi yelled at him and said, "Don't do so." What's the difference? Because you're trying to introduce heat to the cold cup. That looks like hatmana. That same servant was having a very bad day. Later on, Rabbi caught him taking a head turban, placing it over a pot, and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle. And he yelled at him, he said, "Don't do so." Reb Zer says, "What did he do now?" He says, "Rabbi, wait and see." And sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze, do schita, which is also, it's libam. Says Reb Zer, "But what's the difference? We all cover our pots with some sort of rag or something." Says Rabbi, "That's a big difference. If you cover it with a rag, you don't care about the rag. You're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I told him, don't do so." There's muchen, which are soft wool, cotton. People set them aside to make felt out of it. And that's called muksa machmas sisur. You set it aside, you say, "I'm not going to use this." Now what happens if a person, he doesn't have a choice, he ran out of straw, different material, he uses his muchen to do atmana, to insulate his pot. The Gemara says it doesn't lose its muktzah, it's still muktzah of chisaron kis. But we cannot prove this from the brisa that says that you're permitted to do atmana with muchen, and be careful not to touch it. Perhaps the brisa is talking about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps the isur muktzah goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So then what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen. Of course it's muktzah machmas chisaron kis, says the Gemara. It's coming to teach us that even though it's so nice and soft, perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not muktzah. Chumash malon, it is muktzah. If you take a pillow and you stuff it with muchen, you stuff it with the soft stuff, that's makeh b'patish. The Mishnah Berurah says that's an isur d'oraisa on Shabbos. However, if you already have a pillow, it's a used pillow and it was already stuffed, and the muchen, the stuffing comes out, you're allowed to put it back on Shabbos, and it's not considered makeh b'patish. To take clothing that's uniform and you take a scissors and you cut out a hole for the neck, that's makeh b'patish. But to take a sword and chop off the top of a barrel, that's not makeh b'patish, because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It was never one. You just put it together and now you're taking it apart. If a person has an axe and he doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick, it's not a permanent handle, it's just a stick. Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe, they're considered one. The handle and the axe. The handle and the metal. If Tumah touches one, the other one becomes Tumah. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping away, then they are considered two individual items. They're independent of each other, because he's going to take that stick and throw it away. This is different than the halacha. If somebody has a lot of clothing that he gives to the launderer and he wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together, or if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher, he has a lot of keys, You touch one, they all become tummy. You touch one cloth, they all become tummy. Or if, let's say, you take two garments that are made out of tzemer, and you sew them with pishtam, they are shatnas for the time being. Once you start undoing the stitching for the launderer or for the shatnas, it's no longer the tama one to the other. But over here, it's different than the X. Over here, a person wants the stitching to be there just in case he has to throw it into the laundry. He wants them to be together with the handle of the X. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as firewood. There's a saying, anything that's attached to something that has a halacha just like it itself. Says Gemara, for instance, this goes like Rabbi Meir, who's talking about a kira, a stove, that has compartments that you can put salt in on the side. Do those compartments, are they considered like the kira itself for tumah? Says the Gemara, according to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, they're independent of each other. They're just compartments. According to Rabbi Meir, they are independent of each other. However, if a sheretz, a mouse, and we're talking about a kli cheres here, earthenware, so the only way earthenware becomes tameh is if the tumah is in the inside of the kli cheres, not on the outside. If a sheretz goes inside, touches the inside of this kira, then the entire kira becomes tameh, including the compartments where you store the salt and different spices, or the candle. If you hang the sheretz in the ear space of that kira, then the kira does not become tameh. The rest of the compartments do not become tameh. The kira itself becomes tameh. Typically, chicheres becomes tameh ma'avirah, from the ear space. Over here, we say no. Why? Because we want to show that this whole tumah, that it transfers to the compartments, is only midrabanan. We don't want people to burn their trumas and kachim based on this tumah. You're not allowed to burn your trumas and kachim based on the rabbanan tumah. So therefore, we make a distinction. We say it only becomes tameh with maga by touching physically and not through the ear space. If you have scissors that come apart, or a carpenter's plane that has a blade on top that fits right into the wood, during the malacha, as you're going back and forth on a piece of wood, shaving it down, as you're cutting with the scissors, then they're considered one, and if tumah touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes tummy. However, when it comes to hazah, sprinkling, making this device tahar, you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the kli. Why is that? Because midiraisa, they are considered one only b'shas malacha, only while you're doing the work that it's intended to do. When it's sitting on the side, they're not considered one. Therefore, Chachamim said, let's do the chumrah in both cases. Tumah, to say that they're both tameh is a chumrah. Hazah, to say that they're both not tahar, that's also a chumrah. Therefore, you have to be mazeh both, but by tumah, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to become tameh. Have a wonderful day.
This all started with a 10 milligram fucking cookie. Bring friends to the fucking animal. You eat a little mushroom capsule and throw it in the bag of the evidence.
Shabbos Daf Mem Tes. Good Chodesh, and I hope we all hear Psuras Toivos this month. We had to listen to the Mishnah of different products that it's usher to do atmano if they are moist. Now, there's two types of moisture. There's moisture that comes from an external moisture, and there's moisture that comes from within. The one that comes from within produces more heat. And the Gemara tells us, since one of the things on the list is moichin, moichin is soft material. Obviously, it doesn't produce its own moisture, so the entire list has moisture that comes from an exterior source. There's a brisa that says that you shouldn't use clothing, garments for atmana. And garments, obviously, the moisture comes from an exterior source. The Gemara says that's not a raya. It's possible that they produce this garment from an area of the animal, such as the thighs, that produced its own moisture. New Mishnah, the Mishnah says you could do atmana with clothing, with fruit, with kanfeyayim, a pigeon's wing, which is going to lead us into a beautiful story of Elisha Bal Knafayim, and with sawdust and fine flags. Rabbi says that pishton is also when it's thin. It's similar to manure, which is moist of hevel. It produces additional when it's thick material, thick pishton, then it's mutter to do atmana. The Gemara tells us tefillin require gufna, clean body. Like Elisha Bal Knafayim, Space points out, since he had this nace that's upcoming, obviously he had a gufna. What does it mean to have a gufnaki? Abayi says you have to be careful from hafacha, from passing wind. Rabbi says careful from sleeping because that could lead to hafacha and could lead to carry. The story is that the Romans said whoever wears tefillin, you're going to puncture the person's brain. Elisha Bal Knafayim didn't care. He walked out with his tefillin, and when he saw a Roman officer, he removed his tefillin, put them in his hand, and the officer said, "What's in your hand?" He said, "I have the wings of a pigeon." So let me see. He opened up his hand, and sure enough, pigeon wings, he had a nace. The Gemara says, but why did he say pigeon wings? So the Gemara, just like a pigeon, its wings protect it from the elements and from the enemies, where other birds don't fight with their wings. The pigeon fights with his wings, so too Klal Yisrael are protected by the mitzvahs they perform. Says the Mishnah, you could perform atmana with hides, the skins of animals, and hides are not muktzah. You can do atmana with wool shearing, but they are muktzah. So if they are muktzah, how do you get to your food? It's covered with the wool shearings. What you do is you grab the handle of the lid and you pull it up, and the shearings fall off themselves. That's tukul tlachayat. It's with shino. Elazar ben Azari says once you have the lid off, you should not remove the pot because then the shearings will fall in the spot that the pot was, and you wouldn't be able to put the pot back in. What you do is, with the pot in your box, you put the entire box as is, and that's how you pour whatever is in the pot into your bowl. Rabbi ben Elazar says that our Mishnah is talking about specifically hides that are owned by a common person, not a hide dealer, not someone that does business with hides. Because if it's somebody that does business with the hides, a uman, that would be muktzah. So designated for selling. Tanakama says that hides that are tanned through the finished product, they're usher. But according to everybody, the only types of hides that are makabel tumah are hides that are tanned and finished. And Kaisis points out that they are finished hides. You don't need to think about designating them; they become designated automatically. If a carpenter has wood, they're muktzah because he's makbid. He doesn't want people to ruin them, so they're muktzah. I apologize for the noise, but a common person who has wood, the wood is not muktzah. Even a carpenter, once he places food on it, he says, "Let's use it for something." Then those pieces of wood are no longer muktzah. These Amoraim that we discussed before, they also had a discussion. Why is there 39 malachos? One man said because there were 39 different malachos in building the Mishkan. And the other man says, Rabbi Shimon Rabbi Yossi, the Lakunya says, because the Torah mentions the word melacha, melachta, and meleches 39 times. Now, it's not going to help to go count in different times, because if you count, you'll come up with more. More says, for instance, and the Gemara remains in our Tekun. The pasuk Vayavai Habaisa, referring to Yosef HaTzadik, he came home last says melachta. Melachta can mean work, a malacha. It could also be referring to the Avera with Eshes Petifa. Is that counted as one? What about the pasuk V'Malacha Haisa Daya? Klal Yisrael did enough work. Well, over here it could be the word malacha could refer to task, job, not a malacha of doing. Therefore, the Gemara says it could be either one of these two psukim to add up to 39, and not both of them, because then you'll have 40. There's a brisa that seems to be saying, like the Manda Omer, that says that the 39 malachas are kineged the Mishkan, correspond to the Mishkan, and that is in the Mishkan they would plant and they would reap. Why? They needed to have samamonim, they needed dye for the different fabrics that they made and produced. Interesting, Rashi says they needed it for the tchelas, although tchelas is a snail, but they needed other chemicals to add to that dye. And you learn the concept of Eitzah, going from Rishus Harabim to Rishus Hayachid, from the ground to the wagon, from Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Harabim, from the wagon to the ground, and from wagon to wagon teaches us Rishus Hayachid to Rishus Hayachid, because there was a strip of Rishus Harabim in between. Have a wonderful day.
For less than $10 a meal, Blue Apron delivers seasonal recipes along with proportioned ingredients to make delicious home-cooked meals. Blue Apron knows that when you cook with ingredients, the result is tremendous. They got the highest quality standards for their community supplies, family-run farms, and fisheries and ranches.
Shabbos Dafnon, we learned that you're permitted to do Hatmana, insulate food with Kizik Semer, the shearings of wool. One shot according to Rabbi, he holds like Rabbi, that as long as you don't designate the shearings, it's also to use those shearings, but if you designate them and say, I want to use these shearings for Hatmana, for insulation purposes, they're no longer Mokta. Or the shot is, if somebody sets these shearings aside and says, I want to sell these later on, that automatically makes them muktzah. But if he doesn't want to sell them, you're not muktzah. We learned about the concept of muktzah machmas kufa, something that doesn't have usage, like a stove that is not a kli. Or in the Gemara's example, you have a branch of a palm tree, it's for firewood. Muktzah machmas kufa. How do you switch that into not being muktzah on Shabbos? According to Rabbi Shimon Gamliel and Shmuel, all you need to do is think about it in your head. Machshava. Say, I want to sit on these branches forever, or for some Rishonim, or this particular Shabbos. Rav says, no, you have to take action. You have to tie these branches together or something like that. Just like with Chanina ben Akiva, he told me that in a time of an emergency, it was either Shever Brachos or Shiva, he said, go outside, think about these branches that you want to sit on them on Shabbos. But in a typical day, without an emergency, he held you have to take action. Rabbi says you don't have to take action, you have to sit on that thread. You sit on it, then you show that you want to use it for non-muktzah purposes. There's actually a brayso that says that you have cotton or wool that you want to put on a wound, so you need to dunk it in some oil and tie it to your hand in order to go out with it on Shabbos, not be over on itself. However, if you used it in that fashion before Shabbos, that shows that's how you want to use it, it's a longer muktzah. Same thing would happen if you have straw. Straw is muktzah because they used it for building materials. So if it's on your bed, you're not going to smooth it out because they're muktzah. You smooth it out with the rest of your body, not with your head. However, if you used it before Shabbos, you lay down on the bed, so you showed, I want to use it for a bed, or it's designated for the animal feed, then it's not muktzah anymore. If you take let's say a bucket of sand. Sand is muktzah. You bring it to your house, you want to use it to cover spit or whatever you have in your house. In those days, the floors weren't made out of concrete or tile. It was just dirt. If you designate a special spot for this dirt, it's not muktzah. Otherwise, it becomes buckled to the floor and it's muktzah. It's very possible, the Gemara says, the Rabbanan agree in dirt. Because dirt, you can't take action. You can't tie dirt. You can't change the composition of the dirt. And therefore, maybe they agree that in dirt, you don't need to take action. When it comes to shining kalim, the Gemara says you can shine a kli on Shabbos, but you cannot shine silver with harder, with some sort of something that takes off a layer of the silver. But you can be medayik. You can say that you could use sand and nether, which some translate as alum. The problem is that there's another brayso that says you cannot shine your silver with nether and sand. So what do? So there's three explanations of the Gemara. Either this gufa is the machlokes, something that's like sand, like nether and sand, where you can't take action, so action doesn't work. And therefore, either it's not muktzah, or it is muktzah, you have to take action. That's the machlokes between two braysos. Or, the question is, the famous machlokes between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, Dover Shenim Skavet. He's not intending to remove a layer of silver, but it might happen as he's polishing the silver. And that's the machlokes. One brayso that holds it's mutter goes according to Rabbi Shimon. The problem is, if we go according to Rabbi Shimon, it also says in the brayso that you shouldn't wash your hair with it as shampoo. According to Rabbi Shimon, you could wash your hair with shampoo. It even says that a nazir who's not allowed to cut his hair is allowed to use sand and nether for shampoo, even though it might remove some of the hair. So another shot is that it goes according to Rabbi Yehuda that says Dav Shenim Skaven Asur. It's actually machlokes and mitzias. It's a technical thing. Does this product this tartar doesn't remove a layer of silver, or it doesn't remove a layer of silver. It also says in the Seifa that you may wash your face with these products. Now, what if a person has a beard? It might remove the beard. So we must say we're talking about a woman or a saras, a cotton, people that don't have beards. Rabbi Yehuda says that you could take crushed bricks and wash your face with it. We're not concerned that it might remove facial hair. Rabbi Yosef says you're allowed to take crushed pepper according to Rava. Rabbi Yosef says sesame pulp. There's something called barda. It's made out of a third of violets, a third of aloe vera, and a third is hadassah. If you have that concoction, you could use it on your face. But if it's more than a third of aloe vera, then it becomes dangerous and might remove hair. According to Rabbi Yosef, even up to 50% is mutter. The Gemara tells us that Ameimar and Ravashi used this on their face, and Mar Zutra didn't. And there's a fundamental machlokes here. Whether a man could use beauty items, these different products that beautify a person, is it like Yilbash Gaber Simas Isha? Are you acting like a woman? According to Mar Zutra, it's also. According to Ameimar and Ravashi, very interesting. It's actually a mitzvah. You have to take care of your body. Hygiene is very important. And another pshat in Rashi is that when people see a beautiful person, they give Shabbat HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a Aveira to be mashmas food, to destroy food. So the Gemara had a question, can you crush olives in order to make them sweeter? But by doing so, you'll be destroying all the olive oil. When it comes to bread, the Gemara says bread doesn't become disgusting, so you can do all sorts of different actions with it. You can clean stuff with it, whatever. At the end of the day, you can eat the bread. It doesn't become moles. Now, our Mishnah, we learned, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah says that if you have hatmana, you have a pot in a box that's surrounded by insulation, what you do is you tilt the box and you get the soup or whatever you have in the pot. The Gemara explains that Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah is concerned that if you remove the pot, even if the shape of the pot remains, it's also to put the pot back in. We're concerned that the gizei tzemer, the shearings of wool, would fall in and you're going to touch them in their muktzah. But Chacham say, we're not concerned. If they'll fall in, you're not allowed to put the pot back in. But if it has a perfect shape, you can put the pot back in. There's a beautiful flower called likusta. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you put it into some dirt, you take it out, put it back in. So now the hole is large enough. It's not going to move the dirt around. We're not concerned you're going to move dirt on Shabbos. You're allowed to take it in and out on Shabbos. The same thing if you have a knife in the wall between the bricks. We're not concerned you're going to move the mortar, which is a problem of boina, which is boina. If you have a knife, you put it between the leaves of a palm tree. We're not concerned you're going to do moichek. You're going to perhaps cut some of the leaf off. And finally, the Gemara says if a person buries turnips in the ground, if he has some of the leaves sticking out of the ground, he's allowed to remove them on Shabbos. We're not concerned that he's going to plant them under, let's say, a vineyard and it will be over Clyde, or he'll plant them on Shmido. That's not considered planting because what he's doing is he's just storing it. He's not chayav b'maisrus because he just stored it. The Gemara's problem is, how does he remove that on Shabbos? By removing it, he's going to be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt is not the issue like the Gemara thought before, and the Gemara remains in a question. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Dafnunal, the Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to insulate your food before Shabbos and put a cover on top. But don't do so once Shabbos comes in. However, says the Mishnah, if you covered your food before Shabbos and then you uncovered your food before Shabbos, you're permitted to cover it on Shabbos. Another halach the Mishnah tells us, you have a cold drink, you want to protect it from the sun, from the heat, you're allowed to insulate it. Whereas we said, in the reverse, if you have a hot drink, you're not allowed to insulate it from the cold. Once Rabbi heard that Rabbi Yosef Paskins that you're allowed to insulate a cold drink, so he retracted his own sheet, which was also insulated a cold drink. And the thing is that even if Rabbi Yosef is right there with Rabbi Yosef, he's a coordinator away.
No, it's good.
Nevertheless, Rabbi said that Rabbi Yosef why?
No, I was terrified last night. Thank God. Because
And the Gemara on the base says that there's a shita that actually holds also to insulate not one to make a statement that he wanted to show everybody that halacha is you're allowed to insulate a clothes room. And not only that, he said you're allowed to use water that is boiled up by a gun with sauce. Anything that's going on for she said, yes, no problem. I got back in the car. She was laughing. Go ahead and do those things. And like, Ami was very upset at us. He held that other professional like Nachman should not act like that because other people are going to take it as if you're allowed to be makel and halachas.
It was one of the
it's also
I like black girls, but it was one of the black girls.
One of something that's missing heavily. You know that it insulates with the device that this pieces of salt and other things that we mentioned the other day. If you're doing a kamana with something that's not missing, you already did a kamana, you're already insulated. You're allowed to add another layer. It explains what you're doing. Not only that, you're allowed to take off all the layers. And we don't say, oh, you just started over. And from that point on, you put on a much thicker layer. It's not considered hatmana. Only is served by hatmana is that the original pot, the pot, and you pour it into another pot. You're showing that you don't care that you're cooling off this food anyway. So there's no sense in saying that the pastor is going to go ahead and boil up again. He's already in the process of shooting off the food. If a person takes his food and puts it in the pot, and the pot's cover is muktzah, it's also to take the food out. If the box is slightly ajar, slightly open, then you're allowed to take the food out. Obviously, if the top is not hooked up, then you're looking to take the food out. Or it tells him she's allowed to take a metal urn and put it on top of an earthenware vessel, even though the earthenware vessel is hotter, as long as you don't want to see these people want to keep the urn. Of course, the opposite is also true. You're allowed to take earthenware on the metalware, and you got to put metal and earthenware on top of earthenware. And then finally for this part, it's also the frost, ice cube, the sun, the east, the frost, snow, but it's also the big ice cube because if the frosting happens on its own, then Hadron love and employment Hadron love. And now we're going to start the Perek, the name of the is this the rights of such behavior? Now to make sure that your animal keeps Shabbos, the animals that labor on the Lord does love is just a good on you. Therefore, your animal is not allowed to carry on Shabbos. What constitutes carry? Walking around for animals going from street to street, but what? Is a shame that you protect your animal instead of carrying is a night, sort of jewelry that it wears, beautify itself. What's considered carry? The Mishnah. We're dealing with a camel. If you go out with a halter, that's how you control that. If it's a very wild camel, a white female knocks off. The only way you can control it is with a nose ring. So for that particular camel, a nose ring is not considered carry. If you have a Lulu donkey, Egyptian donkey, it's a very special donkey. So it's more difficult to control than usual.
What's up, fool? How big or
titty? It's like a typical dog you put around the neck. If one of these chain devices comes to my maze, you just sprinkle with Horad so even though it's on that animal, you may put the whole animal or its head in the cup, and that's enough. You don't have to take it off the animal. Or just tell the story, maybe wanted one of these new donkeys. He heard it was really good, so he sent money to a very distant place. And he said, it's an active, it's difficult for us to send donkeys. It's a 6-month journey. Therefore, take these barley, they sent him a bag of barley and said, just feed your donkey barley. It's all it needs to be like a little donkey. He said in front of Rabbi,
It's kind of an injustice.
that if you have very wild donkey, you're not the camel. And instead of giving it a rosary, you give it a halter, which is not really going to control it. That's considered carrying the child.
No, that they have to hold.
It doesn't do its purpose.
Swellings.
What about the reverse? What if you overdid it? You're merely saying, instead of giving a typical camel, and halter, you gave it a rosary. Is that considered carrying?
Every 3 blocks, you see this little.
There's a price that says that a little donkey go out with a halter, which typically you give it in its mouth. give it even a lesser display if you go both ways. What about a cat? We're typically controlling very thin. We're getting very thick. It's machlekes. Since that's considered a serious area, it's more than necessary. That considered carrying for the cat. Or just tells the story that ladies double overcoat Rabbi Baruch's down, and Rabbi Baruch college died. He confessed to it. He decided that Levi would overtake him, even though he was more questioned than Levi. So Levi wanted to use him. Levi asked him a question which kind of explained what happened. He said, "What's the halacha regarding my donkey? Not a very well-behaved donkey overtakes me. I use on Shabbos, but it was a proof of it. It's different smell." He said, "Yes, in fact, your own father passed me. I need to go home. For any shmiri seirah, any additional guarding an animal, giving a nose ring to an animal that doesn't need a nose ring, is not considered carrying. And a wonderful."
I forget the company they have up to he's listening. They're very sweet, very nice. It was just a nice, easy fucking week. I can't work on it. What club you're at? Miami Improv doesn't have a club. There's no house. There's the casino, I guess. And that's a big accident. And they have that's what they put rock straight at.
Shabbos Daf Days. How's everybody doing? The other day we were learning about different leashes and collars that some animals are allowed to go out on Shabbos as a typical carry on Shabbos. Today we're discussing goats. The goat has a very narrow head. If you put an ounce or a halter on it, you can easily sneak its head out of it, and therefore it doesn't accomplish much. It doesn't accomplish much. That constitutes carrying on Shabbos. Therefore, you cannot put an ounce on a goat on Shabbos. If you want to put an ounce on a goat on Shabbos, what you must do is drill a hole through its horn and put the ounce through it, and therefore you won't be able to get out of it. The water remains in a suffering and thinking. What if you catch the goat's beard? Very professional. On the one hand, it's very painful for the goat to get out of it. But on the other hand, if you really want to shake back and forth, it'll get out of it. The water remains in a suffering. If you were to take a leather piece and tie it between the horns of the cow, if you did this,
He wanted to party. He went up with only the first night. Fall in love.
in the right mind
You make
wants
the
to
last night with us.
cow.
Hung out with Vietnam.
However, if you
Going
put
back
it
2
there,
years
in
later,
order to lead the
waiting
cow,
for us like a soul.
that's my flavor. Rab says it's also, Shmuel says it's not considered carry. Big problem with Rab is paradum. Luck about paradum is you're not allowed to put any kind of weight, any load on top of the paradum. On the other hand, Allah says that if you put a leash on a paradum, that doesn't constitute a weight. It's not a load. The question is why? According to Rab, you're not allowed to go out and shop with a leash on a cow. That should constitute a load. There are 3 answers given. Abai says we're discussing a case where we're trying to transport the paraduma to another city. In that case, it's the norm to catch a leash to guide them all the way to the other city. Rabbi says perhaps we're talking about paraduma that is extremely expensive. Paradumas are always expensive, as you see from the story of Dama ben Asino. And therefore, it's the norm to add an extra level of protection to this way doesn't get hurt. And you added a leash to it. Or we're talking about a crazy paraduma, or we read this. Really wild, therefore it's the norm to attach a leash to a wild cow. We learned in the Mishnah that a horse goes out with a collar. Now if the collar is there to lead the horse, everybody agrees that's one thing. What if you put a collar for the horse? According to Rav Huna, that's okay. Go out with something like that. And according to Shmuel, that constitutes carrying on Shabbos. In fact, Rav Huna showed that you get a Maisa Rav, to get his horse executive piece, to show that you can do so on Shabbos. But the Raisa says exactly like Shmuel, that's in fact also for this. There's 2 types of wrapping a leash. Wrapping the leash all the way around the horse's neck, and that is there for the horse, provided that you leave enough room for your hand to grab it, or another side of action where the leash is slightly longer than you can grab that. And then you have a leash, just a long leash like you have for a dog, to lead the horse. There are 2 sayings when it comes to the Rebbe. One is a saying that they said from the Rebbe, they said there are 4 types of animals that go out with a halter, and one of them is a mule. Others say it's Rabbi. Rabbi's mules went out with the horse, but it's not clear. What do you mean? The decorative one or the leading one? And then you have Rav Shmuel, and the other Rav that says that in fact Rabbi's mules went out with a decorative. The bottom line is, from all the sayings we see, that Rabbi's mules went out even with a decorative. We learned in the Mishnah that these bits and filters that become coming between us minutes, we can sprinkle them with the Torah, and we could dunk the head of the animals in a mikvah, and they become shikar. These two shots, and what kind of rings became common? One shot is that it was a human ring that came common and was given to the animal. That's how it became common. Another shot, it was an animal's ring all along, but since it serves a human being, it's like a human ring, which is Mekabel Tumah, whereas an animal's ring is never Mekabel. We learned in the Mishnah that you dunk the head of the animal in the mikvah and it's entire that ring. What about Chatzitza? That ring is really tight into the Kaaba. Kuchel either widen the gap by hammering it, and that doesn't remove the tumah either because it was a human ring and remains a human ring, or according to other chapters, it was a human ring. It became an animal ring, just widening it. It's actually helping the ring, therefore doesn't remove the tumah, working the tumah.
Not even an old maybe on the blow. Nothing. In those days,
another side is that we're discussing a ring that had liquids to begin with. They fit very loosely, and the water is able to get in between them without widening. When it comes to a human ring that fits on a finger that's made out of metal, that was condition is human. It's metal, it's for a finger. There's no difference between rings. You can't find a difference. That ring that's semi-wood, semi-metal, that, in fact, is not Mekabel Tumah. You have a ring that's for the belt, for the back of your garment, and your sleeves. That is part because it's not for the finger. And, as we said before, a ring for an animal, or a ring that fits on a board, or some sort of vessel. Please, like there's a frying pan with the rings of the rings, and the frying pan that ring is not Mekabel Tumah. So the frying pan, it is Mekabel Tumah, it's part of the frying pan. For Shabbos purposes, a ring that has a signet. If a woman walks out there on Shabbos, it's an Issa D'Oraisa. It doesn't have the signet for him, and it's an Issa Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's Mekabel Tumah. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's Mekabel Tumah. If you never made a hole, you never made the eye to the needle, and you're planning on making that hole, so right now it's not Mekabel Tumah, it's not a flea. However, it's not looked up because it still serves a purpose to remove a splinter. When it comes to Shabbos, to out from your first, if it has a hole, you're hired, or if it's for the poor, for a woman to put a pin, and it doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it, have a wonderful day.
I'm sorry, this is going this way. They're like bitches. And I was even talking about this. I just remember talking
Shabbos Daf Gimel, I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us there's something called a radas, a saddle. It's much wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that. It provides for the donkey. Therefore, the donkey is allowed to go out and surround it with a saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey. You don't have to strap it or fall off and you pick it up. So Shmuel, and you must tie this Shabbos. Christ tells us, radas, walk an animal with the but not with a saddle. The saddle is also to put on an animal without being walked out. Shmuel says the saddle is mutter because the saddle also provides some heat, not as much as the radas, but it provides heat, provided that it doesn't have straps on the front and on the back, that prevent
I'm like, look at this
the
shit.
saddle from
I don't
slipping
care
forwards
what
and backwards if it goes uphill or downhill.
is cute.
That looks like you are trying to get ready
So
to
I
carry
with this girl
a load.
this Thursday night.
A saddle is also to take off an animal on Shabbos. And the question is, why is a saddle look so here is a saddle cloth? It's not so one reason given is saddle you can make the animal walk back and forth and it'll shake it off by itself, whereas merdas, no. The Rabbi says that the difference is that a merdas provides heat. In other words, to take away the discomfort that an animal has, and that's mutter. But to take off a saddle, that's like, it doesn't really mean you take off the saddle, it's giving an animal pleasure, or taking away the discomfort. According to this shot, it's possible to put on a saddle on Shabbos. According to the first shot, it seems like if you want to put on a saddle on Shabbos, there's something called a traskol, which is a feedback. You put the bag and you tie the horse or the donkey. Since that mutter to put on like it's according to Shmuel, it's awesome because it's only pleasure for the animal. It doesn't have to go down, but it's not to prevent the discomfort. In fact, the young Rabbi said it in the name of Yochanan, saying, hey, the Rabbi is the Arya to the lion from Babel, in other words, the Shmuel. But Rav says that it's mutter to put a feedback on an animal, and Shmuel, he says, that's what Rav says. Rav doesn't have any tree when it comes to shot. Of course, should not go out with ornaments such as a fox's tail, which prevents iron heart. A sow should not go out with a cow to catch the emissions. A goat should not go out with a cow on its udders, and we'll see much more about that later. A cow should not go out with a muzzle, because all these are considered mastery of burdens. A shoe on a cow is also because it might slip off. We're not talking about a horseshoe, which is strong. And the shoe halacha is approved by an animal that you don't have to hurt, because obviously a person could go out with a shoe. An animal should not go out to kameah, which is an amulet, even if this kameah already proved itself as a munfa by human beings. Because every human is not necessarily good kameah amulet for an animal. A human has a mazel, has a mouth that goes with it and provides for it, or goes to Shemayim, and it won't work for an animal. An animal is permitted to go out with a bandage and a split and a broken bone, and a placenta, and a bell that is tough to doesn't make things. Does say though, that young horses should not go out with passing with feedback with their seems like privately in their own backyard. It's mother. The verse says we must explain that we're talking about providing something that puts in a way of discomfort, young horses are very difficult to says that you're not allowed to go to scab an animal. Why? You must say that we're talking about a heel scab, and this is for pleasure, not discomfort. Again, another halacha. An animal is not allowed to go into water that has some sort of blood clots, where a human is allowed to go into water. Says, well, it's not because of discomfort, it's not discomfort. It's a different question about because someone people might be giving you medicine and you'll come to the Ryan medicine. That's also it's my place whether this serious applies to now. It's another shot. If make it zero, let's say Shvika Samamanim, when you're about to use money, let's say your animal was dying, doesn't get broken cold water. Another example is let's say your animal was out of cold. Are you allowed to call it during zero? You might have to grab it, and that would be also. But perhaps not using meat for allowed, because in that case, it's not a good diet because it's not talking about out of cold. It's what your tongue is just the animal out of the cold, out of the shut.
Turning into donkeys. So I never thought about this.
This is my focus.
I saw him at the show at the end of the show.
Further
He saw me and he opened up his jacket.
of whether or not
He had a little vial.
go out with a
Nasal spray this week. Yeah, he has nasal spray.
Three ways to explain the contradiction.
It's like a nasal spray
The
jar.
president says
with
it's
cocaine,
also
but it's cocaine. Yes,
the
cocaine and water.
president says it's
You go, hey, you remember me?
very strong.
And I said, oh, wow, it's you, bro. I've been talking about you forever.
It's not a dish.
And I told everybody,
Another way
this
to
is the guy.
explain this is that the our mission itself is not like Hanukkah, we gradually explain. Means the mayor holds that couches on the udders of his own mutter. He says that it's a third explanation. There's another one in our mission that makes a distinction between a couch that's there stop the milk from flowing, and that's actually considered medicine for the animal. It's for the animal's benefit, not versus they're just trying to catch the milk in a bucket, where that is not for the animal's purpose, it's for your purpose, and therefore it is also. Gemara tells us a Maisa that there was an animal that had very large udders that were scraping on the ground, and for that, you see that's preventing discomfort for the animal, and that follows everything we said. You're allowed to provide with them. One of the most incredible stories in Shabbos. There's a story where a person's wife died and left him a child to nurse him. And the father couldn't provide for the child, and incorporated next that the father was able to breastfeed this child. And the Gemara says it's tremendous. There's two ways to look at it. Either look how great this person was that incorporated next for her, or look at this person did. The Matriarch of the Baruch changed the mice separation. In other words, remember, the Baruch makes a lot of use of every day. Provide and to save people, but not to give personal things, not to add fruit to your storage. So that doesn't do it. And here did that. That's not very good. Another incredible story. One to remember today was a person who married a woman and never realized until the day she died she was missing an arm. The Gemara says, look what a tzanua she is. So the Gemara, perhaps she wasn't a tzanua. That's the derech of a woman. And especially her, she had to hide it from her husband. Look how tzanua he was. He never looked at her in a way that he noticed that she was missing an arm. The Mishnah says that a zachar sheep goes out with the woman. Meaning, one shot is that it's to protect his heart from the wolves. The wolves like to attack the heart, and they go after the males who stick their nose up into the sky, and it is a threat to the wolves, so they attack them. Another shot of the Gemara is that it's to tie up their zachars so they don't be made. Similarly, the opposite is shifuzah in the Mishnah, and that's to tie the females tie up so that it will be easier for them to have a wonderful day.
This is real. Tell them what the tour started. The tour started in a base, an army base. That's where the first night was. Just army base. Remember, I died.
Shabbos is definitely valid. With the list of things that an animal is permitted to go out of Shabbos.
Was that the one where the sergeant's wife gave you a look up on the
No,
face?
that's meaning that you wrap the tail of sheep downwards to prevent the male from mating. There's also a lotion of not producing, not having periods. Which like I know she had Hiram, the gift of 20 cities, they consist of wealthy people that are spoiled and don't contribute to society. And that's why Yitzchak says it's a lotion of
just everything.
salty dirt,
I had everything.
cookman that you put into wheat to preserve the wheat. In other words, it doesn't produce. It's soft, and when you step into it, you sink up onto your people, and you can't plant in there. It just says if you go out, runos means it's a coat that protects the wool from the day the sheep is born, so that it remains perfectly white. Runos, as we learned yesterday, either means to cover the udders, to dry it out for milk, or to capture them. Rav Haskins like Rabbi Yehuda, and it depends. If you're trying to dry out the udders, then go out with that, try to capture the milk, do not go out. Shmuel says, like the Yosi, no matter what, it's awesome. Some people say that Shmuel Paskin, like the Manhama that says that we have to make it zero. In fact, to dry out the udders is okay. But since people don't know how to differentiate between the two, therefore the advisor of everything that's awesome. The difference is that if you're in a place that they never try to capture the milk, they only dry out the udders, then it would be a because nobody's going to make a mistake. The Mishnah says that Gomal should not go out with pellets. The third side of Rashi, that's the one he likes the most, is it's a piece of leather that's strapped underneath the tail of the camel, and on top of that piece of leather, you put a strap. This piece of leather prevents the strap from causing injury to the camel. So the camel cannot go out with this strap. It might fall down and you might pick it up, unless it's also strapped to the camel, and therefore it won't fall.
Why aren't you just like,
you're not permitted to tie camels one in front of the other like a train, because that looks as if you're bringing them to the market to sell. You're allowed to grab all their ropes, their leashes, and hold it in your hand, provided that you don't wrap it around your hand and make two knots. A double knot would constitute lying shotguns if you have ropes of semer and pishtan. To put a needle through one piece of cloth of semer and the other pishtan, that's not shotgun. If you make a single knot, that's not shotgun. You gotta make sure that when you hold these ropes in your hand, you don't have to coming out from the bottom. That would look as if you're carrying the rope. And the rope that's between your hand and the camel should not drag down, come close to the ground. Although that Allah is talking, we're not where one. The Allah is that a human being can plow with an animal. Just two different species of animals are not allowed to plow together or pull a wagon together. Just it says, you're not allowed to do something called ruckle. Ruckle, according to everybody, is no place in this means. You take one foot of a camel or an animal, bend it upward, and tie it like that, and now the camel only has three legs. The question is, what is upward? There are two shots. Either it means that you tie the front and the back leg like that kid does, or it means you tie the front leg like that. Pretty chicken means all three options. And Rabbi Yehuda said the middle option means the front leg and the back.
I love when people like whenever I get to go with you somewhere or just go to read one, they always think it's still like that. And it's like it couldn't be more obvious than that now. It's just crazy to hear those stories because I've never once seen you go anywhere with a hotel after a show.
And a bell, even if it's stuffed with wool or something, doesn't make a noise, it's possible to have to Shabbos. And not put a ladder by the animal's neck, which will prevent the animal from turning its neck and licking its wound. What if it falls, you might carry it. There's a certain bandage that you put on the bottom of the donkey's feet to prevent it from knocking each other. And a chicken, tie some sort of string to the chicken's foot, differentiate between your chicken and your neighbor's chicken. That was also, or you tie the two chickens together so that it doesn't spray pebbles and break dishes. The male sheep has a very long tail that drags on the ground, and sometimes you put wheels. That is also possible to do on Shabbos. Hanunas is also for Shabbat. Either it means there's a toothpick of some sort of wood called hanun that you put in the nose of the sheep in order to create the cause to sneeze, and like that it sneezes out the worms from its nose. Another one says it comes from the teeth. Another shot is that after he shoots wool because it's really cold, so he put a compress of oil on his forehead, so it says, if so, just make sheep market for, meaning he made it important that the peasant, the wealthy person. Other shot was, when it gets squirted, he takes a compress and put it on his head, he put it on his spoon. He says, well, now, we never made it like my wife Yalta, he spoiled it. It doesn't make sense that people treat their sheep like that. The shot of hanun that it's a piece of wood that goes into the nose, that makes sense. That fits with the word hanunas. But the other three, you have to say that you were acting with hanun, with racham and compassion towards your sheep. A calf should not go out with something called the gimoin. It's a small yoke, it's a training yoke to teach the young calf to bend its head down to be able to plow later on in its life. And do not put on the udder of a cow the skin of a hedgehog, which has sharp thorns, spikes, which prevent struts and rats from breathing from the cow. Mishnah says, the cow of Rabbi ben Azariah had a decorative piece that was important. If I come around and have it back, the Rabbi explains it wasn't Rabbi ben Azariah. In fact, Rabbi ben Azariah had so many cows. Every year
it's like a timeshare thing. And apparently they really start saying no, they'll go to your wife and be like, how you with this loser of a guy?
But apparently
it says it's like $99 flights to the wives. That'd be amazing.
You have to rebuke someone who does not able. Since it's failed to rebuke his next door lady neighbor, it's as if he himself was a favor on the Avera, because if you don't rebuke your friends, it's as if you yourself take on the Avera.
What's up with this commercials and shit? Two commercials, man. Win Fit, but at the other Target commercial. Did a Target commercial all around napkins from when you're talking about that chubby girl and then a bunch of you can
Shabbos that we pay. The word tells us a person sees somebody sitting
Yeah,
in the
because it look like bad goals and bad nose.
or he sees his family from the city. Klal Yisrael, if he has the ability, he's a king, he's a Nasi, and he doesn't repeat them, it's
Houston,
Shmuel, if you know if a woman who demanded to be heard, Rabbi Judah, his comment says, Rebbe, it's impossible. If you don't listen to the poor at the end, they won't listen to you. So Shmuel, your Rebbe, who's myself, Shmuel, is in Cold War. Your Rebbe's Rebbe, who's Shmuel's Rebbe, my Rukha, he's in hot water. He's in charge. He's not begging. Let him be in charge. There's amazing places in the life of the Buddha's base. In the Sugya, the Yonim, the Mata, the Lamout. The Shaitan says, because of this Sugya, in Shomayim, Rabbi Yehuda is on top, and Shmuel, the Rebbe, is on top. And the other end says that Shmuel, in fact, answered him well. It wasn't his fault. But the fact that he didn't rebuke his own Rebbe, my Rukha, that's where the problem was. And that's why the there it says, you must rebuke somebody. You're not supposed to raise
crazy Houston, man. Like, all over the party out the way.
you should not rebuke them.
And fell off the
What
wagon.
if you show you them?
And then, I would have ran out of stuff. So I called Josie and hooked up with some.
Sticks this
So I
pride
met
aside
him in the hotel room.
when he has
And after that, he ended up some cowboy comedian with Babby. Jake kids, I don't know what they were. He's still out. The one that got married to the girl from the back range. Yeah, that dude, I forgot his name. Him and I ran a Billy Wayne. Yeah, I kidnapped that fool for like 8 hours. Yeah, he wanted to be in the hotel. We were partying. We started he brought we good 10-hour drive to Midland. Yeah, snowing it the whole way. Listen to Tupac. We don't get why he's a country dude. Yes, snowing to Midland. Listen to Tupac. Pick me up. That's a 10-hour drive.
The instruments that were made out of the six Malachis Kabbalah, the 4% of Scrolls That's it. Apple, Mashkos, and Shabbat, and House. Fury, England, Wrath, Destroyer, Breaker, Annihilate. These are the Nida of destruction. Why does the Prophet choose the letter out of all the letters become stands for almost we've been living with this life? Or
so you went from Paris and onwards to like you did do the worship with Jenkins.
or the signature of the
Yes, like that was the place where
the first letter now is the last, and the middle letter now is the meaning
that Jenkins guy got arrested.
is there, all the way is there, say. The last letter is
So he had a wife
when did the Swiss stop? Like,
Texas.
either
That's what's crazy. This guy was crazy. He said he was a magician. He was fucking horrendous. He was horrendous and everything. He was a nice guy.
Bible says no one in this world dies unless they
This is
sin.
the first
No
time
one in this world
this ever happened
receives
in
pain
Midland,
or affliction
Texas.
unless
Get
they
this
sin
chicken.
and make what you purpose.
It's gonna be a great room. You know what?
He has to explain. Other Rishon created death in this world because he didn't listen to his word. And all that says, even Moshe and Aaron died because they also sinned. They should have listened to the prophet and they should have hit the rat and not speak to the rat.
That's fast.
However, there's a bomb question for the Bryce. Bryce says that there are 4 people who never ever sinned. And the only reason they died is because they cut the letter and they are Binyamin, one of the prophet, Amram, his father's mother, Avinu, Yishai, the father of David, and Kill of his son. In other words, he's asking to die without sinning, not like Rabbi Ami said. The word goes to a bunch of different guidance and religions. The word says that they sin is making a mistake. The word says that they sin, the issue is a mistake. Although the pasuk says that Yishkab is Bilah, it doesn't mean necessarily what it means is, the fact is the person that he's one of the 12 tribes. You have to all the 12 messages. Very not to say that he took out the bed, he's going to open the take out the head, Bilah,
I don't know what if we're gonna get paid this month. You pay for your flight, so give us the end of the way 1,500 or 1,200.
The Truman Elazar says,
Man, I can't, every night there was like 12 people there, 9 people, Friday night
descendants of
big
the
show,
stand
12
of
people.
Harbival
And
and
the owners
scream
in
out,
the back
Arun,
just laughed,
first is the one who
enjoyed the show.
while their own
You know, some places
grandfathers
you know, people are scared because it's empty. You know, the places every time losing money. You
Verse
want to
says,
have a good time. At the end of the week, just pay me 20
what
$20.
exactly?
And then later on, everybody, I found out a year later that everybody that was involved in that club was a prison, including what's his name from Federal. Oh, that was the owner who called me at my hotel room and invited me to a dog fight.
Also, you sins, and
He goes, where's Selena from? Selena from Corpus Christi. I don't party there
that
too.
it shouldn't have. Milante, you see, check with Boker that it shouldn't have been
Jerry
going on.
Roach.
Therefore, Zarpa Philosopher, your darling shine. What I'm done says, let's put the word Kafas in there. Zayin says faith. That stands for Zazato, Hato, you tremble, you do bad, and therefore the sin didn't happen, it flew away. Rabbi says, Zohar Tavincha Shaldavar, you remembered, you recalled what the Einish is, for instance. So Lisa asked you to pray the Gadol. You make yourself sick, you sicken yourself, open fire, and not to be under that. And therefore, the last of refrain from sinning. Whoever says that the sons of Eli are Kain sin, although it says the Apostle, the fornication says, I say Jewish people, they were with these women in the Mitzvah, it doesn't mean necessarily they should sin. In fact, Hophni is celebrating the parable of Pinchas.
This has to be 98, 99.
The grandson of Pinchas brought a mikvah as a Kain. Therefore, it's impossible that he's over an Ishisish, because somebody that's over an Ishisish does not have descendants that bring Kurbanas.
Oh, that's Whitey's.
That's one. Why did the first say that you're afraid of an Ishisish? Because he didn't allow the woman to go back home in time. They didn't bring Kurbanas for us. And because the women didn't go back to their husbands, it says this.
It's too plain.
Finally, another man, it says that they were the son, wicked sons. In other words, Pinchas was also Hophni sinned on Jesus. But because Pinchas didn't rebuke him, didn't give him Musa to Papa, it's as if Pinchas himself sinned Beishis Ish. Wonderful.
That's the dude you said that wanted to bring me over and they pay your cash. You called me in the middle of the night, boy. Felipe, I got the guy right here. They fucking sleeping, man. Bro, they love you, so they got Mexicans over here. Oh my God, it's a taco place.
Shabbos definitely involved. How's everybody doing? We're continuing with the theme. Sometimes it seems like from the prayer that certain Shailim sinned. In fact, it's not a sin. Because Reuben, he didn't sin. Today we're saying, whoever says the sons of Shmuel sin, because it says in the Pasuk, Vayitu Afrei Avotza, they took bribery, Shaychan, you're mistaken. What happened was they weren't like Shmuel, their father, who went around to do the declares. They stayed in their place and they sent their messengers out, and that's considered Botza. They try to fatten their salaries, and they received the return, and therefore they weren't as great as their father. Rameir says, since they were Levim, they were entitled to the Meiser, but they demanded the Meiser, and since they were Goyim and the judges of Israel paid the Meiser, and in return, the other Levim were affected. Rabbi Yehuda says they would give their money to the Halabatim. They would take back their money without giving the Halabatim any collection. But in return, they showed favoritism during giving Torah, and that's wrong. Rabbi Akiva says they would take the Torah, the extra Meiser, and steal it. Rabbi Yossi says they took the Matzah Shemura, which was also stealing Zroya, and Bekeva. Famous Gemara, whoever says David HaMelech sinned with Bathsheba, the wife of Uriah, with Beishis Ish, is making a mistake. Rav says that Rabbi, who was descendant of David, tried to find for his forefather a way out of it. It says in the Pasuk, David only intended to do bad, but he never sinned. As the Pasuk says, Uriah Hachiti, he saw the fire. You killed Uriah Hachiti. Mara says this thing, he was supposed to bring him to the Sanhedrin, and he failed to do so.
It's such a
Even
man.
though
I was
the
on
Gemara
stage.
says he was a Lord, but Malchus, he deserved to die because he said to David, Adoni Yoav. He told Yoav his master rather than David master. Four different places. He didn't listen to David, was then told to come home from the war. So he deserved to die. But David should have brought him in front of the in fact, the Pasuk says, just like Bnei Ammon, it's not David's fault when the Goyim Ammon killed the Jews. So too, when Uriah the guy, it wasn't David's fault. ROTHSCHILD לקחתי אותו לאישה, took Uriah's wife as your own. The Torah says she was your wife, that means she was Chal, it was a good condition, and it was legal and wasn't an affair. Rav says on the one hand that David never sinned only with the thing of Uriah. But on the other hand, there's a verse that says, there's a saying that says, Rav says, that David sinned by accepting the Shemar. Shmuel says he never accepted the Shemar. When he saw signs that the Shemar was right, and that's why he accepted it. What happened? David went to serve the descendants of Shaul, and he found Siba, one of the servants, and he said, Shaul had descendants, and he says, yes, in fact, he has a grandson with Mephibosheth, the son of Yohanan. They told him the light of, and we read it with the Aleph, meaning to say, Siba was saying, he's not a common prophet, he doesn't know how to learn. But when David found Mephibosheth, he realized the light of, as the Gemara says, Mephibosheth was greater than David, he was his Rabbi, the light of, with the Aleph, he was full. When David HaMelech later on ran away from Yerushalayim from his own son Absalom, he bumped into Siba and he says, where's Mephibosheth? And he says, he's rebelling against us. And David accepted that. But he saw that Siba's a liar. Why did he accept it? Because he saw Mephibosheth's sin. Mephibosheth didn't bathe and didn't shave and didn't prepare himself coming to the king David. Mephibosheth tells David HaMelech, I'm upset, not at you, I'm upset at the bar. Why did you give my belongings or half of my belongings to Siba? So the Gemara Basket came out and said, not so, not so. You fight with me just like your grandfather Shaul told me about the rich man. Says Rabbi, at the moment that David HaMelech separated their hearts from the slave, Midas Negemuda, Shlomo's Malchus was half the son and half the slave, Yerubim. After Rechavam and after Yerubim, and because of that, Yerubim grew up at the Zara, set up the Igor Hazav on the way to the Beis Hamikdash, and with this Mikdash, and Chayis started doing the Zara, eventually, well as the Chayis. Ever since the Shlomo HaMelech sinned by worshipping of the Zara, was making a mistake, his wife's bride, was Zara, but he didn't listen. And just like the same says that Yoshiyahu broke the Ummah, although it wasn't Yoshiyahu, it was also the Shafat. The Torah says a nice thing towards the Shafat, and the Torah also says a not nice thing to Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech built the Ummah, even though he didn't really build it. Shlomo would rather be the Shamash of the Zara, cut down trees for the Zara, take all the water out, it's written about him, the Yas Rabbi and Shem. What was so bad that Shem did? Shlomo shouldn't report his wife. His wife, when he married her, grown up with the Zara, and she was immediately. The moment that he did report her, that's when Gabriel Amal put the water in the ocean, and around that started growing and growing, and the island became Rabbi, which eventually destroyed the second time. The day that Rabbi put two ugly Zahav down, that's the day that Hak was built and became, eventually grew and grew to become Aliyah Shel Rabbi. Whoever says you should yo, same it's a mistake. Although the Pasuk says, Asher Shab, became about Shuvah, it means that the Shio found the sacred Torah and started learning the Torah, and he realized that 18 years of his being Torah might have been long, and he went and returned money to every single one of the Balidim from his own money. He didn't pay for one to return for others, he from his own money. Rabbi argues and he says, no, Yeshua is the greatest of Shiloh's generation, and we have in our generation, Abba Hud, and Rabbi Yosef says, in our generation, we have someone called Ukfon Bar Nehemiah, who became the Rishbos, otherwise known as Nasam Yitzitza. He saw the dream.
If you guys only listen to the show, I need you to go to YouTube and watch this show right now.
Stuck out his hand.
Your face looks like
Kick
all of your cats in the face.
They want to have a man.
We're going to have a section.
who wanted to put this fish, and so much so that he said, eventually, they needed money. And she told, look, one, I'll do anything you want to give me money. He gave her the money and controlled himself. And because he controlled himself, he became the rich Golos. At one moment of controlling himself, he was regular. To the point where he had a glow around his head. And so someone else had said that Kiva was able to see the glow while the Kohanim weren't able to see the glow. And therefore, the people looking at himself had a wonderful day.
Expensive. I'm not talking about fucking shrimp cocktails. I'm not fucking, so I don't need that either. But I should.
How do you give up all that great Mexican food? Like all this stuff. She made me tacos de Arnold like a few weeks ago.
Shabbos, that's what it's amazing. Already holding for the 6 hours. Shabbos, outside flies, bread and curry, and then she got to. Next week, we discuss what items a woman is not permitted to wear. If it's Rabbi, the concern is if they are jewelry, she might be hijab or friends. And if it's the first few items that I'm talking about, rating once here with a strand of wool or strand of flax. That is a concern. I'm going to ask the mitzvah if she eats since water cannot penetrate between the strands and the ear, she must loosen it. And she might remove it and walk 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah. There's a mitzvah in the fuzz that brings these strands of hair in the one bracelet for it. And it says that according to everybody, one uses a strand of human hair, not attached, just human hair, in order to create their own hair. That does not create a chalitza according to everybody. So not taking it tight enough where the water can't penetrate. The water will penetrate, and then it's not chalitza. The only place there's a machlokes, if there's a machlokes whether or not there's a machlokes, is that Rabbi Yehuda holds in the strand of wool, there's no chalitza, and the Tanakh holds even in the strand of wool, there is a chalitza. If these strands of wool and flesh are very tight around the neck, that would create chalitza on here, on soft skin. Usually a woman does not hang it around her neck like that. She doesn't want to choke herself. She'll wear a choker and she won't choke herself to the point of suffocation. And therefore, it usually doesn't create a chalitza. There is an exception. A woman wears a helmet. That's part of a bit. And the top part is a wide street that's very smooth. And they hang it really tight to create a double chin. In those days, it was a sign of wealth if you had a little bit of extra calories. You had that double chin. And therefore, that does create a chalitza. Now, there's no problem. She might take it off, remove it, and show it to her friend, because then her scam will be exposed. She won't remove it for that reason, but she'll remove it for chalitza. The Mishnah says a woman cannot walk out with a necklace every day, especially that's where the children are. Basically, it's a headband that goes from here to here around on the forehead. Rabbi Yosef said that it's some sort of amulet. But Rabbi says it's an amulet, and it's a woman amulet. She's permitted to walk out with that from the shop. A woman is permitted to go out with sort of a bathing cap, what we call today a sleeve. It has beauty to it. It's more like jewelry.
Every time Felipe comes, it's so amazing. The black lady knocking on the door.
That's me. Or sarbita, which goes the opposite way. If you're attached, then she's permitted to go out with it because she won't remove the snoot, but then her hair will be exposed to the public, and she won't do it. Sarita is a headband like what we need to go over today, only it goes down to the jaw. The poor women were decorated with colorful strings, and the wealthier women were decorated with gold and silver, silver shining gold, and if a wealthy woman decorates it with strings, there's no concern that she might remove to show her friends, because the opposite is true. She doesn't want to show that to her friends, she wants to show her friends gold and silver. If she had a lesser holds, there's something called a couple. Especially in the Gemara, today we're holding that couple means like a yarmulke made out of wool. And since a woman doesn't want to remove that because it might expose her hair, therefore she can wear that in the Rosh Hashanah, not in Yerushalayim. And that is because you don't want to take away all her jewelry, but it's got to she should become disgusting in the eyes of her husband.
What do you mean crops?
Istima
Oreos, man, they're not vegan.
is another piece of fabric that comes to cover the runaway hairs that stick out on the bottom of the cover. That is also an issue she
Look at the cookie section, right next to the black and white. No, but don't say
The three
nothing.
halachas the Gemara says concerning Istima. The way an Istima is made is it's felt. And felt is not shua covered in ice. There's a shot that's covered in ice that should be woven and like a piece of fabric made out of shreds. And this one is basically take, even take flax and wool, but you press them together rather sweet. And therefore, there is no shopping. And since there's no shopping, it's not considered a beggar. And if it's not a beggar, then there's no halachas of Torah. So you find a funny color looking thing on your beggar, green, red, whatever the color, it is not Torah because this is not considered a beggar. Other elements, go out with it, which is what we discussed. And finally, the Shimon says, although this is an issue for a scholar to wear a tiara, a crown on their head, this Istamar has a crown, and therefore, it's permitted to go
I called up somebody to get a magician to walk around doing hand magic, and then just in reverse said, what do I do it? So he's been bugging me and Patrick the ear for about a week. Where is Patrick? I don't know, man. You know, I hosted the Lost Flip Comedy Festival this time. So it's crazy. There was a lot of comics I never heard of or hilarious. The winner was a guy named Dale Jones, bro. It was a cross between Jeremy Hodson and Greg Hunt. Put them together. Dale Jones. I know Dale Jones from Boulder, Colorado. You know him? Hamburger, hell, nice stuff. Swifty, he went to Vietnam. He loved him beating. He was fucking going crazy. That ain't the way it is. This girl's going crazy on stage. No, that's good to see that. This guy brought his medal saying he brought his fucking pictures of Marine at the top of him, you know? And they made him
Shabbos Daf Mufas. We learned from the mission that a woman is not permitted to go out with a couple. What is a couple? We had the other day, Rabbi says couple is a willing catch. Today we're learning about Shmuel. Shmuel says it's referring to a slave. A slave is supposed to show alliance with her master, who wears an emblem that says slave. These are the types of emblems. Some are made out of clay, some are made out of metal. Sometimes they're worn on the neck, sometimes they're worn on the clothing. Sometimes they are made by the master, sometimes they're made by the slave himself. So Shmuel, we're talking about a slave who made her own emblem, and therefore the concern is, since she wasn't forced to wear it by the master, she might take it off in order to fit in with everybody else. If the owner, the master, made the emblem, and it's on the neck, it's made out of clay, there's no concern. She could go out with it on Shabbos. She won't remove it because she's fearful of the master. And even if it falls off and breaks, it has no value, she won't pick it up to bring it back home. If it's on clothing, then it's also to walk out with the Shabbos. Perhaps she'll pretend that she was trapped with clothing, the coat, folded it up. Folding up a coat and carrying it on Shabbos Dalaramas is an issue de rice. For the same reason, in those days, those who were couple had to show alliance to the Rosh Chodesh, they would wear an emblem stating that they're part of the Rosh Chodesh priest. If they didn't wear one, they could get into trouble from the Rosh Chodesh police. Therefore, it's also to go out with it on Shabbos. Perhaps you may take it off, fold it up, etc. If the emblem is made out of metal, it's always awesome to go out with it, because if it falls off, you might come to pick it up because it has value and carries valid amas when she's around. A bell that's made for a slave is attached to, it's an ornament, and therefore it's also to go out with it on Shabbos, perhaps, and fall off and you come to carry it. Unless it is woven into the clothing by a professional. And we had a statement yesterday regarding everything that's woven, there's no zero. And today, that statement is said on something that's completely regarding a bell woven into the clothing. There's no concern that it'll fall off the clothing, and therefore, you're allowed to carry it. An animal is also brought out with a bell because it is bringing to the market. In order to sell something in the market, you want it to look good and you dress it up.
Big old
Bells,
earthquake
everybody's
ready
got
on
it.
the
It's for an animal to bring out. We make sure an emblem as well. An emblem for a slave is not a kabbalah. In order to be a kabbalah, it has to be either clothing, has to be
Fuck we laughing about?
or it has to be important.
They're dying for they're dying. I'm thinking there's like good healthcare.
It's
They're dying
made
for Africa.
to raid the slaves, and it's not
People are
made
dying for
to
this.
unify.
That's right here.
A bell
But I can't
is
change
a
my
kabbalah even without flappers or enveloped
They told
inside.
you to make your life.
And that is a bell for a slave
Chinese people
because
die.
it's
You
for a
still
pouch,
fucking
it's for an ornament, it's jewelry, and therefore it's kabbalah.
We all win. That's how South
For an animal,
Yeah.
on the other hand, it's only there for
Where's
the
the
name.
ACI
So
phone back?
without the clapper, it's not a kabbalah, it's no longer a plea. With the clapper,
So what?
it's a
That's my
designed to
that's
service
like
the owner.
One
You know
day you
where
eat
the
an
animal
animal,
is,
jump
and
out the
therefore it's a
window,
kabbalah.
like the priest in the
A
exorcist.
bell for a door that's attached to the door. It's not a kabbalah. It's nothing to do with
I
the door
still
itself.
got on Monday
It's
night.
part of
Got
the
second.
house,
When I went
it's
to
part of the
DC
ground,
last
not a
week, I went to
kabbalah.
go visit those stairs.
If you thought in your
Stairs
mind you want
with the
to take
preacher
the bell
love
off
and
the
get
door
the fuck
and
out
use
of
it for
here,
your
bro.
animal,
Come on,
then
shut
that
the
is
fuck up. What the fuck you think you're dealing with here? Some numbers? I didn't know that. I just dropped that. Like, yeah, man. I went over
is
there.
enough shava when you think about it.
2900 Prospect Avenue in
If it was a
Georgetown.
bell
Is the
for an
building
animal,
still there?
and you
The
thought
house is
to
still
make it
there.
a
The house is
door,
not there.
so it
Stairs
remains
is where the
founded
priest
because in
jumped
order
off,
to
jumped
get
out the window, and the cop
from
jumped out of there.
you need to do a shame nice, and you need to shave something in the bell.
They're
And
like
just like painting
75
it
stairs.
up, screwing it in and nailing it into the door, that doesn't change the
They're like
bell itself.
72
That changes the
stairs.
location,
That was
but not
crazy.
the
Oh,
bell
shit. I
itself.
got one more medical left.
Any bell that is designed to create a sound, such as a bell for an animal, a bell for a child in its crib, a bell that you put on a bib, all these bells, if you're only finished once you attach the inbuilt clapper. If you didn't attach the clapper, then there's no command malacha, it's not considered a bell. Once you have that clapper in there, and you take
You know,
out
I'll
the
give to my
clapper,
show, man. A lot of
and the
people
names
from Montebello, from Walking Hill, little bike
why
shows
does
up.
it remain
Little
coming?
bike.
Rabbi says it remains coming because anybody can take the clapper and reattach it to the bell. You don't need a professional.
The Mongols showed up.
The question is, you learn that if you have scissors that come apart,
Stop it, bro.
then they are only mekabel tuma one part to the other. In other words, if you touch part
What's
A
up, man?
with a sherrod, part B becomes coming only while you're using the scissors. And same thing for part B. Only while you're using it, if you touch the metal, does the wood become coming with vice versa. But to put it aside, even if they are attached, one part does not make the other part coming. Certainly, by a bell, if the clapper is attached to the bell itself, it should be considered one. Therefore, Rabbi and Rabbi have the reason why the bell itself is coming, where the clapper itself is not the kabbalah itself, but the actual bell. The reason is because the actual bell can make sound even without the clapper. If you take the bell and you bang it against something else, it will make that sound. Yes, it might not be the exact sound that a bell makes, but nevertheless, it's a sound. Similarly to a basket. You have a basket that holds food. You have a very large hole in it. That fall out of it, it's still the kabbalah as long as it can hold pomegranate. In other words, it might not serve its original purpose, but it has somewhat of a purpose in kabbalah. So to this bell. And tomorrow, we'll see other reasons that are wonderful.
What's up? I can't go. They fucking bringing me down. Fuck. Tell me something. Would it be in Fort Myers, bro? Fort Myers, Florida. Tommy T's. I'm bringing Armando Cosio. Oh shit, what about your Z, bro? I'm gonna be on the savages over there.
How's everybody doing?
Fucking read on the
I learned yesterday the bell becomes
Wait, right? Come on.
even if you're not getting the clapper,
The underground comedy
you don't consider the bell as a
We'll
person.
see the premiere just
It remains part. The question is why. So yesterday, Rabbi says, since any
Halloween,
single
bro.
person
I'll be
took
walking
the
around with
clapper
Hollywood
back
on
then,
shrooms.
so it's as if it's equal.
No, that's what
But Yossi Barchanina says, since I have a I can use the outside of the bell as a cup to give water to the child, even though it's a it's considered common. However, Rabbi and Rabbi Yochanan both hold in order for something to remain common, you have to be able to use it with its original use, its original destination. Therefore, they say,
He gave it to me without me knowing what it was. He's like,
why?
here, eat this.
How does it feel?
It was actually pretty nice because he didn't give me enough to get my food. I felt
Make
like
a
a white
sound of the
hot.
bell. It might not be the original sound, but a sound nevertheless, and therefore it remains. We see there are living holds of this concept that water comes to remain that's not its original. Because that is, the person is a Zava, means a lettuce. They sit on a chair couch. That chair couch.
Oh man, I'm probably gonna fly to Miami and then
even if
work
you're not sitting directly on it, just like things that are on top of it. And to really scroll through it,
somebody could opening
a lot
up.
of this, since it says the consultation, and the
We
future,
looked
it has to be something that's
over there
designated as the
Revolution,
future. Take a bucket that was meant to measure something, or to knock
they
the
had a
floor,
lot of
flip it
SNL
over and sit on it and say, now it's a chair. That's not enough to make it less measures because somebody will come over and say, I'm annoyed with the national stand up, let me do my job, let me knock the floor. Therefore, it doesn't make sense. Let's be honest. That by not mates, we don't say this concept of unwillingness. Therefore, whereas by too much measures, I'm looking at something. There's one, in order to be susceptible to trauma, you need to designate that item as a chair.
We have the live podcast next week.
And the second thing is, once it does become something, in order to remove the trauma, all you need to do is, let's say you have a mat.
No, it's kind of interesting you brought this up. I was watching a show today, and Anthony Bourdain was talking to us economists. He was like, there's 7 billion people now. There's not that many jobs. They don't have that many people. And like, you were talking about how companies start on Tuesday, and now it's coming to adapting like this. What do you think about like in the future how what companies are going to look like? Maybe you won't travel, maybe you'll just do live streams in the cities like years. Like I was thinking about how this seems like it's evolved.
If you fit an animal in metal shoes, animal shoes, they become susceptible. Whoever says the reason is because a human being,
and then
streaming live, streaming live, we'll get a real big sponsor.
you might use the animal shoe. So it serves its
I think
original purpose
they did
of
it like
a shoe
that at
for human
concert
being. Therefore,
for
it's without color.
that
Where Rap says the
Coachella show.
reason why it's without color is because it serves another
They
purpose.
bought the whole show
Water,
and you're in live.
according to Canino, you can fill it up with oil.
the only issue is
that if
now you go on the week
disgusting,
you go on the road every week to different cities. You get a TV like an online pay-per-view
they
thing.
won't use it for running.
Everyone will watch it at once.
Yeah, that's it.
And
So
for
you
oil.
couldn't do it every week.
Let's come over with a new churro every week.
Going back to the Mishnah. We learned from the Mishnah, woman should not be around until someone $3. What is that?
If I could see Lisa Yat do Lisa Yat
made his own wife, stories about his wife, one day when he has money, he will make her a spiritual love, and so he did. There's a period of places, a woman who goes out and she's surrounded with spiritual love, according to the maids, the words of the word. This is the right stuff because it's a burden, it's a load, it's a massive. The only reason people wear it is to show off their wealth. It's not even a decor, it's not a decoration, it's not jewelry. According to the Rabbi, it is actually it's jewelry. And the issue is that you might come take it off and surround it and show to your friends and your servants. Also, if you do, if you did it, you bought it, only this is the Rabbi. Nevertheless, though, we're not concerned that a woman will be weird. It's low dignity to show her friend.
That's where you went.
What discusses the island, which is how would weird. According to Rabbi, it's possible to go out and try to Shmuel says it's mutter.
Let's say Felipe.
According to one Lashon, we talking about a solid piece, like a solid piece of gold. And if it's a solid piece of gold, there is no machlokes according to everybody. It's also 7 days. Where's the machlokes when it's made out of fabric? And there's tons of gold in it. The question is whether or not she will take off something like that and show to her friends if it's special enough to show her friends. Another Lashon is
you're gonna pay for the place anyway.
If you turn the lights on, it's going to be a made out of fabric, no machlokes. That's what the Zohar will no one.
You open up something, make something.
Machlokes is in a solid piece. And the question is, maybe she'll show but maybe perhaps the only person who wears it is she's a noble woman and she won't take it off the show. Rabbi Yosef, Paskin, like Ravashi, that is mutter go out of it. You might tell the story when Rabbi was on his deathbed. Oh, I want you to be the Rosh Hashanah. After Rabbi was living,
So why am I paying for
Instead,
the
the
last one? I
office
went
would
to
be
the best
insulted to
restaurant.
everybody else.
I thought it was the Prince of fucking
But
Dubai.
in some community,
Eggs,
especially liberal
oatmeal,
when
waffles,
they told Rabbi
apples,
that
oranges,
the very
fruit,
tall,
white bread,
crushed
rye
down
bread,
coffee,
English
and he was
muffin,
limping, Rabbi
coffee's
knew right away
20
it's late.
grams, fresh coffee,
And he said
coffee
it
made
has
me
to be
room.
that
A gym that wasn't bad. I eat it
and therefore this stuff
outside.
is so Hanina became
A wake-up call, a business office with 3 different terminals that you don't have
because
to
of
pay.
Hanina, because
So
Levi
when I'm
would have
I'm
been
flying
supported
with
through
my
the office.
family.
And
I know that I can wake up and have
Rabbi
breakfast
said,
already
for
taken
Hanina,
care of.
Shibir Shiva,
You know what
sat goes by
breakfast
the
costs the
time and
family
says
free to go on vacation? 50, 60 bucks? A lot. I
Rabbi,
just saved
Levi
60
came and he
bucks.
made a
Guess
drastic
what?
step.
People gonna
Levi
go. People
is
gonna get
looking.
attracted.
Most of the learn. They said
If you
all
know something,
shalilas,
you
all
say,
tiaras, whether it's solid
the
piece or
podcast
fabric,
has
look
told
at
us
that is the halacha. That day that he made that drasha, 24 women in our dove came out with kilos. So when Rabbi Baruch darshan in the Chayza, 18 women came out of one courtyard. Times all the courtyards in Chayza, many more people had kilos in the Chayza than we had in our. A beautiful belt you're allowed to wear on Shabbos. One Lashon says that it's made out of fabric and it has studs of gold, and it's like a talus made out of gold, which is a kapshet, and nobody will pick that off. When you pick up a belt, your clothing might fall off, and that won't be. Another Lashon is that it's a solid belt, and the reason why you're allowed to wear it is because you have the king. All Jews are considered kings. Kings wear this, it's considered good. And if you put one belt on top of another belt, that's already a burden, and it's awesome. But for set, take a piece of clothing and put it around the body tight. If it has ties and it's tied well, I love its mother. Without ties, it's awesome. Katla, we discussed already, it's a fit that catches crumbs. Mizaman is a nose ring, but it's earring. A woman is not supposed to take it off. It's too hard to get to. And then we learned about a ring, which we will go on tomorrow, Bez Hashem, to explain the studio of a ring that has a signature, doesn't have a signature.
$500 and when it goes, as I said, they will rent out the comic club during a different convention. And they go up for $50. You can't do comedy 7 nights. So you have to bring it to line, get your seats, that's what you are, get a big bar, and everyone shows at East Coast, nobody watches. They're happy that there's the World Series tomorrow.
Shabbos Avsava. We learned in our Mishnah that a woman cannot out of Shabbos with
So
a
you're trying
ring
to get
that
all
doesn't
these
have
people,
a signet.
how many million?
And that's the issue with
7
Rabbi.
billion people. You're trying to get up to
The
7
guy from the Mishnah that if it does have a signet, then it's also even midday rice. The problem is that the Mishnah can't tell us, but what's considered jewelry? A ring that has a signet or doesn't have a signet. So you see, even though it has a signet, it's considered jewelry. It's considered jewelry. Which we look at the guy which is Rabbi, and only also in the Rabbi. Says Rabbi, perhaps the Mishnah can be read as two separate elements. If it has a signet, then it's jewelry for a man, because the there for the man is a signet inside it, not the there for the woman. If it doesn't have a signet, it's jewelry for a woman. We're not going to say. When it comes to Tumah, all you need is a clean vessel. And if it has a signet, then it's a clean, and it's not attached, it's not jewelry, and therefore it's not a when it comes to Shabbos, what we're looking for is this thing considered jewelry or is it considered a burden, a masu? As a signet, it's considered a masu, and therefore it's possible to go out with it. Which it tells us the woman should not go out with a needle that doesn't have a hook. What purpose does a needle have to serve? Well, if she takes the needle and wraps her tear around it, and then takes the needle and puts it underneath the svacha, the covering of her head, we're not concerned she's going to take it out in Shabbos because she'll show her hair and that's what it is. If it's a needle that she's using to part of the hair, then it is possible. According to Rabbi, this particular needle has on the other side of the cord, and therefore during the week she uses it to part her hair, to comb her hair, and on Shabbos she uses it as jewelry. She puts it into her head. And therefore, it's also a Shabbos, like something out to her friends. Says the Mishnah, there's a very interesting zera that we're now allowed to walk out of Shabbos with sandals that have nails on the back. Why? Because of a Maisa Shalayah, there's a story that the Jews were hiding from the enemy in the and they made a rule. Like in Corona, if you come into the house, you cannot leave. And if you leave the house, you cannot come in. For the king. And he noticed footsteps leading away from the king. In fact, what happened was somebody was walking into the king, wearing a sandal Summer
Denver's on nationally televised Sunday night. You're in no danger.
So made zero.
Yeah, you're in no danger.
Not walk out on Shabbos, Sunday on the Sukkah.
It's a
And
fucking
since the story happened on Shabbos, the Xer is only on Shabbos, and Yom Tov, which is very similar to Shabbos.
I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people run across.
There's another
My dad
Xer
was in nightclubs.
by Mayfat, the ashes of the Parah Adumah.
And anytime it snowed or rained
They
or
once
something like that,
shipped
you get
the
pissed off.
ashes over
Like
the
when you see
Jordan
the
River
weather or
on a
you see,
ship.
like when
And
you
they
go to
realized
the
later on that it was
the
the
Orioles
Zion
almost got it.
of the
And I was like,
person
fuck,
there
I hope.
who
Like, do you
ruined
think
the
they
ashes
negatively about that? Like,
to
I
very
was like,
valid.
come on,
They
shut
made
up.
Xer that do not transport ashes or over any body of water in any form. It doesn't matter if it's a ship or a swim. Some people come in about it and says no, it has to be exactly like the Xer. Only over the Jordan River and only in a ship that is swim across the Jordan River is okay. And if you use a ship on any other river, it's also okay. In our case, many of our people would admit the Xer is also not Yom Tov and Shabbos are so similar. The Xera is only exactly like what happened in the shoe that happened, the story that happened when there was a sandal that had nails to strengthen the sandal, but not the decor. So if you use nails as decor, it's mutter. And any other shoe that's not exactly like the Xera would be mutter, as we're going to describe in a minute. Rabbi Yochanan says like Rabbi Rai, which is that you're allowed to have up to 5 nails per shoe, 2 on each side and 1 in the back. It's also possible that Rabbi Yochanan holds that 7 in a case where you use nails to lift up. According to Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Nassim, you have 7 per shoe, 3 on each side and back. And according to Rabbi, 13 on the shoe that you're trying to raise and 7 on the regular shoe. If you took a piece of leather and you sewed it into the sandal, that's mutter because it's not like the Xer. The Xer happened without a piece of leather. The Brisa says it's so also to wear one of these sandal shoes on Shabbos, you can't even go from one bed in your house to the other. These following cases you're allowed to take a sandal summer and cover another vessel. You're allowed to take a sandal summer and lift up your bed with it. Rabbi Elazar says that's also you might come to wear it. Although he makes a lot of sense, but since he's one against many, we don't pass him like it. If you take a piece of leather and cover the whole bottom of your shoe, look, that's not what the Xer was. If you use staples, that's not what the Xer was. If you use a tas or yosef, narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom of nails, that's not what the Xer was. If most of the nails are worn out, but you can tell that there was nails there, so that's not how it was created, that's not how you made it. Mutter, if you have 4 nails on a very tight shoe, or 5, and that's a tight mutter. Rabbi says, if not for the fact that people call me a person that's makeup, I would say you gotta put a lot of nails on. Not like Rabbi says, he meant 24 nails, it's when he says he meant 22. You want to remember, he went from Baba, there's a passed by the Surah. By that time, he must have lost 2 out of his 24 nails, and therefore, in the Surah, it said 22 nails.
I just want to party, man. So that fucker pussy was hairy, dog. Like Bush. And she was in line, bro. When I saw her Bush that hairy, I knew that she was locked up. And she did meet a murder rap. And murder was the case that they gave her. Shit. We got crazy, man, but you know, I didn't have no condom at the time. She just jerked off, you know, a little afro. And then she just took off with a bunch of, like, she took off, bro. And I remember she was freaky with like 5 cholos after me. You know, she was gonna get, she was on a mission, bro. She was gonna fucking murder rap. What you do, bro? You be a murder rap. Fuck, you wanna fuck everything that moves.
Yeah,
So does she.
Shabbos Daf Samach Aleph. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person has one shoe on one foot, it's possible for him to go out of shoes, not because he doesn't have a wound. The concern is, according to Rashi, one of 2 possibilities. Either the concern is that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might make fun of him that he only has 1 shoe, and then remove that 1 shoe that he's. It's mashma from the Mishnah. If a person does have a wound, he's permitted to go out with 1 shoe. Like the same, on what foot is he wearing that 1 shoe? According to Rabbi, He's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons. Since he has an injury, and since Rabbi holds that the reason why you wear a shoe is for protection purposes and not for comfort purposes, he won't remove the shoe when it's made fun of. And people are not going to think that he's hiding a second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Rabbi, here's the one shoe on the foot that does not have an injury. And again, since they see him live, they realize that yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe according to Rabbi is for comfort and not for pleasure. They see him limping, and therefore he doesn't have a shoe on the injured foot. Or the reason is because they might think that he's carrying a second shoe. They won't think that because they see that he's limping. The other once asked for his shoes, he was given the right shoe. The shoe for his right foot. And he commented and he said, "Osisoi maka." You made it as if I have an injury. The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot, and Rabbi Yochanan holds that he had to put the left foot on first. Therefore, he would not put on his left foot because he already put on his right foot. We're going to see that he has an injury on his right foot. Like Rabbi that says he's supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. Perhaps you could say, no, Asisoi Maka is not referring to the foot that he just put the shoe on. Perhaps it's referring to the left foot. He made my left foot an injured foot. The other holds that a shoe is like just like a right puts his foot on the left foot. So too, when it puts the shoe, put the left shoe on first. There's a price though that says you're supposed to put on the right shoe first. Therefore, the Gemara says if your minhag is like the right shoe first, you want to put the left shoe. The left shoe. In fact, the Gemara says Rabbi saw Rahana didn't mind. Put on either one first. Gemara says, however, that you reach Shemayim to be both. What do? You first put on your right shoe, then you put on the left shoe. You tie the left shoe, and then you tie the right shoe. Of course, if you have a slipping shoe, it says vice versa. You put the right on first. The Brisa says you put on the right shoe first, but when you take the shoe off shoe, you take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, you take the right side of your body, your right arm, or your left arm, your right foot before you go to the center. Bathing your entire body, you start from the head. The head is the key of the limbs, and you start from there. It says in the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos with your foot. Rav Safra said, one of the things, either he said, this is going even according to the Ma'amar that says that Shabbos, you wear your foot on Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside because perhaps you have to go to the bathroom and remove this filling and be carrying down on another way to learn Rav Safra is that it says in the Mishnah, if you didn't go out with filling and all other things, you're not fighting the Shabbos. Safra says, even if you hold like the Ma'amar that says, Shabbos is not a consequence, you're still not fighting the Shabbos. It's like a little it's clothing. People wear it during the week as clothing. It says in the Mishnah that a person should not go out into the Rabbin with a kamea that's not a mokah, with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. If it's written by a professional, you could go out with the Rabbin. There can heal him. Even if it's a professional kamea, meaning that the person that wrote it is a professional. Certainly, if the kamea itself, the amulet itself, already heals people, you can go out with the Rabbin. It doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's grasses and different herbs. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have a particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. The wear kamea, tie it and untie it, as long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a marasani thing. He's carrying it as jewelry. That's what exactly is the commandment? There seems to be some confusion in the sugya between the Rishonim and even within Rashi himself. There seems to be confusion. We will go according to Rashi based on some insight. If a person wrote three amulets to three different diseases and they all work, This particular person
short on.
is a mumma. He could write any kind of command for any disease that you're allowed to carry it on Shabbos. If he wrote one command, which would work 3 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular command is a mumma. In other words, anybody in the world can write that exact command, and it will be considered a command mumma, and you can walk out of it on Shabbos. The Gemara remains in the thing. What happens if he wrote 3 commands for 3 different diseases, but for the same person? And they all work. And we say, look, he knows what he's doing, he's professional, he's able to heal 3 diseases. Or perhaps you say, the person that was healed, he has a special mazel that he's healed by these commands. The Gemara remains in the suffering. The halacha is that a command and brachas, such as the brachas of Shemona Esrei and Rosh Hashanah, even though they have the name of Hashem, we don't save them from fire on Shabbos. However, obviously you have to bury them just like you bury even a foot, a leg on the table that has Hashem on it. If the kamea is covered with leather, you can bring it into the bathroom. If it's made out of herbs, you can bring it into if it's a chayla that has a sakana, his life is in danger, he could go into the bathroom even if it's not covered with leather. Or somebody that's not a chayla shoes with sakana, if it's covered with leather, he may go into the bathroom. Even a chayla sheyesh with sakana, he's in great danger. He's not allowed to walk Dalet Amos and Rabbi with the kamea. Tefillin. It seems like they are covered with leather, but since they have a shin, and the shin is part of Shem Hashem, because we have a dalet on the back of the Ritzuas of Shulchan, and we have a yod on the Tefillin Shaliyah, together we spell Hashem's name. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with Tefillin. Have a wonderful day.
Better fucking eggs or some salsa, buckets of flying Jew, better bread. Because let me tell you something. To me, cheese.
I had a real egg for the first time.
A real egg.
In a while, because I've been on egg whites.
Shabbos Daf Samach Beis. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos. That Isser Doiraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's a burden, a ring that has a signet for a woman since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's an Isser Doiraisa. Ula says for a man it's the exact reverse when it comes to it. If it has a signet, that's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet. But a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be a Isser Doiraisa. Ula holds that women are a nation to themselves, and therefore what's considered a beged, clothing for a man, is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out for safety, and you remove them, and you come back and try to save another pair. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that Gespandam holds that tefillin is not a mitzvah station as my brother, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time to wear tefillin, and night is a time to wear tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to tefillin. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signet, that's considered kalat hariyah. That's not the derech. That's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rav argues. He says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet ring, for instance, when he tells her, "You please put this away in a bag," she doesn't want to lose it. She puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to please bring the ring to a repair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger. Then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues. One is not permitted to go out with a kuya. It's a brooch. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be mutter. But we're discussing a case where the woman wears it in her clothing, and that's considered a burden. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck And the Gemara says that if a woman did walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds she's chayav b'chatos. This is the rice. Chacham say the whole issue is the rabbanon issue that she might take it off to show friends when it comes to spices with her night in beautiful battle. Therefore, this is the rabbanon, and she's not chayav b'chatos. According to Eliezer, it's mutter for her to go out with chatchila. Why? Because only women that don't have very good smell wear these battles. And such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to Amid Beis. According to everybody, there's no machlokes that if the bottle is empty, it's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnant of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not bottled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's chayv mid'oraisa. Rav Ashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the kli is bottled to whatever's left over of the food. Lahalacha, Chachamim made zeros, but we should remember the Churban Habayis. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, tainug and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after Zeichel Kurban. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable but it doesn't bring simcha. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure but not simcha. And therefore, it's no. The Gemara, we're going to Agadah now. The Gemara brings Psukim. I showed you from Amita Shem. It's referring to Klal Yisrael, Yerushalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were over on the Snus on Ishasish. They were switching couples, and they left the Shechva Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed undressed, that doesn't mean dafka in front of his bed and undressed. It just means if he does it in a disgusting way, in a place where he typically doesn't do it, it could be in front of his table. He doesn't bother to go to the bathroom. There's a malach, Rashi explains, that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you lose your life. If a person has zilzul and tilas yadayim, he doesn't care about the tilas yadayim, he doesn't wash his hands at all. Not the shot that he washes with revias and doesn't wash his hands carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, if a person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her jewelry and he doesn't buy her, and she's upset about that, that will bring him to lose his money. In Yeshaya, the Navi tells them, because the women who are married women who try to entice the men, they would go between the skufa with their heads up in the sky. And Rashi says since their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they were walking, so they would walk small steps, their toe to their ankle. They would put a lot of makeup on and wink to the boys. And the tall ones would walk with shorter ones so that they look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet, and when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays, and it would be like a mad snake. They would put the eres into the boys, they would bring them in Sahara. What was their punishment? Neither connected neither. Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put the perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up to entice the boys, they became bald. Their erva, they have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Gemara says, some say they even got saras. Gemara tells us that they said, we don't care, let the Goyim take us. We're beautiful. And the Goyim took them, and immediately like broke and made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of damida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. Gemara says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the Remes, they were talking for Shnus, and they said, they would say, ask each other, what do you have for breakfast? Meaning for Shnus. Did you have a well-kneaded dough? In other words, a non-basula? Did you have white wine or dark wine? Did you have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat? Did you have a good friend, meaning good-looking? And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Korban, all we were left with was one barley amount, which is at the king of Tzimtzumai. Have a wonderful day.
On Sunset, fucking tremendous. I don't know how many times that buffet fucking say a buffet's good. That buffet is delicious. And I used to hit that once a month. Hey, this is yeah, still there, man.
It's really not bad.
Shabbos Daf Samech Gimel. The Mishnah tells us that according to the Chachamim, is a secondary rights of the walk out of Rabbi with war gear, such as armor, a sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball out there with spikes, a bolo. It's not considered jewelry, nobody shows off with it. It's disgusting, actually. According to your blazer, no, people like to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry, it's only also when they're going to go out. According to one Lashon of Eliezer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as jewelry. He argues with this Shita on Shmuel, who holds that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that Klal Yisrael is not going to be in Golus anymore. We're all going to be in Eretz Yisrael. But there are going to be wars between the Goyim, and these tools will be necessary. According to another Lashon of according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckled for Klal Yisrael, and he holds like Shmuel. In other words, he argues on it. Why does Eliezer hold that these tools are considered an adornment, takshet, jewelry? Because it says in the pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your hip. This should be your splendor and your glory. The Gemara says, wait a minute, the pasuk is referring to the Torah. Says the Gemara, yes, it's referring to the Torah, but you can now look away from the simple meaning of it. The simple meaning of it says, take your sword, referring to a real sword. Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished shots. I knew all of shots, and I didn't know of this concept of until I learned it now. In other words, says Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the Torah, the other Lizber, and then only afterwards go into depth, go to the longest, try to understand the detail. First, you have to know all of Torah. The Gemara goes into a series of chavrusas, Talmid Chacham that are learning together, and they're on different levels. Two Talmid Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha, with Torah, so the Baruch Hu gives them hatzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema, and they can't be learning for Gaiva. And then they'll be Zoicha to Torah that was given in the right hand. It says in the pasuk, the famous pasuk, Yamim b'yamina b'smayla Oisher Chavay. Says the Gemara, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you learn Torah with your right, in other words, you do everything to the end, you'll only get Arinus Yamim longevity, and you won't get Oisher. It means you'll get longevity and wealth. But if you learn Torah like a lefty, in other words, not complete, you don't go down into its depth, then you'll be Zoicha to something, you'll be Zoicha to wealth, but not to longevity. If two Talmid Chachamim sit together and they're calm with each other, they talk in calmness, they listen to each other, so Mida Keneged Mida, the Baruch Hu will sit down Kaviyachol and listen to them. If they teach each other Torah, in other words, they accept from each other, then Mida Keneged Mida, the Baruch Hu will listen to them and answer them, just like you accepted me, the Baruch Hu will accept what you're asking for me and give it to you. You don't do that. You don't listen. You don't sit there with your Chavrusa. That's the Baruch Hu will lead. If two people get together to understand Torah, then a Baruch Hu loves them. Says Rabbi, that's talking about a situation where they already had the seed. They heard some of this Torah. Now they want to elaborate, and they don't have a Rabbi to teach them. So a Baruch Hu loves them. If a person thought about doing a mitzvah, but he had an idea, he couldn't do it, the Baruch considers it as if he did a mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, with all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear a bad surah ra. And even if there's Baruch who makes a zera, you can about to do zera. The Lord tells us, what's better, to give a poor person a loan or to give him a gift? The answer is to give him a loan. Because a gift, he'll be embarrassed. A loan, he'll be happy, he thinks he can pay back. So the Gemara is something better than both of those things. And that is doing business. Giving somebody money to invest, and you share the investment. That person feels good. He feels like he's doing something. He's accomplishing. The Maharsha says maybe he'll get even more money because of that, and therefore it's good. A Talmid Chacham who has bad midas, he takes revenge. He's making the money like a snake. He's better to be his friend because you learn something from the Torah rather than to be Amaret's his friend, Miram is his friend, who could steer you wrongly in the Torah. Even though he has beautiful midas, he's the highest person in the chassid. Pasuk says, "Smash b'chura, b'bocher b'yalusecha." In other words, when you're young, enjoy life, do what you want, follow your heart, and that's a pasuk the Torah flips around and says, "With that, you should know that there's going to be a din one day." What's going on? One side is the Torah is talking about a hater heart type, and then also goes to the Yitzhak, or vice versa. The Torah starts with the Yitzhak, and then moves on to the Yitzhak. What the Torah is telling us, learn as much as the Torah is telling you. But when you learn, you do the Daf Yomi, you do the minute, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it, you have to apply it. You should know that. Because Baruch knows that you know this stuff now, you better apply it to your life. There's a beautiful mashal of the Dubba Maggid who says that there's a poor person who didn't have a penny to his name, and he went to Shul to look for a meal, and the guy said, you know what? Why do you need a meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives free room and board. Stay as long as you want. He goes to the hotel, the guy, he checks him into the Ritz-Carlton, and he stays there for a week. And he's about to check out. The person at the front desk says, $7,700, it's $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy lied to you. He didn't know what to do. This guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, he told you to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you want. Says the good life. A person wakes up a good life and says, what did I do? I did all these averas. Let's do truth. Says the HR, don't do truth. It's not a good idea. Stay in. Go check out. Keep on doing your averas. That doesn't make sense. Because every day costs you $1,100 versus earning who knows how much the currency if you do learn. Says the Gemara, there's a woman who, the Gemara is discussing dogs, and it shouldn't be Megadol Ra. If you have a dog that chases away the poor people, you want to prevents it. Says the Gemara, a woman walked into somebody's house to bake bread, and he had a dog, and it barked, and it scared her, and she lost her pregnancy, and he says, why are you so scared of a dog? I took out his teeth, he doesn't have claws. She said, it's too late. My pregnancy is over. In other words, be careful with a bad dog. We have in the Mishnah, Biris is a belt that goes around the sock, make sure the socks don't fall off. According to Rabbi, it's a Biris is one belt, and a Kovel is it's two belts. And according to Rabbi, it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do you need this chain? So that there were certain families that had very large steps, in order to prevent them from having large steps and losing their psulah. And Rabbi Yirmiyah agreed to that shot, and he said, he woke up from sleep, he heard it, and said, that's amazing. That's wonderful.
We've got $1, $6, $9. You can't fucking beat that. You can't beat this. You have to go to the store, wait online, and fucking hang out with a bunch of zombos, and paying too much. Fucking, that's what it's all about. The same way you can shipwreck the no questions asked. Get my fucking raises, double edged with Diablo strip. Go to Dollar Shave Club right now and press in.
Shabbos, that's some of
get that set right to your fucking house. Get the deal on my to my main man. I love these people all my heart. The product is fucking
even though it's not
ridiculous how good it is.
Woven.
E6, tremendous, longer lasting, better flavor. Going up against anybody who's out there in the market. They'll blow your fucking wigs off. You understand me? The beautiful thing is about them. The new year is coming. You want to quit smoking, Joe? How the fuck do I quit smoking? I take a pill, I fucking smack everybody, all the way, motherfucker. Fuck no. 86 not only has it, but they have a program 24, 16, 8 milligrams, and 0. You fucking decrease it at your own pace.
Shirts, it
It's a
says,
beautiful
my
fucking product. Go to any6.com right now. Press in Joey's Church. Oh shit! And what do they get? Not 10% off, not 15, 20% off. You understand? Long lasting, better tasting. The cigar. The ball smoke in people's faces. Nobody get this story, right? 86. What's up? What's up, fool? That's not the man to my podcast.
Even though these are made specifically for an animal, nevertheless, they probably utterly might see these shirts. And the same halacha will apply to shirts because we learn it by a shirt, it says Isaac. You learn from Isaac it's not only goat, but any cow, any kind of hair as we have a puma if you eat only. When it comes to Xer Shava, the concept of if you look at Xer Shava, we can answer it easily. The only way you can ask a question on Xer Shava is to have extra word. You need the extra word by one of the two cases, or by both cases. But by us, by Sheretz and mates, we have extra words. That is are completely extra. Why? Because both Sheretz and mates have an extra Shifra Zera. And by Shifra Zera it says Begit Ha'ar. There's no need to say Begit Ha'ar by mates and by Sheretz. Therefore it's completely different. So you can't ask any questions. What question would you ask? You'd say, well, you cannot learn how to make Sheretz, and you can't learn how to Sheretz. Why? One has so full. Sheretz is so powerful. Even a small piece of the sheretz the size of a lentil is Kabbatoma. Whereas by a mace, you need a lot more, you need an olive oil, so it's more power. On the other hand, mace is so functional that once it doesn't find it lasts for 7 days. Whereas by sheretz, it only lasts for 1 day. But lucky us, we have extra words by far. And this is Xer Shava, so you cannot ask this question. It says the hustle.
Over and over in my head.
But not
I
being
translated my jokes in
when Kleiswell came back from the war, one thing he wanted to get all the jewelry, gold jewelry that they have. I didn't say the possible type of jewelry. Ashenosa, Saha, Sada, ankle bracelets, and some is regular bracelets, the Kadas, rings, and it says, Obvious, what's Obvious, the Puma says with a Lazar, referring to jewelry that goes on private. Obvious is a form of a chest, and Puma goes by the base Harechem. Says, the verse says that it's a notion of every son and right is says the Gemara, Rabbi says, I can learn from the actual word in the Pasuk. Pumas, what is Pumas? Pumas is Rosh Hashanah. I'm hoping to. This is a place of Arabic. It says in the Pasuk that Moshe Rabbeinu was very upset at the commanders of the army. He thought when he went to war, they were fighting for the same Rabbi, they were fighting beforehand in the other war. They were so they told him, don't worry about it. Not a single one of us is missing. In other words, not a single one of us
I'm doing a live podcast October 30.
Didn't sin didn't sin in our minds. We thought about sin, and therefore we're bringing it. Not here this carbon Hashem, it's just what they're Rav Shesha says is the Hekesh, the Torah says 5 kinds of jewels. 3 of them are out in the open, 2 of them are private. There's a Hekesh between the private one and the exposed. But there's an issue to look at a woman's pinky the same way there's an issue to look at the woman's.
You know, like, if I see somebody, all right, motherfucker.
These are the following things that a woman is permitted to go out on Shabbos. She raises her ear. Some of the others have seen it with you. Not braid her hair with a regular string and go out with her. She might take it out. If that string is made out of humans, her own friends, or even animal hair, that's permitted to go out with her Shabbos. She's not going to remove that. Why? Because it's disgusting. Her friends' hair is disgusting. Animal hair certainly is a living species.
When he was 9 years old, he was going to a little league game. He got hit by
However,
a
an older woman who has white hair, gray hair, she's certainly not weird. A younger woman's dark hair, then people make fun of her and she couldn't take it out. A young girl, never weird, white hair, that's not considered. As we learned in the first mission, happens in second, these are hit back. One goes over the head from ear to ear, the other one goes on the forehead, part from here to here.
Get a little arm like a
This
waiter.
Mishnah tells us that it's sewn in
So this
the head.
full man, I'm
It's not
gonna show.
concerned. How does
I'm
she
gonna
take it
talk
off the
about
shoulders?
the
By removing her
pops
entire
go to
head.
a strip
That
bar
will expose her ear.
and they
That's not a
keep his
concern.
phone.
Told you.
He has to go to the bank
However,
and
the Mishnah
come back
says,
and get
couple and
that
men,
money.
they will
So the fucking
and a
people
shekel.
called his house and I have my
One is permitted to go to their own private domain.
I have my money. So
Someone made an
Armando,
exception
told his wife,
that a woman
listen,
should
I don't
not
know
be
how I know
done
this,
by
but
children from
what
disgusting
probably
in the
happened
eyes of her husband. She should
he was
remain
getting
back
a
to
lap
her
dance.
husband. An exception between the couple and the pay
You
enough.
don't have enough money. They're holding it
Rav
for
Kahana says that anything in the Mishnah that it's also to go out into Shusarabim with, it would be also to go out into her own chutzner, private domain. Zera, she might forget to go from her chutzner into Shusarabim. The exception is couple
This is
and
the guy
pay
man
enough.
who
Another says
they're in
that
a pension. So I have they don't have
things
their
that are also
pops.
to go through Shusarabim with,
Pops,
that's it. But if you go through the chutzner, all the
you
things
know,
that
you ready to
go
do a
to the
gig, you ready to do anything, you ready to do a guest
You are
spot.
reading the concept of
Ready to
Hadar,
hold a wire.
He had to be really high, and I was in the green room when this guy walked in. And I'd never seen him before, but
the woman who's a midah should not
and my phone was like, bring up a town like this, doing well.
stay far from her
I
husband.
just, he had to be really fucking high, and
That's
then
the problem with
He's
Shem's
a soldier, bro. Like,
discussing the eyes of
that
her.
one time, bro, I had nobody's
All
taking to
this
San
is
Diego
what is the term
to
to
do that fucking
should
shit.
remain in the state of
Like,
Puma,
nothing
go.
happened. It was. I had nobody, bro.
That
This
says if
motherfucker
something is
drove
closer
me,
because of
okay?
non-recycling,
And his car is
such
built
as
for a
wearing timer and
handicapped
traffic,
person.
or
Like the
lining up
steering
cameras
wheel,
in a row,
like the
and it's also
acceleration of the truck,
even in your own
it's on
private
the gas,
life,
it's on the
in your
steering wheel. So to accelerate,
In fact, it's my
he
fault.
just holds it down with his palm.
Person's shirt falls
And
into
the
the
brakes are like
Shadakam says, dry it out in the sun.
on his foot.
And
The
Rabbi Yezer,
accelerator
by
is on
fight, coming up on like
yeah,
Goiner,
split
say
feet from both feet.
that
So
it's usher.
the accelerator is on the steering wheel and the brakes and the steering wheel. So it's big like this, and the fucking steering wheel has a handle like a bus driver, like a fucking doorknob. For real, the fucking steering wheel is built like a doorknob, right, dog? So this motherfucker drove like a soldier to San Diego, bro. Bought him tacos, had my fucking lap dance, paid him $60, gave him gas.
Shabbos Av Samachet. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us that you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You could go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a wound on your foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. A nidah does not need to tie it to herself because it's disgusting, it's Mose, and we're not concerned she'll pick it up. Even if it has a handle where it's not that Mose, it is still considered Mose. The Gemara tells us that when Rabbi Yochanan got older, he had a lot of earwax. So he went in Rosh Hashanah on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear without tying it to his ear. The Gemara explains because he put it in really tight where it doesn't fall out, he wasn't concerned. His friends argued with him and they said that's also. When Rabbi Yana did it, the entire generation argued on him. The Gemara tells us that a woman could go out with peppercorn in her mouth to use it as a mouthwash to have good breath, or salt in order to relieve tooth pain. Other things that you're permitted to go out with, such as ginger and cinnamon, mutter to go out with on Shabbos. If a person has a false tooth, if it's made out of gold, the concern is, according to Chachamim, a woman might take it out to show her friends what a beautiful tooth she has. Rabbi says that's not a concern because once she removes it, that'll cause her an embarrassment. She won't remove it. If it's made out of silver, there's no reason for a person to show off silver. You're allowed to go out with a false tooth. That's silver, certainly if it looks like other teeth or if it's from another human being. There are three man Amrim that say this svara of Rabbi. Rabbi says that if it causes an embarrassment, we're not concerned she'll show it. We also learned earlier that if a woman wears it's leiches of pleiton, it's a little flask of perfume. The only people that wear it are people that have body odor, and she won't remove it because that will tell other people of her issue. The other Madam is Reb Shimon ben Elazar. He says that anything under the svacha, the wool cap, a person is allowed to go. So let's say she takes a needle and wraps her hair around it, and then she puts it under the svacha, you're allowed to go out on Shabbos. What's the concern? She might show it off. She won't, because in order to get to it, she has to expose her hair. She's a married woman. She wouldn't do so. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a wound on the bottom of their foot, what they would do is they take a coin, a selah, and put it under the foot, and that would heal. Because it has three attributes. Number one, it's hard. Two, it has moisture. And three, it has a form to it. Those three things together heal the foot. This matbea is for refuah, and therefore you're allowed to go out with it. The Mishnah says that young girls are allowed to go out with threads in their ear. They pierce the ear, and rather than getting them earrings, training earrings, they would put in threads or even a toothpick. Allowed to go out with it. It's not something that you take out to show your friends, unless, like the Gemara says later, Abu the Shmuel would allow his daughters to go out with it because they were colorful. That's something to show your friends. Women in Arab nations can wear, you realize they can wear the ninja suit where only the eyes show, or in Modai they would wear kufa. It's basically, you take an object, let's say a stone or a coin, and you put it behind the clothing and you push through. And then that creates like a button, and you can tie it. So says the Mishnah that you're allowed to go out with that on Shabbos, provided that if it's a coin, you designated it before Shabbos, because on Shabbos you cannot designate a coin, because it's muktzah. You might be able to designate a specific stone if it's the right shape for this purpose. Says the Gemara that Abu the Shmuel did not allow his daughters to go out with these strings that were colorful in their hair, and he didn't allow them to sleep together, his daughters, in one bed, so they shouldn't get used to a string body next to them, and then they'll have a taiva. And he made a mikvah for them in days of Nisan. Why? Because in Nisan it rained that much. The halacha is that if you have a natural spring, even if the water flows from a natural spring, you're allowed to use it as a mikvah. Rainwater you can only use when it's still, but if it flows, you're not allowed to use it as a mikvah. The concern was there's so much rainwater that it became the roy, and in the Nahar Prash, the Euphrates, there was more rainwater than the spring water, and therefore it was usher to Bible. So he made them a mikvah. He either made a channel and took water out of the Euphrates, and he created a mikvah. In Tishrei, he put mats there. According to Rashi, he put the mats so that they don't step in the mud and create a chatzitza. According to Taisus, he put mats for tznius purposes. Shmuel argues, and he says, even the Euphrates, even if it has a lot of rainwater, most of its water comes from within, from underground. But he himself argues on himself, because in a different place he says that you can only be table in the Har Pras in the days of Tishrei. In other words, he was concerned about the rain. There's a shaila in the Gemara, if a woman could take a nut and pretend that she's making a button out of it, do the thing, put it behind the clothing, and create a button, but her real intent is to travel across the Shusarabah. Are you allowed to do harama? Are you allowed to do tricking? What's the question? We know the halacha is that if somebody has clothing, trying to save from a fire, wants to bring them into a mother, according to Rabbi, you could do trickery, you can wear many clothing. Perhaps only by a fire, because we're concerned that if you don't allow him to do so, he might extinguish the fire and be over their rights. We're not concerned that this woman is going to be over their rights to get a nut and candy over to her son. On the other hand, perhaps over here it's mutter because it's kufik to afriyak. That's not the natural way of carrying. Carry a nut in your hand, you don't put it in your clothing and pretend it's a button. So grab this mutter, have a wonderful day.
That's on you. That's on you, Joey. That's my fuck up. That's on you, Joey. That's my fuck up. So I don't need to check your Wikipedia page to know that you grew up in New Jersey. It's very much in the way you walk. It's very much in the way you talk. It's very much in the stand-up. So what I want to do is show you some pop cultural byproducts of New Jersey and just get your snap reactions to it. Okay, I want to know what you think, all right? Laptop, please.
Shabbos Daf Samach Vav. Happy Lag Ba'omer. There's a wedding going on right outside the door here, a Corona wedding. You perhaps might hear the music. Says the Mishnah, if a person has a prosthetic leg, Islam, according to Rabbi Meir, if it's designed only for aesthetic purposes, then he can go out with it on Shabbos, even though it's made out of wood. You can make a shoe out of wood. According to Rabbi, shoes are made out of leather, therefore it's considered a burden. You cannot go out with it on Shabbos. Smartphones are these pieces of leather that go on a person that is an amputee, and it goes on his shins, and that's how he drags his feet through the street. They are tied on really well, so it's not a concern that he might fall off on Shabbos, and they are not shoes, so therefore you can even go into the Beis Hamikdash with them, because you cannot go into the Beis Hamikdash with shoes. If an amputee sits on a small chair, and in his hands he has pegs that he walks with, but the bottom of his stumps, like you see in red, he has like a sort of a shoe that goes on them. Those are real shoes. La halacha, you can't take those into the Beis Hamikdash. But we're also concerned that they might fall off. They're not on him properly, and therefore you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. Look them in. 3 pshatim in the Gemara. One pshat is these are masks like Purim to scare the children. Another pshat is it's like a donkey that you dress up in, or they are stilts. All 3 of them, they are not kalim. They don't serve a purpose, and therefore they're not vessels, and therefore they're not mikabel toma, and you cannot go out with them on Shabbos. The maskana, the way we learn our Mishnah is like we said. Rabbi is the one that says you can go out with prosthetics. Rabbi Yossi says it's usur. In order to remember it, Rabbi Yossi's name has a samach in it, and the word usur has a samach in it. Rav, when he heard one of his talmidim say that Rabbi is the one that says it's usur, and Rabbi Yossi is the one that says it's mutter, he went like this with his hand. He wasn't able to talk. He said, "You got to flip it around." Shmuel, who initially said like that, he also retracted his shita and says like we have in our Mishnah, because he says a yavam could do chalitza on a yavam that has a wooden shoe. So you see a shoe could be wood. Other halachas that he said that and he brings a raya from our Mishnah. The Rameir says wooden shoe is considered a shoe you go out with it on Shabbos. In addition, he says that if a yavam wears his left shoe on his right foot, you could do chalitza, and if he wears somebody else's shoe, you could also do chalitza. Ravuna also retracted, and he said that if the sandal shel sayadim, it's a plasterer's shoe that goes over his regular shoe to protect the shoe. It's made out of straw. It's considered a shoe. You do chalitza with it. It becomes kamitus medris. V'haydula. Use v'haydula. Rabbi Meir says the Gemara who holds that wood is good shoe says it's good shoe, and who didn't make it good? Rabbi said that it's also born. Rabbi also says on a mat made out of straw that you lay on. He says the straw is not considered wood, and therefore it's not mikabel tuma. The other one says it is mikabel tuma. Why? Because it's made out of wheat. So you see, wheat, which is straw, is considered eight adas. Says the Mishnah. This shoe of a prosthetic leg, if it has a base kibble, it has a place to put the soft material, then it's considered a kli, and it's mikabel tuma. Otherwise, it's not mikabel tuma. If the main purpose and design of a kli is to lean on it, then it can be the kabel tumas medrus. Tumas medrus, when the zava and the zava lean, sit, lay on something. If it's a kabel tumas medrus, only if it was designed so to begin with. If a kli is not 100% designed for that, only sometimes you use it. Says Abaya, it's not mikabel tumas medrus. Rabbi says it is mikabel tumas medrus. Says Rabbi, I'll prove it to you. It's a halacha that if a child plays with a toy stroller, it's mikabel tumas medrus. You see from here that you don't really need to lean on it. Says Abai, well, the child does lean on it. That's how he learns how to walk. But Abai says, I'll bring you a walking stick that you don't lean on typically. The halacha is it's not mikabel any kind of tumah, even maga. It's a pshudik kliyah. It doesn't have a base kilo. Says Rabbi, no. A walking stick, you're right, is never designed to lean on it at all. It's only designed to walk in straight steps and to straighten up the old man's spine. Says the Mishnah that a boy go out with kesher. One shot of the Gemara is that he uses flowers that are called madder. And says the Gemara that if you use 3 of these, they will contain the disease. 5 of them will heal the disease, and 7 of them are so strong that even through witchcraft the person won't get this disease. The Mishnah also says that the name of the children of kings, they go out with these bells. It's not only the children of kings, anybody, but typically only the name of Allah go out with it. Rabbi says that this matter stuff that we discussed is only if it never saw the sun, moon, or rain, and never heard the sound of metal, of a chicken, or of footsteps. Says the Gemara, then basically there's no such thing as matter. You're getting rid of this whole healing thing. There's another shot what a kesher is. There's a son that he's homesick, so before he goes away to camp or whatever, the father takes off his right strap from his right foot, and straps it on his left hand like you do with tefillin. If you reverse it, like I almost did, then it's a sakana. If you take a hot cup that had water in it, hot water before, and you put it on a intestinal ache, and you manipulate it, that's okay to do on Shabbos. It's not considered shkikas hamamarim. It's not healing. You are manipulating with your hand. You could take a baby who has his bones out of place and wrap him up real tight. That's also allowed on Shabbos. To take oil and salt and smear it on the palm of your hands and the bottom of your feet in order to alleviate someone who's too drunk. You could do that on Shabbos, and you could whisper in his ears. These are all the chashim. You whisper, just like this oil is thinning out, so too the wine should thin out. If you don't have this concoction of oil and salt, you could use wax from a barrel and thin it out in water. You're allowed to choke somebody. In other words, if somebody has displaced the vertebrae, you can hang him by his neck and pull it into place on Shabbos because he has a lot of pain. Many times in Shas, Abaye was a Yosem who was brought up by Rabbi's wife, and used to say, my mother, my stepmother told me. And basically what she says are important things and they are halachas. And she says, by the way, she was the one that said 3, 5, and 7 sharas. But she says over here that anytime you do a lachash, you do a whisper like for this drunk person, or we bring la halacha, all the mishaberachs that we say for a chayla are with the mother's name. How do we know this? From this Gemara from Amaliyah, you mention the mother's name. If you don't know how many times to say a lachash, you must say it 41 times. If a woman has reason to believe she has some sort of genetic disposition to miscarry, she may wear Eben Tikuma, which is a stone within a stone. Rabbi says if you take that same stone and you weigh it against another stone, you could use the second stone that weighs exactly the same amount, not a tad less or more. The Gemara has a question: if you take the second stone and weigh a third stone, will it work on the third stone? Only if a person has fever, you take a brand new coin and you measure salt from a salt factory and you hang it on your neck with a piece of hair. If not, take a very large ant that's carrying something and you put it into a copper tube and you seal it with lead. 60 seals. You take it, you shake it, you say to the ant, take my disease and take your disease. If not, you take a brand new earthenware pot, you go to the river and you say, river, lend me some water. You take the water and you go around your head 7 times, and then you pour it into the river backwards while you say, river, take my water back with the disease. The way the disease came, the disease should leave. Have a wonderful day.
Thank God I got a bidet because my balls are sweating right now. You have a bidet? Oh, fuck yeah, a portable bidet. You gotta get one, dog.
Do you have like a remote? Do you have different settings? How does it all work?
Sit there, press the button, let the cold water hit your asshole. That's it. The bathroom, that's a complete different. That's when you just tell the girlfriend your services are not needed. I do my own laundry. I got something to
Shabbos Daf Samach Zayin. Happy Lag BaOmer. We're back to the sugi of supernatural healing powers. This is a very interesting one. If a person has fever every 3 days, he has to do things with the number 7. He takes 7 branches from 7 different date trees, 7 splinters from 7 different beans, 7 pegs from 7 different bridges, 7 ashes from 7 different ovens, 7 dirt from 7 different door sockets, 7 pitch from 7 different ships, and 7 kernels of cumin from cumin. And here's a very interesting one. 7 beard hairs of an old dog. You tie it all together, put it in a strand of hair, you wrap it around your neck. That's a school of 4. If a person has really high fever, you take a knife that's completely metal, no handle, and you go over to a thorn bush, snap, and you tie your hair around it, and you say the pasuk, Vayera Malach Hashem Elav, Vayomer Moshe, the second pasuk. These are psukim referring to that the sneh wasn't eaten up, so the disease shouldn't eat up the body. And on the second day, you go over to it, you make another notch in the sneh like you did in the first day, and you say, Vayar Hashem Kisar Lirai, Hashem saw. The word sar means go away. On the third day, you notch out the sneh again, and you say the pasuk, don't come close to me, go away, disease. And you tell the sneh. We know that the reason why Baruch was mashing Shekhinah on you is not because you're such a great treat, the opposite. It's because you're so humble, and that will increase a person's humility, which will overcome the disease. And you bend down to it, and you cut down the sneh, and you say, just like the fire ran away from Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah by Kishon Eich, so too my fever, my fire should run away from me. If a person has a shchin, or a very painful blisters, or he has a shade, demons, or the shade of the Mesa Kisei, the Gemara gives a series of different words that a person will say. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai, like BaOmer, says, Klal Yisrael is royalty, and royalty wears golden bells and go out with it on Shabbos. Unlike a slave, like you said, you cannot go out with a bell until no fall. He's royalty. Rabbi says that's provided that it's tied tightly to his clothing. Says the Mishnah, continuing with supernatural things, a person can go out with the egg of a grasshopper if he's concerned of earache. Machlekes whether he can go out or not, we'll see in a second. The tooth of a fox. Well, if it's a live fox, that wakes a person up if he's too sleepy. If he's dead, it's good for the samia. If a person has problems falling asleep, he uses this. The nail of a person that was hung is good for a wound. According to Meir, you're allowed to use this stuff. It's refuah. According to Haman, that's darkei amori. Same with Seleichud is a Raisa to act like a guy with superstition. Rabbi said anything that it's obvious that it creates refuah. You drink a potion, you put herbs on a wound, and you know that it's going to work. There's no darkei amori. The issue is when you know that it's not going to work. It's darkei amori. It looks like you're acting like a guy. When a person has a tree that is really strong and the fruit fall off the tree prematurely, there are two things you can do. You load it up with stones. That's a natural scientific way of weakening the tree and therefore prolonging the fruit on the tree. Second way is to paint the tree red. Why is that not supernatural? Because what you're trying to do is to invoke other people that see this and get them to daven for you. It says by the Mitzvah, Yikra, the Mitzvah calls out, I am coming to have people have compassion for him and daven for him. The Malama that says you take a cluster of dates and you put it on a date tree for the same reason you want people to daven for you. Rabbi said all the halachas of a murder, that's what they said them, Perek Zayin Ches, to discuss the murder, they're all false, you're not allowed to do that. There are only two, and in fact, the Maharil brings, these two are the only two refuahs in the entire Shabbos, not some Zayin, which are other than said they work even in our day. And that is, if a person has a bone stuck in his throat, he takes a bone from the same type of bone, let's say it's a chicken bone, take another chicken bone, put it on top of your head, and you say a couple of words, and if you have a bone of a fish, you put it, you do the same thing, you say these words, and it works. Now the Gemara brings at least 14 different things that are considered darkei amori. The person says, my mazel should get greater, or he says, I shouldn't get tired. He uses a lashon of God yagud. The Yehuda says that lashon is worse than darkei amori. That's actually a tzara. The person switches his name with his wife at nighttime. He calls himself his wife's name, and she calls him her name, his name. That's also darkei amori. If you say, my barrel should be stronger, he uses the lashon of dan yadun. That is darkei amori. It says once again, dan is a lashon of zara, completely also. Another thing, if you tell a raven, scream, or you tell a female raven, shrieky, and turn your tail to me, and everything will be good, that's darkei amori. If you see a chicken acting wrong, in other words, the chicken instead of crowing in the morning, he crows at night, or he crows like a raven, and he says, I'm going to shut it because of that, that's darkei amori. Same thing if a female chicken screams like a male chicken. If a person says, I'll drink, but I'll leave over, or he breaks eggs on a wall in order to save the chicks, or he dances in front of the chicks, or counts to 71, or a woman who dances in front of a kutaf, which is a dish, or she urinates in front of the dish, or she tells people, don't talk loudly when I cook my lentils, or she says, let's scream so that the beans will cook. All these things are darkei amori. These are things that are more scientific. You take a splinter of mulberry in order to increase the speed of the dish, or you take broken glass, that is scientifically proven to work. Chachamim say, if you use glass, you have other issues. The issue is, sakana, you don't want to really eat glass, not a very good idea. To say, l'chaim, the wine, l'chaim, which should be on the mouth of Rabbanim, that's okay. In fact, Rabbi Kiva, by the chassan of his son, he said, l'chaim to the chachamim and to the talmidim, you let it take salt that thins out the oil and creates a brighter flame. That's scientifically proven. You let it take clay, mud, and put it underneath the flame so it should go slower, it chills it out a little bit, and the flame will slow. The Sutra says, if you are to cause your flame, not to increase, but to consume more oil, you're over an Issa Raisa, according to most Rishonim of Baal Pashas. You're consuming oil when you don't need to. That, we finish the amazing parak of Med Isha, and tomorrow we are going to start the Neder. Wow, Gadol, have a wonderful day.
This is the worst part of Inglewood. Like even the top of the drive-thru as far as not good. It was Sunday night. It was
Shabbos Daf Samaches. We're starting a brand new Perek Klal Gadol, one of the most famous programs in Shabbos. Klal Gadol, there's three major rules the Mishnah tells us. The first rule, Klal Aleph, let's call it, is a person that doesn't know about Shabbos. And therefore, he only brings one chatos on all the Shabbosim and all the Averos he ever committed because there was only one mistake that he made. He didn't know about Shabbos. The second rule is that the person knew about Shabbos, but he forgot that today is Shabbos. So he's chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And the third rule in the Mishnah is that if a person forgot about the malacha, he knew today is Shabbos, but he forgot that the malacha he's doing is sorry. So he's chayiv for each av malacha, including if he did told us and one av, he's chayiv only one carbon for the two of them. But for each and every av malacha, he's chayiv one. Says the Gemara, why is it called Klal Gadol, a major rule? Says Rabbi Yossi Bar Oven, because compared to Hilchos Shemitah, which it also says Klal Gadol, Shabbos is a major rule. Why is it a major rule? Because Hilchos Shabbos applies even when things are not attached to the ground. For instance, cooking. You're not cooking attached to the ground, it's on the oven. So that's a major rule. So then why does it say major rule by Shemitah? Because Shemitah compared to Meiser is a major rule. Meiser doesn't apply to animal food, only to human food. Therefore, Shemitah is a major rule. Shemitah does apply to animal food. But according to Bakar Party that says Klal Gadol, the Meiser compared to Peah, oh, that's a big rule. Why is that? Because Meiser has three conditions. It has to be oichel, has to be food, and not fruit. That's to be nishmar, guarded, not hefker. It has to be gedulim min haaretz, has to grow from the ground. Whereas, let's say mushrooms don't grow from the ground, potter from Meiser. When it comes to Peah, we add two things. It has to be likitatza ga'achas. You reap it in one shot at one time. There's one period of time. Whereas, let's say figs, where you don't reap it at one time, you can pick them off the tree at different months. Not chayiv Peah. And finally, it has to be something that you could store. And all vegetables are part from Peah because you don't store it. So that's why it's a Klal Gadol. Meiser compared to Peah is a Klal Gadol. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Yochanan and Shlomo. Rav and Shmuel say that if somebody never knew about Shabbos, he's a Pino Shenishba. That's what our mission is referring to. That and somebody that knew about Shabbos and forgot about the concept of Shabbos. Two things. Those two cases, you're chayav a carbon. So even somebody that becomes about tshuva, he never knew about Shabbos, he grew up in who knows where, never heard about Shabbos. When he comes about tshuva, he must bring a carbon according to Rabbi Shmuel. You see, no. Somebody who never knew about Shabbos is a Tinnik Shenishba, doesn't have to bring the carbon. In fact, it's a machlokes Tanaim. It says in the Brayso, there's a Klal Gadol. If it's a Tinnik Shenishba, and he didn't know about Shabbos, he didn't know about Chaylev, he didn't know about the Dam, and he didn't know about Avodah Zarah, he brings one carbon for each Aveira for his entire life. One carbon for Dam, one carbon for Avodah Zarah, one carbon for Chaylev, and one carbon for Shabbos. Where Munbaz says, no, he's parted from all carbonates. Munbaz learns there's a hedge between Shogig and Mezid. Mezid is called a Chayta, Shogig is considered a Chayta. And just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so through Shogig you had to have awareness. And so it's a Tinnik Shenishba never had an awareness. Asks Rabbi Akiva, wait a minute, if you're comparing Shogig to Mezid, Mezid knows while he's doing it, he knows that what he's doing, he has an awareness as he's doing it. How can you say so by Shogig? In fact, Munbaz holds that yes, he does have an awareness. When he does a Shogig, we'll explain that tomorrow. Munbaz learns from Avodah Zarah. In Avodah Zarah, it says, there's one halacha for Shogig and Mezid, and just like Mezid, he has an awareness, so to Shogig. And Chachamim hold Torah Achas comes to tell us another halacha. That in order to be Chayav Achatas, it has to be Shdoinei Kares. Only something that if you do something to Mezid, you Chayav Kares, then on the Shogig part, you bring a Chatas. Otherwise, you don't bring a Chatas. Having one wonderful day, but if you want to stick around for bonus material, just explain the Gemara's Havamina in Rav and Shmuel. The Gemara says in Rav and Shmuel that they hold Someone that never had an awareness about Shabbos, didn't know about Shabbos, he's chayiv only one carbon. That would mean what we consider klal aleph on the list, klal aleph, would have to drop down to be klal beis. And that is, if somebody knew about Shabbos, but he forgot about Shabbos completely, that would be the second klal in the Mishnah. And on that klal, he would be chayiv on each and every Shabbos. And klal beis that we have would drop down to klal gimel. In other words, if somebody forgot that today's Shabbos, would drop down to klal gimel and he'd be chayiv for each and every malacha that he does. But the issue with that, and the reason why the Gemara goes away from that is, then why does the Mishnah say klal gimel is a person that forgot that the malacha that he's doing is also, let's say much bigger thing, a person forgot that today is Shabbos, and he's chayiv on each and every malacha. And therefore the Gemara says that when Rav says, Rav and Shmuel, they say, that goes together with somebody that knew that it was Shabbos, but he forgot Shabbos today, and somebody that never knew about Shabbos. They're all equal. They bring one carbon, a wonderful day.
Then he gave me his card, right? And I have the card. That card says he does grocery, he does fancy, but then he put it in the back. So what I'm reading to is, and he wrote it like this: PAR-T.
Shabbos daf samach tes. If someone were to ask you to define the word shaygig, you'd probably say shaygig means a person doesn't know that the saver is also. Well, there's a three machlokes. Mumbaz has an incredible shita that shaygig means a person knows that what he's doing is wrong. He just doesn't know he has to bring a carbon. That's considered a shaygig. In fact, there's a brayso that says exactly like Mumbaz. The brayso says, how do you define the perfect shaygig? Somebody that doesn't know it's Shabbos and doesn't know the malach is also. How do you define the perfect mezid? Somebody that knows it's Shabbos and somebody that knows that the malach is also. And what if somebody knows one out of the two? He knows it's Shabbos, he doesn't know the malach is also. He knows the malach is also, he doesn't know it's Shabbos. Or what if he doesn't know you have to bring a carbon, which is exactly Mumbaz's case. And the brayso says, in all three of these things, you bring a carbon, he's considered a shaygig. Perfect proof for Mumbaz. Chachamim argue, they say no. Somebody that doesn't know that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaygig. So what is considered a shaygig according to Chachamim? According to Rabbi Yochanan, if a person doesn't know about kares, forgets about the kares, that's considered shaygig. According to Rish Lakish, you have to forget about the lav and the kares, two things. And he brings a pasuk. It says in the pasuk, "Asher lo yiseh asenu b'shgaga." The Hashem pasuk is referring to lav and kares. He doesn't know both. That's considered a shaygig. So no. That pasuk is talking about a mummer, somebody off the derech that does an avera b'shaygig. He doesn't bring a carbon. Why? Because even if he knew that what he was doing is wrong, he wouldn't refrain from doing the avera. So now that it's a shaygig, he shouldn't bring a carbon. Asher lo yiseh asenu b'shgaga v'Hashem. There's the Mishnah that says there's 39 melachas, and the famous question, why tell us the number? And Rabbi Yochanan goes on to explain, to tell us that if somebody did 39 melachas, he's chayav 39 korbanos. The big question is, how in the world is it possible for somebody to be over on all 39 melachas? The minute he doesn't know that there's 39 melachas, if he got all 39 melachas, then there's no Shabbos for him. He wouldn't be a shaygig. According to Rabbi Yochanan, it's understood. As long as a person forgets the Isser Kares, that's considered shaygig. So here's the case that he's chayav all 39. But according to Rish Lakish, that he has to forget the kares and the lav. So in what is he exactly a shaygig? How does he know the Shabbos? The answer is that according to Rabbi Akiva, there's a 40th avera, the iraisa, and that's tchumim. To walk 2,000 amos out of tchum. The only difference between tchum and all the other ones is that tchum doesn't bring a carbon. And he knew about tchum, but he didn't know about the other 39. Shvuas bituy, when somebody swears falsely about the past or about the future, he says, I ate this and that, or I didn't eat this and that, or he says, I am going to eat, or I'm not going to eat. There's a big chiddush in Shvuas bituy. They have to bring a carbon oil v'yayred, even though it's only a lap. You bring a carbon on a lap. Huge chiddush. According to Abaya, even Rabbi Yochanan, who typically says that to forget kares is considered a shaygig, but here, since there's no kares, to forget that you have to bring a carbon is not considered a shaygig, even though the carbon is a big chiddush. Now, what is the shaygig? Now, it's very easy to find the shaygig in Shvuas bituy when it comes to the future. He swears he's not going to eat, and then he ate by mistake. So that's a shaygig. But what about the past? How is it possible to get a Shvuas bituy in the past? When you swear, you have to be aware. And he wasn't aware that he didn't eat. He wasn't aware that he did eat. So what exactly is he swearing falsely by mistake? So one pshat is that goes according to Mumbaz, that he forgot that there's a carbon. But another pshat is that it goes according to Chachamim, that typically Chachamim hold that forgetting a carbon is not considered a shaykhid. Over here, by Shvus HaBitui, since that's the only thing you have is a carbon, that is the shaykhid. He forgot because the carbon here is a chiddush. And that would be a bomb question on Abaya, who says that according to everybody, you have to be shaykhid in the lav and not in the carbon. If somebody eats truma with mezid, he's chayiv misa b'dei shomayim. The shaykhid, he has to pay back the truma plus a fifth. What if he doesn't know that there's misa b'dei shomayim? Is that considered a shaykhid? According to Abaya, Rabbi will hold that misa b'dei shomayim is not like ours, and therefore it's not a shaykhid, and he doesn't pay the extra fifth. According to Rabbi will hold misa b'dei shomayim equals kares. It's like the same thing as kares, and therefore you do pay the chayv. What if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? When does he keep Shabbos? Could you do malacha today? Not do malacha. So Rav Huna says the moment he realizes that he's lost, he doesn't know what day it is, he counts 6 days of weekdays, and on the Shabbos is the opposite. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos immediately, and he counts 6 days. The Machlokes says, do we go by Bria Soilam, do 6 days and then Shabbos? Or Chaver says, no, it's like other Rishon. He was born, there was immediately the Shabbos, then 6 days of weekday. From the Brisa, there's a question on Chia V'Rab, because the Brisa seems like it says, you keep, for every 6 days that you keep one Shabbos. In fact, as the Brisa says, Mefurish, you count 6 days, and then you keep Shabbos. What do you do? Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing. The guy wakes up in the desert. His life is really bad, but it gets even worse. He cannot be Mechal Shabbos every single day of the week, only to sustain himself. He can only take enough food to live b'tzimtzum. And the day that he keeps for Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and Havdalah. If he recalls the day that he left, you could assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos. But he cannot assume that that day was also not Friday. In other words, get 2 free days, because it's very possible that he got a good ride and he left on a Friday. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for every Shabbos that he forgot. If a person forgot the concept of Shabbos, he brings 1 carbon for his entire life. Why? What's the difference? There's a contradiction in the Psukim. The Shamru b'nei Yisrael as a Shabbos is singular. You have to keep 1 Shabbos. And then it says the Shmairu in the plural. So which one is it? Says the Gemara of the Shamru is referring to if a person didn't have the concept of Shabbos, according to Rav Nachman, he brings 1 carbon for all the Shabbos. But if he knew about Shabbos, just he forgot that today is Shabbos, he has to bring a carbon for each and every Shabbos. Rabbi Yitzchak says the same thing, but he learns from the opposite of the Psukim. He says the Shamru b'nei Yisrael says Shabbos means every single Shabbos you're over in Aveira. It's 1 Shabbos. So he's like the Shmairu, all the Shabbosim that you machalo equal 1 carbon, and that's referring to the case where you lost the concept of Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin. I think it's incredible. We're already holding 69 daf into Masechta Shabbos. Unbelievable. We learned 3 rules in our Mishnah. Rule number 2 was that if a person knows about the concept of Shabbos, he just lost track of time and he forgot that today is Shabbos, even though he did many malachas that were asur, he only brings 1 carbon chatos. Every Shabbos he brings another carbon chatos. If a person knows that today is Shabbos, he just forgot that the malacha of Koitzer is asur, that the malacha of Zereya is asur. He forgot that it's asur. So he brings on each and every malacha a carbon. The question is why? It says we're not very simple. If a person forgot that today is Shabbos and he did a few malachas, then he only had 1 forgetfulness. His mistake was 1 that he forgot that today is Shabbos. He brings 1 carbon. But if a person forgets different malachas, he forgot different things. So he has to bring a carbon on each forgetfulness. But how do we know that you're chayiv on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in 1 aveira. Chil Shabbos. How do we know to differentiate between malacha and malacha? It says Shmuel because the Torah says Kol ha'oisa melacha yumas. If you do a melacha b'mezid, you die, you get the death penalty. So then why does the Torah repeat itself and say mois yumas? The answer is because the Torah is not talking about mezid. If you can't be talking about mezid, you must be talking about shaygig. And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean die? Not literally, but you take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death. To spend money on a carbon, the Torah says, mois yumas, you bring many karbanas on one Shabbos. There's a very famous machlokes in Shas. The Torah says, you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that melacha from all the melachas? It says, Rabbi Lilav yotzos. All the 39 melachas, the other 38 melachas, if one does it, Ba'edim u'ba'asra, you get skila. Amazing. If you do b'mezid without Eidim and Asra, you get kares. And if you do b'shagi, you get a chatas. Lighting a fire is different. All you get is a lab. There's no kares, no skila, no carbon. Comes Rav Nassim and says no. The reason why the Torah points out Eish is to tell us l'chalik, that every single malacha, you bring it your own carbon if you're over it, just like Shmuel says. It says Eila Hadvarim. Eila, Aleph, Lamed, Hey is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim with Hey Yediyah is the third one. 3 plus 36, 39 malachas. If you do them, you're chayiv a carbon for each and every one. According to Rabbi Yossi, he learns this concept of dividing the malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon from the pasuk of Va'asa me'achas meheina. He learns 4 drushes from those 3 words. Me'achas, which is an extra mem, meheina is extra mem. And he learns me'achas means that if a person intended to write on Shabbos the word Shimon, the name Shimon, and he ended up writing just the first 2 letters, Shem, he's also over, because that's all you need is 2 oisios, and if you get Shem, Mishimon is chayiv. The mem of Meheina teaches us Taldas, not only Avos V'chayiv, but even for the Taldas. And then he goes on to learn Achas Meheina means Achas Shihi Heina. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot about the melachas, he's chayiv for each and every melacha. This is what Shmuel was saying. Or Heina, Shi Achas teaches us that if a person forgot that it's Shabbos, but he knew about the melachas, he's chayiv for Shabbos. Now the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from Rabbi Yossi's limud of 4 limudim from Va'asa me'achas me'ena is because he doesn't want to learn 4. He could learn 2 things. He learns the concept of Taldos, and he learns Shem Mishimai, but doesn't learn Achas Shihena Vehena Shiachas. Says Rabbi, what happens if a person did 2 things? He forgot 2 things. First of all, he forgot that it's Shabbos, and he forgot that a few of the malachas that he's doing are also. What comes first? If you say that a person that forgot Shabbos only has to bring 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot a bunch of malachas, he only has to have 1 carbon. Perhaps no. You should bring a carbon for each one of the malachas that he forgot. Rav Nachman wanted to say, since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot to bring malachas, he doesn't have to bring another carbon. Rav Ashi says, depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, then he only brings 1 carbon. If you say, hey, you're doing malacha and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one. Says Ravina, that doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos. And Shabbos means that you can't do malachas. They're one and the same. So therefore he says there's no difference and you only bring 1 carbon. As we had yesterday, the Mishnah in this paragraph later on says there are 39 malachas. And the Gemara asks the question, why does it say a number? We know how to count. Says Rabbi Yochanan to tell us that if you do 39 melachas, it's possible up until 39 melachas, you're chayiv up to 39 karbanos in 1 helam, in 1 awareness, 1 shot. Now, if we hold like Rabbi Yochanan, that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just you forgot that there's a Isra Karis, and that's considered a Shaygig, that's an awareness. You're aware that there's a Shabbos. You know that it's Shabbos today because you know there's an Isra. But according to your Shlokish, that in order to be over a Shaygig, in order to be over 39 melachas, you can't know that it's Asr B'chlal. You don't know that there's a Lav, and you don't know that there's a Karis. So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. And we said if he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he only brings 1 carbon. So how is it possible that he's chayiv 39 karbanos? The answer is because your Shlokish is going to hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the Raisa there's a Isser Tchumen. You can't go out of 2,000 amas from your domain. So that's number 40. You just not chayav a carbon. She's aware of Shabbos in the fact that you can't walk more than 2,000 amas. But he forgot about the 39 malachas. That's how he's chayav 39 karbanos. Have a wonderful day.
That girl, I didn't think nothing. When I closed the door to the green room, I realized who she was. Oh my God, that was a long time. That was a long time.
Rabbi Daf Ayin Aleph. The word tells us a very interesting concept called greira, to drag something. If somebody did tzira and tina, and he ground two separate malachas, but not knowing that it's Shabbos, you bring one carbon for those two malachas. And then in one awareness, he continued doing those two malachas. He did tzira and tina again. However, this time he didn't realize that tzira and tina are asur, they're malachas. The halacha is you bring one carbon, and that's enough for all four malachas. Why? You bring the carbon on the first tzira. Tzira and the tzira below it are all the same. They all happen in one awareness. If a person has 10 malachas, the same malacha, all in one awareness, you bring one carbon. The top box, tzira and tina, they are guarded each other. Tzira pulls the tina to it. So one carbon is enough for the tzira and the tina on the top box, because they all happen in one Shabbos, and forgetting that it's Shabbos. And once the carbon works for tina, it works for the tina below it. Machlokes is in another case, the same exact case, but his yediyah, his knowledge of what happened, occurred first to the tzira that he forgot that the malach is also the bottom box. Now, the bottom box is not connected to tina. They're separate boxes because the two malachas are individual. Therefore, Abaye says, you go upwards. Tzira and tzira, we said it happened in one awareness, one carbon for both. Then it goes, it turns left. It goes from tzira to tina. That even Rabbi. The question is, now that tina is involved, do I go downwards to the tina below it? According to Abaye, you do two grades. You go from tzira to tina, and from tina to tina, two grades. According to Rabbi, I only go one grade. So I go from tzira to tzira, and then from tzira to tina, one carbon for three things. But the tina, on the bottom of Shigios Malachas, you need to bring your own carbon. If a person ate two zeisei chela, 2 olives worth of chela, 1 and 2, and then he had a knowledge that he ate zayis number 1, and then he continued eating a third zayis. The center chela, the center olive worth of chela, is connected in awareness of olive number 1 and connected to awareness of olive number 3. So if you were to bring a carbon for the center one, it would work for 1 and 3. But what if you brought a carbon just for number 1? According to Abaye, it works on all the kazesim because of the concept of greira. 1 is connected to 2, and 2 pulls in 3. According to Rabbi, it doesn't work. It only works on 1 and 2, and not on 3. If I make a carbon on 3, it only works for 3 and not for 1 and 2. But after Rabbi heard the concept of greira from Abaye, he admitted to Abaye that it works, but it only works once and not twice, as he explained before. Rabbi Zera argues in Abaye Rabbi, where Abaye Rabbi says that tzira that was done, the Shigig Shabbos, I forgot that it's Shabbos, the carbon I bring on that could work on tzira that I forgot that the malach is also. Even though there are 2 types of Averis, one is forgetting that it's Shabbos, one is forgetting the malach, one carbon works for both. Rabbi Zera argues, he says no. And therefore, if I have a half a kazayis of Shigig Shabbos, it doesn't combine with a half a kazayis of Shigig Shabbos to be mechayev me 1 carbon. Rabbi Shua says that 2 kazayis chayla that were cooked 2 different ways. Let's say 2 pieces of chicken. One was Kentucky Fried Chicken, which is crepe, and one was Panda Express, which is crepe. One is fried and one is Chinese. Even though they're both chicken, says Rabbi Shua, since they're prepared differently, we have 2 kantons. One lesson says, even so, that they are completely different, but when it comes to 2 halves, if one was Kentucky Fried, but only a half a gazayis, and the other one was Panda Express, a half a gazayis, they are mitzdarif together to create one whole gazayis that he would be chayav a karban because Rabbi Shua doesn't say zalacha to be mekel to partner in the karban. The other lashon is no. Rabbi Shua is consistent throughout, and even if it means that a half kazayis and a half kazayis do not combine together, it makes a kula. He still goes with his shita that two types of food are not the same. The Gemara tells us that, that when you have 4 different types of food that are also to eat, chaylev, dab, noiser, and pigo, you bring 4 korbanos. If you have 2 of the same, 2 chaylevs, you'll bring 1 for both if it happens in 1 chaylev. That's the chumrah of different types over 1 type. Now, 1 type has a chumrah over 2 types, and that is, if a person ate a half a kazayis, and then another half a kazayis, even though he had knowledge in between the 2 half a kazayis, that knowledge is not enough to be mechalik and say that he doesn't have to bring a carbon. Big machlokes in the sugya between Rabbi and Reish Lakish takes up almost a full amud. If a person ate 2 kazayis chaylev in 1 awareness, but his knowledge on kazayis number 1 happened before the knowledge of number 2, how many karbanos does he bring? 1 or 2? Rabbi says he brings 2 karbanos. He brings a pasuk. It says al chatasai, each chet and chet. And Reish Lakish says you bring 2 mei chatasai, even part of it you bring a carbon. Now, if you'll say that the machlokes between Rabbi and Reish Lakish is discussing a situation before he designated the carbon, that's where the machlokes is. The machlokes is whether Yediyah is machalik or hafrash machalik. In other words, when I say that the knowledge is what separates the first Aveira and the second Aveira, and you have to bring 2 chatayis, or perhaps it's the hafrash that's machalik, the designation. So if you say that the machlokes happened before that hafrash, so Rabbi will say Yediyah is machalik, and according to Reish Lakish, the hafrash is machalik, and the word meichatasa, according to Rabbi Yochanan, we'll have to explain in a very interesting case. The case is a person ate 1.5 kazayis chaylev in 1 awareness, but his knowledge happened later on only on 1 kazayis out of the 1.5. And then later on, he ate another half a kazayis. Perhaps, since the second half a kazayis can combine with the first half a kazayis, because they are in 1 awareness, bring the second carbon on those 2 halves. And says Rabbi Yochanan, no. Meichatasa tells me that since I'm bringing carbon on the first kazayis, including the first kazayis, is its partner, the half a kazayis. And the half a kazayis cannot be mistarred to the second half a kazayis. And if we're going to say that the machlokes is on after the designation, and Rabbi Yochanan is going to say that hafrash is machalik, and Reish Lakish will say kapara machalik, that only once you shut the animal and you use rika, the kapara, that's when you start all over again, you have to bring another carbon. Then al chatasai, what does Reish Lakish do with al chatasai? He'll say that pasuk is referring to after the kapara. Have a wonderful day.
I thought about doing that for those $99 flights to Hawaii. Have you seen them? It's like a time journey. And apparently they get really mean when you start saying no, they'll go to your wife and be like, how are you with this loser of a guy? But apparently at the end of it, it's like $99 flights to Hawaii. So
Shabbos daf ayin beis. I didn't want to say anything, but yesterday's daf ayin aleph was one of the most difficult dafim, at least for me, to give over. Today's daf is a lot easier. The Gemara describes Asham Tali and Asham Badai. If a person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat, as 2 pieces of meat in front of him, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hekdesh or the one that's Chulin. So he sets aside a carbon Asham Tali. According to a clarifying, he can stipulate to make it now and say, if I find out I later should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Sezula, a tremendous chiddush. If so, if a person was boiled a shifcha charufa 5 times, shifcha charufa is a shifcha knanis who's engaged to be married to Eved Ivri. And a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a yediyah. Since yediyah, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring 1 carbon at the end, and it would pater all 5 acts. The Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops everything. It's machalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to Rabbi Akiva, who argues on Rabbi Tarfon, it says that by Osham Vadai, you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. Then Osham Vadai is no different than a chatas. And just like we had the other day, that the Machlokes between Rabbi and Shlokish in a chatos. If a person ate 2 pieces of chaylev in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was chaylev, that knowledge, yediyah, is machalik according to Rabbi Yochanan. It separates and divides, and therefore you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rish Lakish, the yediyah is not machalik, you bring 1 korban. The same halach would apply to Hashem. So if a person had a yediyah in between acts, you would have to bring 2 korbanos. According to Rabbi Yochanan, according to Rish Lakish, just 1 korban. And now we go on to the sugya of misasek. Misasek is someone that's preoccupied. He does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a fruit off the ground, zero. That's a misasek. He's completely puzzled according to everyone. What happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rava, this is not a chatika b'yisur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's caught it. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shogeg, and he's cut. Gemara goes on to bring a raya to Rava from a brisa that has a reisha and a sefer stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayav 2 korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, if he does 3 avodah zarahs in one awareness, he shechs an animal to avodah 3, he only brings 1 korban, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right to Rava, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, the person is shogeg without kavanah by other mitzvahs, he's chayav, and Shabbos is father. What's the example? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating chaylev. In other averos mitzvahs, he's chayav farban, and in Shabbos he's father. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rava, or according to the Brisa, he's potter, and it's exactly what Rava said. It's a good raya to Rava. Abai will say that the shogeg over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat, and he will be chayav. Mashenkim Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, is potter. But in Rava's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already detached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'd be chayav. Now, the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachas of Shabbos, versus 2 averos like chaylev and dam. And now you have 2 korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now, the seifa cannot be talking about avodah zarah. First, the shogeg, he's chayav. That's not true. By avodah zarah, all shogegim are potter. For instance, a person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to avodah zarah. He's completely potter because his heart is Hakadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is avodah zarah, then it's avodah zarah. Then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is avodah zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to avodah zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul. He should be moiser nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also potter, according to Rava. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Sefer is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about avodah zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Some places, people are scared because it's empty. The place is empty. I'm losing money. You want to having a good time. At the end of the week, there's maybe going on when he's and then later on, everybody, I find out a year later that everybody that was involved in that club went to prison, including
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sugya of Misasek, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rava, that's not a chaticha de yisura. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being asur, so therefore he's completely putter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is asur doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayging and has to bring a color. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rava argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 amas in Rosh Hashanah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chay. The shear is 4 amas. But the ball traveled 4 amas. Over here it's different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely mutter. Rabbi in this case says he's potter, and Abaye says he's chay. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amas. And he knows that throwing 4 amas in Rosh Hashanah is asur. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. He thought he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. According to Rava, he's potter. According to Abaye, he's chay. But if we go back to the middle case, a person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaye says he's chay. If so, we take the sugya. We had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there are 39 Avos Malachos. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig in all 39 Malachos, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Yisurim that it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaye, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachos are asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a Seves, Sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaye, it's a shaygig, he's chayiv. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So you have to say the 2 reasons that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he gets paris, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Tumen. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachos. Avos Malachos are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malacha has 39 Taldos. Rabbi Yochanan Rish Lakish discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is chayiv v'deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the meleches hamishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the mishkan, and 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the Urias hamishkan. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, for the top of the mishkan. 2 of them are for the kairos. The kairos had words on them. There's the ksiva and there's the mechiko. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, and mechaba, take out into another rishus, makab, and patish. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael, they plowed first to soften up the ground, then they sowed the seeds, then they plowed again. And the chiddush is that even the second charisha plowing is considered av malacha. The next one is, well, we discussed zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that that includes also zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's lighter planting. Noiteya is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Mavrik is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Markiv is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of av malacha. If you do all of them, you only chayav one carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow, but that includes also chayfer, to dig, and chayretz, to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malacha. You do all 3 of them, you chayav one carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes boitzer, anovim, grapes, boider tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malachi. Do all of them on one Shabbos and one awareness and chayav one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Abai says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the chaff. That includes menafet and menafet. That's to beat flax and cotton. It's considered one melacha. If you do all three of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zomer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has two intents. One is he wants the wood, and the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on two melachas. And the same would apply to aspasla. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You chayev for chaitzer and noitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more, and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boina. And if you are in a field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seeding. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's boina. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's chayrish. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are potter. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, Melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chai. Meaning, if you do a melacha, but you don't want that, the melacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, Rabbi Yehuda would agree that since you are mekalkel, you're ruining something. You are potter. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are toilish, which is kaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mefarik, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. Rashi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyre, and Merake have a wonderful day.
It took her 3 hours to do, man. They just spiced it up. It tastes like pretty good. So what is it made of? No, jackfruit. Jackfruit? Yeah. Jackfruit is the fruit that only grows in China. It comes in a can, it comes in $2. It's like an artichoke. And you gotta break it up like squeeze it.
Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakit, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitish, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh will be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, and put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle, but what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you could do boirer and eat it, you could do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the brisa does a 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter, but if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you could cook on Shabbos, we can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shear also in Torah, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no melacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome in Torah. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with karam v'tamchoy, that's only an Isser Rabbanon with a funnel or with a plate, that's Kilachar Yad, that's not the real way of doing Bayer. But if you do it the real way with the real sifter, a Nabal Kvara, that's the Isser Raisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of Kalim in that Raisa. Perhaps it's talking about Oichal Metoch Psoilas. And that's mutter, but Psoilas Metoch Oichal is also, again, the Raisa doesn't mention anything about Oichal Metoch Psoilas. Says Abaye, therefore I say the Pshat is La'alter. It says in the Brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's a boyer the eraser. The Rishonim explain the Abaye agrees to the concept of biyad and oichal mitoch psoilos. He just adds that you need also miyad right away. The Gemara tells the story of Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilos on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rav Bibi held that even oichal mitoch psoilos is asur, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem of buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple, or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmusin type of bean is considered psoilos mitoch oichal, even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings. And even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichal, the actual bean, it turns into psoilos. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in Bayer. Now we're done with Bayer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered teichen, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also teichen, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatech, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking, samimonim? Says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isra of mevashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up, that's bishul. You'd also be over on bishul if you take tar, which is hard, soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on teichen, the dirt, boyer the dirt, merakid, you sift out the dirt, lush, you knead the dirt, memachek, you smooth it all out, you light the fire of the oven, and then you're mevashel it. If you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called makeh b'patish, whereas a barrel doesn't have makeh b'patish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no boinus, says Rashi, because there's no binyan b'stira when it comes to kalim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, you could be over on 11 different averis. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to reap the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesach, you do shtei batinirim, you start it out in the 2 loops, oireg, you put the reeds together, and makeh b'patish. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lip for it, you could be over also on haifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot. If you were to do tviyah, spin the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, machloikas. According to Rabbi Bechani, it could be over on 3 things. Guy says, minapitz, untangling it, and tviyah, spinning. Rav Kahana says, but since it's on the animal's alive, or it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore, you're not over, and that's klachiyat, you're not over. Even though in the Mishkan you had women that did the tviyah, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's chachama, it has special chachma, but today it's considered kilachar yad. If one were to pluck a feather from a bird, you're over on geizes. If you cut it specifically on the top, you're over on mechatech, and if you pull off the feathers, the small feathers, off the stem, you're over on memachek, smoothing it out. Where was there knots in the Mishkan? The folks who were trapping the chilazon to make tchelas, they used nets and they would add to the net and take off from the net. So they made shearers and they made knots and they would undo the knots. Now, you can't say that the pshat is that there were two knots and two threads in the Mishkan and you undid one, because even for a regular king you wouldn't do so. So certainly not for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Taifer, sewing means one in, one out. In other words, one full stitch. It doesn't come apart because you make a knot on it. Have a wonderful day.
He's killing me with this fucking money. We'll have a Justin Brunswick magic fucking around. I called up somebody, Jada magician, while we're doing hand magic, and then Justin Brunswick says, "What are you doing?" So he's been bugging me and touching the ear for about a week.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Hey. One of the Lamed Testament halachas in the Mishnah is Kireya al Manas Lidfot, tearing in order to sew. Where in the Mishnah do we find this? If a worm, for instance, made a hole in one of the panels, we don't just leave it as is and sew it, we tear it even more in order to make a proper stitch. Rav Zutra heard three things from Rav at the same exact time, and they are seemingly connected. If a person takes a thread and tightens the thread in order to pull two pieces of garment together, that is considered sewing. Machlokes, he's chayiv misa. Rav says a magash is a megader, somebody that constantly talks about avodah zarah, and the concern is to influence you to avodah zarah. When we see that Rav says that if a person learns from a magash even one thing, he's chayiv misa. Obviously, he's not talking about a mechashev, a sorcerer, because it's not also to learn from a sorcerer in order to understand what they do and how to prevent it. But it is also to learn from avodah zarah. Shmuel, on the other hand, says a magash is a mechashev, a sorcerer. And the third thing he said is that if a person knows how to calculate mazalos and kufais, the constellations and those sort of things, and he doesn't do so, he's over on the pasuk V'spoil Hashem lo yabitu, the beautiful creations of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They don't see u'ma'aseh yodav lo yiro, and they don't see his handiwork, and therefore it's also to talk to such a person. Rabbi Yochanan says, in fact, it's a mitzvah to calculate kufais and mazalos, as it says in the pasuk Shmad Masisim Pi Chochmaschem U'Binaschem. This is your chachma le'enei ha'amim, towards the nations. Explains Rashi that you will know through the mazalos when it will start raining, when it will be hot, etc. One of the malachas in the Mishnah is Hatzot Tzvi, capturing an animal, a deer. Included in that is trapping a fish, a chilazoin, the snail that you make the tailors from. If you squeeze the dye out of the chilazoin, you're not over on dash, according to the Tanakama, which is threshing. Dash is only in Gidule Karka, something that grows from the ground. The argument says you can do dash even on an animal. You're not over on the Tilas Neshama, although you killed this snail, you're not over on the Tilas Neshama. Even Reb Shimon admits by Sikresha that if you were to chop an animal's head off and said, I didn't mean to kill it, you know that obviously he's going to die. In this case, since he wants the snail to stay alive, it's in his benefit that the snail should continue living, since the dye will be clear. Therefore, it's considered a misaseh, and he's potter. What is the isser to shech an animal? According to Shmuel, it's netilas neshama. According to Rab, there's also netilas neshama, but in addition to that, there's the isser of tzeiveya of a dye. Says Rab, I don't want people in future generations to make fun of me and laugh. Let me explain myself. A person would prefer to have blood on the neck of the animal by the mark of shechita, so that other people will see that it's fresh meat and they'll come and they'll buy it. It says in the Mishnah, two malachas. If you salt the hide and you tan the hide, Rabbi and Shlomo both say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the malacha of misarte, of creating lines like we have in the Sefer Torah, putting lines into the hide. This is Asur D'Oraisa. Rabbi Ravuna says, and this is explained by Ravashi, if you salt meat because you want to keep it for long term, you want to go on the way with it, that is ma'abed, that's tanning. Rava says there's no such thing as tanning food, and it's not also. The Mishnah says, smoothing out and cutting. Says Rav Acha Bar Chanina, you could be over a memachik of smoothing out if you smooth out dirt between the pillars of a building. Mishum Levi says three halachas. If you cut wood for a fence and you sharpen the top so people can't climb over, you're over on mechatik, on cutting wood in specific lengths. If you take a bandage and you put it over a wound and you have a cream and ointment, you smooth out the ointment, that is memachik. Anything that has that you're doing a gemara malacha, you're finishing off the object, that's called makir b'kadish, one of the last malachas in the Mishnah. For instance, if you take a stone that's already not attached, detached from the ground, and you smooth it out, or you try to make a depiction on a kli, you blow glass, or if you have a garment that the small things in it, little fibers bother you, and you take them out, that's makir b'kadish. They had writing in the Mishkan, and that was just like on a sukkah panel. You write, this is 1, 2, north, south. They had the same thing on the pyros of the Mishkan. However, erasing is more stringent than writing. Writing, you need 2 ICOs. Doesn't matter how big the ICO is. But erasing, even erasing one very large ice, where you can write 2 ICOs, would also be over. The Rush points out, it doesn't have to be erasing a letter, it could be erasing a glob of ink, as long as you're making room to write 2 letters. We learned in the Mishnah, these are the Avos Malachos. What is it? These are the Avos Malachos to tell us that there aren't more than the 39 mentioned, although according to Rabbi Lezer, you also chayav on every tolda. If you do it together with the Av, you'd be chayav. In addition to the Av, you'd be chayav for the tolda. Our Mishnah holds you're chayav 1 for the Av, and all the toldas are included in that Av. According to review, that there are an additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41. Shoiveit and medaktik. These are malachas concerning weaving. You bring down the shesi, the erev. But we have in our Mishnah, arba'im chaser achas, 1 less than 40, meaning we don't include those 2. Those 2 are included in mesach and erev. Says a new Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. Now we're talking about Itzah for the next few days. We're talking about Itzah for a while. In order to be over on Itzah from one rishus to another rishus, it has to be an item that you typically store, and it has the right shear that you would store. If typical people don't store this, but you stored it, you yourself would be over, no one else. In the Machlokes in the Gemara, what's an item that people don't store? One man says Dam Nida, the other man says Asherah tree. And I've got the Zara tree, which is also bad enough. Man says Dam Nida certainly would agree that Asherah, since it's also bad enough, is not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all, you could possibly feed it to a cat. The Papa says that's a terrible idea. The person that the dam comes from will suffer if a cat drinks that blood. And finally, our Mishnah cannot be going according to Shimon Bar Yochai, who says that there's a difference between a wealthy person and a poor person in terms of the shear. Different people need different amounts, and our Mishnah argues and says everybody has the same shear. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Vav. We're continuing with yesterday's Mishnah. What constitutes an object that people care about, and therefore it's also to bring out from one domain to another? Rav Shimon ben Elazar comes up with a third opinion. And he says, if this object typically people don't care about, but you do care about it, you showed interest in it, and you keep it, you just cause the entire world to be over the Isra of Eitzah if they take it out. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to animal food, what's the shear? Says the Mishnah, well, it depends on every type of food and who eats this food. For instance, if you're talking about teven, which is the top part of the straw which cows eat, then it all depends on the cow. So the shear is a cow's mouthful of teven. Anything less than that, you're not chayav. If you're talking about atzo, which is bean straw, which only camels typically eat, so then the shear is a camel's mouthful, which is larger than a cow's mouthful. If you're talking about the bottom part of the straw, the kash, that's what sheep eat. So it's a sheep's mouthful, which is, in fact, a gregaris, a dried fig. Grass and garlic and onion leaves, if they're dry, that becomes goat food, and it's a goat's mouthful. And if they are moist, it's no longer raw for a goat, that becomes human consumption, and therefore it's a gregaris, a dried fig. This is machlokes. What happens if a person takes out camel food, this bean straw, and he takes out the right amount for a cow? A cow's mouthful, and he wants to give it to the cow. The Rebbe says, since it's a cow simply don't eat this, then he's posh. The Shlosh says, but occasionally a cow would eat it, chai. But everybody agrees if you take out regular straw for a camel, but the shear is the shear of a cow, mouthful. Now you have the proper shear. Yes, you're going to feed it to a camel, and the camel's mouth is much larger. Nevertheless, you're chayav because you took out the proper shear for a cow. All of these different foods in the Mishnah do not combine one with another, unless you're taking the more chomer to combine it with the less chomer. For instance, if you're dealing with camel food, and the shear is a camel's mouthful, it's a lot, but you're missing a half a dried fig, and you take sheep food, which all you need is a dried fig, and you take a half of that and add it to the camel food, then you have a full shear. But if you do the reverse, you're missing a half a gregaris for sheep food, and you try to take a half a gregaris of camel food of bean straw, that's not going to work. To show as samples to sell. And we have a similar halacha when it comes to different garments and different fabrics. What constitutes a fabric to be mekabel tumah? So a regular fabric is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim. If you're talking about a sack, it's 4 tefachim by 4 tefachim. Leather is 5 tefachim by 5. And a reed mat is 6 by 6. Each one can combine with the one below. So the mat can combine with the leather, and the leather can combine with the sack, etc. Why? Because they can combine to the tumah of Moshe. So since there's a situation where they can combine with each other, they combine in all situations, and therefore, by us also, since there's a situation where you sample this and sell it together, they combine together. Human food, the shear for Eitzah is a gregaris, a dry fig, and that's why all foods can combine with each other because they all share the same shear. When it comes to human food, we don't consider the pit, the shell, the oikets, the little piece, the little branch that sticks out, subin amursin, which is fine bran, coarse bran. Rabbi says that the peel of lentils and beans are mitzdaref to the actual food, but old beans are not mitzdaref because they look like dead flies in your food. The coarse and the fine bran are mitzdaref for the shear of challah. Why? Because it's considered lechem haaretz. Poor people eat it, so it's considered bread. But in terms of Shabbos, when you need something chashuv, that's not chashuv, it's not considered food, and therefore, for the shear of Shabbos, it's not mitzdaref. And with this, we finished Perek Klal Gadol, Hadron Aloch Klal Gadol. The next Perek is called Hamoitzi Yain. We're continuing with the halacha of Eitzah. When it comes to liquids, what is the shear? So wine, the shear is enough to make kiddush, which is a quarter of a revius of wine, which you would add 3/4 of a revius of water to. When it comes to milk, as much as you can swallow. Honey, as much as you put on a wound. And oil enough to anoint a small limb. Water, in order to make anointment for an eye, and other liquids is revius, and other waste liquids is a revius. Reb Shimon says all the shiurim in the Mishnah are one, and that is a revius. Now, if you decided to keep and hide, put aside the smaller shiurim, then you just created with those smaller shiurim a chiyuv. However, the Tanna Kama holds that once you decide that something is valuable to you, then you don't need a shiurim of the Mishnah, even less than those shiurim. Also, our chayav and Eitzah, have a wonderful day.
Waffles, apples, oranges, fruit, white bread, rye bread, English muffin, coffee's 24 hours, fresh coffee, coffee maker in your room, a gym that wasn't bad, I ate it one time. You wake up from a business office with 3 different terminals that you don't have to pay. So when I'm flying with my family, I know like
Shabbos Daf Ayin Zayin. Rabbi proves from our Mishnah that since most liquids, the shear of Eitzah, take out liquids into Rosh Hashanah is reduced. Therefore, wine, the shear is a quarter of a revius. Because in order to drink wine, you need to dilute it with 3 parts water. Asks Abaya that in Masechtas Nida says Yain HaShiroini is 2 parts water, not 3. In addition to that, asks Abaya, but you didn't add the water yet. So why are you chayav on just taking out a quarter of a revius? Says Rabbi, because a quarter of a revius is chashuv, and in order to be over on a tzad, has to be something that's chashuv. Since you could add water, even though you didn't, it's chashuv. The fact that you asked me from Masechtas Nida and Yain HaShiroini is very weak wine. It's 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Or we're discussing the coloration red. It's 2 parts water, 1 part wine. Russell says the Yisrael, where wine needs a revius or a quarter of a revius, when it comes to congealed wine, you need a full kezayis, which equals to a full revius, not a quarter of a revius. And we have a similar halacha, says Rabbi Yosef, when it comes to tumah of the blood of a nevela, where Bishamai says it's tar, it's one of the places that Bishamai is making. And Basil say it's tar provided that's a full revius, which in turn could turn into a kezayis of congealed blood. Kezayis blood. So the Gemara has 2 questions. When it comes to tumah, the shear is a kezayis. When it comes to Shabbos, the shear is a revius. Therefore, there's no correlation between the 2 aspects. Perhaps blood, which is thicker than wine, requires a kezayis. But wine needs a lot more than a revius to create a kezayis. And therefore, if you take out into Rishis Rabbim less than kezayis congealed wine, maybe you're already over. Maybe in that you have a revius. On the other hand, perhaps wine this then needs a revius. Perhaps blood that's thicker needs less than a revius to create a kezayis. The Mishnah uses the word gemiyah. The shear for milk is to swallow gemiyah. Says Gemara, in our Mishnah, gemiyah is spelled with the aleph, not an ayin. But there are 3 other Mishnayos in Masechtas Shabbos that have words that could be spelled either way, aleph or ayin, and they're all spelled with the ayin. Gar'inim, oimemois, and ma'amtzim. They're all with the ayin. The milk of an animal, the shear is enough to swallow. The goat, the milk of a woman, and the white of an egg is enough to put into the ointment called keeler. And keeler itself is enough to mix it with water. That's the shear. The Gemara remains in the tekel. As Rashi explains, we're talking about putting this ointment in 2 eyes. The Gemara just asks, is it enough to put in 2 eyes, or 2 eyes plus whatever remains on your finger, which is a larger shear? Rav says an amazing, famous saying that everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu created in this world is for a purpose. Even an annoying fly can serve a purpose to heal the bite of a hornet, the sting of a hornet. And the slug, which we think has no purpose, could heal a wound. A mosquito could heal a snake bite, and the snake itself could heal boils. That is, if you take a black snake and a white snake and you boil them up, you smear it on the wound. A spider could heal the wound of a scorpion. And the Gemara tells us there are 5 irrational fears where the strong is scared of the weak. One of them is that the lion is scared of a certain animal that screams really loud. Some say, on the yoga I think, or others, want to say something similar to a honey badger, which is known today as a very small animal that's fearless and scares the lion away. An elephant is scared of a mosquito going into its nose, into its ear, and a scorpion is scared of a spider. An eagle is scared of a swallow, and the leviathan is scared of the kilbis. There are 3 animals that, as they age, they get stronger. A snake, a fish, as we know, gets larger as it grows, as it gets older, and a pig. The Zera bumped into Rabbi Hugo, and he looked like Rabbi Hugo was in a very good mood. And he figured now was a great time for him to ask all the questions in Yoni Da'alma, things that seem mundane. And he started off asking him, why do the goats go in front of the sheep? He said that's a great idol. Goats that are dark are like the choshech, of the darkness, then came the light. Why do sheep have a tail that covers their rear where goats don't? It tells them because we use the sheep's wool for clothing, we cover ourselves, therefore the sheep covers themselves. Why does a camel have a very short tail? Because he eats the thorns, his dwarf doesn't want his tail to get stuck in the thorns. Why do cows, bulls have long tails? to swat away the flies in the swamps. Why do grasshoppers have very flexible antennas? Because they jump around in tough trees. If they were harder, they would break off. If someone wants to blind a poor grasshopper or an ant, he can remove his antennas. Why does Baruch Hu create the eyelids of a chicken and they go from the bottom up? Look at all these questions that he's asking him. He noticed all these things in the Bria, and he wanted to hear an answer. And if you look at the Marsha and others, explain the deeper meaning behind these questions and answers. It says that the Baruch Hu didn't want the chickens to be blinded by the smoke that comes up, and chickens roost on higher places. And then he asked him the meaning and the significance of somewhere around 15 words in Aramaic. For instance, he asked him, what does dasha mean? What's the meaning of dasha, door? And he says, derech sham. You go through there. And why is it called a darga, step? Derech God, you go to the rooftop. And in the Mishnah we learned that shem and oil, the shear is anoint a limb, says the Gemara. It's a small limb of a small child, says Rashi. One part of a child's finger, that's a small limb. Have a wonderful day.
I was there, man, when the owner fell off the wagon, bro. You're fucking just pouring in my free drinks. They got fucked up. But you know why, myself?
Shabbos Havai and Ches. Different items have different shiurim for taking out, being over and Eitzah, and Shabbos taking from one rishus to another rishus. So if there's a common use for one item, but a not so common use for the same item. For instance, milk and wine have the common use of drinking. The not so common use is adding it to medicine. So we go with the common use, even though that means it's a kula. You have to take out a lot more in order to be over this or Eitzah. What if one item has two common uses, but one is a larger share and one is a smaller share? We go with the smaller share, l'chumra. For instance, honey. You could use it for eating, you could use it for medicine. We'll go with the smaller share of medicine, you're over right away if you do the smaller share. So the question is, why is it water, which is common use is to drink, not so common use is to add it to medicine? Why do we go with the not so common use? It says about it because we're talking about in Gul, they're very poor, they use water for medicine, so it's common for them to use the medicine. Rabbi says it goes anywhere. We're not just talking about Gul. And since most people don't use wine and milk for medicine, since it leaves some sort of film on the eye, they all use water, therefore it's common. We see from here a very important concept. Obviously, many more people drink water than adding water to medicine. Yet, since in medicine it's common, it's considered two common things, and we go with the more chomer. Blood is also revius, which in Melazah says if you're using blood to heal an eye protrusion called a birkis, they would use wild chicken, also in Hebrew it's known as a gesifat, in English a hoopy, or something like that. You use it for enough blood for one eye. If a person has a cataract, they use enough blood from a mole for one eye. Moles are found inside the house. Cataracts are inside the house. Birkis is a protrusion in the eye. The duchifat is outside. That's how you remember which blood goes through what. If a Rabbi tells a Talmud, I want you to make me some room, takes some of these items out, and he takes a common item that people keep and are interested in, and he takes it into Rosh Rabbi, of course he's chayav. What if he takes an item that nobody cares about, but is Rebbe? He's chayav. According to Rashi, because this goes according to Shimon Elazar, who holds that once one person makes an item important, it becomes important to the whole world. Plus it says it can go according to everybody. But once a Rebbe makes it important, then his Talmud automatically thinks it's important as well. Chacham agreed to Shimon Elazar when it comes to wastewater. The shear is a revius. What can you do with wastewater? You use it to knead clay. Now we do find that the shear for kneading clay is a lot less. The size of the opening of a hole where you put the bellows into an oven. That's if you already have ready-made clay. Then the shear is much smaller. But no one is going to go through the tircha and the burden to start making clay from scratch unless it's a much larger shear of a revius. And we find that concept later on tomorrow's daf as well. Says the Mishnah, when it comes to rope, the shear is enough rope that you can make a handle for a basket. When it comes to gemi reed, it's enough to make a loop on a sifter to hang up. Now, nobody uses rope on a sifter because that could scratch the sifter. According to Rabbi Yehuda, enough reed to take a measurement of the kid's foot so you can go to the shoemaker to make him a shoe. paper, enough for a receipt that you paid your taxes. Once you show the tax collector that you paid your taxes, the receipt has no value. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it does have a value. Why? A number of pshatim. According to Rava, we're dealing with the main tax guy and a smaller tax guy. The main tax guy gives you a code, so you can use that code. You don't really need a receipt. According to Abaya, the tax guy, the main guy, has runners. And if the runners catch you, you want to produce a receipt. According to Rabbi Yehuda, according to Tanakama, you don't really need to produce a receipt. You just go back to the main tax guy, he'll recognize you. And Rav Ashi says people want to keep tax receipts according to Rabbi Yehuda, so you can show them to other tax collectors, and they'll see that you're a trustworthy person who pays taxes. Once you erase a paper, it has no purpose. You can't write on it again. So what could you do with it? You could cover a small flask, so the shear is the size of a small flask. When it comes to leather, if it's semi-tan, you can write a kameh on it, so it's the size of a kameh. Chlaf, which we write tefillin and secretaries on, enough to write the smallest part of tefillin, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Ink, enough to write 2 large letters. Chol, which is makeup for the eye, enough to do one eye. Glue, enough to catch birds. Sulfur and tar is enough to make a hole in a jar so the sulfur can come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur and tar. Wax, enough to plug up a hole. A small hole. Crushed brick, enough to put on the opening of the oven that makes gold. And Rabbi says, in order to make the feet, the tripod on the kur, which is also called in Aramaic sid, lime, which girls use to remove hair, enough to put on one small joint of a girl. Rabbi says enough to put on the hair to make the hair lay flat. And according to Rabbi Nechemia, enough to remove the hair in this area. The hutzim, which are lulav leaves that you make, let's say, choshelat, is enough to make a handle for a basket. Suvim or sieve are the strings that go around the palm tree. People will put them in a funnel, and that would catch the sediments of the wine. Oil and grease, enough to put on the back of bread when we put it on the oven so it doesn't stick to the side of the oven. The size of a cellar, which is a gregaris. Cotton, enough to fill a ball, which is the size of a walnut. If you take out a shtar chayim, a shtar that says, I owe somebody owes me money, it has value. But once it's already paid off, according to Rabbi Yehuda, you're still chayiv. According to Tanakam, you're about similar to the machlokes we had before. Rabbi Yehuda says, you're allowed to keep a shtar chayim. There's no way to say. So it has value for you. According to Tanakam, you're not allowed to keep a shtar chayim around. It could bring problems later on, so it has zero value. According to Abaya, everybody admits if the shtar was paid off, you're not allowed to keep it in your possession. The machlokes is, what happens in a case where the loiva admits that he wrote a shtar? Does he have to be mekayim that shtar? Does he have to make the new document stating that the original shtar is a good shtar? According to Rabbi Yehuda, since he does not have to produce such a document, so the original shtar has value. And that's why if you take out the original shtar, you're chayav. Rabbi says everybody admits you have to be mekayim it. Machlokes says, what happens if the loiva doesn't want to pay? And meanwhile, the malva produces the shtar. And he takes it out into Rosh Hashanah. Since that shtar has value now, because he could use it to collect, and without it he cannot. Therefore, he's chayav. Rav Ashi says we're talking about the loiva, not the malva. We're talking about a special document that the loiva has in his possession that says he paid off already. And he uses that document to show other lenders that he's a trustworthy borrower, that he pays off his debt. And therefore, it has shavios, it has chashivos, and your chayiv, you take that out into Shalom, have a wonderful day.
I got caught in the rim, bro. A rim is going out. There's just the way it's thinking the people. So I was caught into that shit, dude. I was fucking scared. I fucking the one took me 100 yards. Oh man, I sweat sideways.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Tes. When it comes to hide leather, the shear is the size of a kameya in order to be over hitzah. From going from one domain to another domain, you have to take out the size of an emulet. Not only that, says Rav Nachman, this size of an emulet applies to everything. Whether this piece of hide is tan untanned, you want to tan it, you don't want to tan it. Not only that, if you're tanning hide, what's the shear to be chai for tanning? The size of an emul, of a kameh. Similarly, we say the same thing by spinning. The malachas of melaben, to clean the wool, menapetz, to untangle, tzeveh, to dye, and toivet, to spin, are all the same exact shear, even though some of them are before the finished product, some of them are after. The shear is the same. Kisit kafel. This is a sit from finger to finger times 2. Anytime you find the inconsistency in the shiurim, that the shear is a lot larger before the finished product versus after the finished product, that is because people don't want to burden themselves with a small shear. They'll only take care of that melacha when there's a larger shear. For instance, 3 different examples the Gemara brings. When it comes to herbs, tzivea dyes, before you cook the herbs, the shear is much larger. It's the size of a walnut, enough to dye a full svacha, a woman's calf. Once it's cooked, then the size is dugma li'ira. A dugma is a sample cloth that vendors will show different colors. Li'ira, the size that you put on the device that holds the Erev string that goes through the chassis. The end has a small piece of fabric that keeps the thread from unraveling. It's a smaller piece, much smaller than a svacha. And then again, that's because people don't want to bother with undone products, so therefore the uncooked samamanim have a much larger shear. When it comes to seeds, unplanted seeds, the shear is much greater than planted seeds. Unplanted seeds are either, according to Tanakama, enough to have a gregaris, slightly less than a gregaris. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it's 5 seeds. But once they're planted, it's 1 seed for a leek or a cabbage, according to Rabbi Akiva. Again, people don't want to be matriach themselves with 1 seed unless it's planted. When it comes to wastewater, we say that wastewater, the shear is a revius in order to knead clay. But once the clay is kneaded, then the shear is much smaller. It's the size of pikur. There are 3 levels, or 3 stages, that is, when you make hide, when you can hide. And they involve salt, flour, and gallnuts. If there's only salt, that's called chipa, and the shear of that piece of hide is bikameya. If there's salt and flour added, but no gallnuts, that's called diphthera. The shear of that is to write the main essential parts of the get, and the name of the person. If there's no salt or flour or gallnuts, that's called a matzah. It's plain, like matzah. And that the size is in order to protect the weight. That's a much larger shear than a kameya, and that's because it's moist and you cannot tan it. The tumah of medrus, when a zav anida sit or stand on a piece of fabric, leather, as we had the other day, maybe a week ago or so, is 3 by 3 tefachim for a piece of cloth, 4 by 4 tefachim for a sack, 5 by 5 for a piece of leather. All of a sudden now it's 5 by 5 tefachim for leather, and not the size of a kameya. And the answer is because we're dealing with something that's cooked and really hard. The only thing you can produce from this leather are tables and things like that. We said in the Mishnah that klaf is enough, shear for klaf is enough to write the smallest parish in the film, which is shema. And the Brisa says the chsustos is enough to write a mezuzah. What's the chsustos? Well, the parchment comes in something called gvil. If you separate the two, you have the part closer to the flesh of the animal is called the chsustos, and the part closer to the hair of the animal is called klaf, according to Taisvis. And according to Taisvis, we write on the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the hair and the opposite side of the flesh. Tefillin are only written on klaf. Mezuzah, the maskan of the Gemara, is written on klaf, but also on the sustos. And the Sefer Torah is written on klaf, the sustos, and on gvil when they're still connected. The sustos, which is not roi for tefillin, therefore it needs a larger shear, the size of a mezuzah. Sometimes you could call the parsha of tefillin by the name of mezuzah. For instance, the halacha is that if the tefillin has the ritzua, You shouldn't touch it. That's one of the 18 enactments of Beis Shammai. It's Matam the Yudayim, Matam the hands for Truma. The Truma by itself, not. Rav Shimon says you have to touch the actual box of the tefillin. Exactly says you have to touch the actual mezuzah of the tefillin, meaning the parish of the tefillin. Rav says a statement. The sustus is like chlaf. It's part of the Gemara. What he meant to say is opposite of what we would think. That chlaf is like the sustus. In other words, just like a mezuzah can be written on the sustus, it can also be written on chlaf. The halacha is that if you turn in tefillin that you're about to put in the shemos, you cannot cut out the parsha of a mezuzah and use it as a mezuzah. Because malim b'kodesh v'lo meridin, you don't go downwards in kedusha, you go upwards. We have to be talking about that the tefillin were written in a chlaf, and therefore you could write the mezuzah, even a mezuzah, on chlaf according to Rav Meir. Rav Meir holds that you could write a mezuzah on chlaf since it's better for the mezuzah. It'll last longer. It's better protected like that. Have a wonderful day.
And that was a thing that I learned over and over. She made me mad to learn it, and after a while got good at it, Yeah, money got tired. But acting class are good, especially if you want to go and you're like a ugly guy, you want to hang out with hot chicks.
Shabbos Daf Pei. How much ink does one have to take out from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah in order to be Oyer and Tzah? 2 letters worth. It doesn't matter if it's dry, if it's in a pen, or in an inkwell. 2 letters worth. The Gemara remains in a suffix. What happens if you take 1 letter's worth in a pen and 1 letter's worth in an inkwell, or ink in a pen, a different combination? Take it. Says Rabbi, we know that when it comes to Hitzah, a person has to lift something up from Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah and place it down in the second domain. Writing consists of putting down. So if you're walking in Rosh Hashanah and while you're walking you write, it's as if you put it in its resting place in Rosh Hashanah. If you wrote 1 letter, and in one awareness you wrote the second letter, however, by the time you wrote the second letter, the first letter dried up. The 2 letters do not combine to create a shear, and you are perfect. If you put down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, a half a fig, and before you had a chance to put down the second half in order to be over, you lifted the first half. It's as if a dog came and consumed it, and the 2 halves do not combine. If a person puts down a half a shear in Rosh Hashanah, and he takes the second half, and he doesn't place it down, but he walks, you have the concept of lavud, within 3 tefachim, is as if it was touching the other piece, and they combine for 1 shear in his chai. If a person takes out an object, a half a shear into Rosh Hashanah, and another half a shear into a second Rosh Hashanah, they are mitzdaref as 1. Yosi says if there's a reshus between them, it separates the 2 Rosh Hashanah, and he's potter. What about a carmelist? If a carmelist divides the 2, that's considered another reshus, and therefore he's potter. Rabbi says a carmelist, since it's only the Rabbanan, is not mafsik. It's not considered another reshus. Rava says even a beam between the 2 Rosh Hashanah is enough to create a separation, and they don't combine, because we see in Gittin that if a husband gives his wife his domain just to be kind of the get, and the get lands on a beam, it's not considered the wife's, because a beam is a different rishus. How much makeup, eyeliner, is 1 chayiv by taking out? Well, it depends. In the cities where women dress more tznius, and they only showed 1 eye, so they would use eyeliner for 1 eye, so the shear is 1 eye. In the villages, where they didn't have so much preachers, so they didn't have to cover both eyes, so both of their eyes were uncovered, and they would put eyeliner on both of their eyes. Therefore, the shear is for 2 eyes. The Mishnah tells us wax, the shear is a very small amount to plug a small hole that wine, which is very thin, come out of, not oil or honey. Glue, enough glue to put on top of a post to catch a bird, which is a lot of glue. Sulfur and tar, what they do is they have a flask for mercury, and they would cover the flask with tar. Then they would punch a hole in the tar to let out the mercury, and then they would plug that hole with tar. So that plug is the amount of tar, which is a very small amount. Rabbi Yehuda is consistent throughout all the Mishnayos here, and he saw that by a piece of gemi, a reed. The measurement according to Rabbi Yehuda was to measure a child's foot, and according to Chachamim, to make a loop on a sifter. When it comes to our Mishnah, charsis, this crushed brick, the Tanakama says, to create the hole on a kur. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, it's to fix the foot, which is a smaller shoe. This brings us to the days. How much hair are you chayav to take here outside? Enough to mix in clay. How much are you chayav for clay? Enough to make the pikur of the kur that creates gold, which is a smaller measurement. Lime, enough to cover a girl's finger. The Gemara tells us that a girl that isn't 12 years old and she's embarrassed from her hair, if she's young, if she's poor, she would use lime. If she's wealthy, she would use fine flour. And if she comes from kingdom, from the kings, she's a princess, she would use shemen hamar, like in Megillah Esther, shisha chadasha b'shemen hamar. What shemen hamar? Rabbi Huna Bar Chia says it's perfume oil. Rabbi Yirmiyah says it's olive oil, but didn't come to a third yet. Didn't grow a third. What does this lime do? It removes the hair and causes a glow in the skin. And the Gemara tells us that Rabbi, he did so for his daughter. He took limb by limb, one at a time, covered it in lime, and he was able to get a great guy for his daughter who actually gave him 400 zuz. There was a guy that noticed this, and he said, let me do this for my daughter. And he covered her in one shot with lime. And his daughter passed on. And he went around screaming, Bibi killed my daughter, Bibi killed my daughter. Says Rav Nachman, it's only Rav Bibi that had to do so because he drank a lot of beer, and beer causes the hair to become dark. And we had in the Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says, how much lime? Enough for kilkul. And Rabbi Nechemi says, I'm deepy. What does this mean? According to Rav, Rabbi Yehuda is talking about to smooth the side of the hair down. And according to Rabbi Nechemi, it means to shave right over here, this area. Rabbi Yitzchak says, we're talking about a barrel. We're not talking about a head of a human being. And the barrel has two spigots. In order to plug the spigot to fill up the barrel, he would put some lime in there, says the Gemara. But that's not going to hold. The wine will corrode the lime, and the wine will come out. Says Rav Kahana, we're talking about a measuring cup. In order to make indications in the measuring cup, for instance, in the Beis Hamikdash, we had a measuring cup called a hin. The hin, halfway was for the par, a third was for the ayil, a quarter was for the keves. Or the pshat is a forehead. You put on the forehead. Says the Gemara a story about a forehead. In Galil, they asked the Galil, somebody that came from Galil, who came to Bavel, they asked him to darshan a Maisim Merkava, like we're going to have Bezer Hashem now in Shavuos, the Maisim Merkava. And he said, no, I can't. Because one shot is, he said, Reb Nechemia, darshan in Maisim Merkava, and came a hornet and bit him. According to others, the shot is, he himself darshan, and a hornet came and bit him on the forehead. What's very interesting, that Ben Yoyada says, in a time of a Magefa, you're supposed to wear a mask, not like we do today, over our mouth and nose, but rather on the forehead. And it brings this Gemara to explain that the forehead is where the Malach HaMavis sees a person's deeds. So if you cover the forehead, you won't have any clue. It says in the Mishnah, how about red clay? Rabbi Akiva says enough to seal a cargo sack on a ship. Chacham say enough to seal a letter, which is much less. Fertilizer and very thin sand, for Rabbi Akiva, enough to fertilize one cabbage or another sheet, enough to fertilize a leaf. If you have a reed, a piece of reed, what can you do with it? You can make a pen, and it has to come up to the joints in the fingers. Machlekes, the Shailing Gemara Teku, is it the joint that connects to the hand, or is this joint over here? If the reed is too thick and you can't make a pen out of it, where it's broken enough to use it as fuel to cook the fastest cooking egg, which is a chicken egg, mixed with oil on the stove, the size of a gregaris. Not an egg, but the size of a gregaris. Thick sand, enough to have it travel full. In other words, sand is good for lime. That goes according to Rabbi Yehuda, that says that for Ben Abayis you cannot use lime. Or according to Rava, it goes according to everybody. In other words, sand is really bad for lime. And the sand, since you can't use lime by adding sand nowadays, it makes the lime darker, and therefore you could use it. Have a wonderful day.
The ones I did, the first 4 or 3 were done by one director. It wasn't bad. I like Wayne. And they got something that comes from the editing. So he shoots everything. So let's say we're shooting something. So facing this way, we'll shoot this scene.
Shabbos Pei Aleph. How much bone do you have to take out from one rishus to another rishus in order to be chayiv? Tanakama holds enough to make a small spoon, according to Yehuda, enough to make the teeth of a lock. Before you put those teeth into the lock, they don't serve any purpose, so they are tahar, they're not mekabel tuma. Once you put them into a lock, they are mekabel tuma. The pshutei kli etzem, simple pieces of bone that have no shape, have no form, are not like wood, they are like metal that are mekabel tuma. Once you attach them to a gate, they become a mechubel lekarka, they become attached to the ground, no longer can they be mekabel tuma. How much glass do you have to take out from one domain to another in order to be chayiv? Enough to sharpen a weaver's tool. Some say enough to cut 2 woven threads from the spool from the loom. A stone. How large of a stone are you chayiv on? Enough that has enough mass that you can throw it at a bird. According to Blessed Ben Yitzchak, it's enough to throw it at a animal, and it has to be significant. The animal feels it. How much? It weighs 10 zuz. Usually, stones are muktzah. However, when it comes to kavod habriyos, human dignity, Chachamim relaxed that restriction. Zunin came into the base measure and he asked, how many stones is one permitted to bring into the bathroom to use as toilet paper? So they told him 3, and it's the same achloikis, Rabbi and Yehuda when it comes to esrog. Rabbi says that esrog has to be a minimal of a walnut, Rabbi Yehuda says a minimal of an egg, and the same thing applies here when it comes to the stones. Rabbi says 3 stones that are the size of a walnut, Rabbi Yehuda says 3 stones that are the size of an egg. However, the Chachamim in the Yisrael told Zaynim that it's 3 different sizes. One is the size of an olive, the other is the size of a walnut, and the other one is the size of an egg, and you use them consecutively. Says Zaynim, wait a minute, does that mean I have to carry around a scale? I have to get the exact measurements? So he said, you're right. The shear is whatever fits into your hand. We don't care, 5 stones, 2 stones, what size, whatever fits into your hand, that is the shear. Rabbi says, if it's a permanent bathroom, so whatever fits into your hand, because whatever you're not going to use now, you'll use later, so it's not muktzah on Shabbos for no reason. However, if it's not a permanent bathroom, then the shear is kechreya, like the compromise, meaning the middle shear. We have olive, walnut, egg. The middle one, the size of a walnut. Rabbi Yehuda says it's also to use for toilet paper. You're not allowed to use something called pipes, which are pebbles that crumble. Rabbi says you're not allowed to. They would, in order, if somebody was constipated, they would massage with some sort of stone. So you're not allowed to massage on Shabbos with a stone or sand because of the issue of goizes you might come to shear here. If you do it till achar yad, instead of holding it with a full hand, you hold it with 2 fingers. That's mutter. If you take a mortar, which is designed to crush something, so it's pushing left to the issue, and you want to use that for toilet paper. If it has remnants that somebody else used it before, so nobody's going to use this any longer for klishim lach this, or you're not going to use it for food, then it's mutter to use it for toilet paper. What if it got washed off with rainwater? If you can still see some remnants, it's a mutter. You want to ask the kasha. There are 10 things that enhance or help the ability to have hemorrhoids. One of them is using a stone that somebody else used already. How can you say that you use it now? So the one brings 3 roots in. It's also to use a stone that somebody else used when it's moist, or if it was used on both sides, or it's a stone that somebody else used. And here we're dealing with a stone that you yourself used. What are the other 9 things? Gemara says, if you eat reed leaves or grape leaves or rigid meat like tongue, esophagus, vesiciosis without salt, the spine of a fish, herring that's not completely cooked, the sediment of wine leaves, if somebody uses lime or earthenware for toilet paper. And some say even somebody that hangs himself to straighten out his neck in the bathroom. What about doing extra tirchan Shabbos, carrying up these stones for toilet paper to the top floor? Kavod habriyos allows us, you see in the Torah was relaxed when it comes to Hashem Saveda. If somebody's zokim the Fichpoidai, Talmud Chacham doesn't have to return on Aveda if it's below his dignity. So too, Chacham will be relaxed when it comes to toilet paper. It's not similar to the case the Gemara says of somebody that got a piece of meat stuck between his teeth. Also, an issue of human dignity. He wants to remove it and he wants to use a splinter that's muktzah. We don't care. We say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with toothpicks before the meal. But when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe somebody will be occupied. They'll have to use a different bathroom. You can't be prepared. It's also to walk on a plowed field, even during the weekday, because you're ruining the other person's plow. On Shabbos, there's another issue of using a bathroom in a plowed field because you might come to take a stone and cover a hole. And as we learned earlier, that consists of charisha. If it's in your house, that would be boina, smoothing out the floor. It's mutter to use a stone that has on the other side grass. If you put the grass out, you're chayav on toilish. But we're not concerned you'll do it. It's davashenim skaven, and it's certainly not a psik ratio. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from here. In those days, they would plant planters that had holes in them and use them as kaparas, Rashi says. They would take it and go around their head 7 times and say, Zechalifasi, Zeturasi, and throw it into the river, do a tashlif with the kaparas. You're allowed to lift it up on Shabbos even if it has grass growing on the bottom. Based on this halacha, you're allowed to pick up a rock. Says the Gemara, what's the connection? Stone, I need to do it. I need it right now for human dignity, but I don't have to pick up this pot. Abayi says halacha that if I have this pot with holes on it and it's on top of a stand and I lower it to the ground, that would be planting on Shabbos. Now it gets more moisture out of the ground. And if it's the reverse, it was on the ground and I put it on a stand on Shabbos, that would be toilish. Both these surim would be only midrabanan. Rabbi says, not only is it usher to use earthenware during the weekday because of kishuf, even on Shabbos it's usher to use. You rather use a stone than earthenware, even though the earthenware is less muktzah than a stone because of kishuf. Rabbi explains Rabbi Yochanan that he's talking about the problem of goizes shearing here on Shabbos and it's davashenim skaven and usher. The issue is that Rabbi Yochanan passes like the Stam Mishnah. The Stam Mishnah holds that a nazir could shampoo his head even though he might tear out some hair by mistake. Davashenim skaven is mutter, and now we're saying it's usher. Rav Chizda and Rav Ravuna were on a boat. And Goya wanted to go onto the boat, and they said no. So she said, if you don't let me go on, I'm going to stop the boat with kishuf. And she did. She didn't let the boat go, and they said something, and it started moving. She didn't realize, and she thought that her kishuf didn't work, and she said, the reason why it's not working is because you don't use earthenware as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie it. In other words, the Gemara, it seems like from the Gemara that Rabbi Chana and his were over on these things, and that's why it did work, but she didn't realize it. Have a wonderful day.
Last week we had MMA fighter Mariano Mendoza. He's a big one. And I don't think he's considered a Mexican people. Pretty much most of my guests on my podcast that people I run into. You know, like, if I see somebody on my podcast big time, big time, so.
Shabbos Daf Pei Beis, the famous Rav Huna asks Rabbi, his son, I don't understand, why don't you take advantage of the Rav Chizda, who is extremely smart and sharp? Says Rabbi, because every time I go to him, I don't learn Torah. He teaches us how to use the bathroom, don't sit down quickly, don't strain yourself. The body has 3 shini karkashta, you might blow one out, you'll ruin the whole system. Says Rav Huna, Rabbi, you need to learn how to save yourself, how to keep your body intact. If a person has 2 options of toilet paper, one is a stone and one is a shard of earthenware, which one should he use? Earthenware is dangerous, it can cut you, this kishuf. A stone is muktzah. Says Rav Huna, use the stone rather than put yourself in sakana. Says Rav Chizda, no, it's better to use the shard than to use muktzah. In fact, the Brisa says just like Rav Chizda, you should use the earthenware. So what's Rav Huna going to do? Rav Huna will say that Brisa is talking about earthenware that's not dangerous at all. It's nice and smooth. What if a person has 2 options? Grass and a stone, and according to the second Pshat of Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. Machlokes, Rav Chizda and Rav Amnuna. The big problem is, there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper that you're not allowed to use toilet paper that's flammable. Why we do so today is a different problem. When Rav talks about it, the Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass as the Gemara? Because this grass is moist, and therefore it's not flammable. A person needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself, and he holds himself back. Machlokes, what happens between Rav Chizda and Ravina? Either he'll have bad breath, Rashi explains the decaying food will rise, or he'll simply have bad body odor from the Brise's mashma that is bad body odor. If a person physically can't relieve himself, constipated, number of tricks, According to Rav Chizdi, you should stand up and sit down, stand up and sit down. In fact, Rabbi says, I saw with my own eyes in Herod that did so, and he spilled out like a pot that spills over. Rav Chanan says, a person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but he also has to walk a little bit. Find another place. And therefore, this fits into the halacha that if a person is about to have a very long meal and is embarrassed to stop in the middle of the meal and take a break, so before the meal, he should either walk 4 times 10 amos or 10 times 4 amos, which is helpful in the relief. The Mishnah tells us if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that would be chayiv for itself taking out from one rishus to another rishus? Three-way machlokes. Rabbi says enough that you can put between beams, you stack up beams. Rabbi says enough to hold a coal, fire. And Rabbi says enough to hold a revius of water. Rabbi says I have a zeicher, a hint from the pasuk. When the Rabbi talks about the churban, the Akash Baruch Hu is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold a coal in a piece of earthenware. So you see, earthenware, in order to be chashav, has to hold a coal. Says Rabbi Yossi, but if you just continue to the end of the pasuk, it says, and Akash Baruch Hu will destroy to a point where you can't hold water in the earthenware. Rameir will explain that what the pasuk is saying is, first Akash Baruch Hu will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold fire. And then he'll destroy things that, even things that don't have value. From the pasuk itself, you can understand that Rameir's shear of holding fire is greater than the shear of a revius. Because it just makes sense. The pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the larger items. Then Akash Baruch will destroy the smaller items. Says Rabbi, and that's how you have to explain it in our Mishnah as well. We're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over to a large bonfire with a small piece of shard earthenware and pick up a coal. You will get burned. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware so that from a distance you could grab a coal. And with that we finish the perek Hamoitzi Yayin and we begin the perek Omer Rebbe Kiva. We're dealing with a bunch of Mishnayos that teach us where do we learn different halachas. Not necessarily have to do with Hilchos Shabbos. Eventually, we're going to get to Hilchos Shabbos of Mila. And the first halacha is about Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Kiva says, I know that Avodah Zarah, ba'asmachta, not a mafurish pasuk, but some hint from a pasuk, Avodah Zarah is mitame b'masa. Maga is if you touch something. Masa, if you lift up the Avodah Zarah, even though you're not physically touching it, it's in a box, you become tamei, just like a nida. If a nida picks something up, or you pick up a nida, you become tamei, as the pasuk says, Tizrein kemoi davar. You should throw out the Avodah Zarah like Anida. Say toimar loy. Get out of here. Tell the Avodah Zarah. The Brisa says that if a Jew built a wall and then a non-Jew built 3 walls around his wall and made that wall that the Jew built into Avodah Zarah, and the wall fell down, the Jew can no longer rebuild that wall because he's helping Avodah Zarah. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself 4 amos from that wall and build another wall. But what does he do with the leftover stones? They are mitama, according to Rabbi Kiva, b'masa, just like Anida. Rabbi explains that according to everybody, Avodah Zarah has a hekesh to Nida, and therefore Avodah Zarah is mitama b'masa. Where is the machlokes? The machlokes is in a concept called Even Misama. Even Misama is a very large boulder that's suspended, and if there's a Zav Anida on top, the unbelievable chiddush, the tumah travels right through the stone, which is typically not metama tumah. Through the stone is metama any kli that's below the stone. Machlekes is, do we learn that concept that is by Anida? Do we learn that concept to Avodah Zarah? Rabbi says yes, and Chachamim say no, because we learn from a sheretz, and the sheretz does not have that tumah. What does Rabbi Kiva do with that package that we learn from sheretz? That the Meshamshim Avodah Zarah, a kli that held Avodah Zarah, is not metama b'masa, but it's metama b'maga. What do Rabbanan do with the hekesh of Avodah Zarah to Anida? That's metama b'masa, but there is no Even Misama. Why? Because Chachamim learn the hekesh of Nida, Avodah Zarah, that tells the concept of Eivar. That is, if a limb, Rahman al-Islam, is cut off from a Nida, that limb loses the Tumas Nida, gains a new Tumah of Tumas Eivar Menachai, so it's metama ba'oil, b'masa b'maga, but not the Even Misama. So too, Avodah Zarah is not metama the Even Misama, and it's not metama the Eivar. The fact that Rav Chama on Tamara's daf had a suffix whether or not this Eivarim if a limb of Avodah Zarah is detached, it's one of these attachable Avodah Zarah's pieces come on and off. One piece came off. Is that Mikama Be'ivar? Over here you see it's not, according to Chacham. Obviously we have to say Rav Chama was asking in Rabbi Akiva. Does Rabbi Akiva use his hekesh all the way through, even if it means that it will be a kula, by saying that there is no tumah on that aver? Lazar learns a whole new pshat in the Gemara. According to everybody, there's no Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. Even Rabbi Akiva holds there's no concept of Eben Misama by Avodah Zarah. So where's the machlokes between Rabbi Akiva and Chachamim? Whether or not there's tumas masa by Avodah Zarah. Rabbi Akiva says, yes, I learned from Anida that there's tumas masa. Rabbanan say, no, I learned from Sheretz that there's no tumas masa. And Rabbi Akiva learns the hekesh that from Sheretz that the mishamshim of the Sheretz, the kli of Avodah Zarah, is not Mekam Masa, and Rabbanan are going to learn the Hekesh Tanida that there's no Tumah Be'evarim. Have a wonderful day.
Janet came through. Janet Jackson came through of all of them at the end. She was like the coach, which was called oh yeah, her album came out. It was coming out. I think the album's free. Oh shit! Yeah, hey, listen, man,
We're continuing with Mishnayos for the theme. How do you learn certain halachas that are not necessarily connected to the Second Shabbos? How do you know these halachas not based on a pure limud, rather on a smachta, a good raya from a pasuk? How do you know that shipazera, as the name implies, it's roila hazriya, it's viable? How do you know that's a kama a woman 3 days after relations? Because it says in the pasuk, separate her from your wives for 3 days. And this is the reason, because we want the women to be the tahara during Matan Torah. How do you know you're allowed to be Machal Shabbos and cook up hot water for a baby 3 days after Bris Milah? It says by Shem that Shimon and Levi waited for 3 days after the bris. When they're in pain, you see that 3 days after bris, the baby's considered a Chayil Shesh B'Sakana, Machal Shabbos in those days. How do you know that the Soyer HaMishtaleach, the Lazazel, the goat you throw off a cliff on Yom Kippur, you grab a band around its neck, a red band, and another band you tie to the cliff, and you watch the band change colors from red to white? There's a pasuk in Shai that says, if your sins are red, they'll turn white like snow. How do you know that on Yom Kippur, you're not allowed to anoint yourself, you're not allowed to put oil on your body, just like you're not allowed to drink? Because the word Shem and water come in the same pasuk, but Tavik Yamayim B'Kirbai, with the Shem and Ba'atzmaisa. This is machlokes whether an anonymous Mishnah can be going according to two different Tanoim. If you hold that a Stam Mishnah could go according to two different Tanoim, so the ratio does not go according to Lazar ben Azariah, as we're going to see soon, who hold that a woman is only tummy for 2 days. Our she says 2 days. But the same if it go according to Lazar ben Azariah by Milah. We say the Mishnah has to go according to one Tana, so we have to switch the word in the ratio. Instead of saying that 3 days you're tummy, you have to say 3 days you are tummy. Lazar ben Azariah, as we said, says that a woman who's elected to Lazara is made up for 2 days. In other words, minimum 2 oinos, maximum 4 oinos. So oinos is night and day, 12 hours. If the relations were at the tail end of the first day, that leaves this person with 2 oinos only from the second day. If it was all the way in the beginning of the day, the relation, then she has 4 oinos, 2 from the first day, and 2 12-hour periods from the second day. Rabbi Shmuel says no, it's 3 days that she's tummy. 3 days could maximum have 3 24-hour periods of 3 times 12, which is 6 oinos, and 5 oinos if the relations were midday on the first day, or 4 oinos if the relation was all the way at the tail end of the first day. Now you're left with only 2 24-hour periods of 4 times 12. The Akiva says there's always 5 oinos, regardless. It's exactly 60 hours from the time of the relationship until the time she's no longer tummy. So even if she had a relationship a few hours into the first oina, we go a few hours into the last oina. It's always exactly 60 hours. According to Chachamim, it's exactly 72 hours, 3 full days. According to Rabbi Akiva, where do you get this 5 oinas from? 5 times 12. Rabbi Akiva holds that Moshe Rabbeinu always ascended, went up to Shemayim at daybreak, and always came down at daybreak. Therefore, if Moshe Rabbeinu came down on the 4th day at daybreak, that's 12 hours into the 4th day, into Wednesday, because Wednesday starts at Shkia. Therefore, he's only left with 12 hours for Wednesday, plus another 48 hours for Thursday and Friday, a total of 60 hours. If these women went to the mikvah on Friday night, they are not completely tired. They're considered fully young. A woman has to wait until the sun goes down, but she went to the mikvah after sun goes down, and therefore she has to wait until the following night, sundown. The problem is that Kabbalah Sakara was Shabbos morning. They were in a state of Tumah. Says the Gemara, that's not a problem. You could be Kabbalah Sakara in a state of fully young. However, that never happened. There's not a single woman in Klal Yisrael that was in a state of Sulyim. They all went to the mikvah. They were able to go before sundown on Friday. And therefore, once sundown on Friday came, they were no longer a Sulyim. They were completely taught. According to Rabbi Kiva, why couldn't Rabbi Shimon give the Torah on Friday night? It was already a 60-hour period from Wednesday morning until Friday night. It's 60 hours. The answer is because the Torah cannot be given at night, as it says in the Pasuk, Lo Yimerois V'Seisha Dibarti. The Prophet didn't talk in secrecy, didn't give over the Torah in secrecy. He wanted all the nations to see Matan Torah in broad daylight. So why couldn't Klal Yisrael go to the mikvah on Shabbos morning? Why did they have to go Friday night? The answer is, it doesn't make sense for some people to be going to the mikvah while others are going to Matan Torah. Explains Tosfos that if we would wait for these women to go to the mikvah, let's say it only took 5 minutes for them to go to the mikvah, that's 5 minutes of bittul Torah for all Klal Yisrael. It can never be replaced. The machlokes of how long Tumah lasts by a woman, that's only by a woman. But by a man, everybody agrees that if the zera on clothing that's moist, it's mekama forever as long as it's moist. The Gemara remains in a suffix. Is this halacha that zera only remains for 3 days in a state of Tumah? Is that only because this woman is Jewish and she has mitzvahs that she is stressed out about, and therefore her body destroys the zera within 3 days? But let's say a Goya who doesn't have these mitzvahs, maybe it lasts longer. Or perhaps a Goya who eats shkatzim or mushim, her body is also able to destroy the zera in 3 days. Another question the Gemara asks, what about an animal? The zera is it an animal? Perhaps it's only a human being that traps the zera and doesn't introduce oxygen to it, and therefore it's destroyed. But an animal that doesn't have a pleasure, doesn't have a canal, perhaps the zera lasts longer. Take it. According to everybody, Klal Yisrael arrived in Sinai on Rosh Chodesh. And everybody holds that Matan Torah was given on Shabbos. Machlokes says Rabbi holds that Rosh Chodesh happened on Sunday, and Rabban hold that Rosh Chodesh was on Monday. According to everybody, the day they arrived in Sinai, Moshe Rabbeinu didn't say anything to Klal Yisrael. All he said perhaps was Schar Nonis, but he didn't relay anything that Baruch Hu told him to relate to Klal Yisrael because of the strenuous situation that Klal Yisrael was from the way. They were too tired. The following day, he told them, according to Rejoicing, that happened on a Monday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Tuesday. The following day, he told him the mitzvah of Hagbalah, don't come next to Har Sinai. According to Rejoicing, that happened on Tuesday. According to Chachamim, that happened on Wednesday. And on the following day, he taught them about Hafrasha, separate from the wife. According to Rejoicing, that happened on Wednesday. According to Rabbanan, that happened on Thursday. So that is the machlokes, which we're going to discuss tomorrow, whether the pre-shab, the separation, was on Wednesday or given on Thursday. Have a wonderful day.
Say Japanese real estate. See what you get. See what you
Shabbos Daf Pei Zayin. According to Rabbi Yossi, Rosh Chodesh was on a Sunday. HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael to separate from the wives on Wednesday, and Matan Torah happened on Shabbos. The issue is that the pasuk says "V'kidashtem hayoim u'machar," only 2 days separation. If so, Wednesday and Thursday, Matan Torah should have been on Friday, not on Shabbos. The same issue is with the pasuk on the third day, you were good to go for Matan Torah. Rabbi Yossi must explain that Moshe Rabbeinu added an additional day on his own. He said, tomorrow, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, tomorrow, he meant a full day, 24 hours. So therefore, if it's 2 days, it's 2 times 24 hours. I have to add another day, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him, because in fact, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the Torah on Shabbos. This is one of the 3 things that Moshe Rabbeinu did on his own. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu separated from his wife It's the Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu made a Kavachomer. If Klal Yisrael have a date with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they know exactly when you're going to receive the Torah. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said you have to separate from the wives 3 days earlier. So I, Moshe Rabbeinu, who HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaks to me all the time, and I don't know exactly when he'll speak to me, I certainly should separate from my wife, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with him. You see, Batok Ha'amodim Madi, or Hel Peh Daber Boy, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I commanded Moshe Rabbeinu to do so. If Moshe Rabbeinu wouldn't have came up with this own idea by himself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu was mitzvah himself. HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed with Moshe Rabbeinu when Moshe Rabbeinu broke the luchos. Moshe Rabbeinu made a cheshbon. If the Korban Pesach cannot be done by a mumar, somebody that's off the derech, certainly Klal Yisrael, while mumarim, they did the egel, they shouldn't receive the Torah, and he broke the luchos, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu agreed, like it says, Asher Shibarto, Yasher Shibarto, I agree with the fact that you broke the luchos. It says in the Brayso that on the Shlishi, the third day, and the Gemara explains, it's the third day from when Moshe Rabbeinu started talking to Klal Yisrael about Matan Torah, about the Schar and Oynash. It was the third day of the month and the third day of the week. According to Chachamim, that Rosh Chodesh occurred on Monday. So it happened actually, the third day that we're talking about was on Wednesday. We must say this goes according to Rabbi Yossi. By Yoshev Moshe Divrei Al Hashem, there's two psukim. One says Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu what Klal Yisrael said. It says Vayagid Moshe Divrei Al Hashem. Number Pshatim here. Rabbi Yossi Rabbi says that on the third day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael on Hagbalah. That first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynish. Shibu. Vayashav is lashon shibu. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told him about the sechar, about the award. Like Vayaged is lashon about Gada, things that pull people in. We teach them Agada till people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu taught him about the sechar, about the award. Vayashav is lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the Oynash, about a punishment. Vayagid is lashon of Gidin, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right? It says Shish on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machloikas, according to Rabbi Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month and the sixth day in the week on Friday. According to Rabbi, it's the sixth day from when they rested. And according to Rabbi Yaakov, the same day that they rested is the day that they left. And there's a fundamental machlokes here. Klal Yisrael received Shabbos, the halachas of Shabbos before Matan Torah. The question is, what did they receive? Did they receive all the halachas, including Tchumim? Because it explains it means Chayitzah, going, and they wouldn't be able to travel. And therefore, when they traveled on Sunday, it means they traveled and they rested in the same day. Or perhaps they received Hilchos Shabbos, but they didn't receive the Isra of Chayitzah and Tchumim. Therefore, it's possible that they traveled on Shabbos, they still didn't have that Isra. It says in the Brayso that first Nisan the Klal Yisrael left Mitzrayim. First they shefted the Korban Pesach. That night was Makas B'chayros, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan, they left Mitzrayim. And we know that whatever day of the week, the 15th of the month, falls out, that means Rosh Chodesh was that same day. The Brayso says that was a Thursday. They left on Thursday. That means Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Thursday, then the following Rosh Chodesh is always either one day after that Thursday or 2 days after the Thursday, depending if it's a full month or a missing month. So if it's a 29-day month, then it's 1 day later. Nisan is always a full month. That means that if Rosh Chodesh was on a Thursday, the following month Rosh Chodesh was 2 days later on Shabbos. Says the Gemara, and if Rosh Chodesh Iyar was on a Shabbos, so the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan was on a Sunday, because Iyar is a Chassid, and it's 1 day later. Shabbos means the following Rosh Chodesh is on a Sunday. Now, according to Rabbanon, that Rosh Chodesh fell out on a Monday, we have to say that they made us another Ibor Chodesh that year on Iyar, and therefore Rosh Chodesh came out on Sunday. and Rosh Chodesh Sivan.
but he turned into a silverback
The
gorilla.
Torah says, "Vayi b'chodesh harishon, b'shana hashenish, b'echad hachodesh." The second year, the first of the month, Hukam HaMishkan. That's when the Mishkan was permanent. So not only did they put the Mishkan up, but there's 10 things that happened. Number one, it happened on a Sunday, the day that the world was created. Second of all, that's the day that the Nessim broke the Rabbanos. Third of all, that's when the Kohanim started doing Avodah. Fourth of all, that's when they started bringing Rabbanos of the Tzibur, like the Haman. That's when fire came down from Shemayim. That's the fifth thing. Sixth thing was they started eating chachim in the closed area of Mechitza. The seventh thing is the Shekhinah was shared in the Migdash. The eighth thing, they started doing Birkus Kahanim. The ninth thing is there's the Isra Bamas. And 10th, that was the first of the Chadash. There's a rule that if Yom Tov falls out on a certain day this year, we know that last year the same Yom Tov fell out 4 days earlier, and if there's a leap year, 5 days earlier. So the Torah tells us specifically that Rosh Chodesh Nisan on the second year fell out on a Sunday, then we know that the year before it fell out on a Wednesday. And if Rosh Chodesh Nisan fell out on a Wednesday, the following month, Iyar, always falls out 2 days later in the week, because Nisan is a Mole. So it fell out on Erev Shabbos. And if that's so, the following month, Sivan, falls out 1 day later in the week, because Iyar is the Chaser, so Sivan fell out on Shabbos itself. That does not fit in, not with Rabbi Yossi, not Chacham. Both Rabbi Yossi and Chacham answer similar answers. Rabbi Yossi is going to say that year happened to have 7 missing months, and Chacham are going to say that there was 8 missing months, and that fills in the gap. Have a wonderful day.
Good sandwiches. Oh, but there's something about Roscoe. I was talking to a lady that you ever go do comedy somewhere? Yeah, you leave there, you forget about it. You go the second time, I'm happy you're here. There's some rooms you go to.
Shabbos Daf Piches. Today's Daf is one of the classic Dafim in Shabbos with many valuable life lessons. But first, we need to take care of the sugya that we started yesterday. It says in Seder Olam, which coincidentally was written by Rabbi Yossi himself, and that's the machlokes we have right now between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbanan. It says Yetzias Mitzrayim happened on the 15th of Nisan, which occurred on a Friday. And as we know, if the 15th of the month is on a particular day of the week, that means Rosh Chodesh is on the same day. So that means that Rosh Chodesh Nisan that year was on Erev Shabbos. We also know that since the Nisan is a full month of 30 days, the following month must come out 2 days later in the week, which would be on Sunday. That's Rosh Chodesh Iyar is on Sunday. Therefore, the following month, Rosh Chodesh Sivan, since Iyar is a chaser, 29 days, that means the following month is going to come out 1 day later, not 2 days, 1 day later in the week, which puts Rosh Chodesh Sivan on a Monday. And that goes according to Rabbanan. Although Rabbi Yossi wrote this goes according to Rabbanan. This is a verse that says Moshe Rabbeinu went up Shemayim on Monday and came back down. He went up on Tuesday and came back down. Told us about the mitzvahs Hagbala like we had. He went up on Wednesday, told us about Afrasha, separated from your wives, and came down. And on Thursday, he built a Mizbeach. That's the day that the place was said Nase, and he was not going to Rise continues and says that on Friday he didn't have time. It doesn't mean that that's when Matan Torah was anymore. It means a concept of preparing for Shabbos. Here, even Moshe Rabbeinu had servants, he himself prepared for Shabbos, didn't have time. And now, the beginning of a sugya of Agadita, with Lulav, somebody from Dol came and stood over at Chizda, and he darshan, he said, look at how beautiful there's things given in threes. Tanakh, Torah Nevi'im Suvim is 3. Klal Yisrael, Kohen, Kehanim, Levim, Yisraelim. Moshe Rabbeinu was born third after Aaron and Miriam. The Torah was given on the third day after Afrasha. This goes according to Chachamim. That was 2 days of separation, and on the third day, Matan Torah, in the third month, Nisan Iyar, Sivan, the third month. Vayisiatz V'tach Sahar, the famous Gemara. Like Baruch Hu's Chafa Aleim Har Kegishus, he picked up Har Sinai and put it over them and threatened them. If you recall the Torah, great, not Shom Kiyat Rastam, that's where your burial will be. Rabbi Yaakov says, this is a great excuse for Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael was forced into the mitzvahs, therefore you can't come to them with any complaints. Yet later on, 950 years later, approximately in the time of Purim, Klal Yisrael re-accepted the Torah out of love and not out of fear. It says, we say it in Kiddush Yom Hashishi. What's the hay? That the 6th day of creation corresponds to the 6th day of Sivan when the Torah was given. Meaning, the Lord made a deal with nature, with earth, and said, if Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah, which that is the reason why I created this world, then I will keep you in place. But if they don't accept the Torah, I'll put you right back to tell you the advice. When Klal Yisrael said, Na'aseh v'nishma, 600,000 Malachim, corresponding to the 600,000 men of Klal Yisrael, came down and put on each Jew 2 crowns, one for Na'aseh and one for Nishma, and then by the Shet HaEgel, 1.2 million Malachim came down and took away those crowns. And Har Sinai is where they got the crowns, and Har Sinai is where they took the crowns. And Moshe Rabbeinu was Zoicha to take all the crowns, but Las Lavai, Baruch Hu will return the crowns to Klal Yisrael. Baruch Hu told Klal Yisrael, who gave you the secret that you say, Nasa, we will do, and then understand what you have to do. You learn this from the Malachim, and the Malachim also, they do before they understand what they need to do. Like the Pasuk says, like an apple, it explains referring to an esrog. An esrog can live on a tree from year to year, you don't have to pick it off. So the fruit comes before the leaves, like Klal Yisrael said, Nasa, before Nishma. There was a min, a kaifer who saw Rabbi sitting on his finger and crushing his finger while his finger was bleeding because he was speaking and learning, and he didn't realize that he was bleeding. And the min tells Rabbi, I'm a pziza, you're an impulsive nation. You say you will do before you know, and here also, you sit down on your finger before you think. And Rabbi said, we're a nation that goes after Baruch with out of love. We know that Baruch is not going to steer us wrong. He wants our best interests, and therefore we didn't need to know what it says in the Torah. We know that it's a gift for us. You, on the other hand, you will go to mine. Baruch says, I fell in love with because of one of your eyes, but after you did Torah, after you kept the Torah, it's b'shteina in both of your eyes. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael acted like one of the worst things possibly imaginable. Is a kala to do a zana under a chuppah. In other words, Klal Yisrael, as they received the Torah, they were getting married to the Torah, they went and had an affair with Avodah Zarah, with the Egel Azar. It's like Hakadosh Baruch was sitting here by his chuppah, and we come and we give our perfume somewhere else. Yet Hakadosh Baruch didn't write in the pasuk his sriach. He gave us a nice lashon called nasa. And this is one of the most famous, amazing Gemaras. How does a Jew act when somebody insults him? Well, there's 3 levels. There's people that are insulted and they don't respond. That's a tremendous level. There's people that hear their shame, which is even worse, and they don't respond. And the 3rd level is even greater than the first 2. And that is, you hear your shame and you take it with love. You take that shame and you say, I deserve it, I want it. And then that the Torah says, the first creation that was insulted was the sun, insulted by the moon, and the sun didn't respond. And what happened? The moon was reduced, and only gets its light from the sun that didn't respond. The Reverend says every word, every one of the Aseret Sadiros that came out of his mouth split into 70 languages for the nations. The Torah have a mashal, the nimshal to a prince. A prince could kill at will and let people live. And so too, if a person learns Torah, my meaning, which is right, in other words, with all his might, he tries to understand Pshat and Torah and to understand the secrets, then it's the gift of life. On the other hand, if people learn with the left, they learn in order to outdo somebody else and to show them up, that will cause death. So Hamar even though the Lord was upset at us because of the Egel, nevertheless he commanded us to make a Mishkan which resembles Shaddai. Every word, every Dibur of the Aseret Sadiros that Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, the entire world filled up with perfume, and Klal Yisrael's neshama left them, and they were backed up 12 mil to the end of the encampment. What happened was, Hakadosh Baruch Hu brought a wind, got rid of the perfume, and then the next word brought in more perfume. Hakadosh Baruch Hu was Machayim Mason with the dew, and then he again said another Dibur, and then they died. And the Malachim, they encouraged Klal Yisrael to walk back like a mother encourages her child to walk. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to Shemayim to receive the Torah, the Malachim said, why would a human being get this Torah? You waited HaKadosh Baruch Hu 974 generations. Why would you give it now to Bas V'Dam? And HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Rabbeinu answered them. Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful to answer them. So the Rabbi told him, hold on to the piece of covet. And Moshe Rabbeinu said, look at the Torah. Nothing in the Torah really is appropriate for Malachim. You don't have parents, you don't have the Tzitcha Kina, you don't have Eitzah Hara, you don't have Shabbos, you don't work. And they agreed to him, and they all gave him secrets of their own, including the Malach HaMavis, taught Moshe Rabbeinu how to use Torahs to save Klal Yisrael from the pandemic and tell him exactly where to stand between the alive and the dead. And that had a wonderful day.
You get a good job, and they get you off, and then the second time I did a county year, 8 months. After that, they give you that little gang enhancement. You know what I'm saying? You get the badge. I already got arrested.
Shabbos Daf Tes was continuing with the beautiful Agatha Gemara. Shimon Levi said a number of statements. After Moshe Rabbeinu came down with the Torah, the Baruch made sure that the Eitzah Hara was occupied and didn't realize that it was given. And the Eitzah Hara suddenly realized that it's not in Shemayim. He says, where's the Torah? He says, I gave it to the earth. He goes down and he asks the earth, where is it? I don't know. He goes to the ocean, to the Tahaim, to the depths, the Gehenna. Nobody knows where it is. He goes back to Jerusalem. I searched everywhere. He says, I gave it to Ben Amram. We know Amram is one of the 4 tzaddikim that never sinned. I gave it to his son. And Tzara goes to Moshe Rabbeinu. He says, where's the Torah? Moshe looks at him. He says, you think I'm worthy? I have the Torah. I don't know what you're talking about. Rabbi Shalom heard this. He says, Moshe Badoyata. Are you saying a lie? He says, Moshe Rabbeinu, you delight with the Torah every day. You have a chemda v'nuza, coveted, beautiful Torah. You think I'm worthy of having the Torah? And Rabbi Shalom says, since you put yourself down like that, I'm going to name the Torah after you. This is the Torah Moshe Abdi. At a certain point when Moshe Rabbeinu was in Shemayim, he noticed that the Rebbeinu Shalom was writing Sarim, crowns, like we have Tagim, Shabbos Gats, little Tagim on top of the letters. And that's Rebbeinu Shalom. What is that? It's the whole Gemara Menachas. But the Rebbeinu Shalom tells Moshe Rabbeinu, why do you say hello to me? It's their cheretz to say hello to somebody. It's Moshe Rabbeinu. It's not their cheretz for a servant to say the master hello. The Gemara tells us when it says in the pasuk Vayara Ha'am Kisvoishesh Moshe. Moshe Rabbeinu was delayed in his coming down from the mountain. And that's why his eyes called. It says the Gemara Boishesh is a lotion of Bo Sheish. The 6th hour of the day, noon came and went, and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't come down. Tells the Gemara the story. The Yitzhar first asked Klal Yisrael, "Where's Moshe Rabbeinu?" Now Moshe told Klal Yisrael he didn't come down after 40 days. What he meant was she wasn't coming. Klal Yisrael thought he meant a day earlier. And the Eitzah Hara made an evil in the world dark, like a cloud, and he confused Klal Yisrael. He says, where's your Rebbe? They didn't listen to him. He's dead. They didn't listen to him. And finally he showed them a depiction of Moshe as if he's dead. And then they realized that perhaps he's not coming back. Rav Kahana says that the word Sinai perhaps means that Nisim happened to Klal Yisrael. That doesn't really fit the word Sinai. The Gemara says Siman type doesn't fit in. So the Gemara says, what does Sinai mean? That's the mountain that caused Sinai in the nations. Once we got the Torah, they did was Sinai to Klal Yisrael. We see the same thing by Rabbi Chanina. He says there were 5 names in the Midbar, 5 different locations in the one Midbar. One is called Midbar Sin. That's where the Tzivoy, that's where the commandments of the Torah were given to Klal Yisrael. Midbar Kadesh. Klal Yisrael became Kadesh. Shedmos is where the Torah that was there before the world existed was given. Number 4 is Hara. After they separated from their wives, go back. And Rashi says that every woman became pregnant with a Ben Zachar. And finally, Sinai. Sinai, from the Goyim to the Yidden. One man says the name is Sinai, but we call it Chayrev. And one man says it's Chayrev, but we call it Sinai. And Chayrev is a lotion of Hurva, of destruction to the Goyim. The pasuk says, what's the lotion? God was telling Klal Yisrael, go and be rebuked. Maybe it should be come and be rebuked. Explains the Gemara, if God was telling Klal Yisrael, go to Avram, your forefathers, and get rebuked, get your chacham. Why should we go to Avram? Avram heard that we're going to be in slavery for 400 years and he didn't down for us. Yaakov, Yitzchak gave the brachas to Esau and he didn't down for us. Yaakov knew about before Goliath and he didn't down for us. We want you, we want rebuke from you. Baruch Hu said, if you want rebuke from me, you have to even shun him. If your sins will be red, Hashem will be then I'm wiping them like snow. The Gemara tells us an amazing thing. Baruch went to Avram and said, what should I do with your son? He sins. And Avram said something incredible, hard to understand. Wipe them off the face of the earth. They deserve to die. People should know that they're doing Avera. That's what happened. Because Baruch didn't like that. He said, maybe I'll get a better answer from Yaakov. I'm going to repeat the same thing. Yitzchak was our best defense lawyer, and he told the Rabbi, he says, if a person lives for 70 years, the first 20 years, you can't give him an einish, as it's brought down. This is the side of until 20, you don't get an einish. You see it in different places in the Torah. 25 years out of the 50 people are sleeping. So now we're left with 25 years. Out of the 25 years, 12 and a half, you have to do your personal things like davening and eating and going to the bathroom. So you're left with 12 and a half years. Either you or Rabbi Shalom take on the responsibility of 12 and a half years, or split it 50-50. But even if we split it 50-50, I, Yitzchak, I was mocking myself by that Kedah. I deserve a little bit of credit. And that credit should go towards Klal Yisrael. Says the Gemara, Klal Yisrael started calling Yitzchak Avinu Ata, you're our father. Yitzchak says, no. I want to show you, point out, it's the Rabbi Shalom. Ki Ata Avinu. Ata Hashem Avinu, Ve'aleinu Mo'elim Shema. You are Baruch Hu, you are Hashem. Says Rabbi Yochanan, Yaakov Avinu, when he went down to Mitzrayim, he should have gone down with Barzel, like a prisoner in metal chains. But because of the Schos, this Schos saved him, he didn't have to. And now we are back to Masechta Shabbos. Says the Mishnah, what is the amount of wood that one takes out into Rishus Rabbi, another domain in Yischayev? When it comes to wood, we had it already when it comes to reed. When it comes to wood, it's the amount of wood that it takes to cook up the easiest egg to cook, which is chicken egg, and the amount would be a great gerrish. The size of its right fit. This is the fact that we learned the same halacha by reed, and that is because by reed you can't do anything with reed. But with wood, you still can do. You can make teeth for a key, for a lock, and even so, that you can make a key for a lock, the shear is the shear of bishul of food of a Greek. Once the shear of spices enough to spice this easy egg, this chicken egg, two different spices can combine with each other as long as they are all from the same category. They're all there to sweeten or to salt the food and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
I really did. Texas was a mess. Texas had so much comedy. Yes, pain room. Pain. Texas State. A bunch of them. Like Conroe, like fucking Midland. I did every other fucking
Shabbos Daf Tzadik will continue with the different amounts necessary in order to be chayav on itself from taking something from one domain to another. The Mishnah talks about things that you could create dye with. The peel of a pomegranate, the peel of a nut, satis, pua, and the shear is pisvacha. Svacha is a head covering that women wear under their head. Pisvacha is the opening of that covering. That's a larger shear than if the dye is already made. If the dye is already made, then it's dugma li'ira, which is a sample that merchants have of their garment. Ira is a weaver's bobbin, which is the device that holds the thread when they throw the thread through the loom from side to side. It's a smaller piece of fabric. Meraglayim, these are stain removers, and the shear is also pisvacha. According to Rashi in the Gemara, it's when the meraglayim is at least 40 days old. According to places, it's from 3 to 40 days old. Rashi is in another place. Nesser, says the Gemara, this is also a stain remover. It has to be from Alexandria. Boris, the Gemara translates as aloe vera. There's 2 types of aloe vera. In order to be chayiv in Shemitah, it has to be a vegetable, something that grows in the ground that has roots. Therefore, when the Gemara says that they added virus to Shemitah, it cannot be that it means it is sulfur, because sulfur obviously doesn't have roots. Moya is shleif duds, which Rashi says he doesn't know what it is exactly. The article says possibly sulfur. Ashlai, which translates as shoshana, which is in a pearl which is removed with a very sharp metal object. Pilpel, some sort of pepper. The shear is koshu, a very minor amount, and they use it as a mouthwash to remove the odor in the mouth. Idron, which is zephet hard, again, it's koshu. It's used for migraines. Certain besamim, koshu, anything that has a bad smell, which is used to chase away mazikim from sick people and young people. Great smelling oils, fragrance, argamon, which is purple dye, which also has a nice fragrance, koshu. A young rose, one petal of a rose is the shear. Different metals, the shear is koshu, very small amount, enough to make a prod goat. If somebody says, I want to donate metal to the Beis Hamikdash, the amount will be 1 amma by 1 amma, enough to make a kalya erev, chase away the ravens which have sharp spikes. In Erev, we learned another sheet that means a physical bird growth. If somebody takes out copper, how much copper? Enough for ma'ah kesef. Lezer says not less than a small copper fork. What you do with it, you can clean out a menorah, the wicks, etc. Avnim Mizbeach, the stones of the Mizbeach, the dirt of the Mizbeach is koshu. If you have paying Sefer Torah and the mantle, the covering of the Sefer Torah, they decay because of a worm called mekek, it's koshu because you have to do kniza to it. The Gemara tells us there are different types of worms for grapes, for figs, pomegranate. They are all extremely dangerous. The Gemara tells a story that Kalman told Rabbi, I just ate a fig and it has thorns in it. So Rabbi turned to others and said, this Talmud is going to die because it's not thorns, it's a worm called up that drills holes through a person's neck. Rabbi says, we're also chayev on Misham Shabbat Zara, things that hold up with Zara. He argues with what we learned earlier in the Masechet that Misham Shabbat Zara has no value at all. He also knows since it says the possibility that the Yod from the Ummah, you have the key to get rid of it, so it has a purpose. Says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a box full of samples, you only chayev one copy for all the samples. The big thing isn't priceless, as Tyson explained, is that even if you have an awareness between sample and sample, you bring the carbon on one sample, and then you realize if you got the second sample, you're still potter. Whereas if it wasn't in the box and you had an awareness in between two different items, you'd be chayev 2 types. Different seeds. One man known the Tanakh Mishnah says it's a little bit less than a gregaris, a dry fig. The Yudah says it's 5 seeds, whichever is less. If you have seeds of a cucumber which have a lot of value, and they are royal limited. In other words, you could plant them. Not that you are going to plant them. It's 2 seeds. If you're going to eat them, it's 1 seed enough to fill a pig's mouth, which is 1 seed. If you're using the seeds for, and these are seeds of dates, you're using it for fuel, then it's enough to cook this easy egg, which is a chicken egg. If you're using it for math, to keep count of something, it's either 2, or according to Acher and Remeir, it's 5, because you don't need 2 seeds to count. You start losing count after right around 5. If it's a seed of a pumpkin or a plumitzri, it's 2. That fertilizer and thin dirt, you learn whether it's enough to fertilize 1 seed of a cabbage or 1 seed of a leek. That's because you already planted it, and as we said earlier, once it's done, then the shear is much less. If you're going to plant, then you need at least 5 seeds or more. If one takes out around 2 hairs of a horse or a cow, you're chayev. Why? You can make traps for birds with it. The very hard bristle on a back of a pig is 1. Palm tree leaves or palm tree vines, the leaves are 2, the vines are 1. A live grasshopper, if it's kosher, you can eat it, it's We punish you because you give it to your child to play with as a toy. Once it's dead, now it's food. The shear of all food is Gregaris. There's a grasshopper called Tziferis Brahmin. Whether it's alive or dead, the shear is kosher or a small amount because you use it for refuah. Rabbi says you can find it in a very young palm tree that has a single vine. What you do is you use it for a memory. You cut it in half, you eat half, the right half, the left half you put in a small copper tube, you seal it many, many times. The Gemara says 60, Rashi says many times. You put it on your left arm, and then you learn as much as you want. All that learning you're going to remember forever, provided that you eat the left side. If you don't eat the left side, you will lose everything that you try to learn. Kalakama says, you don't give a non-kosher grasshopper to a youngster because it might die and the child might eat it. Rabbi says, since it's a toy for the child, instead of eating the grasshopper will utilize the grasshopper, give the grasshopper a husband, therefore there is no concern, have a wonderful day.
See some people play the cracks and jokes, and the worst case scenario, I bring a check. Fucking live like that. It's the crack joke and mingle.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Aleph. As I do every day before the shir, I read some emails. I'd like to start reading a synopsis of an email. So send me in your name, where you live, how the 8 minutes has inspired you, or whatever. I'll try to get to it. We're starting a brand new paragraph at Tzniya. Up until now, we learned different foods, different items have different shiurim for what it is that you have to take out from one rishus to another. So it says the Mishnah. That's all good for regular people, but if you yourself decide that a certain item is valuable to you, you put it aside, you store it, then no matter what size it is, you pick it outside into Sarabim, you are chayiv. For instance, you set aside seeds for medicine, then it's valuable to you, you are chayiv. Your friend, on the other hand, that same item that you think is chashuv, for him, he is not chayiv. What if you take something out, let's say it's a plant, and then you change your mind, you want to bring it back home. And now it's no longer chashuv, you're not planting, the shear goes back to the original shear, let's say by seeds, 5 seeds, the size of almost a gregaris. Abaye explains that we're talking about where he took this seed and he threw it back into his house and landed, it has its own specific place, and that is the chiddush that nevertheless the shear reverts to everybody else's shear. Abaye explains the Mishnah that we are talking about a case, the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person set aside, let's say, a seed to plant before Shabbos. And on Shabbos, he forgot why he set it aside, and he brought it outside. Nevertheless, he is chayiv because his original machshava remained. The person always does, based on his original machshava, unless he has an opposing machshava. He undoes his machshava with another machshava. Let's say a person, since his intent is so important, and he can create an object just by thinking that this object is important, what if a person does the reverse? He says, for me, the entire contents of my house is important. Anything less is not important. We're talking about somebody, Bill Gates, a billionaire. Says the Gemara, since it's very rare to find somebody who would say that you need an enormous amount of things to take out, and only then it's chashuv, that's batal daita. But to say that one seed is chashuv versus 5 seeds, that we can find plenty of people. Rameir says, and Rameir is the author of our Mishnah, he says even one kernel of wheat, you are chayiv if you're taking it out, the plant, in order to tell us a chiddush, that it's not anything less than a gregaris, meaning you need at least an olive's worth, but even a kernel's worth is what could be mechayiv. The Blessed Ben Azariah says, the shita, we had this earlier in the Sefta, if a person decides that this kernel is chashuv to him, he wants to take it out and plant it, then this kernel becomes usher for the entire world to take out and plant. As we learned in the first daf of the Sefta Shabbos, in order to be over hitzah, whether it's taking out from one domain to another domain, or even walking Daled Amos into the Shroud, you have to do 2 things. Akira and Nalata. You have to lift it up, walk the Daled Amos into the next Rishus and put it down, or walk into the next Rishus and put it down. Rav Nachman tells us that even if you have two different intents, one by the akira and one by the anata, when you did the akira, you think to yourself, you want to eat this item, and it was the proper size of your gerus that has the right shape. You took it outside, and then before you put it down, you switched your intent to plant it. That doesn't ruin anything. You are chayiv. Gemara has a shayla. What happens if he takes out a half a shear, a half a gerus, with the intent to plant? So far, he would be chayiv. This half a gerus blew up to a full gerus, and then he switched his intent to eat it. Gemara's suffix is, when he took it out, he didn't have enough of a shear. It was only half a shear. Later on, he grew. So perhaps in that case, we're not going to agree that the two machshavas, the two intents, are not going to start this. Perhaps they can be true. And if you say that you are chayiv in that case, what about if the reverse case happened? In other words, he started out thinking that this full sheer gregaris food, he wants to eat it outside. Then it's shrunk. And only then he switched his intent to plant it. The first initial machshava intent is no longer here. He wants to eat it, and he can't eat it. If he left it as is, he wouldn't be chayiv because there was no sheer of a gregaris. He had to switch his intent. Perhaps in that case, he's part of it. And if you'd say he's chayiv, what happens in that case? When he started out with a full shear, as he was walking, he shrunk a half a shear, and then afterwards it grew back to the full shear. You say, Yesh Dika Shabbos, that Shabbos is pushed off for the time being. When it shrunk the shear, it's pushed off, like we say Yesh Dika by Karbanas and Mitzvah sometimes. What remains in the Another incredible shaila in the Gemara, what happens if a person has less than an egg's worth of food in a house with his dead body? That less than an egg's worth cannot be become other food. So he goes ahead and he throws a piece of olive size, onto that egg, and now together you have a full shear become. But this is on Shabbos. We say that olive's worth, since it had the ability to make an egg's worth for tumah, so now it's a chashuv piece. It has worth, and therefore it would be over on Shabbos where typically you need a larger shear than an olive. You need a gregaris when you grow and land. Over here, since it did something, it accomplished something, that's enough to be chayiv. Don't bring your rice in the Gemara from lechem hapanim. Lechem hapanim, if you want to be over on a tzad Shabbos, you have to take out the gregaris, like any other food. But the question is, when you take out the lechem hapanim, you are chayiv immediately on a kazayis. For yotzei, not for Shabbos, for yotzei from the Talmud. Now that kazayis the fire, and then you said you should also be over on Shabbos, but that's not the case. So only over on a gregaris. This is one of the reasons why I say, because when you go out just like the Azara, 8 dozen Russian, for instance, you're chayiv on yotzei. In order to get to Rosh Hashanah, you have to go much further, so they happen in different stages. It says the Mishnah, the person takes out food from a Rosh Hashanah and puts it on a stoop. This stoop, says the Gemara, is a caramel. Can't be Rosh Hashanah because then you're over from taking it from Rosh Hashanah to the Rosh Hashanah. And it can't be Rosh Hashanah because you'll be right away if you take it out from your house and drop it on the stoop. So the stoop is a caramel. So what happens is you took it from your house, put it on the caramel, and then it had to stop there, and from that point, you are putter, and even if somebody else takes it on the stoop, it's not putter because it stops in the middle. That's the one continuous traveling. What happens if you cook food and he pushes it out of his house where it's mostly on the scoop of it? This is the red which is around this. Says the Mishnah, you are not chayiv since there's part of the tree is still inside that house. The Nazai holds, by the way, that if you are going from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah and you walk by in a skufa, you are putter because walking is prohibited. When you have your feet on the ground, it's as if you stop. How much does it go like that? Hiski explains our Mishnah. Beautiful machlokes here. If the kli is ma'agid food, does it cause the food to be warm? In other words, what happens if in the kli? Hiski says that our Mishnah is only talking about a case where there are long food converts or long food. So some of it is indoors and some of it is outdoors. But what if you have a food full of small food, where some of the foods are in the Rosh Hashanah? So this is chayiv because that food is already outside. So the kli is not agid the food. The kli makes all the food warm. So even though yes, you have one mustard seed or one fruit that's outside, nevertheless we don't look at the seed. We look at the whole kli, and the whole kli part of it is inside, and therefore your partner, the Mishnah seems not to say like not like Hiski, not like Rabbi. Each one will explain the Mishnah, add a word or two to make it fit his way. And with that, we'll finish today. Have a wonderful day.
Cigarette, that type of shit. And I say you get fucked up. You blow cat food out of a bag and you smoke fucking cigarettes. Something that can fuck you up. I was like, crazy shit I did recently is I didn't know Adderall. It's like, I don't know.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Beis. Please send me in some emails with pictures, or even without pictures, telling me where you learned David Daf, how it inspired you, your name, where you live. I'll try to read it out. We learned an amazing halacha about a person who steals a pouch of money. As he lifts it up, he's over on Geneva. When he takes it out from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, he's over on it. So those two things happen at two different times. However, if he dragged the pouch out from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, stealing the money, and the Isser Shabbos comes simultaneously, and then we say, Kamlei b'the Rabbi Menei, he's only chayav on the greater Isser, which is Isser Shabbos, which is a chiyuv Nisa, versus the money. Yochanan holds everything that's in this pouch goes by the pouch, and not what's in the pouch. So all the money is in the pouch, and you're only chayav once the entire pouch comes out of the Rosh Hashanah into the Rosh Hashanah. However, if the opening of the pouch faces the Rosh Hashanah, and he has access to the money, he's chayav on neva before the pouch comes out completely because he can access the money. So they don't happen simultaneously. However, if the pouch is flipped over, although he has access from the back, but we're dealing with larger pieces of silver, says the Gemara, and therefore we go by the money. Since some of the silver is in the Rosh, he's not chayav until everything comes out. The Gemara says, what about the shnutzim, these drawstrings that close the pouch? If part of the shnutzim were inside Rosh Hashanah, that would mean eged klishmi eged, and the entire pouch is considered Rosh Hashanah. You have to say that the shnutzim were folded over, or there are no shnutzim at all. Abaye and Rava reversed their shittas later on in life, and Rava holds that eged kli shmei eged, and Abaye says eged kli lo shmei eged. Therefore, we have to flip a member of a machlokes between Abaye and Rava. Rava holds that if you have something in your hand and you go from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah, since eged guf lo shmei eged, your hand doesn't go by your body, so you're chayiv right away by putting it into Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about that your hand is within 3 tefachim of Rosh Hashanah, so it's as if you did hanocha. And Abaye says the reverse. Now we're going to be dealing with the halacha of la'achar yad. We all know the halacha, if you touch muktzah with your elbow, perhaps you're not chayiv. It comes from this mission. You are chayiv on a yitzah when you do it in the typical manner. You carry it with your right hand, with your left hand, you carry it in your chest like you carry a baby, you carry it on your shoulders like b'nei hastid in the midbar. But what if you carried something on your feet, in your mouth? It's not food. In your marpeg, according to Taisvis, armpit, or in your elbow, you carry something in your ear, or in your ear, or you have an upside down money belt. You carry it between your belt and your garment, and in your shoe or sandal. They're all shalei kedera, and you are public. Leza says, although Rosh Hashanah is up to 10 tefachim, if you carry something above 10 tefachim, and that's how b'nei kasdi, you are chayiv. It says Moshe Rabbeinu must have been at least 10 amas high, which is about 20 feet tall. And that is because Moshe Rabbeinu himself put the Yeriyas HaMishkan atop the Mishkan, and that was 10 amas high. Therefore, we could assume that all of them were approximately 10 amas tall. And they carried the Mizbeach on their shoulders. And we know the Mizbeach was 10 amas, and you typically carry something 2/3 below your shoulder and 1/3 above. That would leave 3.3 amos, which is 20 tefachim between the bottom of the Mizbeach and the ground. And we're looking for a raya that he carried above 10 tefachim. Here's a raya that he carried almost 20 tefachim. Now, if you're going to tell me that Moshe Rabbeinu was different, he was really tall, because the Shekhinah was shoyer on him, and somebody who's the Shekhinah shoyer has to be taller and wealthier and smarter and stronger than everybody else. So I'll say, okay, let's say that all the Levim were average height. They were, to be honest, approximately 6 feet tall. Don't forget, they also carried the Aron. The Aron was only 9 tefachim. Another cup, but it was 9 tefachim. And if you do 2/3 below the shoulder and 1/3 above the shoulder, it comes out that there was 11.3 tefachim between the bottom of the Aron and the ground, because the shoulder was approximately 18 tefachim tall. Rabbi says that Even Anshe Hutzel, the people of Hutzel used to carry things on their heads, like barrels of wine and oil. If someone like that went out on Shabbos with something on his head, he would be potter because Baba Dad is called them. They are the minority, and we don't go by them. If somebody wanted to take out a fanny pack, a wallet, and put it in back of him, and it came out to go to the front of him, he is chayiv because he only intended to do a shmirah tusa, to watch it not the best way. The front is a much better shmirah, and therefore he's certainly chayiv. But in reverse, try to put it on the front, and it flipped to his back, he's potter because it went from shmirah me'ula to a shmirah chusa. And according to Rabbi Lazar, it's two different man saying this. The Mishnah says an interesting lesson. The MS Amru, the word tells us that means this is halacha. A woman who wears some sort of undergarment, Rashi says it's like pants, and she puts like a spoon or something between her pants and herself. The typical derech is that it's going to reverse it, go from the front to the back. And therefore, she is chayiv because that is the derech. Rabbi says even the mail couriers who run and bring letters for the king, they have a tube, they put the letter in, and that tube will flip from the front to the back, from the back to the front, and therefore they're chayiv. According to everybody, if somebody put something, a fanny pack on his back, and it remained on his back, according to everybody, he's chayiv because his intention was done as he intended. According to everybody, if you do something to lachar yad, you carry something on your ear, you are potter. The machlekes is if the belt is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over. According to Rabbi Yehuda, that's similar to somebody who went out l'chatchila putting his money belt on his back and it stayed on his back and he's chayav. According to the Chachamim, that's still considered lachar yad. That's not the normal way to wear a money belt because the money can fall out if it's upside down. Therefore, you are potter. The Mishnah tells us two people who've done a malacha, who carried out a loaf of bread, for instance, and they both get carried by themselves. It's very strange for two people to carry something really light. Therefore, according to the Tana of our Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda, they are potter, as well. Potter because it's very unusual to carry like that. However, if it's an extremely heavy item, like a beam, like Yikuli Tvela, where one person by himself can't carry it, you need a second person. So that's the normal way to carry it with two people. So according to Reb Shimon, you're potter. He has a special limit, as we're going to see tomorrow. And according to Rabbi Yehuda, remember, you're chayiv. What about a case where one person is really strong, he can carry the other person, he's carrying it with one finger, he's not that strong? According to everybody, the person who could carry it is capable of carrying it, he is chayiv, and the second person is potter. Have a wonderful day.
I remember we used to smoke it out of like a water bomb, like root beer, like ice cream in it. Speed tastes good.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Gimel. How's everybody doing? The pasuk says, "Nefesh achas hechta ba'asoisa." There are three words here in the singular. According to Reb Shimon, they come to exclude any time a person does a malacha with someone else on Shabbos, he's potter, because the Torah says in singular, you do it by yourself and then you're chayiv. They come to exclude three cases, starting from the least chiddush to the biggest chiddush. Case where one person does the akira and the other person does the hanacha. Both potters. Second case, if both of them are capable of carrying this item by themselves individually and they do it together, that's different. No one really carries like that. Potter. The biggest chiddush is even if it's a very heavy item, where you typically need two people, and that's how people carry things, a heavy refrigerator, two people. Nevertheless, on Shabbos, both of them are potter. Rabbi says, I agree to you that there are three miyutim in this pasuk, all in red. However, two of them are referring to the case of Shnaim Shasu, and one of them is talking about something else. So therefore, according to review, the two easiest cases are excluded, and therefore, one person does akira, one person does anacha. Or in the case where both of them can carry the item by themselves, both potter. The third meal comes to say that if Sanhedrin made a mistake, he said, for instance, you could eat chalev, and you go ahead and eat chalev, you are potter. Meir says no. This pasuk only has two meals. The two words, nefesh achas, go together, it's one meal. Ba'asoisa is a meal by itself. Therefore, I'll exclude if one person does an akira and one person does an anacha. In that case, you potter. But in the two other cases, zeyachal, or zeyachal, in both cases, you're chayiv. And the second meal of the pasuk was to exclude the case where Bez made a mistake, and made a mistake, and you ate chayla because of them, you are potter. In a case where one person can carry the weight all by himself, the other person does not, he cannot, let's say he lends one finger or he's physically too weak, the person who can carry all of it by himself is chayiv. The person that's helping out is potter. The question is, why is he potter? He helped out, he carried someone. The answer is because Misayeya, the helper, is as if he's a nobody. He doesn't carry anything. And the Gemara goes on to prove it from three different places. The halacha is that by a zav, who sits down on something or lays down on a beged, he's mekamed a beged b'medrash, provided that he puts most of his weight on the beged. So let's say he's laying on a bed and you put a beged on each one of the legs. He's not putting all his weight on each one of the legs. He's only putting down 25% of his weight. However, if you were to remove one of the legs, the bed will collapse. Therefore, we view each leg as if it's carrying all of the weight, and all four begadim are coming. However, when it comes to an animal, since an animal can balance himself on three legs, all four begadim are coming. The question is why? Why don't we view each leg as a helper, as a Messiah? The answer is because Messiah, and by Mamish, and therefore we all come. Perhaps you'll say, I'll tell you why they're all coming. Because he's a suffix. Maybe he lifted up his leg. The one that you think the beggar is coming, that leg he lifted up. The answer is, when it comes to a zav, when we have a suffix, we say everything is coming. For instance, if a zav lays lengthwise on a table, like in the blue arrow, the table is coming. Because all his weight is on the table. If he lays on the width of the tables, all five tables, they're all covered because each one is only carrying a fifth of his weight, and that's fair. But let's say he fell asleep and you don't know which direction he went. He started out lengthwise, but perhaps, or he started out to the width, but perhaps he went to the length. We don't know which way he went, and therefore all the tables are covered. So we should say the same thing by the animal. The answer is because he said, even if the animal put the weight down, it's Messiah by Mamish, it's just the helper, and that doesn't count. Rabbi Yossi says that a horse, when he leans forward on his forelegs on a beged, they're metama, but his hind legs are not metama beged. And a donkey is the reverse. And we don't say, perhaps, by a horse, for instance, the hind legs should also be metama, because they are helping the sayeya, hey boy, mamish. The avodah in the base of Mikdash, if they had them put where shoes, their feet had to be flat on the surface of the base of Mikdash. What if you put one foot on a stone or a bench? Well, if you remove that stone or bench, and the plank to keep his balance, his avodah is question. The question is why? The bench was Messiah, helped him out. He put some of his weight on it. The answer is, Messiah in Boimanish. Halacha is, when the blood comes out of the base of the shechita, you have to catch it with a cleat, you have to hold the cleat with your right hand. And if your left hand assisted in catching the blood, Kabbalah says that was this question. Why? It's Messiah who was helped by the left. The answer is, Messiah in Boimanish. This is Machlokes in Rameir when he says, Zeh Yachal, Zeh Yachal. Two people who are very capable of carrying an item all by themselves, and they help each other to carry it. According to Rameir, they are both high. The question is, do you need this item to have two shiurim, two dried figs worth, one fig for each person, or they share the chiyuv in one dried fig? And the Gemara brings three rides to this as well. First ride is from the case that we had before, when the zav is laying on a bed. You say that all four kalesos that are under the legs are tamei, but we don't have four zavim here. Perhaps you should need four shiurim of zav. You should have four roids of zav. You have one zav that provides tumah to all four. You see that one shiur is enough. If a deer was trapped in a house, you close the door, you are chayiv. Two people that close the door, they are potter. But if the door is very heavy, they are chayiv if they close the door. The question is, but you only have one deer. You should need two deers for two people. The answer is, all you need is one shiur. Another raya. If two people captured stolen animal, they stole an animal, they shechted the animal, they are chayiv 4 times if it was a sheep, 5 times if it was an ox. The question is, why? You only have one shechita here. You should have to have 2 shechitas in order to be chayiv the 2 of them. The answer is, one shear is enough for 2 people, and so too in our sugya. The Gemara wants to bring a raya from a reed that helps out on the loom. If 2 people carry it, they are chayiv. The question is, perhaps have a raya. There's not enough material for both of them. And the answer is perhaps we are talking about a case that there's enough material, so that's not a good raya from there. It says the Mishnah, if a person takes out a kli into Rabbi, and in the kli there's food, but the food is not a proper shear. It doesn't have a full fig's worth. So he's putter on the food, and he's also putter on the kli because the kli is secondary to the food. If a person takes out a live human being on a bed, he's putter for taking out the human being and putter for taking out the bed. The bed is secondary to the human being, that's why he's putter on the bed. But the human being is a new concept called chai meises atzma. The live person assists in lifting himself up. You're not carrying dead weight. You're carrying a live person, which is lighter than a dead person, because he assists the gravity or whatever you want to explain, and therefore you're putter on him, and therefore you also putter on the bed. However, carry a dead person, you are chayiv on the dead person. If you take out a kazais of a dead person, or a kazais of a nevela, or a kadash of a sheretz, you're also chayiv on Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadikei. I'm going to try something new, to do a synopsis of emails that I read during the regular shiur. It's my privilege, as the first email, we'll read an email from a boy named Moshe Mosmaf from Yerushalayim, a 13-year-old boy. He sent to me 2 days ago. And he writes that he's had 24 surgeries to correct the rear syndrome that he has, yet he learns the daf, he learns the full shiur, and then he does the 8-minute as a chazara, and he writes, learning the daf has made me feel so good about myself. So we wish you, Aaron Mosbacher, a tremendous amount of atzlacha. Hope to see you live at the shiur. And here's a picture of Aaron that he sent me, before and after. Such a zisa guy. So let's jump into the Gemara. We have two Lashonos here. Rabbi Oven, in the name of Rabbi Chanina, says that when a woman braids her hair, she's over on the issur of oire, weeding. If she paints her eyes blue, that's kaisav writing. And if she does pekesset, she parts her hair, that's tefillah spinning. The woman says, but that's not how people spin and weave and write. Rather, a bavo in the name of Rabbi Yisrael, he says braiding and pekesset parting the hair is binyan. As a Baruch Hu braided Chava's hair, and the Torah calls it Miyasa, which the translation is Miyasa, to build. And Pecheles, painting one's eye, is not ksiva, rather it's tzivia, dying. As the Gemara says, one should not put blush on their face because that is dying. Reb Shimon ben Lazar says that when a woman does these three things, Gudelos, Pecheses, and Pecheles, when she does it to herself, since it's not a perfect job, she's potter. She does it for a friend, that's where she's chayav. Milking an animal, or making cheese by putting milk on top and having the water come down, and megavin, which means to take the curling of the milk and putting it together. The shear is a gregaris. To sweep a floor, to sprinkle water on a dirt floor, and to break apart a honeycomb and eat it, according to Rebbe, that's a isideraisi, as the Torah says, yaris bash, the forest of honey. In other words, it's like taking off a fruit from the forest. Yontif, you get malchus because this is the rice. According to Rabbanan, it's only Shavuos, it's only this is the Rabbanan. The Lord tells this amazing story. Nachman bar Guria came to a certain city, and they asked him, "What is the issur of chayla, of milking a cow? What's the issur of that?" He didn't know. So he said, "What's going on here? Was your Rebbe a Tanya? Was he a reed chopper? He didn't teach you." So he went around and he asked, and he found out. Milking a cow is mafarid. It's the malacha of Dutch, of extracting one thing from the other. The malacha of mechabetz is boirer. You're taking the milk, you're pouring it, and out comes the whey, and the cheese remains on top. And megavin is taking the big pieces, the curled pieces, that is boina hebil. Amir says, this issur of sprinkling water on a dirt floor is only dirt floor because that's mashvit kumais, that is boina according to Rashi. But sprinkling water on a tiled floor, 100% mutter. Where does this Rabbi Sva told Ravina, I see you're suffering from the dust, you have an allergic reaction or something, why don't you do a trick? Pretend that you're washing your hands in this corner, the water will fall on the ground, pretend you're washing your face over there. At the end of the day, you'll have water all over. The Lord tells us that Ashes Tam Chacham, the wife of Tam Chacham, the daughter of Tam Chacham, they know this trick. You wash dishes in this corner, then you go to the next corner, and at the end of the day, your floor is watered and the dust goes down. The Lord tells us, since La halacha, we pass like Reb Shimon, the Davar she'ein miskaven is mutter. If you don't intend to do that malacha, so over here, you intended to get rid of the dust. It happens to be that the water fell on the ground and straightened out your floor, but It's not necessary that's going to happen. Sometimes it happens and it doesn't. It's mutter. Says the Mishnah. There are two types of flower pots. One has a hole in it, one does not have a hole. The one with the preparation, it could have that hole on the side, on the bottom. Sometimes it's considered as if it's part of the ground, it nourishes from the ground, and therefore, if you remove a fruit from that pot on Shabbos, it's like removing a fruit from a regular tree. However, if it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, and it's separated from the ground, there's no Isur Klisha on Shabbos with the Raisa, the Rabbanan only. Shimon says there's no difference. All pots are not considered attached to the ground, and if you remove a fruit from a pot, even if it has a hole, you are potter. The only time Rav Shimon makes the distinction is when it comes to machshir fruit, the kabbalah. That is, in order for fruit to be kabbalah, you have to introduce them to one of the 7 liquids. If they are attached to the ground, it doesn't matter how much liquid you pour in it, it's not mikabel tuma. However, if it's in a pot that doesn't have a hole in it, then it's not attached to the ground. So it's not attached to the ground, you could introduce water to it. It says Rav Shimon. In this case, I agree that if it has a hole in it, it nourishes somewhat from the ground, it won't be mikabel tuma even if you pour water on it. The Gemara brings a story from Abu Sab, or sometimes it means Eliyahu Navi. Ask for Zeriah, what if the hole has a root coming out of it, it's poking it, it's directly by the hole? Does that nourish from the ground? And therefore, Reb Shimon would agree that's considered attached to the ground. Reb Zeriah didn't have an answer. Later on, Abu Sab heard Reb Zeriah saying that if this pot has a hole of an olive's worth, then it's considered completely not a pot, and it's nourishing from the ground. He says, I don't understand. Halachically, you said it's not a pot, it nourishes from the ground. But when it literally nourishes from the ground because the root is poking out, that you don't know? And Rabbi explains, well, the case was where the hole was all in the bottom and it wasn't even able to hold a revius of liquid. Says Rabbi, there are 5 levels of holes in a kli cheres, in earthenware, that have different halachas. First of all, before we even get to the level, we have to talk about something called a diskus, a broken piece of earthenware. The only thing you can do with it is put it under another vessel that has a tiny hole in it, and it will catch the liquids. If that gistra has a hole in it, then it's a goner, because you're not going to put one gistra to catch the liquids that are coming off a broken gistra. They're both broken pieces of shards of earthenware. You toss them out, they're not mikabel tuma. Now let's talk about the kli itself. If the kli has a small hole that water leaves it, then it's mikabel tuma like every other kli, and it can even receive the mechatos from the paradum. However, if the hole is large enough, and this is level 2, that water could go in, which is a much larger hole than water coming out, then it can no longer receive mechatos. However, it's considered that the kli is not attached to the ground, and as you said before, it cannot be mashur fruit, mikabel tuma. If you pour water in them, then they are mikabel tuma because they are not attached to the ground. The third shear is if a root pokes out, small root. Now it is considered attached to the ground. It can no longer be machur mikabel tuma attached to the ground, but it's still considered a kli as mikabel tuma because it can hold olives. Fourth shear is that if it has a hole the size that olives come out, then it's no longer a kli for anything, unless you specifically designate that kli to hold pomegranates. Fifth shear is if it has a hole that large, and even pomegranates fall out of it, there's no way out of it, it's completely not mikabel tuma. And finally, the halacha is that if an earthenware kli has something in it, and it's in a room with a dead body, typically the oil, hameis, will go into the kli and be metama what's in it. But if it's sealed, it can protect that tuma. What if it has a hole on the side? Hole on the side doesn't make a difference. It has to have a hole on the top. What if the hole is so large that it's as large as 51% of the whole kli? Then tuma will come in if it's a very large kli. And if it's a small kli, if that hole is as large as a pomegranate, then the tuma will come in even from the side. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Tzadik Vav. Today's synopsis email comes from David Meshulam Weiss from Muncie, and he writes, "My highest compliments to you on this wonderful shir that you share with me and thousands of others daily. It really enhances my learning. It's an excellent review of the Daf. Thank you, David Meshulam." Also, a quick shout out to our great friend Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. The Gemara tells us that in order for a kli, a flower pot, to be considered attached to the ground, it must nourish from the ground. What size hole that this flower pot must have in order to be considered attached to the ground? Machlokes, Rabbi Yossi bar Oven and Rabbi Yossi bar Zavda. The Gemara is not sure exactly who says what. It's either one says the size of a pomegranate, which is very large, and the other one says the size of a small root. It's mikatzel katzel from side to side with two very different shiurim. And the way to remember these two very interesting shiurim is the famous line, Echad HaMarba, Echad HaMamim, V'Belvat Shechav Elim B'Shamayim. The Baruch Hu doesn't care whether you buy an expensive carbon or a cheap bowl of flour, as long as you have the right intent. Rabbi Eliezer holds that when it comes to earthenware, once the kli has a hole the size of an olive, it's no longer mekabel tum. It's not considered a kli, even if you designate it and say, I want it to remain a kli and I want it to hold pomegranates. Unlike Rabbi yesterday, who says that typically the kli is batal, but if you have the right designation for pomegranates, it will remain a kli. And with that, we finish Perek Hamatzniya. Unbelievable. One more perek down and many more to go. Perek Hazorik, dealing with throwing items, continuing with the theme of Yitzhak, taking items out from one Rishus to another. If you throw from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, or from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid, you are Chai. If you go from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaYachid, and there's a Rishus HaRabim between, pretend you're throwing from one side of the street, from your house to your neighbor's house across the street, you are potter according to everybody. Why? Because in the Mishkan they never through or passed from one side of Rishus HaYachid to the other. The way it worked is they would pull up with 4 wagons. 2 wagons were attached to each other, and the other 2 attached to each other, and they would pull up to the Mishkan. Let's call set number 1 northbound and set number 2 on another lane going southbound. They would pass the beams onto the first wagon and to the back of the wagon. We would go from the front to the back, but never from the wagon on the northbound to the wagon to the southbound. Therefore, if you're going to pass from a porch to another porch on the same side of the street, you are chayav, because that's how they did it in the Mishkan. But if you're going to pass from one side of the street across to the other side of the street, you are potter. According to Chachamim, they never threw in the Mishkan. It would be very difficult to throw these beams, which might have weighed anywhere between 1 ton to 4 tons, according to Rabbi Galinsky, extremely heavy. And it wasn't coveted, according to another tradition. And on Davdalim and Beis Rashi says they didn't throw because they were concerned to ruin these beams that were covered in gold. So there's no throwing going on. According to Rabbi Kiva, it's also to throw on Shabbos. Moshe Rabbeinu commanded Klal Yisrael to stop bringing items from their Rishus HaYachid, from their where they lived was Rishus HaYachid, to his camp, which was considered Rishus HaRabim. And there's a Gzeir Shava from what Moshe Rabbeinu said, Yom Kippur, just like Yom Kippur, the actual day is also to do malacha, so too, that day Shabbos was also to bring the items, not because he had too much, but it was also to bring. And logically, we say, since it's also to go in this direction, from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, it's also to go from Rishus HaRabim back to Rishus HaYachid. However, that's called a tolda. The Av, the main halacha, the main isser, is going from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim. So, if a person committed these 2 acts in one awareness, he did it. He went from Rishus HaYachid to Rishus HaRabim, he did achnasa from Rishus HaRabim to Rishus HaYachid. He's only chayav 1 carbon, because they're both in the same category. One is the Av, the category, and one is the Tolda, the subcategory. If you do an Av and a Tolda, you only bring 1 carbon. If you were to do 2 separate malachas, like Haitzah, bringing wood in to Rishus HaRabim, and then Boirer, you would be chayav 2 karbanos, even if it was in one awareness. However, according to Rabbi Eliezer, who says, if you do an Av and a Tolda, you chayav 2 karbanos. So if you do Haitzah and Achnasa, you chayav 2 karbanos. The difference between an Av and a Tolda is that the Av was what they did in the Mishkan, and it was an important malacha, versus the Tolda, which wasn't done in the Mishkan. That's why it's called Tolda. If somebody throws an item in Rishus HaRabim and it sticks to the wall, like wet toilet paper or a juicy fig, if the wall where it's stuck to is above 10 tefachim, it's no longer Rishus HaRabim, and it's not Rishus HaYachid, because Rishus HaYachid has to have 8 plates, it has to have square tefachim, and this is on the vertical. If it landed on top of the wall, that would be a different story. So therefore, it's as if it landed in mid-air, and he's potter. However, if he threw it and it landed below 10 tvachim is considered part of Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, he is chayav. Where do we see the concept of throwing in the Mishnah? There wasn't any throwing in the Mishnah, says the Gemara. Therefore, we must say that the throwing from Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is halacha the Moshe Messina. You might say, well, they did throw in the Mishnah. They threw the buchir. That's the device, the barber's, the weaver's bob, or the shuttle that goes. It has the Arab thread, and it goes through the chassis back and forth, and they would throw it. But you would hold on to the thread. But perhaps it was the end of the thread. So you threw it 4 hours. Well, the actual loom is considered a makam k'tur, not a Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, there's no rag from it. Perhaps you'll say that as they were using the loom, one would borrow from the other and say, hey, pass me the hook here, pass me a needle. And they would toss each other. So you see, there was tossing. That can't be either because everyone in the Mishkan had their own hook here, a needle. Everybody had their own kalim, as the pasuk says. There's machlekes. In this week's parsha, we're going to be learning about the Mekoshesh Eitzim. What exactly did the Mekoshesh do? 3-way machlekes. One man Omar says, Shmuel says, he was over on Eitzah. He walked in Rosh Hashanah 4 hours with the wood. The Brisa says he cut the wood, Kailish. And Rabbi says he piled up the wood, she's ma'amah. What is the difference what he did? The difference is, if we know what he did, then we know in Megillas Starim it says there's 1 out of 39 malachs, you don't get a punishment. Now we know, according to whatever the man Omer, whatever you hold, so let's say you hold the Mekoshesh did ma'amah, you know for sure it's not ma'amah. Ma'amah there is oil. Kailish is for sure an oil. Who was the Mekoshesh? Rabbi Akiva says the Mekoshesh was Slavcha. Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzira did not like that. He said, if HaKadosh Baruch Hu didn't put in the Torah, he wanted it hidden. Why are you telling people that? And if you are wrong, then you're going to get Eilish being Mitzi Laz on Slavcha. Similarly, we see by Aaron and Miriam. It says in the Pasuk, Bob. It says Rabbi Akiva, they both got Tzaras. It says Rabbi Yehuda ben Tzira, you have no right telling Israel that Aaron and Miriam got Tzaras. HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted it hidden. And if you're wrong, you're Mitzi Laz. So what does he do with the word Bob? HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave him an Ezekiel, gave Aaron Musar. He never got Tzaras. A wonderful day.
Because it was. I didn't get a medal. No, I got a medal from the and I did something. I was doing a talking laugh. About success.
Shabbos Daf Tzadik Ches. Today's email comes from David Gladstone from Cedarhurst. After giving his own Var Torah, he writes, just want to say how much I love the shir and helps me start my day off with Torah. I do sometimes join the regular Zoom shir in the middle of my day, but recently everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m. May you continue with this great shir, David from Cedarhurst. If somebody takes an object, throws it from one Rosh Hashanah through Rosh Hashanah into the second Rosh Hashanah. The trick here in this brisa is that in the first Rosh Hashanah, it only traveled 2 amas, traveled through the Rosh Hashanah, and finally in the second Rosh Hashanah travels an additional 2 amas. According to this brisa, the 2 amas plus 2 amas and the 2 Rosh Hashanah combine together to make a shir of Israel. But we don't say that since it went from Rosh Hashanah into Rosh Hashanah, it's chayav right away on Achnasa, because this brisa does not hold of the concept called Pluta. We don't say that halachically it rested in the Rosh Hashanah. We're starting now with beautiful sugya of the Mishkan and how the crushing worked. The Gemara tells us the concept. There is no Isser to carry in a Rosh Hashanah that has a rooftop, because in the Mishkan there was no rooftop. And the Gemara analyzes this to see